A what?
He said he's been through it already, but I don't think there's been a satisfactory answer to your question. Why would we use a celestial sphere if the Earth is flat? And are the stars going under the Earth like he asked? It's a great question.
Yeah, and I
No,
pointed
it's how
out
we
earlier.
figure out where we're at. We give a star, certain stars in celestial navigation at a certain time, a geographical location. There's an almanac that you can look this up in. And this is how you know where you are on the ground
No, I
underneath
get that.
the.
I get that. But like,
Well,
let's
you
say
get
if
that.
we take the model
So
from Shane,
how
just wait a
how
second.
else
Jesus.
would you know where you
Wait
were if you
a
couldn't look
second.
at the
Stop
stars?
spazzing. I'm asking a specific question. If you look at the model from Shane St. Pierre and Alan the Space Bear, it's a celestial hemisphere, right? It's not a full sphere. So I'm
We turn it
asking,
into a celestial
No,
sphere because we've
bro.
got two rotational points. We've got a south and a north, and we have a north celestial sphere and a south celestial sphere, and somebody stuck them together and made a ball out of it, and that's your globe.
right, so maybe we shouldn't be saying celestial sphere, but celestial hemisphere.
It's just how it appears. It's irrelevant.
No, it doesn't appear to me like it's a sphere because I don't see the whole
When you
sphere.
stand
I
when
see
you
a
stand at the
hemisphere.
equator, it can give that impression.
This is a
So
real
what's
flaw.
special about the equator? The equator is just a circle on Earth. Why would I suddenly see a sphere? But when I'm standing at my latitude, which is whatever it is, 46.
Because when you look to one side, there's an apparent rotation, and then you look to the other side, there's an apparent rotation.
That's not answering his question. If it's a celestial sphere, where are the is part of the and the Earth is supposedly flat inside of it? Are the stars underneath the flat Earth there?
No, the stars are in the sky. They never go underneath your feet. The Earth is not a globe. You're just seeing what appears to be a celestial sphere in the sky, but the ground is measured flat.
So when you go and you see the southern the southern stars and the above the south,
Yeah.
is there a south pole in your model then?
No,
Because
it's not about models. It's is there a South Pole in reality?
There's a south pole in the sky. I can see one.
so that would be the point over the Earth where
No,
the
you're
the
assuming
axis.
that.
Well, the North Pole, for example, is underneath Polaris, right? It directly translates the celestial sphere to the terrestrial sphere, so that
No,
see
you're
Polaris
translating it.
90 degrees at the zenith.
I'm not making that physical transform.
I'm saying if celestial navigation works, then it must be a spherical Earth, and that's how people
No,
discovered this thousands of years ago, or
no,
at least
it
hundreds of
doesn't.
years
It
ago.
doesn't. It doesn't at all.
Sorry, but discovered this thousands of years ago. What
Well, the
specifically?
modern navigation that we have, where you're not just using stars to determine a bearing, you're using the almanac, you're using calculations of spherical trigonometry to calculate your actual latitude and longitude.
Not thousands of years. The spherical trigonometry translation only came into effect in the late
That's why I said a few
1800s.
hundred years ago, we were
Yeah, a
able
few
to.
hundred. It's called the Haversine formula. Don't say it was thousands of years.
Right, but we still
Okay,
observe.
come on. Are you actually being honest, or are you just trying to defend the position because it's deflating your ego or something? Are you here to learn? Why are you doing this?
This is something that people, like you
It's not
agree, the
thousands of
celestial.
years. Correct yourself, so I can feel better about the conversation and know that you're in good
Weren't the
faith.
Greeks doing astronomy?
Oh, God's sake.
What was that question?
The Greeks were doing astronomy. So, yeah.
Yeah, everybody was doing astronomy.
The shape of the
And
Earth
were they
was
doing?
known then
Was
too.
the Earth a sphere when they were doing this astronomy?
The Earth has always been a
Listen,
sphere.
Yes.
No,
Nope,
when they
that's
were
not
doing the
correct.
measurements.
The anti-steel mechanism was made because
All
it
right,
was
Brandon,
a
you need to
steel.
stop getting emotionally involved, dude. I do like you, but don't jump in now, please.
I'm not emotional.
All right,
I'm
then
just
don't
saying.
jump in then,
Okay, Neville. Okay, fine.
because
Tell
I
me
will
when I
literally
can
just
then.
ask you for the spherical reference of the ancient Greeks, and it won't be anything to do with navigation. And like I
So
was pointing out to this gentleman, the only spherical navigation came into effect about 200 years ago. The invention of the Haversine formula, right?
yeah, and
Well,
timepieces. We needed accurate timekeeping to determine longitude.
Yeah, accurate time, yes. More accurate time. And an equation for translation.
Yes, there's some evidence that people were doing the same
Utilize
thing
a flat Earth,
even
measure
a
a
long
flat
time
Earth, and then
ago.
translate it to a coordinate system, and you think we live on the coordinate system.
Yes, I think that celestial navigation is proof of a globe, but we're just going
No,
through.
it's like I'm trying to point it out to you, right? The celestial sphere is conceptual, right? It's based
So
upon how you, the observer, with your eyes and the angle of those light from the stars enter your eyes, like with inside a protractor, for example. There's no actual curvature in the skies. It's how the light's coming into your single point from inside that radius, right? No curvature, dude. You also from a horizontal plane. It's just lucky that we can use these things in the sky to navigate. They're quite predictable, right? Especially if you've got better timepieces, like you said.
wouldn't
Well
we
done.
have a different model then? Wouldn't we have a different model of
No, but
navigating
like, dude, like
throughout
you're trusting this idea that what wouldn't we have a better one? Wouldn't we know the Earth was flat? Wouldn't everybody be fucking singing Hallelujah Kumbaya? No, we're in the situation that we are, and this is a spherical coordinate system. Just pointing it out that it's a spherical coordinate system and that it's translated from measurements of a flat Earth.
it's translated from specific locations, like you said. You have a hemispherical sort of perspective and a particular position on the Earth, because that's the way our eyes work. We rotate around. This is just geometry, right? So if you assume that all the stars, that the relative altitude of any particular star is irrelevant, because the relative positions of the stars stay the same. We have the same constellations we've always had, right? That those movements are so slow compared to our history and time, like, uh those movements are not relevant because the positions of the stars are the same. We have a celestial sphere. So we if you have a celestial sphere, you have a north pole and a south pole that correspond to positions on a spherical Earth. How can you explain the southern stars circling around the southern celestial pole? When you look south, you see the celestial southern
Sorry,
stars,
hold on.
right?
When I'm at the North Pole, and I travel 180 degrees from that north, and I want to go south, that's obviously in any direction away from that North Pole, right?
Yes, on
Okay.
both on
Now,
both the
now,
models.
now, now, please, if I've got another South Pole somewhere on the floor, the flat Earth, will all of those 180 degrees away from that North end me up at that other pole?
On a spherical Earth, all of
No, on a
those
flat
lines.
Earth. I didn't say on a spherical Earth. I said on a
No,
flat Earth.
on a flat Earth, they take you in different directions. They take you
Cool.
radially
There would,
outward.
yeah, cool. Thank you. So there would only be one direct line connecting the two poles, wouldn't there?
Right, but that's not what we observe.
Okay. Really?
Really.
Show me a traversal following every single line of longitude away from the North Pole, ending up in the South Pole, without changing direction.
When that's what I'm trying to get at. If you are looking south from any of those lines of longitude, you could be in South America, you could be in
So
Australia,
when I,
and you
sorry,
look
what?
south,
Yeah, but
let me
that's
finish.
because
When
I'm
you look
looking
south,
south.
right, if you're looking south
Yeah,
on a
so
flat
don't be
Earth,
surprised that when I look south, I'm going to see the things that you're going to talk about in a minute, because they're in the south when I look south, aren't they? So
but
when
on a
we are in these positions and we
F,
look south, which is towards this place, we're all going to see this fucking place. No shit. We're all looking towards it.
with all due respect, we're just having a conversation here. Don't get too angry on me.
Yeah, it's funny to me, dude. Don't take it personal, please.
Right? So I'm just trying to get this across that, like you just said, if you are traveling south on a flat Earth on any line of longitude, you're traveling farther apart. But in celestial navigation, you end up traveling back to the same point, which is the southern
No,
pole.
no, it's
What
a
is the
slight convolution of
physical?
terms. Do you remember I was trying to explain the concept of two souths?
Okay, two souths.
Yeah, do you
Okay.
remember? There was the one with the pole in the floor, because we had two poles. One was called north, that's underneath a thing in the sky, the celestial north, and the other pole in the ground, the south, underneath the celestial south. Two poles in the floor. So one
Right.
of those poles is called south.
So
However, moving 180 degrees away from north, we also call south. Now, we've also discovered that not all of those directions away from that North Pole, in actual fact, only one direction away from that North Pole is going to actually end you up in the South Pole. So there are two souths. I need proof that they're actually the same south when you travel along that line of longitude.
well, you see the same South Pole. You get
Do you?
closer and
From
closer
where?
to the southern pole. That's how the
From
celestial,
where?
from any line of longitude, you're traveling south, let's say from the equator, you're going to get closer and closer to you're going to see the same southern
Yeah,
stars.
but those are the lines of longitude in the south that are referenced to the South Pole. So if I went to the South Pole, again, a stick in the floor, and I was to wanting to go north, same dual north problem again. 180 degrees away from south, being north isn't actually always going to end me up at the North Pole. In actual fact, only one line of longitude will.
Which line of longitude is the
I
correct line
don't
of
know.
longitude? Which is the correct line of longitude that brings you to the
I
South
don't know.
Pole?
I don't know. Some people say it's the Greenwich Mean Time. I don't think this. I actually I
That's
don't know. I've never travelled along every single line of longitude to actually figure this out. I'm just pointing out within the concept of two physical north and south poles and the idea of travelling 180 degrees away from either of them and calling them the opposite, we've got two souths or two norths, an actual and a direction of travel.
This is an absolute disproof of the flat Earth, then.
Okay, so the absolute proof of the flat Earth in this idea was to show a circumnavigation from north to south, following one line of longitude and back to north again. Something that I know hasn't been done.
People circumnavigate the Antarctic. There's that sailing race. I think one
Yep,
time
everybody circles round the poles, the north one or the south one, and they will travel east or west around whichever pole that they're going to be navigating around. That's
right, but
lovely. But we
that doesn't
still
work
have
on
the
a scale.
radial lines of longitude problem. So
It doesn't.
we need proof that every single line of longitude away from a pole, always, without exceptions, ends you up in the other pole.
That's what we observe. That's
No,
how
you keep
celestial
saying,
navigation.
dude. You keep saying that that's what we observe. I've been very specific about what I need to observe, right?
Okay,
Do
so
you want me
let
to
me
say it
let
again?
if I
Circumnavigation following one line of longitude through the poles and back to the original one. If that's what we observe, show me it and I'll fuck off.
Yeah, it's never been done, and sailing around Antarctica is supposed to be much shorter on the globe than it is in real life. If you look at the Antarctic races, the racing yachts going at full speeds, you can watch the videos from it, that has some of the highest winds on all of Earth, and it was at their backs the entire time. Yet, if you calculate the distance on the globe, they're going at walking speed.
let's look that up, because you agree that they do that. So we should calculate, on the length of the race and the average speed that they're going. What's the total?
Yeah, it's
Don't know.
walking speed or way, way, way below
Like
the
2
normal
knots.
speed of the yacht.
It's like 2 knots, isn't it? There was a video done about this. Do you want me to see if I can find it? Some guy who travelled the Antarctic in the yacht race and done some. I'll see if I can find the video for you. It's hella interesting. I think it's in French though.
There's massive problems with sailing in the south, flying in the south. That's why all of our traffic is routed up to the north and back down. There's problems in the shipping lanes. Antonio Subarats went over this. He went over a bunch of ships sailing between Africa to South America, and there was 2 to 3 hours added in the travel times. And that's why when he was trying to draw his maps, he adjusted for those discrepancies in travel times.
Sorry, I got dropped again. But yeah, we don't need to invoke a circumpolar navigation
Are
in
you just
order.
running away from that one now?
No, I missed it. If you said anything, I got cut off for a little bit there.
No, you're going away from sailing around Antarctica now?
If you guys have the time, we could look that up. We could
I
see.
already posted it. I posted the thing from the race, talking about the race, the challenge, how long it was, how far it was, and the calculator. You can walk briskly at 8 miles per hour.
Okay, so how long? Okay, I'm looking at your calculations here in the chat. So the distance was.
Vaccines. I love vaccines. I love vaccines. 9/11. I love vaccines. I love vaccines. I love
You're in
vaccines.
the wrong channel, dude. You're probably acting that way. I'm not going to even make a comment. Go away. It was a funny comment though. But please carry on.
Right, so they have 17,000 nautical miles, or 31,500 kilometers. That's
Okay.
expected distance, and you came up with about the same distance, 17,000 nautical miles.
You can see right there.
So that should be. What would we expect on both models then?
I don't know, but I'd expect the boats to go faster.
Yeah, like the boat was clocked coming into harbor. Like when you go into harbor, you're not going very fast, okay? And it was at 15 knots going into harbor, which is a lot faster than the average speed that they supposedly took while racing and winning.
So I'm going to try and calculate here what the perimeter of the Antarctic coastline is on the flat Earth map, and then we can.
And that's an unknown.
Indeed.
Does that make sense?
Why would we say that Antarctica is the perimeter of the Earth?
I thought it was
We don't know that. It could just be a big island.
Looks like it when we can sail around it, even though it appears to be really slowly.
Yeah, we don't know. So this is inconsequential, doesn't actually help us get any closer to the truth. What would get us closer to the truth would be measurements of Earth's surface. Do you have any?
Well, we talked about the geodetic surveying, and
yeah, remember they weren't measurements of Earth's surface; they were measurements of planar measurements, and then assuming Earth was a ball, they bent it to that model.
Right, I understand your refutation of that.
So why are you repeating it?
Because you were the one that brought back up curvature of the Earth.
We're asking for curvature measurements, not debunked assumptions.
They measure the curve. It's called spherical
No,
exceedance.
we already gone over this. Don't repeat yourself. That's just appealing to repetition.
You know, that's what it seemed like we were getting somewhere with. You brought the calculations up. Why did you post them in the chat if we're not going to do anything with it?
No, I was just showing you were wrong.
So you agree circumference is 2 pi r. The distance from the North Pole to the equator, roughly. So what you should see 72,000 miles for the circumference on the flat Earth model. That's
No.
much bigger than what you're seeing in the calculations you just provided. So that's a
Yeah,
refutation.
no, we're not making that claim. That's called a straw man argument.
You said you saw them do the race. You agreed there was
Yes.
a race. You agreed that this is the distance
I saw
that they
them do the race, and they couldn't see the shoreline of Antarctica.
Okay, so then it would be
So
somewhat.
you don't even know where they are.
I think we do know where they are. We have a latitude
You
and
don't.
longitude.
You just
We have
assume it.
What we're trying to do is compare differences in the model. You gave me a distance, which was the circumference of their race, which was 17,000 nautical miles.
Why are you comparing models when we haven't given you a model to compare?
Well, we have maps of the Earth. People navigate, you know.
No, you have
Yeah,
globe
and every
projections.
single one of those maps will have lines on them called longitude and latitude. Those maps will be a translation of the celestial sphere, which is the coordinate system in the sky that isn't actual.
Well, just to finish the point, then we can move on. But the coastline, the perimeter of the Antarctic coastline, just based on simple circumference calculation, based on those distances that we know, is roughly 115,000 kilometers, right?
Yeah, that's incoherent. We're not claiming anything like that.
You guys are running away from the argument now.
Well, that's just your straw man. You don't understand what a straw man argument is?
I'm saying that there should be a difference in the perimeter that if they went around Antarctica. You're saying that they went around the whole globe, that they went around the whole flat Earth.
No, I didn't say anything of the sort. You're hallucinating, my friend.
So well, you know, it sounds like you're dodging, but
no, I'm not dodging anything. You claimed that they were sailing, circumnavigating Antarctica, and I showed you an inconsistency with your globe belief, and now you want to straw man our position because you cannot face that fact.
My argument is pretty simple. It doesn't seem like a straw man. I'm saying that we should see either the distance that they traveled in the race is close to what we calculate as the circumference of the flat Earth map, or
that calculation is based on your straw man. So what we would see, if the globe were true, the distance and the speed would match the globe. It doesn't. Why are you dodging that?
It does match the globe because
no, it doesn't. They're going at walking speed.
On the flat Earth map, it would be 115,000.
Stop dodging.
And you said in their race that they were going approximately 31,000 kilometers. So that's much less. The distance that they traveled was.
Bro, you're repeating your strawman argument again and again. We don't claim your numbers of the distance that they're taking. That's your imaginary numbers because you want to avoid the fact that your globe doesn't work.
You can take that position, but you were the one that.
I take that position because I already explained it to you very clearly. I watched them sail the race, and they did not see the coastline of Antarctica. So you don't know how close they were to Antarctica, and so your imaginations, based on the globe projection that you're ascribing to us as our model, is completely incoherent and is a straw man fallacy, and you continuing to try to burn it down is just proving how malicious you are.
I'm just trying to be having a respectful conversation.
You're not being respectful. You're being the opposite of respectful.
At all. Respectful would be you not bringing up a flat Earth map ever again in this conversation.
Why can't you guys have a map?
Why are you trying to place a map on top of us that we do not claim? That's disrespectful.
It's
Sorry,
it's up
sir.
for you guys
Do,
to provide one. I'm
do
saying we
apologise.
but
We.
totally
Okay.
respectful.
Did you when you say
Even
we, are you a cartographer?
no.
Okay, neither am I. Would it be fair for me to ask you to go and make a map?
Well, you have a fairly large community.
Dude, what you're asking is unreasonable. Just admit it.
I would think that
Yeah,
the
dude, you're
whole.
being a dick.
So
You're
why
being a
doesn't your
dick.
globe match? Why doesn't your globe match the distances?
Why doesn't the globe map match the distances?
Yeah, why does it? Why can I
The same
walk
argument
around
that
Antarctica and like that's just as fast as a racing yacht? That tells you that there's something wrong with the distances there.
that's what I'm saying. That there's something
No,
wrong.
that's not what you're saying. What you're saying is you imagine something else, and to avoid the fact that your globe doesn't match.
There should be some distance
Why
on the
doesn't the
globe map.
globe match?
You provided in
Why
the chat.
doesn't the globe match?
The globe does match.
No, it doesn't. They were going like 40 knots an hour,
provided,
which is far faster than walking speed.
In the picture that you provided, it says the challenge, start Cape Town. It provides certain data,
Yep.
It shows a picture of Antarctica as it appears on the globe. It's a single continent. They went around the continent. It shows their positions. It's tracked on that line. Is that not accurate?
It is, and they couldn't see Antarctica. Most of
So I'm
it.
just giving you what you provided. We're trying to make an argument based on what you provided, and I tried to compare that to the perimeter of the Atlantic coastline as it would have to be on the flat Earth map.
Yeah,
Because
that's your error. That's your error. You're imagining something on a flat Earth map instead of actually looking at your own beliefs. Your belief is that this is happening on a globe. On the underside of a globe, they're going this distance at this time. And so either the distance is far longer, we're not saying how far it is, you're imagining that. Do you understand that?
Besides, what you're calling a flat Earth map is an azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe. So if it doesn't match the AE map, then it doesn't match the globe. Now you've screwed yourself trying to compare it to the globe projection.
I don't agree with that.
That's what the AE projection is. Did you not? Were you not aware of that?
I told you that before.
How do you figure out distances on the AE map? So for the equator specifically. Do you, for example, get a straight edge ruler between Santiago and Sydney and figure out your distance by doing that?
I'm sorry, what was your question? It seems like we're bouncing around. It's just
This is where he starts running. This is my favorite part, where they start running when they realize that the AE map is a projection of a globe.
Yeah, we're not actually bouncing around. We're very on point. We're talking about the map projection you're trying to calculate on, that you're ascribing to us, which is actually a globe.
Okay. You're saying that the flat Earth map is actually a globe because it's
not a flat Earth map. You've been lied to.
You're bouncing around. Whatever map you want to provide, we can use that map. I mean,
we're not using map. We're not arguing based off maps. You're doing it.
Well, this is something.
We measured the Earth, and the Earth isn't the globe. Remember?
If it was a globe, it should be one way. If it was a flat Earth, right? So,
dude, you're tripping over your words now. This is pathetic. You didn't know that the AE map was a globe?
It's an azimuthal projection, right? It's to keep the
Azimuthal
latitude and
equidistant
longitudes
projection.
corresponding, right? In order to keep the latitudes and longitudes corresponding to each other,
Hmm.
the same way that we have it on the globe, so the
Yep.
position things correspond, then
Yep.
that's the way you have to do it.
Have
Yep.
to do it.
So it's the same. It's just it's a nonlinear scale, but it's the same gosh damn thing. And all of a sudden now you don't like it.
No, I didn't say I don't like it. I was just using it to make a calculation.
Oh, why would you
guys
make?
are
Well, the calculation
trying to
should
have
be the same right? Because it's the same scale. It's just a nonlinear scale of a globe.
So you don't like that map because you think it's not the scale?
No, you don't like it because you said that the distances don't match. So apparently your globe map fails. That AE globe map that you got.
No, the distances on that map would have to be different from the distances on a globe, so that we can
Oh my
try to
God.
see which
This,
model is
this is
more
why I
accurate.
asked. This
This
is
is what
why
we're
I asked you.
this is the whole point.
When you measure distances on an AE map, do you think you use a straight line edge ruler between Santiago and Sydney and then figure out your distance along that straight line? Like with any other map.
Any in my understanding, any flat map is going to have some sort of distortion because you can't put a spherical
No, I'm
globe on.
asking you about the AE map and how you figure out distances, specifically between the two locations. Do you use the straight line between the two locations and figure out the distance along that straight line?
You wouldn't be able to do that to calculate correct
No,
distances.
when you sorry, dude, when you use the map to calculate correctly, do you use a straight line between two cities south of the equator and calculate along that straight line?
You cannot do that. No.
No. When using the map, what do you do?
When I use what map?
The
He
AE
doesn't
map
know.
to figure out distances south of the equator. How do you
You
do
can't.
that?
You can't calculate straight line
No,
distances.
my
because it's
question's going to
distorted.
change now. My question's going to change ever so slightly. How do you calculate distances south of the equator using an AE map?
I don't know.
Okay. You may have seen some depictions of an AE map with a broken off ruler at the North Pole. This ruler is very specific. This is because this is how you translate distances using this map. South of the equator, for example, at Santiago, you would use the rest of this ruler, being as it's broken off, to the North Pole, and then from the North Pole to Sydney in Australia. You would then calculate using on the back of the calculation table and then figure out your distance. Because it's not straight between those 2 points, you have to measure to the North Pole and then back from the North Pole again. If you knew how to use the map, you'd understand that that couldn't be a true representation of the Earth. It's just another globe translation. Would you look at the lines on it? Great big straight ones and the circular ones, longitude and latitude.
So what is the accurate scale map that's flat of the globe
None of
of the
them.
Earth?
None of them.
Why, if the Earth is flat, shouldn't you be able to create a flat map that doesn't have distortion?
Sure, you could, but that's not what you've been presented. Both the globe and the AE map and everything that's derived from that polar projection in the celestial sphere is inaccurate. You're fucked
Wouldn't
as
that
a glober.
wouldn't that be well, we have a map that we use to navigate. Like, we use the globe to calculate.
Okay, no worries. Show
On
me
a
somebody
globe,
that's using the globe as a navigation tool. I want to see it. Hold on. I want you to show me somebody using the globe as a navigation tool.
like we said, it's a terrestrial sphere. So celestial navigation uses a terrestrial sphere that is the globe. Its latitude and
Nope,
longitude.
that's not what it is.
That's not exactly a refutation.
No, you have to
Show us
prove that
anybody
your claim
using a
is correct.
terrestrial sphere to navigate.
Familiar that
Yeah.
that's what the world is. Most of the world uses.
You're saying that. I want you to show me somebody using what you're talking about as a navigation tool.
Longitude and latitude are in the sky. They're not on the surface of the earth.
Typically, we have like charts that are much more localized, because people
Yeah.
are.
Oh,
We
no
use localized
shit.
charts and flight
There's
routes
always
and shipping lanes, yes.
be a
None of which
distortion.
require a globe.
The reason why you can't have a scale map of a flat Earth that is accurate scale is because the Earth isn't flat.
No, the reason why you can't take a globe map and flatten it out is because it's already been translated from the celestial sphere. So it's already curved in the sky based on that imagination.
So it still stands to reason that you should be able to have a flat scale map of the Earth if the Earth is flat.
Yeah, we should be able to. However, in order to make a flat scale map, you need millions of dollars and a monumental task with thousands of people working on it, and we just don't have that financing right now. What we can't do is falsify your
So
religion, and we have done that completely. So if you want to address that instead of trying to run away to some rescue mechanism where you think a model is going to help you, we could do that.
That sounds like a dodge to me. I don't know why you're getting into those types of things. We're trying to create.
Now, I'm trying to ask you to actually address the arguments and the issues with your belief system, and not just go in circles with you denying the fact that you're just trying to reify a model.
How would we map this flat Earth that we live on? How would we map the flat Earth? Would we use the stars like we've been doing for thousands of years to figure out where we're at using the stars in the sky? Would we do that?
If the Earth was flat, you would be able to do that. But
okay, so we would use the stars in the sky.
That's work.
So we would use the stars in the sky to map the flat Earth. Okay, so that makes sense to me. And we could come up with a coordinate system and call it longitude and latitude by using the stars, the sun, and celestial bodies in the sky. And the problem is that requires the celestial sphere, which is that protractor that we were talking about before. There's your curvature in the sky, not on the surface of the Earth, it's in the sky. And you just agreed with me that we would have to do that to figure out where we're at, use the stars in the sky, celestial sphere. Bingo.
You agree that people that are navigating, they just want to know where they are. They just want to be able to create accurate.
No, they just want to get to a place.
They just want to get to a place. Like they don't have they're not in the they're not biased to one way or the other. They just want an accurate system.
They just believe in the globe and want to get to a place, and they use a map and shipping lanes and flight routes to get to that place.
Right. So they use the spherical system in order to do that.
No. They just go between points, known locations. The Earth is flat, so it's measured flat, so they're just going between known location on a flat Earth. The distortion of the map is just because of the distortion of the sky. So you're assuming this ground is distorted because the sky is distorted.
No.
Yes.
You agreed that the AE map is distorted, right? That you can't correctly.
The AE map is a globe projection.
But if the Earth
I'm not claiming the Earth is a globe. You are. You haven't even proven the Earth is a globe to have a projection.
I think that I've provided some evidence, and we're arguing about it.
Well, you think wrong, because everything you've provided so far has just been circular reasoning. Why don't you tell us where the globe came from in the first place?
I think getting into the history of it is just another way of like.
This is not about history. This is about geometry, and now you're trying to dodge again. Dude, you're most disingenuous jackass I've talked to in a while. Why don't you just go ahead and cut the act and tell me where the globe came from?
It came from people that wanted to know how to navigate
How was it derived? Stop it. Don't talk about people. I want to know how it was derived geometrically. Stop it. Stop acting like a 2-year-old, dude. This is pathetic. What's wrong with you?
Your insults are more of a white flag. I haven't been
Let's talk about
disrespectful.
the white flag and all that bullshit. Why don't you tell me where the globe came from? Because you not answering that question is the white flag.
I think we have a history that
I don't
goes
want to
back.
hear about the history. I want to hear about the geometry. Stop it.
The geometry of where the globe came from.
Yep.
It comes from observations of the sky.
Great. How did they do it? Walk me through the process.
I'm not that familiar with it, honestly.
No shit. That's crazy. You don't know how it was done. So why are you arguing for it?
Because it satisfies the observations that I've made. And
What observations have you made? I want to see some in the side chat. Show me the observations you've made.
We started off talking about the sun being occluded by the horizon, the whole issue of celestial navigation.
Oh, the sun being occluded by the horizon. Is the horizon the geometric curve?
Geodetic surveying. It's a kind of a modern science.
Yeah, all of that proves all of that works perfectly on the flat Earth. So how does that support your position?
Well, how does that support my? It sounds like you guys are just kind of insulting me and bouncing around.
No, I asked you how.
Questions.
If all of this works perfectly on the flat Earth, as I described to you throughout this whole process, now you're restarting and rebooting, okay? So we went through this whole process, and at each point I showed you how, for instance, you need to account for the air when you're dealing with the horizon. You forgot about that. And then when you're dealing with the stars and the sky, you also need to account for the air and the medium that's between you and it.
We've bounced around from surveying to celestial navigation to
Thanks
the
for the
race.
recap. Can you tell us where the globe came from, please?
Why are you eating your mic? Calm down.
The ancient Greeks were the ones that in our history
Now
were the ones.
the Greeks. Okay, so what did the Greeks do? Tell us about the Greeks.
How come every time I say a few words you talk over me?
Because I already know where you're going, and it's not going to be good for you. I'm just trying to get to the baseline of what you're going to claim and how you can prove it.
Why don't you tell me where it came from then, if you know so well?
No, that's the whole point. See, when we're going to talk about the celestials and elevation angles to the celestial sphere, you're going to have a flat Earth for all those things. But I imagine you probably already knew that, right?
We use.
And I'll tell you where it came from. It was the secret doctrine of Pythagorean cults.
Please tell me more.
Yeah, he believed the gods were perfect and spheres were the perfect shape. Therefore, the Earth must be a sphere. Brilliant reasoning, right? So now we know it's a secret doctrine of occults. That's where your globe came from. And then it's, as we went over earlier, Greeks' misunderstanding and belief that they had laser beam vision and not understanding that refractive effects exist, and then assuming globe geometry based on that, we have completely falsified their assumptions today using modern technology.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said. I got cut off again for a few seconds.
It's fun to have conversations with people that will just spontaneously ignore you for no good reason. Good times.
He hasn't absorbed a single thing I've said this entire time, and he just restarts.
It seemed like we could have stuck on a particular point, but like
You
I
do
was
know
trying.
this is recorded, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't claim to know everything. I am not an expert.
I don't expect you to know everything.
I'm
Only
there.
thing I expect for me to treat you with kindness is a little bit of humility. You have none.
I just said that I don't know everything. I'm just trying to offer.
You claim you don't know everything. However, you claim things are true with no evidence.
I'm trying to provide evidence. I'm trying to provide differences in.
Excellent.
I'm trying to
No
provide
worries.
observations that would either be able to determine whether we're on a globe or whether we're on a flat Earth. So
Perfect. So
those
what we would require from you is some kind of drop over distance between points that's measured consistent with the globe. That's what we need from you as evidence. Where is that?
that's what spherical exceedance is in geodetic
No,
surveying.
I want you to tell me what spherical excess is in calculations. I want drop over distance in reality between points. Do you have it?
That's exactly what that is.
No, spherical excess on a grid that you've already presupposed a globe and then pasted all your flat measurements on is not the thing that we're looking for. I'm looking for drop over distance in reality measured. Where is it?
I think that that's been done a few times.
We're
But you
great.
guys
Present it, please.
don't.
Put it in the side chat right now. It's been done a few times. You get it for me.
I would just be looking up some other.
Dude, don't trip over your words. Say it with your chest. Where is the drop over distance in reality that we're looking for, consistent with a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles?
So I don't have like I said I provided the
Shit. You don't have it. That's a shame. Isn't that weird? Of all of humankind's history, we don't actually have any evidence of drop over distance between points consistent with the globe. We don't actually have that for anything, except when they're doing topography, and that's using the Earth as flat and referencing the Earth as flat and measuring it as flat and the angles to all the distant points, giving us the topography across the flat Earth. That's what we do have. But you don't have any measurements of curvature. How strange.
Like
Yeah,
I
and then
said,
all the stars were mapped by flat earthers. All the eclipses were mapped by flat earthers, and those models are still used by NASA today.
I provided the geodetic surveying as a reference. You can go to the ArcGIS website. You can
Yeah, bro, stop repeating yourself. We've gone over the geodetic survey. Did you not
Right.
remember
So
what we said?
you don't agree with them because they're
No,
calculations.
that's not what we said.
You're going back when you say provide me these calculations, provide me these measurements. Those are the measurements. Those are the surveyors.
No,
the ones that
what
are
did
doing
we
it.
say about it?
You're throwing out the whole of the geodetic surveying because you
He's
think
not going to
that
answer you, AI. He's going to avoid your question and talk about something completely different. Another white flag.
you asked for measuring curvature, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Do you have that?
drop over distance between points. That's what we want to see.
And I say that the spherical exceedance is that drop.
I don't care what you say. I want to see it. I want to see the drop over distance, not you saying, well, we have this spherical excess. By the way, what is spherical excess?
So you have a claim that
over
is you have a claim that is caused by Earth curve. However, you did not exclude the confounding variable, which is the air itself.
They separately deal with the refraction issue. So we did discuss that.
Bro, the ways they use, the models they use have already been falsified. I can give you the paper showing you.
So why do we still do geodetic surveying?
Because they believe in a globe. It's a tradition. They believe this. Do you not understand that? Like you believe this.
But then if they're
I
doing
used to believe this too, bro. It's
they
a
would
belief.
just use plane
It's a
surveying to get
religion. It's the one world religion.
People just are trying to get accurate.
No, we already went over this as well. You stop repeating yourself. It's less accurate once you try to use the globe. We can cite that as well. Like, we're not just saying this.
Wouldn't you be able to produce more accurate maps than without that? With just plane surveying? Why don't they just use just plane surveying?
The surveyors are not making the maps. That's cartographers.
Yeah, slightly different fields. There's some of the techniques are the same.
Yeah, the geodetic surveyors are just bending it to the model. They measure planar survey, measure it flat, because that's how everyone has always measured it throughout all of time. And then, because they believe it's a globe and they were educated to do this, they bend it to the model because they believe it's a globe. It has nothing to do with what the Earth actually is.
That would make less accurate measurements. So
it does, and we can show that.
Yeah, you're correct. And it is less accurate, and that's where you get your spherical excess from, because they're trying to bend flat measurements around a fucking ball. You don't even know what spherical excess is. That's why I asked you what it was. You didn't know. So now I have to tell you.
The spherical excess is what they remove with the geoid calculations, so that they can
really?
Actually, when you we've gone over this with many geodetic surveyors. Modern geodetic surveyors use specific math that removes the negative angles because they get both. They get both positive and negative angles, and to avoid the implication of the negative angles, because the positive angles confirm their bias, they used specific math that removes the negative numbers and therefore removes the negative angles, and that's the modern geodetic math. However, what is actually observed in the data is deflection in both directions, and this is caused by atmospheric refraction, and we have the papers to prove it.
So you don't. I understand that you think that there's this conspiracy.
Not think. We can prove that they made a mistake.
Then they wouldn't be using geodetic surveying.
So you don't have any measurements. You just have a mistake where they didn't account for refraction correctly.
They use techniques to remove the refraction.
They use techniques that are falsified.
It's a profession.
Do you notice how you're repeating yourself and you're not getting any further because you never address my counters to your incoherent claims?
I understand that geodetic surveying is not valuable to you because you think that
I'm not saying it's valuable or not. I'm saying I'm showing you the principles they use to fuck up the measurements.
So then that would be a good direction for flat earthers to go in. They could
We're already decimating all geodetic surveyors who come on the server. So you not understanding the field and speaking out of ignorance is not helping you. They would understand that they do measure it. That's why we end up talking to geodetic surveyors who become flat earthers, because they're like, oh yeah, you're right. Meanwhile, we have zealous believers who don't want to let go of the belief. They have a sunk cost. Just like you, they really want to believe in the globe, regardless of what the measurements say.
I want to believe. I want to believe in the globe. I want to believe.
Drink less, my friend.
No, I don't drink. Smoke weed. It's way better for you. It's good. Maybe.
It's okay, bro. You can just relax. This topic is not for everyone. You might not understand this. You might not. You just wait for like the rest of the world to understand this, and then you can just follow along like usual.
There are differences I have with the standard model. I think that there's conspiracies. I think that people are getting lied to. That's what I think that the whole flat Earth psyop is to kind of distract people from
Bro,
real
we have the
issues.
documents from the CIA that NASA was formed as a psyop. Did you not know this?
I think NASA is trying to cover up a secret space program. I think we've had.
Yeah, that's the psyop. You have fallen hook, line, and sinker for the psyop. You're ignoring objective reality and how the world actually measures because you want to believe so hard.
I honestly believe that the Earth is a globe, and I feel like I've arrived at that as a conclusion, and I'm trying to share the same lines of
No, you were
reasoning that
indoctrinated
make me
with it
believe
as a
that.
child. That's what
I
happened.
don't think you've addressed the points that I've brought up. I think I've made some
I've
clear
addressed every single
refutations
point you
of
brought
what
up, and you have not been able to address the counter arguments to your incoherent points.
it seems to me that if you could get if you could get surveyors to become flat earthers, then you would get.
Already's been done. I'll
got
tell you what,
many.
man. I'll tell you. Let's go from the very beginning. Why don't you walk me through the process of geodetic surveying? Tell me how it's done.
Again, I'm not a surveyor, but from as I understand it, they're
Are you
using.
talking about something that you don't know about?
You're trying to find the limitations of my knowledge. I can give
Not
you as I.
really. I'm hoping that if we discuss how it is actually done, you will see how it is measuring the Earth as a flat plane.
Here's how I understand it to be done. They use plane surveying techniques. They use trigonometric principles to calculate distances and elevations to various points so that we can have accurate elevation maps. When they calculate when they perform these measurements, they try to limit refraction with best practices. They
Such
use
as,
calculations.
how do you limit
How do they limit
refraction?
refraction?
Pardon me?
How do they do that? How do they limit refraction?
They take sites relatively high over the ground. There's a limit, like they never take sites like 1.5 lower than 1.5 meters below the ground because that's where refraction is the highest.
That's not how refraction
Below?
works.
They,
No, dude, what the fuck?
they there's that's one of the, but you can look that up in the
Yeah,
ArcGIS.
that's just not how refraction works.
Refraction requires a vertical gradient in
Yeah, you don't
light.
have a vertical gradient.
Not
The
on a
vertical
globe. No.
the temperature difference is the temperature gradient that you get in the air is highest at the surface, close to the
Yeah,
ground.
and that is actually worse for them because they don't account for the optical density gradient. Temperature is the leading factor in how much the optical density gradient changes, and temperature, hotter air, is less optically dense than cold air. So what you're just saying here is light will actually, on average, go upwards.
It depends
And we
on
can give you the
on
papers and studies
the
to support that.
it depends on the temperature gradient.
Yeah, the normal temperature
So
gradient
it can
is it's hotter near the ground and colder above, which leads to the average being upward deflection.
we don't seem to disagree on the fact that refraction exists and how it works. That's not a
Well,
point
we
of dispute.
do, because in
What is
order
in
for the
dispute?
geodetic surveyors to allow their bending of the planar measurements, which you admitted, they need to assume the light is uniformly bending down to hide the globe.
You asked me to explain how I think it's working, you know, so I was attempting to do
I'm,
that.
I'm correcting your wrong assumptions.
So you're jumping on me before I have a chance to get through it, but
I'm just teaching you.
that saying that they're hiding the globe is not educating me about anything. I mean, I understand.
It is.
Well, I understand that's your
Like,
position,
bro,
but that's not getting me there.
if I have a basketball and I have some magic effect that makes the basketball look flat, is the magic effect hiding the basketball?
Pardon me?
Would you need evidence of the magic effect?
I'm not sure I understand your. Can you repeat your question?
So when we go out and we measure the Earth, or when the geodetic surveyors measure the Earth looks much flatter than the globe predicts. And so they assume the light is hiding the globe. It's making the globe look flat, measure flat. Do you understand?
They're just trying to get accurate measurements of elevation.
No. They're
saying,
reifying their globe belief.
as far as surveyors in general understand it and the way people use the maps that they produce, the whole purpose seems to be to create accurate maps, right? Do we agree on that?
Their whole purpose is to create a model, not a map.
They're not creating accurate elevation maps. That's not the purpose.
The elevation maps are from planar surveying. We went over that.
But they use planar surveying and they account for refraction and Earth's curvature, right?
No.
They have different
No.
calculations.
What happens is when the Earth looks flatter than it should to them, that's when they account for refraction by saying, well, because it's this flat, it must be this much refraction to bend it into its shape. That's an ad hoc rescue. That's not actually accounting for refraction.
I mean, this is your belief, right? But if you...
No, this is not my belief. This is how geodetic survey is done.
Most geodetic surveyors are not under the impression they're trying to hide the curvature of the Earth. They're not intentionally doing that, right?
Yes, they're not intentionally trying to hide anything from you. They were taught to do planar survey, get elevation maps, and then after the fact, bend it into the model. Do you understand the two distinct difference? There's two actions being taken here.
They use planar surveying. There's errors.
There's no errors in the elevation map of the planar surveying. No.
Well, we agreed refraction is creating an error in the incorrect...
Yeah, no, bro. The planar surveying and the elevation maps are not done at the horizon. That's how you get errors. You do surveying close, so you get less errors.
In order to perform the trigonometry that they're doing, they take an angle measurement. If there is refraction, then that angle measurement is not going to be accurate, right? It's going to be off by whatever that refraction caused the angle to be off, right? So they use best practices and formulas to try to get the most accurate measurements that they can. There's going to be always
and the best practices are to do it close enough that refraction is a non-issue.
Close enough Yeah, they make
Yes.
point-to-point sightings. They don't go as
Yes,
far as
which
they could
means the
possibly
globe does
do.
not come into it at all. They're just doing planar survey and getting accurate numbers. So that's one half. The
But
other
then
half is they need to take those planar numbers, those accurate numbers, and then mash them into the model.
they use the geodetic model. Yeah, they use the model of a spherical Earth in order to account for the curvature,
No,
which
there's no
they.
accounting there. No, you're making a mistake again. There's no accounting. They
I'm
do the
saying,
planar
let's just say,
surveying, they get
okay,
their
regardless
elevation
of
profile from the plane, and then
we're
they
talking about.
assume the Earth is curved and that the light is being bent to hide that curvature. And so they assume the light is bending to bend the field of view to the ball.
We already agreed that they are not intentionally trying to hide the ball, right?
No,
They
they're not
account for
intentionally trying to hide. They
refraction.
were taught to do this.
Right. So the refraction issue is separate from the curvature issue. When they
There
go
is no
about
curvature.
trying to, let me finish a point.
Remember, they did planar measurement, measured no curvature.
Well, they refer to the curvature as the spherical exceedance.
You know that those are refraction measurements
Is
because
spherical exceedance not a thing? Like that's doesn't. I
that
mean,
is a measurement of
you can
refraction.
tell me
Why do you
what you.
assume that's spherical exceedance?
I'm just. You asked me what surveyors are doing. So can I get
Yeah,
through
they're
what?
assuming spherical
Let me make
access.
a point, please.
Yeah, they're assuming spherical access. How do you know it's not refraction?
They account for the refraction
They
separately.
don't. They don't at all. They
That
don't
is what
account for
they
sideways
do.
refraction at all.
That is exactly what they do.
No, they do not account for sideways of refraction at all because that would lead to exact same access.
Sideways refraction?
Yes.
You mean in the horizontal direction? Like there was
Yes.
some vertical, there's some gradient side to side?
What you don't know is that you don't live in a uniform medium. What you live in is a medium that's anisotropic and inhomogeneous. And so turbulence actually affects refraction, if you didn't know. And so when
There
you're
could be
dealing
gradient
with
sideways as there is vertically. I'm not
if,
arguing that.
when you're
I don't.
dealing we have evidence of this. This is recorded at higher elevations between two mountains or on the Hawaiian Islands. So and with tri-band lasers. So they have documented this happening under much less refractive conditions. So this is a known factor that geodetic surveyors never accounted for because this is a recent discovery long before the stupid profession came to be. And so they don't account for this at all. And they just assume it's spherical axis because they have a belief the Earth is a sphere. And so they see something off here and so assume it's Earth curve.
It is the method that we use. It is a
Yeah, it's a
measurement of
flawed
curvature.
method. That doesn't matter. It's not an argument to
They,
say it's a method
those,
that you use.
that is how we come up with accurate maps.
No, we already told you,
That's
bro. Like, stop
use them.
repeating yourself. Are you a broken record?
I would like to move on from the surveying thing. I was talking about the celestial sphere, and we were talking about the race around Antarctica. I'm trying to follow the direction that you guys are going. I'm not
We've already
steering it.
gone over that, bro.
You never really addressed the issue of the southern pole stars.
No, I already
What about
did.
it?
There's like
There's
you
that
have a belief about how the sky works,
total.
okay?
If
You have a
you
belief about how the sky works.
here,
I could create 3 different models right now about how we have southern star rotation.
okay, please explain that to me.
Simple. You could use holography. The world is holographic. There's compression
I
in
don't
the
mean
south and the north.
but
That's
what
one
about
retarded idea.
hundreds of
You
years
could
ago?
say that the stars are a representation So easy. It's just how it appears. The Earth is still measured flat, so your imaginations of how it works based on how it appears have no value.
But we use that for navigation, and that works. So it does have a value.
No, what works is we have mapped these things to certain positions. We know where certain positions are, and we know how long it takes to go between those positions. And then we have certain uncertainties over water, and that's where we don't fly or sail ships as much. We generally fly them or sail them up towards the north and back down. And so the shipping lanes have problems. The shipping times, flight times have some problems here and there. Even the length of railroads on the globe model have problems. So the globe model itself is just one giant problem, okay? We're not a replacement belief system, so we're not required to give you a new cosmology, a new map, how the world works. We just have all the evidence that proves your religious belief wrong.
You kind of invoked a lot of different explanations there. You said you were going to give me an explanation for why.
Yeah, I gave you 3 different variations that could explain the southern star rotation.
That was a bit of a word salad, because those are, I mean,
you not understanding the words coming out of my mouth is not a word salad. If you don't understand a specific aspect, you can ask about that. Oh yeah, Josh Ingersoll. I'll give you a 4th one. Sky magic.
People.
So what are you going to do? Now I have an equal explanation with the same amount of value as you. Sky magic causes it to look like that, and it works. So what? Sky magic works. Earth is measured flat. Now what?
No, Earth is not measured flat. You're retarded.
No, that doesn't change anything. Like you're just not addressing anything.
No, you're actually retarded. You're really stupid.
Well, this was Joss's idea. I mean, he created sky magic. I'm just using his idea.
We don't have to invoke. You're familiar with Occam's razor?
Yeah.
So the simplest explanation is the best one, right?
I mean, and it's clearly not the globe, because the globe is so convoluted that 95% of it is undetectable.
I guess if we're using Occam's razor, the simplest explanation for observe is truth. So
95% of all of the cosmos of the globe is undetectable. Sorry.
Let's go through your explanations, because I want to go through them one by one. You said that the reason we see the southern stars rotating when you look south is sky magic and holograms. Can we throw those in? Because people have been seeing that for hundreds of years before we had.
No, you're confusing it. I'm not saying it's no. Sky magic is created by the Sky Daddy. Okay, Josh Ingersoll told me. So that works perfectly. And holography works because it's because of the holographic nature of the universe. And if you look at theories of gravity, you can go into holographic theories of gravity. So you can make that work within theoretical physics. You can make all of this work within theoretical physics. It can all have the same observables to you on the ground. It has no relation to if the ground is measured flat or not. Do you understand that distinction? Or is this too high level for you?
I'm familiar with gravity. I'm familiar with high levels of the explanation for gravity.
That's not what I'm asking.
Great conversation too, to get into like real physics, but you guys don't believe in gravity, I thought.
Okay, so you're not going to actually respond to what I'm saying and just respond to your imagination and then try to...
Well, you're bouncing around
red herring onto some straw man.
Magic and Sky Daddy, like, that doesn't, it seems like you're being an absurdist now, because you're...
No, I'm just showing you, I'm just showing you, Josh Ingersoll came up with sky magic, okay? He's a satellite guy, okay? And so I could use the concept of sky magic to create a observable
You could,
world that
if you
looks
invoke physics, then
identical,
anything is
that
possible. Yeah.
doesn't change anything, you would need to prove the sky magic. Do you see? You need to prove that the sky magic you believe in, the celestial sphere, is actually a
I'm not
physical
invoking.
sphere.
I'm not invoking sky magic. You are to explain the southern stars moving. That's where we were going, right? You can
No, I'm
see
using the sky magic as
southern-
a placeholder for your explanation for how the sky works the way it works. Do you not grasp the analogy?
Physics and mathematics and the globe model works, but there's no way on a flat Earth that you're going to be able to see the southern stars rotating when you look south from different longitudes.
Oh,
Yeah, I
absolutely.
already gave it to you. I already gave it to you multiple times. Like,
Can we rule out
depending on
hologram-
how the sky geometry is, like
Can we rule out
Einsteinian Rosenbridge, it's a bending and warping of spacetime. You're looking at bending and warping of spacetime. How are you going to disprove that?
So because people see the southern stars in the above the southern pole, you're saying that that's the explanation for that is sky magic? That seems like
No, I'm not giving an explanation for that. You're confused again. I am not
I'm
giving
asking
you a
for an
replacement cosmology of how the sky works. I'm just saying there are alternative ways of trying to explain it, and you can conjure up infinite ways, and they all match observation. So
the
your
simplest one would be
explanation
that
is not any more valid than any other explanation unless you can prove your explanation is true. So can you prove that?
can I prove that people see the southern stars when they look south?
I
That's
can.
not what I'm
Well,
asking. Are you confused again?
for you,
I
because
can.
it's Einstein Rosa, it's space curvature causing them to see the southern stars. That seems like
I'm not
quite
making a claim that that is the cause. You're forgetting. You have a claimed cause of why the star rotation is doing what it's doing, and you think that claimed cause proves your globe. Okay? That's why you're talking about it. However, in my view, the Earth is measured flat, and how we conceive of the sky can be thought of in different ways. And so, unless we can verify the unverifiable, unless we can find out some data that can exclude all other options, then we can't really say what it is with full confidence. You would need to have to measure some other quality, like, for instance, the surface being curved.
But you don't believe that you've already covered the actual measurements of the curvature. I
You don't
brought
have
up
any actual measurements. We've gone over this like 10 times. Each time when
yeah,
you go over this, you start by saying they measure planar angles.
seeing the southern stars
What
is
what what is what are planar angles?
grams. You're really dodging that one. What is there a reasonable explanation that you can give on a flat Earth model that would explain the southern poles spinning when you look
Yeah, I
south?
already gave you 3, and now I gave you 4.
It works
What
the
Well, I
same on
ruled
both
are you
models.
just lying now? Is that where we're at?
one by one, and we ruled out sky magic and holograms.
No, we didn't rule it out. You just said nuh-uh because you don't want to believe it.
I don't want to believe in
If
sky
that
magic.
if that is the level of evidence we need, we can just dismiss all of your stuff with nuh-uhs, right?
That's what you do.
No, I didn't do any of that. I went specifically into each part, and you just said nuh-uh.
Well, what is a more realistic one besides the space magic and the holograms? You mentioned some other ones, right?
Yeah, scalar field projection.
Azimuthal grid of view is just our perspective. As we go away from things in the center of the Earth, they drop due to perspective, and as we go closer to others, they rise. That's why the northern.
That's not the observation that we're talking about. When we see people, when people look south, they see the southern stars.
It's exactly what I'm explaining to you right now. I understand the argument. I've been doing this for 6 years, so I do know the argument. Yes, the south rotates different than the north, but what I'm explaining is if something is dropping due to perspective and something else is rising, it's going, and we're looking in a dome of vision. No, not a dome, not a firmament. How our eyes work, right? Our eyes are curved. How we see things is light is entering in our eyes at all angles. So we call that azimuthal grid of vision, right? So if you understand this concept, you'll realize that due to depending on which way you're looking, you're going to get stars rotating in different directions. They're not actually doing that; it's just how you perceive it. The guy who just shut him down there in the chat is actually a really good representation of how we see, and it's why again things dropped due to perspective and also go in different directions due to perspective. This is a very simple concept if you understand how eyes work. This is not a good argument for either side because it doesn't prove either side. You can have the same observation on a globe. Actually, when you get into it, some observations make no sense on a globe, but that's a different topic when it comes to looking at celestials. But in a flat Earth, it works perfectly fine. So you guys should move on to this conversation.
That you're talking about something that is irrelevant in the sense that we're seeing
No,
these.
you're just saying
No,
nah again.
yeah, you just don't understand how your eyes work. Explain to me your eyes. Go. Let me hear you say anything about how eyes work. You can say you don't know, which is okay
You
too.
can we could describe optics. We could describe the biology of the organ
Just
itself.
teach me something about your eyes. Say something significant. Go.
I did. I'm asking you to explain why you see the southern stars rotating in the south.
I had
And
just
what you're
explained that. If you don't understand my explanation, I
you're
suggest you
on
look in.
Earth, you're looking at something. You're looking entirely different directions. So
Yes,
you
that
would
is
be seeing
why,
something entirely. You would be looking
Dylan.
at a different part of the sky entirely.
Yes, I
So
understand this. This is nothing. This is not a new conversation. You did not come up with this conversation. I've heard it been talked about a million
no,
times. I've looked
you,
into this topic a million times. I understand this topic pretty thoroughly, and what I'm telling you is the only way you're
explanation.
going to understand it is that if
Why
you
would you
understand how
see?
your eyes work.
Why would you see? I'm saying people in South America, people in Australia are seeing the same thing when they look south, but on a flat Earth, they're looking into totally different directions.
Okay, no,
South
this is
on a
a
flat
straw man
Earth map
argument that
is
Professor Dave
completely
came up. Yes, I understand. Again, I've been doing this for a lot longer than you, buddy. I understand the arguments. I'll post you the picture of exactly what
so
you're talking about with this.
reasonable explanation that could be understood because on a globe it makes sense. On a flat Earth
No, it
it
actually
doesn't.
doesn't. Are you talking about this that I just sent in with the Southern Crux?
Yeah, why would you be able to see the same
Okay,
stars when you're
first of
looking
all, this
south?
is what you
Because
would be
people
doing on a globe, what I just sent
flat-
you. So it makes no sense on a globe, and on a flat Earth, I'm going to send you. Are you ready? Ready to get your mind fucking blown? Because that's a straw man argument. It's a straw. Dylan, shut up and learn. Shut up and learn. Because I'm going to teach you something right here, and it's going to blow your fucking mind. You're going to start crying. So on a flat Earth, this is the observation and where we would actually see. If you click on that picture, you'll notice in Australia
All right.
and South America and Africa, it's all different times, and they're all looking what? Southwest, southwest, southwest. Africa's looking slightly more south. And look, I even have the pictures of what you observe in Stellarium, and they're all in different places. The globe model actually claimed, at least Professor Dave did in his dumbass straw manning video, that you would see the Southern Crux in the same exact spot on those positions on Earth. That's not reality because I have all of the, let's see, I went on Stellarium. Okay, let's see, where are those ones? Here they are. You wouldn't see them all in different positions. This is Salvador. This is Johannesburg. Are you sending? Yeah. And this is Perth. Okay. Now again, refer to my flat Earth model up there that I sent the last time. Look at the positions. Look where all those people are sitting. Look at the times, and you would see the Southern Crux just perfectly. Now look at flat Earth. Look at Professor Day's model. You have them in straw man positions, meaning you have this red guy on the. They're all looking direct south, away from, and really on flat Earth, south is in all directions eventually, right? So if you're on the west part of Australia and you're looking southwest is south, right towards the Antarctica, you don't have to be looking in this specific south that Professor Dave put this guy on. It's all astronomy. Compare Professor Dave's
You keep saying
pictures to my
Professor Dave.
pictures.
Oh man, I'm looking at your Flatlander, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at so these are different positions. This is what I'm saying you would see the southern stars. And so it's
Listen, just look at those pictures for a while and get your mind blown, and like just take a second, take a breath. I know it's gonna be hard to digest, and you're gonna want to deny reality, like everyone does that believes in a ball. But
So
if you look at these long enough, you'll understand what I'm saying is 100% accurate. You can go do this yourself.
No,
You
you're
can
wrong.
realize. Yeah, you can say that. That's fine. Just take a breath. I know I'm taking away your ball. I know it's hard. But in reality, again, just look at those pictures, study them,
okay,
understand them, and then come back to me
can we
later.
agree on what the pictures are supposed to be depicting or are depicting? What point
What's
are
that?
you trying to make? What point
What's
are you
that?
making?
He'll never go do anything on his own. That's the whole point.
What point am I making is that you guys have these you hear these you go on YouTube and type in flat earth and then you watch a video and go, "Oh, so this is why flat earth is stupid. Ha ha ha. I'm going to go on a flat earth channel and tell them exactly what I heard this guy say." And you come in here without understanding what they're actually explaining, and what they're explaining are straw man arguments. That's nonsense. You're arguing nonsense. On a flat earth, these observations work 100% perfectly fine. If you take 5 seconds and realize that, you wouldn't be in here talking about this. You'd be agreeing with us. But you're going to be stubborn, you're going to be rock-headed, and that's the end of the story. So what you can do is either shut up, understand what I've already told you about our vision and how our vision works. You can look into eyes yourself. Go to fucking eyes.com or something, whatever the fuck you want to go to. I don't know. Learn about how your eyes work. Look at my pictures. Realize the truth, and you're welcome after that.
So in the pictures that I'm seeing, this is what I would expect to see, the southern stars from these different locations. But I've yet to hear from you an explanation as to how that could work on a flat Earth.
It's like I'm talking to myself here.
Well, you know, bringing up
Hey,
straw man.
when you're in a Walmart, why can't you see the lights on the other side of the Walmart?
I'm sorry.
So when you're in a Walmart supercenter, why can't you see the lights at the other end of the Walmart?
That's not have anything to do with what we're talking about here. It
Yeah, it
sounds
does.
like you're dodging. I mean, assume I'm not that smart. You guys think I'm not that smart, right? You've insulted my intelligence quite a
You're
bit.
not.
So let's try to get to an
Hey,
explanation here.
why can't we measure curvature on Earth?
Why would you be seeing the same southern stars, which
Why can't we measure curvature on Earth? If the Earth is a ball, why can't we measure the curvature?
you're gonna? I mean, you supposedly have an explanation. What is the explanation for why you would see this?
So we need an explanation for how everything in the universe works. When
Just
all
one
the globe does is when they can't explain something, they create an ad hoc, post hoc explanation for it.
it's
It
a
Or
pretty
completely
explain to him how
contradicts
it works.
itself.
He just doesn't listen and understand. He can't comprehend my
He
words
doesn't.
for some whatever I don't know why,
Yeah,
but he
he's
just
retarded.
can't. Yes.
wasting time insulting me or talking about videos on the internet or whatever. You provided the pictures from Stellarium, which are what people would see looking south from different longitudes. How
What's
is
the
that
vanishing point?
possible to see the same
In
Dylan,
thing?
vision, what's the
Dylan,
vanishing point?
my point is the claim on globe it would all you would see the southern crux in all the same positions where you don't. They
The
see them in
southern
different positions.
you
Listen,
agree that the North Pole star, like Polaris, doesn't change position day or night, right?
Dylan,
When you see
look at the
Polaris,
picture. Listen, I'm only gonna try to teach you one more time. Dylan, I understand. I've been doing this for 6 years, bro. Trust me, I know what you're trying to say. Okay, you're not saying anything new. You're not breaking any new ground. I know your arguments exactly how you're explaining them. So look, I'm gonna do this one more time with you. Those pictures I just sent. We have a azimuthal grid of vision, right? It's basically our eyes are curved. Light comes in at all different angles. So based on the geometry of how that happens, how we see, we have this grid of vision. It's 180 degrees vision, and when we turn around, there's another 100. It's a 360-degree vision all around us, right? So 180 in front, 180 in back. So when we look, kind of like we have our own dome of vision. I know globe earthers don't like hearing this dome thing because I think I'm talking about a firmament. I'm not, just talking about your eyes. Everyone has their own personalized dome of vision. If you look at that picture I just sent back to back, when you look one way, it's going counterclockwise. When you look the other way, it's a clockwise motion. This is just how our eyes perceive reality. There's nothing more to it than that. Again, if you really want to understand this stuff, you need to look into how our eyes work. You don't need to look onto how flat earthers explain our eyes work. Just look into how our eyes work in general. Then you will not be making this argument anymore. Case
So
closed.
what's
It's
the
over.
South Pole and how do I know when I've got there?
That's really not an explanation, because
Okay.
when we see
I want my answer to my question.
in the North Pole, you agree that when we look north, we see the North Pole over the North Pole, like Polaris is over the North Pole. But when we look
No,
south, we
Polaris
see
is
the same
next to the point
equivalent
of rotation.
over the south. We see the same southern stars over the South Pole. But if you were on a flat Earth, you'd be looking in different directions. So you should be seeing some other part of the sky. So the way our eyes work and this and that. These are dodging. This is like really
It's
dodging.
not dodging. It's you just not understanding how our eyes work, bro.
Flatlander,
What?
what's the South Pole and how do I know when I've got there?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously there is no South Pole.
It's a stick in the ground.
Okay, so we know that
We
we're
look
at the
at
North Pole because of a celestial phenomena, right?
if the
We're
stars are
underneath it.
directly
Sure.
overhead, then
Cool.
if the center of that axis
Shh.
of rotation is directly
Don't need
overhead,
you talking, dude. I'm talking to Flatlander. It's not all about you. Shut up. So Flatlander, I know when I've got to the north because I'm underneath the celestial next to the Polaris. Yeah?
right?
Sure.
And that's how
Cool.
you know you're at the South Pole too.
Yeah, so when I look up, I don't necessarily see a star that's close, but I look at other stars and they're rotating around a point, right?
Yes, if you see the stars rotating around a point that is directly overhead, then you would know you're at the South Pole, and that
Cool.
would only be if you're on a globe.
No one's been to the South Pole. Stop saying South Pole. Go ahead, Jedi.
That's okay. I don't know why this guy keeps interrupting when I'm clearly speaking to you.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's you. Do apologise. So, do I need to ask the question again?
You can just brush over briefly. Your mic kind of cut out. I think it might have been on my end. Go ahead.
That's fine. What's the South Pole and how do I know when I've got there?
Yeah, I mean,
When you
I don't think
He's going to jump in again, isn't he? Shut up.
there is no. So the only thing that we can see is we can get closer to Antarctica and we see the southern stars, right? And we see the what's it called? Southern Pearl. Is that what you call it? It's been a while. And it's like the center. Yeah, it's like the polar opposite of Polaris, right? Like we see all the stars.
Yes. So in the
No, you're
north
not.
we have northern circumpolar stars, don't we? In the north, and in the south we have southern circumpolar stars. In the south, they rotate around a point of axis like the ones in the north do. We know when we're at north or south when we stand underneath these points of rotation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about it?
Yeah. No, I was just because what you were explaining earlier was making me confused.
Oh yeah, no, but the reason why they move in different directions is because of how our eyes work, right? So if we're opening
no,
up
if
a
you've got
whole
2 points of rotation in the sky, then the ones in the north rotate around this one, and the ones in the south rotate around that one.
well,
And
no,
I'll
no,
give
no.
you,
Jedi, let me.
you can, okay.
Sorry, because let me just fix something that you said there. There isn't actually 2 points that things rotate over the sky. They all rotate around Polaris. All of the stars in the
Okay.
sky.
This is why I was very specific with the wording that I used earlier. Southern circumpolar stars. For example, the Southern Cross, does that rotate around the North Pole?
I see what you're saying. My bad. Yeah, I thought you were going somewhere else with it, and we were assuming that that's our observations that we see. But no, literally, no, there is no such thing. Everything is just rotating the same exact way. If we laid out how the sky is without personal observations, right? Everything is
Without
rotating
personal
around
observations,
one
so we're
point.
going to be based on how we observe it, and with celestial navigation, we measure 2 points of rotation.
What's that?
With celestial, like when we look at the sky, rotation, dude, one in the north, one in the south. That's how we know what north.
Sorry, I think your
Celestial
mic's
phenomena,
cutting out.
like the Southern Cross, right? It rotates around the southern point of axis, not the northern point of axis. That's not what it's measured to do.
Yeah, but see, we observe these things, and I think your mic's cutting out. So I'm having trouble understanding your whole argument because I think your mic keeps cutting in and out. But let me just explain this, and maybe this would clear things up. So everything is moving in a consistent direction, right? We all see apparent positions of things in the sky, right? When I'm looking at the sun, if I'm in the northern part of the world, north of the equator, I'm seeing the sun in an apparent position. Same with how we see all of these stars, right? The stars aren't literally exactly where they are to you, the observer, because our eyes have limitations and the way our eyes are curved and how light comes into our eyes is again, you have to understand how your eyes work to understand this conversation fully because it didn't make any sense to me either when I was having this explained to me. It wasn't until I actually dug into this topic and understand on a pretty decent level of how our eyes work that this clicked in my head, like, oh, now I see it, right? It makes Walter Bislin, everyone's seen that, right? His model of how we see stars and the rotations and how they change. And when you understand how your eyes work, it makes all of that make so much more sense. So there isn't literally a change of direction of stars in the southern hemisphere, south of the equator, whatever you want to talk, if you want to talk globe or flat earth, blah blah blah. They all are going the same direction. It's the observer that gives it the effect that they're going in different directions.
Okay, I get you. So
Okay.
how do you explain the observation of, say, a 24-hour sun outside the circle of the sun in Antarctica?
Okay, so 24-hour sun, right? There's been, and this is funny, like before the flat Earth, what was it called, the final experiment? Before that, we had people come up with all these different theories. I don't know. I can't explain it 100% like how I can with, say, the observations of the sun, right? I don't have a concrete answer. I have
How
some
do you explain it in
theories.
the north?
24-hour sun in the north.
Yeah, how do you explain that?
I mean, the best way I can do that is using my best argument, or again, I don't know. I don't know a good answer for this, right? A lot of people theorize, a lot of people like to talk about it in different ways and explain it in different ways. So it's, I haven't dug into the topic enough. I don't know if I'll ever be able to give you a concrete answer with this, but my best answer would be that and this is different from apparent. What we see in the sky. The thing that heats us up isn't actually the thing, or it is the thing that we see, but the source of that is coming from somewhere else. Does that make sense? So, like, let's throw the firmament in the equation, right? I mean, again, this is speculation. I'm not claiming that there is a firmament, but again, there's so many different ways that you can explain how the sun works that you kind of have to speculate. So we have to use other speculations to help that speculation, and we could do this forever.
Okay,
So,
I
it's
appreciate that. I
yeah.
appreciate that, please. Please, thanks.
No,
So
okay, cool.
now when I'm in the north, I can literally see, like we discussed earlier, because I know that I'm there, because we point up at the sky and I'm underneath the northern point
Nigger,
of
the Earth's
rotation,
round. Anybody?
which all the other stars are rotating round. But consequently, when it's summertime, I don't see the night sky, I see the sun rotating around me. Isn't it just easy to explain that in this phenomenon, the sun is rotating around this point that I'm standing?
Well, wait. Because I think I agree with you. Yeah, I think the sun does rotate around the North Pole. I agree with that.
Cool. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So when I observe this in the south, what's that then?
Yeah, I mean, again, that's where it gets complicated because again, that's
No,
just
it doesn't
perspective
get
due to our eyes.
complicated. I can just
Well,
explain, like I'm trying to explain to you, that in the winter of around the celestial south, and in the background of stars, I see the sun rotating around me, standing inside the Antarctic Circle. Literally just describing what we observed, dude. I don't understand. It's weird.
no, I understand. I mean, that's the easier way to put it, and I get it. It's
Yeah.
just my journey of understanding how our eyes work, and based on other
It's got nothing
different.
to do with how our eyes work at the moment. We're looking at something rotating
Yeah, but
point, but when it's in the south, you start saying it's fucking eye magic.
no. Okay, listen.
Yes.
Listen.
Yes,
I
it's
don't.
exactly what you're doing, and that's the only reason
No,
why I've
I'm
jumped
not.
into this conversation, dude.
Because it's not eye magic. No one's claiming eye magic.
So what is it in the north then? Is it
Okay,
eye
let me
magic in
explain.
the
Okay,
north?
no, let me
No,
explain.
okay, so
So
it's not eye magic in the north. We see things
no, I
rotate
never said I
from
didn't. I
unseen
didn't.
point
You
in the
asked me a
sky.
question. Let me
So when
fucking
I see
answer you,
things in
bro.
the south rotating around an unseen point in the sky,
Jedi.
why is that eye magic?
Let me break it down for you, kid. Jesus Christ, you keep yelling. I understand your fucking question. So listen,
Right, because
if
you're
the
really
sun,
arrogant,
listen,
dude. You just keep talking,
I'm
so please
not.
answer
I keep
concisely.
talking. Yeah, I will.
Concisely.
And I couldn't fucking understand your question first. Your mic keeps cutting in and out. I've said that like 4 fucking times.
I'll come back in a minute then, you prick.
All right. Jesus Christ. So anyway, for anyone else wants to know, if the sun is going around at the equator, we still see an apparent position of the sun, right? So I'm not saying that everything's working normal in the north, and then when in the south it becomes magical. I'm saying the apparent position of the sun is always an apparent position. It's never actually where it appears to be, unless you're literally directly right below it. That's all I'm trying to say. And again, Jedi, for you, the apparent position of the sun in the north or south is always still in apparent position. I'm not saying
Dude, I
that in the
told you I
north.
was leaving and coming back. Why are you still talking? I don't
get
know.
it.
I've just returned.
Okay, dude. What do you want me to do?
Listen.
I am listening. So you're just making shit up about magic in the sky. So listen to me. So I'm
That's
not
what you
saying
said.
that. No, I didn't. You just don't
You did.
understand
It's
basic
magic
concepts
about how
about your
your eyes
eye.
work, you said.
No, I didn't. I didn't say magic.
You did.
You said
You
magic.
did.
So listen, you can keep saying that and be a dick, but that's on you, bro. If you don't want to learn reality, that's on you. So listen.
Don't patronise me, asshole, about learning reality.
Okay, well,
I'm literally trying to point out to you
hey,
what we
asshole,
observe
you're
in the
saying
sky,
that I
and
said
half
it's
of it is
magic.
sky magic to you.
Oh, you're so mad now, aren't you? So listen.
Yes, because you're a fucking arrogant cunt. What the fuck?
I'm not arrogant. You're the one crying,
All
saying,
right,
talking
okay,
about
tell
magic.
me what south is and how I know when I've got there.
Listen, I never claimed. Yeah, I've never claimed that in the north of the equator we're seeing eye magic. I never said in the south we're seeing
Right,
eye magic either.
let's follow my line of questioning, dude. What is north, and how do I know when I've got there?
Okay, it has nothing to do with where the sun is. How about that as an answer?
Okay, so what is north, and how do I know when I've got there?
North is the center of the world.
And how do I know when I've got there?
Yeah, you can use a compass.
But that would be magnetic north, won't it?
Sure.
Okay, is that true north? I thought magnetic north
I don't know, bro.
moved.
Have you been to the North Pole before?
So I don't know, bro. You've been doing this for 6 years. Come on.
Have you been to the North Pole?
No.
Oh,
But I
neither
can
fucking have
observe the
I.
North Star.
Oh, can you?
Yeah.
Have you ever observed it underneath the North Pole
No,
before?
dude. Don't do this to yourself. What I'm
not
trying
doing
to
anything to
point out
myself.
is there are two celestial points of rotation. One in the north, one in the south. I know when I've
Yes.
got north because I stand underneath that point of rotation. I know when I've gotten south because I stand underneath that point of rotation. You
Yes,
seem
and
to
where
have a
you're
different cosmology to this.
and when you're wrong with this is that you are assuming that I think that in the north we're seeing the actual sky and how it works, and then when we go in the south it magically changes. I never said that. In the north we still see the apparent positions of stars and the apparent position of the sun. That's why when we move to the south it changes, because again it's based on where you are, your perspective, your observation, your solo observation. It's going to change whether you're near the north or the south. They're both
Okay.
apparent positions unless you're directly underneath the supposed source of the sun. Then you might actually see exactly where it is. Even then, there might be just some distortion. But you started running in crime because you thought I was saying that in the north everything is as it appears. I never made that claim. If I did allude to that, I didn't mean to.
Out that everything in the south was sky magic because you agreed
I never
to the
said
observation.
sky magic. This is
Dude,
you're a
can I walk through it
Jedi,
again
dude. You don't
because
believe
you're
in the fucking
building a
Force.
straw man and you're making me angry.
Yeah, well, dude, you're a fucking Jedi, bro. Meditate and fucking do some shit with the Force, kid. Jesus fucking Christ.
I'll grow up and listen to what's
Okay,
being said.
Jedi. I'll grow
But
up,
you know what?
Jedi.
Fuck off, man. Fuck
Yeah,
off.
okay, Jedi.
Fuck off,
Young
dude.
Padawan.
All right. What's south, dude?
I'm not going in circles with you, bro.
No, what is south? You've only got one way. You'll speak to me or you'll fuck off. So what's south?
I'm not doing this with you. Sorry,
Well,
bro.
then fuck off. Or tell me what south is. Don't come in here proclaiming to know everything because you've been here for 6 years. And I tell you what you said earlier to our friend. Fucking hell, I spent ages trying to agree with him on this. And you come in and saying that this isn't actually fucking reality, what we observe. Get out my channel.
Yeah, I never said that.
What's south, dude?
I don't know. What is the Force,
Why
bro?
do the stars in the south appear to go in the opposite direction to ones in the north?
Yeah, I've already explained this like 3 times.
No, explain it
to
to me.
different people. I
Explain
already
it to
did
me.
this. Why don't you just look
Explain
it
it
up?
to me.
Look up how
Explain
your
it.
eyes work. I did.
No, there we go. It's how your eyes work. It's not how things are actually moving in the sky, right? Those stars aren't actually rotating around that point. The sun isn't actually rotating around the observer in the summer in the north or the south. It's how your eyes work.
Do you have an issue
Fucking
with that?
idiot. Fucking flat earther. Fuck off.
Do you have an issue with your eyes, bro? Like, do you think we don't see with our eyes?
No, it's the fact that you keep invoking this fucking magic when I'm just explaining what I
What is?
see.
Do you think
There's the
eyes are
sun
magic,
rotating
Force
around
Boy?
me. There's the Southern Cross rotating around the southern point of rotation in the south. And there's the Big Dipper rotating around the northern pole star. Oh, look at these things move. It's got fuck all to do with my eyes, apart from when I turn around and want to explain it. Wanker.
You're fucking delusional, bro.
Sorry, this is all how your eyes work. What is south? Tell me what that is, and then we figure out if I'm fucking delusional. What is south, and how do I know when I've got there? You won't answer, will you? I've asked you several
Dude,
times. You haven't
I
answered this.
answered
But
several
what
times.
is
What is
south, and how
south?
do I know when
We've
I've
done
got there
this a
then?
million times, bro. South is near Antarctica, like below the equator. Going
Okay,
towards.
so how do I know when I've got there below the equator? Because we know when I'm at north, don't we?
Yeah, that'd be towards the middle of the Earth. I don't understand. Like we've
No,
been
you did
down
this
this.
earlier, towards
You're
the
at.
middle of the earth. You couldn't say that because you don't know the shape of the earth
I
to
said
tell
that
me which part
15
of it is the
fucking
fucking
times,
middle.
bro. I've said that 15 fucking times.
You said it was the middle of the earth, but you don't know the size or shape of the earth to tell me which part of it is the middle. And you only seem to be referencing one celestial phenomena, negating the other celestial phenomena, the southern celestial pole, and that's, well, you need to figure out how your eyes work, bruv. This
Well,
is the worst flat earth ever.
I've also explained
Yeah,
that like 4
seriously. You
fucking
make
times.
me fucking angry.
I've explained to you how our eyes work maybe 4 or 5 times. I don't know if you were here
Okay,
or
so
not.
what is south and how do I know when I've got there?
Like I don't. You keep saying this fucking same thing. I don't understand
Okay,
why you keep
what
saying
is
this.
north and how do I know when
To
I've got
you,
there?
to
Because you
you,
said let's follow a fucking compass earlier, and then we figured out, well, let's look at a star, the North Star, and when we stand underneath that, we're more or less there because Polaris rotates around the center point of axis. When we stand underneath that, geographic north, right? But not in the south.
I don't understand. Like this is not a complicated thing of how do I know when I'm in the south or how do I know in the north. I don't understand like why you're doing this line of questioning. It
Because
makes
the
no fucking
reference
sense.
is the object in the sky. I know when I'm at north because I stand underneath that northern point of rotation. I know when I'm in the south because I'm standing underneath that point of rotation, aren't I?
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're even saying at this point. To be honest, man.
We're talking about north and south, dude.
Yeah, I
And
don't
what we
know
observe.
why.
And why
I've
we observe
never.
things in the sky, north and south. And you're not even fucking listening. You don't even
No,
know what
I'm
north
not.
and south are.
I don't understand why you assume this.
So
Like,
what are
this
north
is
and
not a
south?
complicated. This is not a
What
complicated.
are they? Please, flat earther who's been doing this for 6 years, bro. What are north and
What
south?
is that why you're mad? Because I said that, dude. Like, do you
No,
understand that?
you said a lot of fucking shit, and you keep doing so. What's north and south?
I'm
Come on,
gonna
tell
answer.
me.
Yeah, I will answer you one last time. Are you ready? I'm not gonna say this again to you. North is in the center of the Earth, correct?
So
The
you've
center
measured the
or no?
entirety of the Earth to know where the centre is, then.
Oh, okay. It's in the North Pole. Can we just say that on a globe?
So
On a
what's
globe,
that?
it would be North Pole.
What's that mean? Come on, say it properly, like a good little boy.
Bro, I honestly do not know what you're even alluded to. Like this is so nonsensical right now. Do you
Because
wait,
you
hold on.
seem to
Jedi,
have
let me
a really fucked up
Jedi.
idea about what the Earth
I
is.
don't think I do. Jedi, do
And
you
then you come in
agree?
here trying to
Oh
explain your
boy.
fucked up idea of what flat Earth is
It's
to
not a
others
fucked
who
up
are asking
idea.
questions, getting them very fucking confused. And that type of shit pisses me off.
No, I'm honestly confused on what you're trying to say. Do you know? Okay, you're obviously not a flat earther. That's cool. I don't care. Listen. Do you know that like the flat Earth model, like that of what we assume, right? Like how in the middle of the flat Earth
It's like
it would
I
be.
wouldn't even claim a fucking model, dude.
No, I
Yeah,
listen
we
to what I'm
found
saying.
it
Don't.
here. Found the
Do you understand?
problem, dude.
Do you
Yeah, but here's the
understand?
problem. Planet,
Someone
did you
say
just
them
say
before I rip
we?
them a fucking you.
I'm sorry, Jedi. I don't want to cut you off there, but
Don't
there's a
take over,
fucking
please.
yeah. No, there's something going on here. Plat, what did you say? The model that we assume? How did you word it?
No, okay. All I'm saying, you know how we have a basic understanding of how the world, like I'm not claiming that we know exactly how the world's shaped or the dimensions and all that shit, but
Like in your
I would imagine
PFP.
on a flat Earth, right?
Like in your PFP.
No, all I'm saying on a flat Earth, the North
In your
Pole on a
PFP.
globe or the northern
In your PFP.
what?
In your PFP. Right, your picture of
PFP?
the Earth with Antarctica as a circle around it. That
Yeah,
the
that
base understanding of what we think the Earth is, according to you now.
no. This is just a reference, right? This
Oh,
is
okay.
not
So
what
what do you think the Earth looks like then, dude?
I haven't mapped out the whole world. Wait,
Oh,
wait,
okay,
I'm
but
so
you said
fucking
North is
confused.
at the centre of it.
Yes.
So, but you haven't mapped out the whole of the world. But you're going to tell me what the centre of it is. How do you know what the centre of it is, sir? Is it when you look up at a
Dude,
sky phenomena and stand underneath the North Star?
have you ever used a fucking compass?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah,
Do
dude.
you agree that
Dude,
all
do
compasses
you know
point
that you're
north?
at the north when you're underneath the North Star?
Bro, okay, just
Remember the
listen to me.
angles of elevation to
Listen, you
Polaris?
keep cutting. I'm so confused on what you're trying to say because this
Dude,
seems
for fuck's
nonsensical.
sake, listen then. You know what an elevation angle is, right?
Just can I just lay this down very easily?
Oh,
It does.
he's going to piss me off. Are you going to listen or not? You know
Okay, well,
what an
if
elevation
you're
angle
pissed
is,
off,
right?
then just shut the fuck up, bro. Like I
No,
don't know what
dude,
to
I'll
tell
shut
you.
you up.
This is very simple. It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter if we're talking about a flat Earth or a globe. Compasses work, right? You use a compass. Where does it lead you? It leads you to a point on Earth.
It follows magnetic
Do you not
field
believe in
lines. To use
compasses?
them correctly, you will use a correction called magnetic declination. Magnetic north moves. There are 2 magnetic southern points. So there are 3.
I just feel like
6
we're
years,
fucking talking semantics
6
right
years
now.
you've been
Like this is.
fucking doing this.
Well, I mean,
How
dude,
many,
you're just
dude,
playing with semantics. Like everybody knows
no, how
compasses
many
work. No one's making an
convergent,
argument that
dude,
compasses don't
how
work,
many
bro. If you,
magnetic poles are there?
I don't fucking know, bro. It doesn't matter.
3,
It's irrelevant.
3,
Good for you, bro. That's
3,
irrelevant to the
3.
conversation.
No, it isn't.
Everybody
You told
knows
me
that
to follow
compasses
them.
work. Yeah, and if what happens if you do? You get where do you lead? You go to fucking Florida? If you
No, I'll
there's
either
2
end up in
compasses
either one of 2 southern poles or the northern one.
or the northern
Following
pole.
the northern one
Oh,
because it moves.
so would that be maybe north?
Yeah, but it moves. But that's not true geographic north. That's magnetic north. Geographic north isn't magnetic north. Geographic north is when you stand underneath the
Hey,
celestial point in the
and one.
sky. Man who's
Yeah,
been
okay.
doing this for 6 years.
So when you use that,
Fucking ignorant.
do you get pretty close to geographic north? You in the ballpark there?
Oh, pretty close. Yeah, pretty close. Okay, so
Okay.
what happens when you follow them south? Do they spread out? Do they?
I don't know. I've
Or
never
do they
heard of
converge? Do they?
following a compass north to go south. I personally never heard of that.
No, dude, I've just told you there are 2 convergence points in the south. So if we're to follow the compass south, we'll end up in one of those 2, then, won't we? How do we figure out where the centre of the Earth is by using 3 convergence and divergence magnetic points? I asked you.
But you don't need
Is
to
it
though.
not? I mean,
I
you've been
don't
doing
like.
this for 6 years, and you're now
You
following
keep saying that,
compasses.
but I
No,
never talked to
geographic
someone
north is
so dumb that
underneath
doesn't.
the star in the sky.
Yeah, I think everyone could agree with that.
Good. So that's how we know when we are at north. How do I know what south is and when I've got there? Now you're following along.
Well, first of all, we can't go past a certain point in
No,
Antarctica.
no,
Do
no,
you
no, no.
realize
I
that
can't
too?
go past south and blah,
North.
blah, blah. What
Listen.
is
North, but
south? Let's
holy shit,
imagine I
bro!
could.
You just fucking
What is
yap,
it?
bro. You ask
Yeah,
all these
because you're an
questions and you
arsehole.
yap. I'm not. You
Because
just
you're an
yap,
arsehole.
bro. Yeah,
You're
you
an
were
arsehole.
screaming. Okay,
You're an
so
arsehole. What
any
is
point,
south and how do I know when
yeah,
I've got there, arsehole?
quite literally any direction you
What
go
is
into
south and how do I
eventually.
know when I've got there?
I keep trying to answer. You keep talking. So
So what is it?
interrupt me one more time, and I'm done with this conversation. Listen, anytime that you go in a straight line, eventually you'll be going south. So anytime you hit Antarctica, doesn't matter where the fuck you are. If you're on fucking a turtle shell, a flat Earth, a globe Earth, doesn't matter. That would be south. Pretty simple.
So it's not underneath a celestial point in the sky called celestial south.
When you go south, you will see celestial, like the what's it called, the Southern Pearl and stuff like that. You will see those
Yeah,
observations in the
they're
sky.
southern constellations, yes, and those southern
Okay,
constellations will be rotating around a southern point, won't they?
they will. Wow, good job. I don't understand what
Good.
we're doing here.
So I know that I'm at south when I stand underneath this southern celestial point, don't I?
Sure. Can you make a point
Good.
soon?
So that means that I've got two sticks in the floor, one the North Pole on the floor, one the South Pole on the floor. That means, consequentially, that every direction away from either pole won't end you up at the other. So 180 degrees away from north isn't south. But you
Okay,
can
well
call
now,
it south if you want
but
to.
you're also now talking about this. You didn't bring up the South Pole until you wanted to make
Oh,
that point, right?
fucking arsehole, I've been talking about this as soon as I started
No.
speaking. You were trying to explain to the young gentleman why stars move in a certain way in the south. And we've been trying to
Mm-hmm.
explain to you, or I have at length, that there's a little point in the sky that the stars rotate around. In further conversation with you,
But
I
they
asked you, the
don't
Southern
literally do
Cross.
that.
Shut up. I asked you in further conversation, the Southern Cross, what does that rotate around, the North Pole or the South Pole? You said the North Pole. That's incorrect. It's the
That's
South
not
Pole.
incorrect. No, it's because you
It's
live on a dumb
dude.
globe model and you don't fucking understand how our eyes work. So to you,
Right,
yeah,
dude.
yes,
There we go. There we
yes,
go. It's you don't understand how your eyes work.
yes.
In the north, completely fine when we see the North Pole and things rotating around it and me observing the sun rotating around me, that's completely fine. But when I go in the south,
No,
fucking
you dummy.
eye
You're
magic. You're
listen.
the worst type of
No,
flat
you're
earther. Get out
making
my
shit
channel.
up. You're making shit
Get
up
out my
again.
channel.
But you're just making
No.
that up. I never said that. In the north, we're still seeing apparent positions of the stars and suns. It's the
Oh,
same
okay.
thing.
So
It's just
what does the
flipped.
north? So there's multiple locations that I can stand underneath the North Pole star. Is there?
What? What?
There are multiple locations where I can stand underneath the North Pole star, because apparently now it's based on how the observer moves, or can I stand underneath it?
Dude, I don't know if like you just do not understand what I'm trying to explain, which is
Can you
fine.
stand
But you're like,
underneath Polaris?
I've personally never stood. I would assume yes. I've personally never done it. Obviously,
Okay. Can you stand underneath the southern celestial rotation point?
yes. It feels like we're going in circles now, but yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Huh?
Dude, you lied earlier, or you misrepresented, or whatever you did, but you said the Southern Cross rotates around Polaris.
Yes, it does.
But we've just been talking about a southern point of rotation, the
No,
southern
to
axis,
based on
which
holy
the
shit,
southern
bro.
celestial stars rotate around. The Southern Cross doesn't rotate around Polaris, it rotates around the
It
southern
does.
point.
It appears to based on the observer. That's what I've been trying to
Right.
explain. This
You
is what that.
understand how celestial navigation proves the Earth is flat, right? Elevation angles to things in the sky.
Bro, like you're not going to understand. Again, who
Do
posted
you
this shit? Let me
understand
see.
how measurements to things in the sky
Hold
are
on, bro.
supposed to prove the
I'm
Earth is
trying
flat?
to shut up. I'm just trying to. I'm gonna take a second.
No,
I'm gonna
fuck
try to.
you. Tell me to shut up. Leave my channel, cunt.
Is this your
Worst type
channel?
of
Like I don't
flat earther. Get
understand
out my
that.
channel.
Is this your channel? Why don't you just kick me? I guess then you own this channel.
Hey, what an asshole. Seriously, dude.
Well, you are. You talk over me, and you're pretending like I'm saying shit that I'm not. Like I never claimed that. Whatever the fuck you're saying about north and south. Like north is normal, and
I'll
then
ask you
south is sky
again for the
magic.
5th time, just to be clear.
I
The
don't want you
Southern
to.
Cross, which point of rotation does it rotate around? The northern one or the southern one, or isn't there a southern one?
The entire sky doesn't matter if it's the Southern Cross or fucking the Big Dipper. I don't care what constellation you're talking about or where you're looking. They all rotate around one point. Done.
Oh, okay.
Now,
So the southern point of rotation also rotates around the
no, there is
still.
no such thing. That is an apparent rotation due
Dude,
to
that's
your
what we
perspective,
measure.
and
It's
you
what we
can't
measure.
measure
The
it.
same way
It's
we measure him in the north, we measure him
Jedi.
in the south.
It's still consistent because everybody has. It's not like you have magical eyes and I have fucking
Oh,
googly eyes. We
what,
all have the same
what,
type of vision.
what,
We all
what
see the
magic
same.
happens as soon as I move south of
It's
the
no
equator?
magic, dude. Do you not understand that we all have eyes and they're very
Yeah.
consistent?
So
Okay,
what's
so
rotating in the north? Is
when
that
I
my
look,
fucking imagination?
no, it's not. None of it is your
Oh, so the stars
imagination.
are actually rotating around something in the north.
bro, you
And
are
when I
ignorant. You will
observe
not. You
this
don't
in the
want. Listen,
south,
Jedi.
that's not actually happening.
This is where I'll end the conversation because you're very ignorant. You don't
We'll
want
end
to
it
see.
now.
I was just going to ask, sorry, Jedi.
You'll fucking end it now, mate.
How would we know? Hold on. What's the difference between an apparent rotation and an actual rotation? Like, I don't understand that distinction. Like, if you're talking purely like abstract mathematics or something, yeah, okay, sure. But then how does that manifest itself in our reality, and how would you tell the difference? Can you answer that, Flat? Because it sounds like you're trying to draw a delineation between these two, you know, as if there actually is a difference, unless you manipulate the projection or something on some sort of map or depiction of it. I mean, is my question coherent?
You know,
If you
after
don't
he's
want to
done with
answer,
that,
it's another story. But yeah,
I got a
maybe he's
question after
he's
after
still
he's
kind
done
of
with that one.
stunned by getting slapped around. Grant him that, but I just keep hearing these two terms as if they actually mean something different. And I want to know what they actually mean, and if there is actually a difference.
I think he's gone, dude. I think Jedi made him cry or something. Damn it. I wanted him to prove that the North Pole was the center of the Earth, or the center of the flat plane.
What's the over and under on him actually just being a LARP? Because this isn't something new.
I don't know. He told Jedi he's been doing this for 6 whole years. It's like 3 times longer than me. And he's kind of cheeks at this. Not gonna lie.
I mean, I kind of got thrown off when he started saying shit like the model that we like. I don't want to like put words in his mouth, but he was invoking the term "we" a lot, as if we all adhere to everything he's saying.
Yeah, he came
That's
into this
insane.
space like this, though, so, we've had people doing this a lot longer than 6 years. It's no surprise.
It was I was off busy doing something, and he was answering questions to a globe earther that we've been talking to. Conversation been going on for quite a while. The globe earther friend of ours turned round and asked, why do stars in the south rotate in different directions to ones in the north? So Flatlander decided to answer that question. Turn round, and it's just because you turn round. All of the stars are rotating around a single point, that one in the north. So the only reason why you experience the change in the star's apparent movement is because you've turned around. Now, this answer never really satisfied me, but I used to say it 2018, 2019, 2020-ish. Then I started dialing back a little bit because listening to everybody else and myself say it was kind of negating what was obviously being observed by, let's say, people in Australia, New Zealand and south of the equator with regards to the sky, what the sun does where it appears to rise and set, and what the stars do and what they appear to rotate around, a southern rotation point. Now, as we've gone through the flat Earth journey, we've all understood that celestial navigation has played a major part in our understanding how flat Earth can be demonstrated to be true. Understanding, though, how these things are mapped in the sky must all lead us to the obvious conclusion there are 2 points of celestial rotation in the sky, not just one. So when I challenged our friend about this, the obvious next 30 minutes of harsh arguing and me challenging him on his point ensued, where all of a sudden everything south of the equator is magic, or I don't know how my eyes work, bro. So that's the only reason why I jumped into the conversation.
Yeah.
Be honestly,
Nice.
because he was
That's
fucking
all
annoying me.
bullshit. That's not even what I explained. You just ignored
Really?
everything I was trying to
Okay.
explain.
Okay, let's go.
You
So
flat
why do
earthers
stars
are
in the south move in a different direction to the way they do in the north? Please,
Okay,
take the
so
stage.
I will try, but I know you're gonna interrupt me in like 5 fucking sentences, but I'll give it a shot again. So basically, this is how I understand it to work when we were looking, and no, it's not AI magic, and it's not any different from the north or the south, meaning that all the things that we see above us are apparent positions. Now, when I look in at the, let me see if I can bring up something to send in the chat as well, just to visualize this. I wish I could send like this GIF because I think it would help a lot. Basically, I know you don't like to hear this, but based on how your eyes work, and again, the atmosphere as well, right? Because the atmosphere has, I don't know a good way to explain that. Hold on. Because listen, we went back and forth with words. So right now I'm trying to figure out how maybe I could better show you so you can visualize what I'm saying instead of understanding. Because then we get lost in these words of eye magic and all this bullshit. So what I actually would rather do than to try to explain it with my words again is give me a moment and I'm going to try to compile some stuff to at least show you, right? And I think that might help. I think that might help a lot. So just put that on hold and give me some time.
Okay.
In the meantime, we do still have Dylan here. How'd you like that, man?
Hello, friends.
Yeah.
You sound
How was that, dude?
frustrated and
Dylan, are you there?
It seems like we derailed there a little bit.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just here
How'd
for
you like
respectful debate. I never insulted anybody. I'm not trying to talk over anybody. I want to give anybody else a chance to talk. Um,
All right.
I think that's the point of this thing, right? Is you guys aren't just here to talk to each other flat earthers, although you probably do that a lot too. But you need some
Point is for you
globers
to observe my
to.
call.
Sorry, what was that?
But yeah, so we agree that you're at the South Pole when you see the stars spinning overhead, the southern stars spinning overhead, right?
You know you're at the South Pole when you observe my call.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right.
That's right. I got him already.
Good shit.
So from the models that I've seen, not that you guys are claiming a model, but I'm trying to understand how you guys can reconcile two celestial poles on a flat Earth. That's why I think that the existence of the South Pole and being able to see it from multiple longitudes is proof of a globe. It's certainly one explanation. There was other explanations provided, like holograms and sky magic.
Well, you understand that if the ground measures flat, then this phenomena has to occur over a flat surface. Right? It doesn't matter if we have 1 pole, 2 poles, 69 poles, it doesn't matter. If the ground measures flat, then this phenomena is occurring over a flat surface. It doesn't matter if they rotate 1 way, 2 ways, 69 different ways, doesn't matter.
Jeez, lots. Family friendly, bro.
Bro, it's just a number. Nobody knows. Okay, fine. Okay, if it's rotating 6, 7 ways. Okay, there. Better? Yeah, the stuff doesn't matter. We're not using the rotation or poles in the ground or whatever to determine if the Earth is flat or a ball. It's how the ground measures. Doesn't even matter if you have 10 suns, 15 suns, whatever, dude. The ground measures flat, and that whatever is occurring over a flat surface.
Hello, friends.
That's super easy. It's so
That's what I'm
easy,
saying.
even Raiden can't understand it.
It sounds like we're still, even years later, beating each other over the head over the shape of the Earth, huh?
Yeah, we have to keep doing this year after year because people like you don't understand.
It's a savage exercise, yes?
Yeah, that's a mental exercise on fortitude and patience.
Fortitude. That's curious.
Yes,
I'm just
mental
curious.
fortitude. Yeah.
I've talked to a few flat earthers who genuinely, they told me they don't know what the shape of the Earth is, and
Yeah, like me. I don't know what shape it is.
okay. Well, I asked you the same question I asked those people. Why don't you just simply read about it instead of wasting your time asking trolls and lay people on Discord questions? It's like that's a waste of time, you know.
Maybe he didn't realize he came into our room, Lats. Maybe he's lost.
I think it's a legitimate question. I mean, you know, what are your
No one
thoughts?
cares.
Oh, he doesn't care either.
No, Lats, do you care? Do you care about Raiden's psychoanalysis?
That was a question. I'm not trying to psychoanalyze anyone.
Oh, it's just boring. I mean, you come in our room and then complain that we're doing it,
I'm not complaining about anything. I just asked a
Okay, well, you
question.
don't need to be here, right?
I
If you
could
don't like the fact that the Earth measures flat, you can go complain about it somewhere else, and that's fine. Nobody
I'm
has to
not
argue with
complaining
you,
about
right?
anything. I just asked a question.
Yeah, nobody has to argue with you if you're not here.
Well, I'm not arguing about anything. I just
Okay.
asked him a question.
All right. Well, you know what? The title of the room is the topic that we try to stay on. So, if you would like to address that, that would be fantastic. Otherwise, not interested.
Yeah, ask him a
I have a
question
question
about
for
flat Earth.
Raiden though. I have a question for Raiden though. What
I'm
should
here.
we read?
Uh,
Do you have any references?
uh, textbooks, science journals, etc.
Okay,
Whatever
which
you want to
one?
read.
What would I start with and why?
Well, I'm not you. I will let you work that out. But
Okay, so you don't know either, right? Did you read any?
I read a lot. Yeah.
Okay. What did they say, and why did they say it?
You want the long story or the short story?
Condense it for argument's sake there.
Okay, yeah. I guess in the interest of time, I'll give you the short story. N- Nothing or no one indicated that the Earth is flat. That's the short version.
That wasn't what I asked you.
Okay, what did you ask me?
I asked you, what did they say? Not what they didn't say. What did they say, and why did they say it? These textbooks or whatever you did read.
So now you're asking me to get into minutia. Well, in that case,
But,
I would just.
but concisely though, right? More concisely than like the complete opposite of what they did say, right?
Well, I think that's critical. What they didn't say.
Rain, you
And
want
What's
us to
more
read a
critical is
book
what
to
they did.
become educated, but you can't name a book and you can't even say what they say inside.
Yeah, like Raiden, if I ask you what color is this apple and you say not purple.
I had the same conversation with Crit a couple years ago. I posted a bunch of stuff and all that, like multiple
But
times. It doesn't seem
but
to
you,
really have any effect. So why go through it
but
again?
you hear my because I wasn't there, right?
I
But
don't
you
know.
hear my point.
I do.
You hear my I don't remember that, so I
No,
might not
no,
have
I
been there,
understand.
right? But you hear my
I hear.
point, right? If you ask me what color is this apple, and I say you ask me what color is this apple, and I say not purple, like
Sure.
that's not very concise, right? Well, it's a concise statement, but the amount of information embedded in that is not, cogent enough for you to actually make a decision on what it is, right?
Sure. I understand the gist of what
Thank
you're
you.
saying,
That's why I'm
and
asking
that
you.
makes sense.
That's why I'm asking you. What books do you recommend we read, and why? Because I want to know what they might have said and why they would have said it.
Okay. So in all fairness, I don't have the information right now, but what I can do
Thank you.
is tomorrow I'll just I don't want to inundate the channel with a bunch of reading material, but I can pick like maybe 3 or 5 different things that I think
You know what I'm interested in actually?
important.
What you actually read,
Okay. And
right?
and I can post those things for you tomorrow. Or do you want me to DM it to you?
No, can you remember the name of anything you read, Raiden?
Yeah, not the shit that you're gonna read tonight, right?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, bro,
Something
come
you
on.
read in 3rd grade. It was a handout from his teacher.
In 3rd grade. That's a
No,
long time
Raiden,
ago.
Whatever it
come on.
was that proved it to you that we missed out on.
I'm saying if I provide, how do you want it? Do you want it in a DM or do you want it in a side chat?
I
How do
want a
you want me to?
title. I want to know one book you read that had conclusive evidence that the Earth is a sphere.
Because
I'll
I mean,
post
bro,
it tomorrow.
if you're telling us to go read about it, it
You don't
must be
have
out
to.
there, and you must know where it is, right?
Unless you're
All I
just
can.
BSing, which of course you would never do.
Yeah, well,
No,
no
I
shit.
don't come here to BS
No.
anymore. That's not why I'm here. I'm not here to play games with you guys or anything. Maybe some of those other people do, but
Oh, come
you know,
on.
I'm not here to play any games with you. I mean,
Okay,
You're a
Raiden, what
gamer,
book did
yeah.
you read? Tell us a book you read.
I'll give you the information tomorrow. I'll give you whatever you want.
Okay, so this isn't a book you read. You're just going to look something up tonight.
No, no, I'm not
How
gonna.
about this?
I don't know. I can remember the books I've read, Raiden.
I can remember
How
a
about
whole
this?
lot of.
How about reading? Check this out, right? Instead of the title
He
of the
could have
book,
even named the Hungry
information.
Caterpillar at this rate. My God.
That would be, probably too advanced.
Raiden, what about one bit of information that was in the book that you remember, and along with the reasons why they had that bit of information in the book to back it?
Okay,
Do you remember any of that?
Well, I'm not thinking about a book. I'm thinking specifically about satellite images and the information I read from the ESA.
So we don't need to read a book. So you're dropping that
Well,
one
you
now.
don't have to if you don't want. I mean, I can't make you do anything. It's up to you.
No, you
know,
can't.
so-
You said we have to read a book to get this information, but you can't
Let's
name
give-
a book. You haven't read a book, and you're completely deflecting from that. So okay, let's move along. What evidence do you have that the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate that we're told?
Okay.
Beautiful.
And like I explained to, I'm not in front of my screen right now. I recognize his voice. Is it 20 cups? Is that where your username is now, or is it different?
20 cups
The
to
one,
milk.
the person
Yeah.
last talked
Oh,
to you, that
you.
was over friendly.
Oh, you. What's your username? I'm not in front of my screen. I
Oh,
can't I've talked to you before, but I just don't remember what your username is.
yeah, yeah.
Is
20
that
cups.
20? It is 20 cups.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, I don't have any issues at all with just giving you what you want tomorrow. I'll post it so everyone can see it, you know, and then they can evaluate it and they can say whether it's BS or no BS or whatever, you know.
Why can't you name any information from these sources that you say we need to read that you obviously read, right?
What difference does it make if I name it today, tomorrow, next week, next month? It's the same stuff. It's not going
Well,
to change.
here's my question. How do you know that the information we need to know is in there when you can't even tell us what's in there?
I don't understand what difference does it make if it's right now or 2
Okay,
hours from
because if
now
I
or
say to
tomorrow
you,
or
the information you really need is in this box over here, and I say to you, well, how do you know the information's in the box? You're like, I don't know. Never opened it. It just is.
well,
Like,
in that
that's what you're
silly
saying.
scenario, yeah.
Dude, this is
Well,
embarrassing. You should be embarrassed.
what should I be embarrassed about? That I don't get it, but anyhow.
Oh, man.
But I do understand why you guys think the Earth is flat because someone said something about this measured flat. Which is kind of vague because did you guys measure the entire Earth or just like 12 inches in front of you?
You've been doing this too long to make those kind of statements.
It's just a question.
It's just boring. No, because you know the answer to that, and so I don't know why you've completely reset. You've been doing this for a
Well,
long time. So to be like, "Oh, have you measured the entire Earth or just 12 inches?" Come on, dude.
when you say
What a
the
dumb
Earth
thing to
is
say. What a
measured
dumb thing
flat,
to say because you are well aware of the laser tests that we post on a regular basis.
and how much of the Earth did that cover though? That's my question.
How much of the Earth do you have to cover to measure it flat? To prove if you have
I don't know.
72% of the Earth is flat, then the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. It's quite simple. So you can set aside your
72%.
straw men about having not measured the entire Earth or only measured 12 inches, which was like really, really stupid. This is how we know you're not here in good faith. Because you are not new to this conversation whatsoever, so you have been presented with the evidence time and time again. So to completely reset and make some lazy comment about there's some imaginary book that you haven't found yet that clearly has the information we've been asking for over a decade is just wasting our time.
I already said I was going to post a bunch of stuff tomorrow. I mean,
But
I
you're
don't
not going to
understand what
post a
you guys are
measurement
doing.
of surface curvature. You're going to post some generic textbook that you look up online tonight because you haven't read this crap. You don't know what it is yet. You just got to find something to present it. And so if none of those books tomorrow present a measurement of surface curvature, then we're just going to keep you on mute until you do find that.
I just don't understand what you guys mean when you say the Earth is measured flat. What does that mean?
You don't know what
That's
a
all I'm saying.
measurement is? Is that confusing for you?
I know what a measurement is. I don't know what that statement means.
Okay, once again, you are not new to this room.
I'm
Are
not
you?
new to a
You're
lot
not
of
new to
stuff.
this conversation. You have been presented with evidence time and time again. Why should we present it to you again?
No one's
Why are
ever
you worth our
explained it to
time?
me.
Why are you worth our time when we've been over this with you many, many times?
I'm wasting your time. What are you late for a
Yeah,
tennis match or something?
yes, you are absolutely wasting my time and anyone's in here.
How's
Dude,
that?
I'd rather talk to Dylan than you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I won't say anything to
Yeah,
you guys anymore.
yeah,
I don't
just
want
go
to
on
waste
mute,
your time.
Raiden. Just go on
I
mute.
will.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
And he just had to say 12 inches there. Of all
Thanks for
numbers.
that.
Yeah,
Thanks
that
for
was
that
stupid.
one thought.
Yeah, well, he's not new here, so we don't need to waste our time with it. You know, anybody who's been doing this for years and then makes a statement like that is just a time waster. So, you know, there's probably some people here who have legitimate questions or something intelligent to add to the conversation, and that's where we should be directing our time. And if no one has any evidence of the sphere that they claim, then I guess we can just we can stop doing this, huh? Hun 20 cups, we can just move along and just talk to each other. Because you know what, it's been 10 years and nobody has anything, so
Hey, where's
guess
Flat, by the way? Didn't he say he was going to go, like, compile some shit?
I'm here. I'm making. Yeah, I'm trying to make.
Are you ready?
Well, I'm trying to make a visual. Little like
Alright.
not a slideshow, but a little compilation. Okay, so maybe part of it that I didn't. Well, I was trying to, but I just kept interrupting me in the middle and kept saying the word magic, and then things got a little heated. But if we were gonna stay on a more, you know, calmer pace and not interrupt each other, what I was eventually gonna go to is eyes. I'm not gonna sit on this because we talked about eyes a lot, right? That's a big part. The atmosphere also has a big part to do with it because it basically over exaggerates what we see. Okay, I'm semi almost done with making what I want to make, but I don't understand. Yeah, it's kind of like what what's his fucking name, the Walter Bislin guy had, right? But he's just missing out explanations of obviously both how our eyes work and the atmosphere itself and how it over exaggerates that. So I don't like in theory, I'm not understanding how he wasn't understanding what I was saying. That if I was looking, because even and if you don't even go from north to south, right? If you're in one position, the sky moves differently based on what direction you're looking at. Like everyone can agree with that. Doesn't matter if it's doesn't matter what we're standing on. Does everyone agree with that? If I'm looking north, the sky is going to be moving differently than if I'm facing south. Anyone can answer.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting somewhere at least. So we all agree with that. So when you're moving in entirely different positions, and we have okay. So I can definitely see why this is hard to explain. And that's what I was trying to put together some things so I grasp the concept, right? But when it comes to
all right, dude. Well, if you're not done, I mean,
okay, let me go back to doing it. You just asked me. I was coming back
All
with
good, all
where
good.
I think the
I
issue
didn't
was.
mean
That's what I was
to.
explaining. I'll be back.
All good. I mean, didn't mean to interrupt your flow there. If you're not done, you're not done. Do your thing.
Is the moon flat? Or is it real?
What do you see?
I think the Earth's. I think the moon is real, and I think it's probably globe shaped, ball shaped, spherical.
It looks like it, though, eh? It does look like it has depth to it.
Yeah.
But does it?
Yeah.
It does? Or are you just
The moon?
acknowledging or agreeing that it looks like it?
Yeah, it looks ball shaped. There's like depth around like the edges. You'd be like, yeah, maybe there's something on the other side of that moon. Maybe it's a
Sure
sphere.
looks like it, though. I'll grant you it looks like it. Now, how would we check?
Especially the phases of the moon, they look like a still life drawing where you illuminate a ball from one side or another. The phases of the moon really make it look like a sphere.
Great. So again, how would we check? Because all these things, these are indicative that it might be. Anyone?
Well, maybe if maybe we'd hope that we'd see like the flat edge of the moon or something like that. But like we've only seen it look like a circle, so it's probably a sphere.
Okay.
Take it, Jedi, please.
I guess we know the moon's a sphere is the way that the Earth's shadow is cast upon it as well.
I haven't really thought about it.
Well, if anyone was to claim that we know the shape of the Earth because we can see the shadow of it and it's curved on the moon, we must know the consequence to the moon if this argument is true. The moon, in this argument, if true, must be flat, because only a flat surface will be able to demonstrate or resolve the true shadow of an object cast in it. We understand that a curved or distorted surface, like a sphere, for example, if you were to pass a shadow over it, just because it's a curved surface, it's obviously going to distort the shadow that's passing over it too. So if anybody claims that we know the shape of the Earth because there it is on the moon, then the moon in that example must be flat.
Yeah, I don't know how to determine the shape of the moon from the shadow it casts.
It seems like to me that it would still, even if it was distorted, it would only be distorted in size. It would still be circular.
As the shadow passed over the surface of the moon, if it was curved, that shadow would distort what's called a sinusoidal pattern. It's a little bit like an S. So at some points it even appears like a teardrop, depending where that shadow enters that curvature. And as it passes over that curved surface and then down the other side, obviously as it moves over, it's going to be continually distorting. You can demonstrate this. It's really simple. You've played shadow puppets before, right?
Yeah.
Always best to do it on a flat wall.
Yeah, no, I can see the it would stretch it out in some cases if it's not straight on. If the shadow isn't cast directly on I should say like normal to the surface. Yeah, I could see the distorting it, like stretching out more. It would probably be more like an ellipse.
Hey, Dylan, I posted a video for you in the text chat.
Yeah.
Is the moon a sphere?
I mean, wasn't that what we were kind of asking you about? If it was, how would we find out?
I gave the dumb answer of maybe we'd see like maybe we'd see it as a different shape other than a circle, like since it appears to be a sphere, since it always appears to be a circle, I feel like it's probably a sphere, right? You know, it can like rotate around and it kind of
You
matches
feel
up to
like
what a
it?
sphere would be.
You feel like that? How else
Yeah.
do you feel?
Because like if it was a cube, we wouldn't, we'd see a bunch of different shapes. Like as it rotates around, like it look all different. But if it was a sphere, it always look like a circle, which it does.
Did someone make the claim that the moon is a cube?
No, I'm asking what is the shape of the moon?
It appears to be a circle. We don't know if we don't know
It appears to
its
be a
shape.
sphere.
It could be a sphere. How would we determine it? That's what he asked you.
Yeah, get him over, Francis.
I
Don't
guess
listen
you
to
might
him.
Because
require.
we see different
Look
sides of the
in the
moon, and it's
text
always a
chat.
circle.
Look in the text chat. I posted a
Yeah.
little video for you.
I guess if you like flew around the world and you looped on your starting point, then you'd have to say it was like it's like some sort of a shape that loops upon itself. Maybe a cylinder, maybe some sort of
Talking
cube.
about
Or
As long as the beginning point can touch the end point,
you can transcribe a circle on a flat surface.
Yeah, but if you went in like one direction and you like mapped it out,
Okay, so which direction?
you could like do well. I mean, the problem is it's like if you like west.
No, just pick a direction and explain it to me.
Let's say you're like in California, right? And then you fly to Japan, and then you fly.
Okay.
Right.
So you're flying west.
Wait, no, I'm almost there. We're not even halfway done with our journey. And then you're in Japan, and then you go to like, let's say Egypt. You go to Egypt, then you go to Europe to New Jersey, and then New Jersey to California. You went.
West. You could have solved all that, right? Just saying west.
Yeah, just lots of west.
Okay, yeah. So how do we find out where west is? Like,
Well,
how do we determine how to go west?
Well, you
What
could
is it
just
in
go,
relation to?
a compass. You can just use like a compass.
Yeah, where does the compass point?
North.
Right, magnetic north.
Right, but you guys don't believe in
Okay,
that.
so going west in relation to magnetic north is just transcribing a circle.
What do you mean?
I mean,
You're saying,
magnetic
like,
north is in the center, and we go west around magnetic north.
are you saying like the Earth is like a flat circle?
If you go in a circle and the earth is flat, you've got a circle
so,
on a
like,
flat
Are
surface.
there like does the circle have like edges?
Are you okay?
Or does the circle have
We're
edges?
talking about a flight path.
Wait, so you don't want to answer that question?
No, because it's a stupid question. Does the circle
Yeah,
have
I
edges?
found the little hole in the fence. Yeah, I got it.
You don't understand what a circle is?
You don't know what a circle entails edges, right? Like if it's a flat circle,
No,
it
it
either
has
goes on
it has an
forever.
infinite number of edges. That's not what we're talking about.
Wait.
I didn't say the earth itself is a circle. We're
Okay, so you're
talking
not-
about a direction of travel. Are you okay?
Okay, so you don't believe it's a flat circle, or what do you believe exactly? Tell me what you
My
think.
God, are you not listening to what she's saying?
He's a moron. I mean,
Right.
what is it tonight? What's in the water?
It's
Yes,
like
a circle.
if I travel around and about, does that mean the Earth is now around and about?
Yeah, I mean,
No,
the Earth's
you've
gotta
gone
have some
west.
kind of shape,
Just
right?
please. West, like east, is a direction of travel around a central point. So a circle. You can go east or west around a pole, can't you? So when you fly from California to Japan and then across the Atlantic back to America again, you're flying east. That's a freaking circle. We're not saying that the Earth is a circle. We're saying that you, sir, have travelled in one.
Okay, but like the Earth has a shape, right? You believe the Earth has a shape. You don't?
I think the Earth has a shape.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
yeah,
I think
let's.
the Earth. I
I'll
think
talk
if
to.
the Earth is
I'll
flat.
talk to somebody smarter
Okay.
than
I feel like
you.
if the Earth is flat, if the Earth is flat, that has some
Okay,
entailment,
so.
right? Like it would either mean that like there's some sort of wall or edge somewhere.
Okay,
Or
that's nice for you to think that. We didn't say that.
Forever, like the Minecraft.
Okay.
So if it doesn't have edges.
No, dude. She said someone smart.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on.
Yeah, let's talk. There's got to be someone that's smarter than that guy.
Dylan,
God is
you're up.
real. Do you want to talk about something? You don't. You
No,
seem smarter than that
rules
guy.
me out. That rules me out.
Oh no. Okay. Well, yeah. Typical evening in Pole.
I'm still interested in where we left off when we got derailed the last time.
The shadows?
The shadows is interesting. No, but the two celestial poles. I would love
Lance
an
already answered
explanation.
you on that, Dylan.
I forgive me, I didn't quite get it.
He said, doesn't matter. When the Earth measures flat, the Earth measures flat. It doesn't matter if there's 6, 7 poles. Remember, Dylan? It wasn't that long ago, right?
Or
It doesn't.
69.
None of that.
Don't forget that.
Exactly. I won't say. So anyway, he already covered that if the Earth measures flat, the Earth measures flat, and whatever's happening on the Earth is happening on a flat Earth, right?
I guess you can just ignore all of the sky in a way.
Things on the ceiling.
Yep, we can. We can absolutely ignore what happens in the sky because the Earth measures flat.
We can go to one end of the flat floor and look at these stars go in this direction on the ceiling, and go to the other side of the direction. Ceiling. We can walk anywhere along the flat surface and watch things in the sky do loop-de-loops, barrel rolls, whatever the fuck they want, but the surface underneath them will be flat. You ask them to explain this. Don't need to explain it. We can just observe it and describe what we observe.
Right. It's just easy to explain it when you have a globe.
Huh?
But it's not easy to explain it at all if you have a flat Earth.
What do you mean explain? The explanation is the sky did that. Your explanation is the Earth did that.
Right. The Earth is spinning, and
Yeah, exactly. But your Earth is a ball, right? And it's spinning on its axis. But that
right.
would mean just within this idea that there's a curved thing on the surface that we would measure, but we don't measure that. It's flat, and now the stars are moving around. Brilliant. So the stars are moving around above a measured flat surface.
So this is sort of like the sky magic explanation. It's
No, it's
just
not sky
sky
magic.
can do whatever.
I hate it when people invoke sky magic. No, we just observe the things moving around.
Right, but if we consider it as a celestial sphere, then the way to explain it is that the Earth is a globe. So
If we were to consider it, actually reify the concept of the celestial sphere where actually underneath my feet, then that will be a reification of a concept. We went through this earlier. The celestial sphere is a concept, and now you're going to reify that concept and say, actually, the stars are underneath my feet.
That just seems like the path to truth.
Yeah, but we
like
were talking
having
about how perspective works, weren't we?
scientific method, that kind of thing.
We
It's
were
not even
talking
just
about how perspective works, weren't we? And I'm not talking about the angular resolution loss at
right.
distance. I'm talking about how things above your head appear to converge with the horizon at distance. The hallway example, right? The ceiling isn't actually converging with the floor at distance, and you're not actually worried that you won't fit through the door because it looks really, really small. That's just how your eyes work. So celestial navigation is based on how you, the person who wants to frigging navigate, sees the world. And you see the world like this. Doesn't actually mean the world is like this above your head, curving down towards the horizon, the stars underneath your feet. That's just how your eyes work. I hope Flatlanders enjoying this because I said it's how your eyes work loads of times.
So it's either sky magic or eye magic because I don't. There's
Well,
no
dude, at the
explanation.
moment, it is going to be observer dependent. Yeah, we, the observer, making observations and measurements to the things around us based on how those light rays enter our eyes, specifically in angles, elevation angles above the surface to stars, right? So it is based on how your eyes work because you, the observer, are going to be using your eyes when you're going to be trying to navigate the thing that you're looking around. Do you see how it all works?
I think I do. Yeah, I think I do. So the same with the 24-hour sun in the Antarctic. Does that exist, or is that just perspective? Or
Oh, no, that exists. That's observed and that's measured.
so how do we explain that's the same sun
Sun moved.
that's rotating around the North Pole, right? So it's the
In the summer.
same sun. So in the summer in the southern hemisphere, you get the 24-hour sun above the Antarctic Circle.
Mm-hmm.
How do you explain that on a flat Earth?
The sun moved. You may have noticed that when it's summer in one location, it's winter in the other location. The land's a perpetual midnight, right? For a few months, good few months, almost 6. So when it's the
Right,
sun's in one place, it isn't in another place. So the
right.
sun
So
moved.
if the sun is rotating around the North Pole on a flat Earth, how could you see?
Mm,
How could you also be seeing it in one location rotating around you and the and a
because I don't think the Earth is an AE azimuthal equidistant map where I stand on the outside of the circle of the sun and obviously couldn't see the sun revolve around me if I was outside of that circle. Conversely, obviously, when I'm standing in the middle of that circle in the north, I can see it. Now, I don't think the Earth is that. All I'm trying to do is describe what we observe and measure, but what we observe is the sun's moved. It was here in the north and now it's here in the south, in the summer in both locations.
The sun is in two locations at once. That would sort of be
Is it
necessary.
summer in two locations at once?
Yeah,
The
it
sun
is.
on a flat Earth, the sun has to be close to
No, not
relatively
on a
close.
flat Earth. On Earth, where we live, is it summer in both north and south at the same time?
No.
Yeah, it is, bro. Yeah, it
Okay,
is.
cool. Thank you. Fuck me. It's like I have to do this because sometimes it's like you guys don't pay attention.
Yo, Mr.
You're
Jedi,
asking
can
if
you teach me your
it's summer
tricks?
in the south at the same time. It's not. It's winter in the south when it's summer.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I said this to you about 3 minutes ago. Remember, in the north, the land of perpetual midnight, it's dark. That's winter. Summer in the south, winter in the north. But it'll change, won't it? It won't always be summer in the south and winter in the north. The sun will move and change that, won't it?
Right, but that doesn't explain how you can have 24-hour sun at a point in Antarctica when the sun has to be rotating. On the on a flat Earth, you have to consider that the sun is making a longer circle,
I tried to point this out to you earlier. I'm going to do it
long
again. I
circumference,
don't
right?
think the Earth is an AE map where Antarctica is the circumference of the Earth. This would put the South Pole at every point along that circumference. I also couldn't observe a 24-hour sun revolve around me whilst I was standing outside of the circle of the sun. I don't think the Earth is that. If you'd listen, and like I was trying to explain earlier, there's one North Pole and there's one South Pole. There are northern celestial stars and there are southern celestial stars. In the winter, in the summer in the north, that's where the sun's going to be. In the winter in the south, in the summer in the south, that's where the sun's going to be. The sun moves between the two locations throughout the course of the year, as we observe. So do you, right? This is why you're spinning around on an axis? Why would I deny this obvious sky phenomena because you explain it with a spinning ball? I just say the sky's moving.
It just doesn't work on a flat Earth as far as I can see.
Well, on an AE map?
On any kind of flat Earth.
But okay, so I can't wander from one rotation point to another rotation point on a flat surface. I can't have a ceiling fan on my ceiling rotating one way above my horizontal floor, and then I can't wander to the other end of my room, and I can't have another ceiling fan rotating in the direction. That couldn't happen at all because my surface that I'm standing on must be curved for this phenomena to happen. Shit.
No, you have
Sort out my
you
ceiling
have
fans.
a continuous celestial sphere. It's not as though
No, that's
there's
a
two
concept,
rotations.
and like I tried to point out to you earlier, the way that you defeat this idea is quite simply by demonstrating that you can follow a line of longitude from the north to the south and back to the north again without deviating from that line of longitude. A straight path, if you will. Do you do that though? Because you start going east and west an awful lot around poles and saying, well, we circumnavigate the Earth, and then we have to remind you that that's a circle. But do you actually fly from the north to the south and back to the north again without changing your line of longitude or direction, sir?
There's simpler ways to make the.
I know the simpler ways, but specifically this.
Have I circumpolar navigated? No. We have
Has anybody,
satellites. Circumpolar
has anybody?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, I believe
Who?
so.
Who?
There's a there's a species of bird I think that goes like across the from one pole to another, but I don't know it that well.
Just read that. Like, I'm not going to be following bird migration patterns around, mate. If you're saying that they follow a line of longitude, that's going to not be something that we're going to be proving now, is it? No, we fly around the Earth all the time in
I'm saying,
aircrafts, right? North and south.
same with the birds. Like, why talk about somebody doing a circumpolar navigation when there's continents in the way? Like, you'd have to fly in a plane. I could look that up. Maybe somebody has flown in a plane, but I don't think you guys would agree that that even happened. If I showed you evidence that someone was able to fly in a plane around circumpolar navigation, you would deny it. You'd say, well, the Earth
No, you
is flat.
can't. Show us that.
Yeah, go
I don't
find it.
know.
Just go support
Uh,
your claim.
One more
excuse me.
orbit team.
Oh, go get that.
Excuse me. My Google.
We won't like just go no, 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 not that. We'll look through it and we'll see what happened.
They would totally provide the proof. We just wouldn't believe it.
I'd be curious how you feel about the one more orbit trip in 2019.
Okay. Would you be able to provide the route that was planned and that they flew, please?
There's a video in the first 16 seconds on their website. You can watch the route.
No, sir. I have watched the route. It's just because you've brought it up. Let's take a look at it. Right? So go and get it. Let's take a look at it. I've seen it, mate.
Okay. If you've seen it, then you've seen it. That's why I asked what your thoughts were.
But, well, yeah, I'm trying to use this as a learning tool. I mean, I can make the claim, but without you actually seeing it, it's just a claim. So if you get the flight route, you'd understand why I make the claim. Let's put it like this. First of all, you don't follow one line of longitude through the north and through the south and back up to where you started from. That doesn't take place. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
So apparently there have been circumpolar flights, multiple ones.
Let's look at them.
Let me see if I can provide you guys a link in the chat or something. But the first one, the Rockwell polar flight, was in 1965. A modified Flying Tiger Line Boeing 707, nicknamed Polecat, was fitted with extra fuel tanks. It took
Flight
off
path.
from Honolulu, Hawaii, flew straight over the North Pole to London, then down to Lisbon, Buenos Aires, and then straight over the South Pole, stopped in Christchurch, and then landed back in Honolulu. The entire journey took 62 hours and 27 minutes. Crew of
Cool.
scientists.
Have you got the flight plans?
Yeah.
I put the flight path of the one more orbit in the side chat.
Thank you. just a circle, isn't it? Fly from, let's say, what, Florida? And you draw a circle, go around the north, come down
If you
the,
turn
was
that
that,
into a globe, then it
then you
is an
don't
up and a
actually,
down.
then you don't make half of it. Let's count those lines from side to side, see how many lines yours takes up. You'll notice that you don't actually go around half of the sphere. At best, I think you go around a third of it, maintaining that you do actually change directions when you get to the north and to the south pole, which is clearly demarked within this particular
On a
map.
sphere, you wouldn't be changing direction.
Okay, but they did.
On this projection, it
Yeah,
looks
on the
as though they
projection,
turned.
but we know that they did. So there
Oh,
are several
I didn't know
places
you
that they
got that much
changed
out of it.
direction. One's at the North Pole. One was over Russia and Kazakhstan. One was when they came down the east coast of Africa to, was it not Madagascar, but whatever that little island is called. And then look at that fucking 45, 90-degree angle there at the South Pole. Now, like I said, if you were to look at the lines of longitude, then you're not actually completing a half of a circle.
Yeah, that
If you
90-degree turn happens
it's
at
like it's not
convergence of the
listening to
lines of
me, dude.
longitude.
Count them: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Obviously, 1, 2. If this was true, then it would take up exactly 6 lines of longitude, but it takes up 4 and 2/3. It's the point I'm trying to raise. It's not following one line of longitude through the north and then again. You're just flying around 2 poles and deviating and just going in circles.
Okay.
Like, for example, right, you would follow, like our friend pointed out earlier, you'd follow the international date line and then Greenwich Mean Time, right? Like that line of longitude through north and through south. It's like going around
So
the equator.
the middle line of longitude is the Greenwich Mean Time, or close to
Yeah,
it, right?
and on the other side of it
So you're saying
is
by
the
that,
international date line.
which goes through pure ocean, correct?
Yeah. Like our friend would.
So where would you stop to refuel, like where they stopped in Florida?
Well, you'd
So why not
along.
offset it by 2 or 3 lines of longitude
Yeah,
on this particular projection?
we've always got to refuel, I guess, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just curious what your thoughts were. That's all.
Yeah, no, you're fine, dude. It just doesn't follow that one line of longitude. It changes direction several times. It doesn't complete what I would think is half of a sphere, 2/3 of it at best. Sorry, 1/3 of it at best.
And 2/3 would be the same as 1/3, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but you're only travelling around 1/3, not 2/3. Anyway, eagerly anticipating Flatlander's easy to digest diagram.
Is Dylan gonna provide a north to south circumnavigation, or is that the only one we have from him?
Yeah, how flat is it?
Is that it?
How flat
The
is it?
YouTube link, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to find something that you guys wouldn't be able to reject. So I posted there's a documentary that they made on this Pan Am Flight 50 that was circumpolar navigation. I
Oh,
figured.
that wasn't either.
No, wait, can I link a photo of a flat Earth? This is the one I've been shown. Is that legit, by the way? I'm putting in the side chat. Is that a real photo?
Did you think you were funny?
What? I'm just asking questions.
Did you think you were funny?
It sounds like you're funny. It's a real question.
No, it's not. It's not a real question. You don't think that's a photo of the Earth?
No, I saw. Hold up, let me do some research. It's from University of Nevada.
Fences, I have to save this guy. Bro, you've been trolled. All the stuff that you research on flat Earth on the internet out there, it's all psyop stuff. That's
Yo,
flat Earth
can someone put
society.
subtitles on that guy, by the way? Put some subtitles on him.
Yeah,
You
well,
need to explain.
someone explain that what you are seeing is a cartoon, dude.
Yeah, well, he
We do
knows that.
not
He just
think
thinks he's
Earth
funny.
is
He
a
just
disc in space. It's all right. I've got a ban command for him if he's going to be an idiot. But yeah, well
Yeah, he's an
deserved,
idiot.
bro.
The wolf's
We
Yeah,
about
he's
to
like
an
the
be
idiot.
sense
unleashed.
of humor.
The
But
wolf's
yeah,
about to be unleashed, bro.
Okay.
That's what I'm concerned at. It's like I don't know what I could provide that would
Well,
be that
Jedi explained it pretty thoroughly.
what evidence can I provided that there's records of these flights that were
Okay,
circumpolar and
just post the flight path and we'll take a look. But I'll tell you, no one has ever done this thing. So,
that's what I mean.
post what you come up with and we'll take a look. We can all take a look at the flight path.
I'm gonna deny it, but okay.
No, you're going to post the flight path. Saying we're going to deny it. We know what's been presented. You're not going to present anything new, Dylan, but please go ahead and show it to the room so we can all, take a look at it objectively for the 9,000th time. And then maybe you'll see that that thing hasn't been done. We want you to see it, right? We already know.
That's what I mean. Like if I pull up a record that there's this circumpolar
Just post the
navigation.
flight plan. Just post the flight path.
I already mentioned one. I posted documentary
Yeah,
of
and we
another
already
one.
refuted that very easily. So keep going.
What did you refute about
Were you
it?
not listening to anything that was said? Jedi? Do we? I don't think we repeat this, do we, Jedi?
Just give me the Spark Notes version. What was the refutation?
Just take a look at the picture and you should be able to figure it out yourself. The flight path was posted in the text chat.
Mm.
20 minutes past the hour.
Flat Buzz. Yeah,
20 minutes past the hour. Did you see it?
Yes, I see this yellow flight path around. Yeah, that looks like a circumpolar navigation to me. They go up to the North Pole, they go down to the South Pole, they go
It's a circle.
over
It's
Asia.
a roughly an oval. How could you claim it's circumpolar navigation?
If you're going to go straight through the north, you're going to follow that. That line of longitude isn't followed when we get to the north. We change direction, right? So the path takes us from Florida up the east coast of America towards the North Pole, and then we change direction to come down through the middle part of central Russia towards Kazakhstan. After we come down towards Kazakhstan, we're on the east coast of Africa towards Madagascar, just off the east coast there, and then we keep going towards the south. You notice when we get down to where South America would go down to meet the southern pole, we change direction again and then come up over South America and then up South America towards Florida again. This isn't following one line of longitude. This is changing the direction at least 4 times.
This
At the
is
north and
not
the south
how
specifically, but most
not a
definitely across Russia and across Kazakhstan.
this is not how your circular map works. So this is just a
No. Please don't give me a circular map. I'm really going to get annoyed if people start giving this to me when I've explicitly told them how and why I don't have this belief as my own.
Well, you
I'm
see,
pointing out what is done.
this map is just representing the flight path on one in an easy way to represent the map. But you have a circular map where the lines of longitude are
I don't have
radially.
a fucking circular map. When did I give you a circular map? Has anybody provided you with a circular
you have to have some sort of circular map where
So now I
you have
have to
lines.
have
don't
some kind
believe
of
they
circular map.
have.
Why do I have to have some kind of circular map?
You agree that the lines of latitude are circles,
Lines of latitude are circles around poles, plural.
but on this map, the lines of latitude are horizontal and parallel.
Yeah, no shit. It's a map projection of the coordinate system. Those lines being longitude and latitude, by the way. The thing that I'm asking you to follow, line of longitude, longitude specifically, right? From north to south, not changing the direction and following that line of longitude. This one is not doing that.
It looks like it's making, maybe it made certain.
It looks like on the map it's only covering about 1/3 of the surface. Right? If you really wanted to go out, you'd be coming down somewhere, past in Australia? If you really wanted to follow that line of longitude from America through the north and then down what? You'd actually come down past China, Japan, Australia.
So because it's exactly on the lines of longitude, that's the issue you have with it?
What the lines of longitude, the things that we're going to be using pass directly through the pole? Yeah.
But you can agree that the lines of longitude don't meet even in the North Pole at a singular point. They're stretched out, right?
No, the lines
So
of
a
longitude
singular
meet
point.
the
No, that's a
North Pole.
map, dude.
Defined.
Right, but a
That's a
singular point
fucking
is
projection map.
stretched. Right, it's a
That's
particular
not
projection, but you're saying that the lines
Oh,
of latitude
I'm going to bed.
circle around a singular point, right? On either side. But it's not, this projection does not have a singular point where the longitudinal lines meet.
Correct. It does not have a single point where the lines of longitude meet. It's just a globe projection, and
That
in order
stretches
to
out
show,
the pole a long way, is what I'm
So,
saying.
so Dylan, we've already dismissed this first one. Do you have something better? You said this has been done multiple
you're gonna,
times.
yeah, this has been done multiple
Okay, so
times.
can you post another flight path, because that one obviously isn't what you claimed.
Why is it obviously not what I claimed? On a globe, that is a circumpolar navigation, but
Is
you're
it?
just
Well, I'll tell you
Yes.
what. Turn that projection into a globe and show me that it is actually following the same line. Don't deviate from that straight path through the poles. I guarantee you, when you do it, this is why I keep pointing out 1/3 of the ball. Not half of it, 1/3. Like, go and do it, dude. I counted up the lines earlier. I'm not going to fucking do it again.
Well,
it
what
seems
kind of
you
projection would you like? Because if we showed you on an actual representation of the Earth, you would only see half
He's
of it.
just
It would
saying
be
it
a
should
straight line
largely
down.
follow one longitudinal line all the way around.
It does largely follow one longitudinal
No, it
line.
doesn't.
Cool. Show it to me on Google Maps.
Are you looking at the same thing?
Yes, I
Show it
am.
on Google Maps. Plot it out on Google Maps.
Yeah,
See
go
what
ahead.
happens.
Good idea. Yeah.
Okay.
In the meantime, Dylan, can you post something else, because this one's moot. Also, Kiwi Buzz posted the turn that happened. If y'all saw that from the flight path.
What is that?
That's
That's a picture
at 25
of.
minutes past the hour. Yeah.
I see a blue flight path. I don't know that that's the same flight.
I mean, just go map it on Google Earth for us, okay? We don't want to distract you from that.
It's lucky I bought myself a toy globe a couple of weeks ago. It's an ornamental piece just for me. juggle out from time to time. I just run my fingers across it. Go and do Google Earth, dude. It's brilliant. Yeah, you need to come. You need to be flying across Australia. You're going to leave from Florida if you're going to follow that direct path. Australia, dude, not towards Africa. It's only a third of the traversal sphere.
Yeah, I don't understand why they can't see this, you know? I guess because they don't want to.
I was thinking this earlier whilst listening to other conversations. It's like taking a child to a magic show, and you try and tell the child how the magic trick's done, and they really don't want to know. They just want to believe that the magic's done, right? That it is what it is. The rabbit did actually come out of the fucking hat. It's like us trying to explain how the globe earth magic has done to these people. No, they just want the globe earth to exist, and they don't want us to tell us how the magic trick is done. They'd rather believe the rabbit is actually in the fucking hat. It's crazy.
That's
Come
a good
on.
analogy. Yeah.
We're literally telling you how the magic is done. Every single time we start talking about coordinate systems and longitude and latitude, that's the magic trick. You just don't want to hear it.
I mean, do you guys have any models, like any flat Earth models that you can share?
Why do you want a model?
Because I like having a model.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? Do you have a scientific model of the heliocentric paradigm?
I just like pacifiers.
I mean,
Really?
whatever the scientific model is, yeah.
Okay, cool. Can you post the scientific model for the globe in the side chat for us to take a look at so that we know what it is you're looking for?
How does that? I don't know what you're looking for. What do you mean?
Well, you said you want a scientific model of the flat Earth,
Yeah,
so I'm
I assume there is.
asking you what a scientific model of the Earth looks like. Show us the globe one.
Google Earth.
No, that's not a scientific model.
Why not?
Jedi. I can't.
What?
Anyway,
Question I
Elijah
was
Rock, you're the one who says you need a model, so you can show us what a scientific model looks like.
I mean, I remember that's what
Why?
you guys did last time. Is this just like an
Oh,
exercise
really?
of self-gratification? I don't get it.
Okay, well then why are you here again asking for the same thing that you can't provide?
Because I was curious if I
Why
get a
is
different
Google
answer.
Earth not a scientific model?
Oh my
The
god.
scientific models are based on scientific hypotheses that have been demonstrated and
Yeah, and we had the hypothesis that we could fly rockets up and take a photo of it,
We're
and that's what
fucking
we
flying
did.
rockets up isn't a scientific experiment. My God.
What is it then?
Excuse me, let me properly put my voice back in. No, that's not science, dude.
What
A
is it then?
scientific model is very, very specific. All right? It's
Okay.
not a statistical model, for
By what
example.
standards?
So scientific models are based
That's just
upon.
something you're supposing. Like, is it just that's your version of a scientific model is something that comes from a hypothesis because that's what the scientific process is? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, the scientific process is kind of empirical when it talks
Well,
about which process comes before the other.
the scientific
And
process
scientific
is about
hypotheses come
is about
before scientific theories.
is about testing hypotheses through experiments. It's not about
You would have heard what
measuring a planet and creating a model for it. Those are completely separate things. You know that, right?
Yeah. No shit.
Well, then why are you trying to say it's the same thing? And you should just apply
Not
one to the other.
scientific models. Somebody wants a model of the Earth, but they want a scientific model. Point out that that's not right. Now you're jumping in and think you've got some kind of victory.
What? No. What?
What?
That's not what happened.
What's a scientific model?
What? It's just a representation that's come upon accurately through measurements.
Okay, cool.
All right, so you don't have one for the globe then because you don't have measurements of the globe.
Because I assume there is one. Yeah.
I know you assume. We're well aware. We
They
used
have
to
it.
assume as well. So show us some of these measurements.
I'm not making a positive claim about the globe. I just asked if you have a
No,
model.
you present something you don't have.
Yeah, because you're asking for something I never said I have.
You came in demanding a flat Earth model when you don't even have a globe model, so why are we beholden to that standard?
What do you mean we don't have a globe model?
Yeah, just because
We already went over this. Are you guys deaf? Listen, you're doing this because you think it's some kind of cool
because here's the
gotcha.
thing.
Like we see it
No,
every day, and it's
okay, I get
really,
what's
really
happening.
boring.
I get. No.
But when we can measure the Earth is flat, and so I want to see your measurement that disproves that. It's like you guys hang out in some forum, and they're like, "Go in, ask them for their model." Boom. You know, it's dumb. It's really dumb and it's tedious. So if you can provide some measurements of surface curvature, that's what we really want to see, and that's how you win the argument.
Yeah, because that's a
Not
way,
with your
it's a way for
claims or
you
your
to.
contentions
Well,
or
yeah.
begging for a model that you yourself do not have. Actual measurements of the surface of the Earth.
Is that it? Is that the excitement over for the evening? Was there still more?
I don't know why this stuff is exciting to you.
Meh. It's either I stay here and talk to you lot or go to bed.
True. I should probably get food. Don't you think there's like a higher epistemic burden if you're going to believe in a flat Earth compared to believing in something like a globe Earth?
Well, we don't have to believe in it. We all experience water as flat at rest, and we measure the Earth as flat, so there's no belief necessary for a measurement.
Well, locally we do, definitely.
So the burden, since it's axiomatic that the Earth appears flat, it's navigated as flat, and water is flat at rest, and the Earth is 72% water, that then the burden of proof is to prove that the Earth is not actually what we see and experience, but it is indeed curving at a specific rate. So I would need to see the measurements that contradict all of our measurements.
Well, actual photos have been taken of the globe, but flat authors
Hold up, Brandon. Hold up, Brandon. I'm talking to Elijah Rock.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Are you trying to find that for us? Are you trying to find that, or are you doing something else?
No, I'm not going to find something for you that I've already told you I don't want to find for you 5 times. And
Okay.
usually when you're going on these tangents and using
Oh my
words like
gosh, is it a
axiomatic
tangent to ask for
improperly.
surface curvature
Yes.
measurements?
Yes.
Oh, you're right.
When
What could the
you're
surface possibly have to do with the Earth being flat? What a tangent.
What can it have to do with the epistemic burden of believing something that is controversial?
We're going to move on because you can't handle this. Okay, so, hey Brandon, thanks for being patient.
Well, topography changes a lot of that. I mean,
It's sorry, it's kind of hard to hear you. Can you get a little closer to your mic?
Actually, I'm like, it's like right next near my mouth. I don't know how you can
Okay,
hear
that's
me.
better. That's better. Go ahead.
I said topography can change that, like land on land. It's
Sure.
on the, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Yeah, I mean,
if you
obviously,
measure that, that's a margin of error. So
yeah, I mean, the land obviously is not going to measure flat, which is why we measure over water. And we know that the Earth is, 72, 73% water, at least what we're told.
and the water
Yeah.
conforms to the shape of whatever you put it onto.
Well, that's the claim, right? So when we
Like if you
shoot
made a
lasers over
ball,
bodies of water,
like if
Not
you made a
onto,
ball
into.
out of glass, you can make an ice that was an ice ball because the glass was made in a ball, and you freeze water into it. The water becomes
Are
a
the
ball.
oceans frozen then?
So are you saying that you can shoot a laser from Florida to like Portugal and it hit
No?
land?
what kind? There's no
No?
laser that you could.
That would be
Come on.
interesting.
Why
Did you
not?
say that
Go
earlier,
that
Fences,
far.
or was that me?
No, somebody the
Ever.
other day, somebody said in order to prove the Earth was flat, we had to be able to shoot a laser from New Zealand to Europe.
Fucking hell.
No,
What?
there'd be a
Yeah.
lot of
How?
mountains in the way there.
The
That's
atmosphere
why I
would
said
scatter the
Florida to
photons from
Portugal.
the
It's
laser.
a
It wouldn't
straight shot.
reach.
It's a
You
straight
kidding me?
line shot, yeah. If you could do a
It's
straight line
technically
shot like
rocket
that,
science,
that
I
would
guess.
be interesting. With a laser that was that powerful, yeah. You could do it if
Furthest
the Earth
laser
was
transit
flat.
I know of is 189 kilometers in the Hawaiian Islands. Obviously, we must understand that the air that we breathe has an effect on the light that passes through it, especially with hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of miles. Light attenuates through the air, doesn't it? It gets less and less powerful the more air it has to travel through. That's why light becomes dimmer at distance. It's much like trying to swim down to the bottom of the ocean at midday. Sunny outside, nice and bright. You swim down 500 meters, bloody dark down there. Why is that? Because the light can't penetrate the medium of the water over a distance of 500 meters. Now let's talk about those hundreds and thousands of miles again when we're looking through the atmosphere and how the light is going to distinguish through that medium. So a laser from New York to Portugal, sorry my Portuguese friends, mind out of the way, isn't going to hit them because the air is going to distinguish that light. Thank you very much. I'm here all night.
I mean, I just said that with
Even
fewer
with the
words like 2
telescope,
minutes ago.
even with a powerful enough telescope, you can't do it, or
No.
Yeah, there's the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient equation. It took me ages to remember that. It's just a mathematical formula. It's one of the reasons why we get a visibility on a weather app. How far today you can see, depending on the atmospheric conditions. Really clear conditions, you can see further. Not clear conditions, obviously, right?
Now apply that to infrared lasers.
ooh, that's
Infrared
cool.
is the least wavelength of light to be refracted in the air, water. That's the least refractive index. Explain what we see really, really far with infrared. In actual fact, it's preferred to use infrared lasers to target things at distance because of the least refractive value.
Kilometers.
Yeah, awesome. That's nice. That's why I said 149 kilometers is the furthest one I know of.
Oh, okay. Anyways, more interesting question. How do you? What's the flat earther explanation for gravity?
What is
I think
gravity?
it's like
Like, how do you guys
electrostatic.
do gravity?
How do you do gravity?
Well, because the way that we do gravity, like people who aren't flat earthers, right? In general,
What do you,
okay.
what do you
There's
mean
this, and it
do
diverges.
gravity?
Like, how do you explain gravity existing, right? Do you want
What
me
what
to
is
like go on, or do you
gravity?
want me to shut up?
Can you tell me what gravity is first, so I know what you're talking about specifically?
Gravity is the field that interacts with mass and gives it attraction to other mass.
Okay, so you're like really out of date.
Okay, I'll just
Yeah,
go
like
find
over
my.
100 years
Alright.
ago. Yeah, that was yeah. So anyway, no, gravity is the claimed bending and warping of space-time, right? So how can we test
It's a
for
thing we
that?
can do. That's not what it is.
How can we test for that?
How can you test for what?
How can we test that that exists?
bending of space-time?
How do we test that? How do we isolate? Tell me the experiment that we would use in order to isolate gravity to prove that that's what's happening.
Step on a
Vacuum
scale.
We
table.
have all kinds of things. Like, if you want to
Okay.
go
Vacuum
cosmic with
table.
it, we can talk
Hey,
about
guys, hold up.
gravitational. Holy fuck!
Sorry, Krogo. I'm sorry. Can you start again? Sorry about the experiment that we would do.
We have all kinds. Like, what do you want to do? Like
Just pick
cosmic
one.
level?
Pick the very best
trying.
experiment. Well, you said what kind, and I'm answering you. I want the very
Jesus
best one that
Christ.
isolates
Okay,
gravity.
gravitational waves.
That's your experiment that isolates
Specified
gravity?
protection. Yes, it hits the Earth all the time.
Okay, can you prove that? Can you support your claim with evidence, please?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Can you show us an experiment that isolates these gravitational waves?
Yes.
All right, cool.
How about just everything having weight and being and falling, like just any observation?
So, things falling, not all things fall, but some things falling is proof of the bending and warping of space-time. Is that your claim, Dylan?
We
At the
don't have
moment,
to
we've
get
just
into special relativity to explain gravity. We're just talking about
We just yeah, but you want me to believe in something that you can't provide evidence for existing.
I'm literally
And
doing
even
it
if
right
it
now.
does,
Keep
it
like
doesn't
we're
change the
just
surface of the
asking
Earth, right?
the common
done.
observations of things falling
Literally
down, and
define what
Okay,
erosion
yeah.
is.
Do you understand what density and buoyancy is, Dylan?
I
It's
do
actually
actually.
gravity on mass.
Okay, cool. All right, so Krogel, have you posted the experiment that proves the presence of these gravitational waves?
No, it's called LIGO, and I'm just getting the website for it.
It's not an experiment.
Yeah.
That's a fucking measurement based upon the presuppositional equation. The deviation of a straight beam of light by 10,000ths of a millimeter, apparently. Apparently, this
Yep.
is a gravitational wave.
I posted it.
Yeah, thanks. What
So
was
how
measured?
can you explain density and buoyancy without gravity? Because
Archimedes'
in order to
principle.
express density, you have mass per volume, and buoyancy
That's
is
an equation.
the volume displaced times the density of the fluid displaced. You have to have mass, right?
What's mass?
I think we've given them too much ground because they're escaping the original question, which was how do they account for gravity in flat
Oh,
Earth?
But
we
you have to
don't.
you have
This
to
is the
prove
point.
gravity exists before we have to account for it.
You say gravity doesn't exist.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
you have to
Will?
prove your theory. Like you have to prove it to us.
Okay,
We're not
so
just going to
what is
blindly
keeping
accept it.
you attached to the floor?
Okay.
Right.
Okay, Jedi, you can have it. I'm going to post some stuff in the
Little
side chat.
little tiny
We all
invisible ropes
agree.
pull you
We
down.
all agree,
You
dude.
know.
We all agree to the phenomena. What's in conjecture is the cause of the phenomena.
Okay, so
And
what do you call gravity?
I don't. No, what do I call gravity? What, the dropping of an object? I call that gravity. What causes it? I don't know.
What the fuck? You're just saying you don't know?
No, it's not something that can be scientifically demonstrated. I can't isolate the cause of the object falling. We can conceptualize it. We can say that object, that's got a lot of mass, and the floor beneath me, that's got a lot more. Maybe the floor beneath me is pulling that mass towards it. Or we can conceptualize that the mass of the Earth is sitting in a space-time fabric and things in straight paths are curved. That's why the object is falling towards the Earth, because it's in a fucking gravitational well. We can conceptualize these ideas on a sphere, but the sphere isn't real because the gravitational idea will curve the surface, something that we would measure. We don't measure a curved surface, we measure it to be horizontal. And we can describe the rate of fall of objects, which is perpendicular to a horizontal surface, but I can't tell you the causal mechanism outside of relative density, those things that I can manipulate in a scientific experiment.
There is a mechanism for gravity called the river model, where it's the flow of space being absorbed by mass particles.
There's like
And
84 ideas for what gravity is, right? That's why I ask what people mean when they say gravity. I'm not trying to be, I'm not baiting anyone. It's just that there's 84 different ideas about it, right? And most
Let's
people
skip
don't
the
even
theories then. What about
Most
the
people
Higgs boson field?
hold
Do you
up, let
believe
me
in the
finish my
Higgs boson
sentence.
field? Yes or no?
Hold up, let me finish my sentence. And most people are unable to differentiate cause from effect. Right? They think the effect is the cause. However, that's not the case. And I just want to point you to something I posted in the side chat from at 56 minutes past the hour. So we have caves that have been sealed for extremely long periods of time, and the gas does not stratify according to molecular weight in those. So
Okay,
were
anyway.
gravity happening, like you claim, the gas should stratify, but it does not. And so, you know,
Fine.
you
We'll
go
look
ahead
at
and
that.
read what I put at 56 after.
So
And you
this
can,
gas
look at that and read it.
gravity, because your explanation of density and buoyancy rely on gravity to
No,
cause
it
the force.
doesn't. No, you should go read that. Does not.
Weight equals mass times gravity. Density,
You know,
density is
Define mass.
mass over volume. Like, define
so you're
mass.
just going to ignore what I posted, Dylan? You're not going to address it?
I'm interested in. Yeah, I'll check out what you posted. Sure.
Okay,
This
cool.
gas.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
I'm reading what you posted because I'm pretty sure it's like you got the wrong conclusion. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, you do that.
If he thought it was the right one, he wouldn't read it.
It's like we have this whole model and all this stuff going on, and some gas in a cave is supposed
Oh
to.
my fucking god. Are you just trying to say that the Earth should pull heavier gases downward and lighter gases upward consistently everywhere all the time? Is that this entire thing?
Doing what you said, then gases should stratify according to molecular
Bruh.
weight, but they don't.
Fuck.
Bruh, that brah is your answer?
Yes,
That's
because like how do you
compelling.
not account for the wind? How do you not account for
It's
sunlight?
in a
That's a
sealed
How do you not
cave, you
differential in
moron.
pressure.
Bruh, oh
It's
my
in a
That's a
god.
sealed
differential in
cave.
pressure and temperature. Like,
In a
seriously,
sealed
don't
cave,
brat
what's
us.
the PSI? What's the pressure?
Did he just say gravity wind?
Yeah.
He just
I
said
didn't
wind
say
in a
gravity.
cave that's sealed underground.
If you paid attention to the sentence prior, I said, do you think
No,
like the
no, it's
entire Earth
funny. It's
operates
cute.
this way?
It's cute. I understand you guys need your gravity, but you know what? If there is gravity, according to how you describe it, it doesn't change the surface of the Earth, right? It would just mean that we have a different distribution of mass, right?
Well, riddle me this,
So I
Batman.
don't know
What's
why
the name of the
y'all like
gas?
are so hung up on that, but you just are so desperate to get away from anything that might be a measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Can you name the gas that refused to stratify?
All of the gases, the gas.
Second law of thermodynamics dictates the mixing of gases.
All the gases on the periodic table were in this cave.
They
Oh my
would
gosh,
mix.
he can't be here. This is
They
too
mix.
difficult.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, they mix. There's not like layers of dense gas and then the medium gas and then the light gases at the top. Doesn't work like that. You'll find that in caves, the gases are mixed, evenly distributed. The ratio is even. It's like at the top of a mountain, right? It's hard to breathe. There's not a lot of oxygen. Yeah, ratio-wise, there's still the same amount of nitrogen as there is oxygen. 71% of it will still be nitrogen, and the other percent of it will be oxygen. It's just less of it. Doesn't work the way you think it does, dude.
Anyway, the answer is
The gas is
nitrogen.
mixed.
That's the gas. That's the magical gas that refused to stratify in the sealed cave, okay? And it's
None
a
of the
chemical
gases
property.
stratify. None of
It's a
them did.
chemical property of nitrogen that
You're an
Jesus
idiot.
You're
Christ.
you really are. You really are an idiot. Sorry.
Just cope and cope and cope.
Second law of thermodynamics.
You're the one who is coping, dude. You're the one who thinks that
You can't
gravity
even
makes
listen to
balls
the fact
appear
that
in
the cave was
outer
full of
space.
nitrogen and oxygen, and that
You're the
nitrogen
one
has
who
chemical
thinks
properties
balls
that created
appear in
diffusion, and
outer
therefore it didn't
space
stratify.
because
Like,
they're
if you
sucked
blew
together
the
by other
fucking cave
rocks.
open, if you blew the ceiling up, what do you think would happen?
Tell me all about Avogadro's law. We were talking about gases and how they mix, and the density of gases and how
Flat
they be
earthers,
attributed
at
to
least
where
like
they are.
engage
You have
in
to
subject
Google
matter.
that.
You guys just get like really loud when people start asking questions. It's crazy.
You think there's like only one type of gas in a cave, and you didn't even look at the paper because it lists all the different gases.
Why wouldn't gases stratify in the regular atmosphere then? They mix. Gases mix.
How come you never asked these questions in school?
Yeah, why doesn't gravity affect gases?
Why is it
It
that you
does
have to
affect
learn
gravity.
science
We
from
have
flat
partial
earthers?
pressure. Like
Why do you
we
have
have
to learn
massive-
science from flat earthers, kid?
You guys are not teaching any science. We're trying
You're a
to
science
educate you
denier,
guys.
Dylan.
I'm
We
reading your
haven't even
paper,
really,
telling you
haven't really
gases.
spoken
Yeah, but
about
you
much
didn't even
science.
yeah.
So
Why doesn't gravity affect gases, Dylan?
gas is affected by gravity. We have atmosphere, for example, around the Earth.
That's a
It's
reification fallacy. Saying we have
Dylan.
atmosphere is not proof
You
that
have
gravity
higher
affects gases.
higher pressure at the surface than you do at elevation. That's because of gravity.
No, the
that's
gas
where
is
gases
produced at the
start.
surface. Yeah.
Dude,
You
you
guys
got to
just
think
did not
about this
learn.
stuff before you just blurt out things. Just don't blurt out things. You sound retarded.
Dylan, what's the ideal gas formula?
It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
Dylan, what's the ideal gas formula?
The ideal gas formula,
If you don't know
PV
it.
equals nRT. I think it is.
Yes.
PV equals nRT.
Good. And we understand that this formula is describing the behaviour of gases, right?
That's the ideal
Idealised,
gas
I'll
formula.
grant you. Yeah,
There-
yep, good. In PV equals nRT, where is the G?
It's part of P, the density.
No, dude. P is pressure. We solve for pressure by force over area, right?
No, there is
That's
no.
gases moving in constant motion, random motion, colliding with the walls of the volume. V.
Yes. Yes.
V described as a physical boundary for the gas to press against.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Cool. So no G here, but you're saying
No,
that
I was
gravity
thinking-
affects
I was
gas
thinking there was
behaviour.
no-
Oh, he's mumbling through me again.
No, there's no gravity or
Oh,
density.
if they mumble, Jedi, if they mumble, they don't have to listen to you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Is he,
What are you
he
going
thinks V equals infinity? Is that his claim?
Mm.
Ooh, how do you have a V of infinity and then get pressure?
Because of gravity?
No.
Oh my
Pressure is
God,
solved by
gravity
force.
does everything for you guys. Gravity makes trees grow. Gravity makes people stick to the ground. What happened before they invented gravity? Did people float?
We
Gravity-
sort of named something. We discovered it, I
Pressure.
guess you could call it.
Pressure is solved by force over area, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cool. That's the force that the gas has as it's moving and then collides with the physical boundary, the volume, like within a tyre, right? Where's the G?
They don't consider that in the ideal gas formula. No, there's no G in the ideal gas formula.
They also don't consider it in kinetic molecular theory either, do they?
Or in any other thing, do they?
Do you have Bernoulli's equation? Yeah, I mean, you do consider gravity in the flow of fluids, which gas is a fluid.
Nope.
I could pull that formula up for you, but yeah, you have gravitational effect of fluids.
No, you don't.
That's fine. But
That's
what
why
we have
water-
with P equals nRT is several experiments that go in development of that expressive form, right? Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, blah, blah, blah. At least 5 or 6. Goes into the theory of kinetic molecular theory, right? All based on experiments. Have you got an experiment that shows that gravity's doing anything to gas? I'll grant you, and I love this, that you may have a So I'm going to need a demonstration of that G acting on the gas. Physically.
Yeah, also, isn't the infinite volume also expanding? How does that work?
Well, it doesn't, because infinite can't expand. That would mean a definite space. But if your volume is increasing, that means pressure will be reducing. Oh, shit.
Shit.
That's why in my experiment that I do, because I'm not a science denier, I leave my vacuum pump running because of the glober's ever expanding universe, because the pressure would just be getting lower and lower. Flat earthers are the ones who do science. Globers are the ones who imagine that things can happen by invisible things doing invisible things to other invisible things that don't exist.
Yeah, and the point is, it doesn't matter whether we have gravity or not. The Earth still measures flat. And so, if gravity exists, it exists on a flat Earth.
Is that tough? I think that was tough. I don't know.
Hello, sorry. Can I ask a quick question about something that Mr. Jedi said earlier? Um, so it's a, did Jedi say that um, the longitude lines in the north go around the North Pole, and in the south they go around the South Pole?
Yeah.
Then what would you say about the equator itself? Would it go
Don't
around the
know.
North or the South Pole?
Good question. Don't know.
Wait, you don't know?
No, it's been a question I've had for a while. Can understand the observations that we have with regards to, say, with regards to the sun. Can understand that, but where do we place the tropical stars, the ones that we talk about between the two tropics around the equator? Um, um, yeah, I need some more clarification on that one. So maybe ask me in some. I don't know at this point. I really don't.
Well, I think other people might know. Have you looked into it?
What the Earth is a sphere rotating upon its axis.
And then might be possible.
Well, then the surface would be curved, wouldn't it?
Well, it's a pretty big sphere, so you wouldn't notice it.
So whenever
Yeah.
I say something's very big or huge or anything like that, they yell at me. But when Globers say it's very big, it's okay.
I was joking there. But yeah, just consequentially, big, small, doesn't matter. Still a curved surface, though, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So I guess with the right tools, I'd measure that curved surface over distance, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, this is why we're here with tools. We don't measure that curvature over distance. We measure the surface of the Earth, water to be horizontal.
Wait, we don't measure it? I actually didn't know that.
No,
Wow.
water's horizontal.
Wow.
I know, mind blowing, right?
You're like Albert Einstein over here.
No, Albert
welcome to
Einstein was an
1590.
idiot.
No, like the equivalent.
Yeah, Albert Einstein and Stephen Hawking were dating.
No, I got you. They were a bunch of Jews. I got you. But like, you know. Wait, is the spherical world? Is it like a Jewish conspiracy theory that you guys think?
Well, are
Uh-oh,
you
this
gonna
this guy lost his mind.
Yeah, he sounds like he has some issues.
Wait, you guys don't believe it's a Jew?
Okay, moving on. Hey, Flatlander, are you in the room?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. We've been waiting quite a while for your easy to
Yeah.
understand diagram.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm just trying to put. So the way I've explained it, obviously, I mean, I don't know if people listening were being ignorant towards what I was saying, didn't want to hear it, or they have their own version in their head, or I just simply wasn't explaining it correctly. So I'm trying to kind of relearn how I understand the observations at work. Right? Can I ask how do you guys explain it? Because obviously it's not the same way as me, so I have no idea how you would explain it.
Explain what?
Southern
Never mind.
rotations versus the northern.
Why do we need to explain it?
Yeah, I was gonna say
I don't. You don't need to. I was curious on if you did have an explanation.
No, why should we?
I'm just
Because
asking
that would
if you
be
do.
just complete speculation, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, unless you had proof of how it would work, then I guess it wouldn't be right. But if
Well,
you
how
don't,
would we have proof? How would we have
I don't.
proof?
I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I don't know why
think-
you're like being combative. What I'm suggesting here
That's
is
not combative. I'm asking you a question. Why should we know, and why should we make
Oh,
claims about it?
I didn't know if you did know, meaning that I didn't know if you had an idea of how it worked that you could prove, right? If you don't,
Of
that's
course
okay.
not. Neither do you.
Oh, well, I don't think that's actually true. Based
No,
on
you
what
don't. You don't have proof. You have an idea, and you speculate that this is what's going on. You don't have actual proof of it.
Okay, I mean, I could work with that a little bit. I think what I have is a lot of sure. It's not concrete proof. I guess I could concede to that.
No,
but
it's not empirical proof that we can test and validate. It's just an
Sure.
idea, and so we do those on Sundays when we speculate.
All right.
Or the Earth's a globe, and that explains it.
Is this the LARPer?
Razor.
I guess we have to agree on what phenomena we observe before we try to explain it. Right? So what are we trying to explain?
You're done with me?
Yep.
No,
Well, he was trying to
didn't know.
explain why he was trying to explain why the Earth looks and is measured flat, but he believes it's a ball. Well, I'm waiting for his reason.
Wait, sorry, me? I'm lost right now. I don't know who's talking to who. Sorry.
We're waiting for Flatlander to explain the heavens.
Oh, heaven, that's fun.
What? Dude, I'm so fucking lost. Did you not just hear me have a conversation with over fences?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I agree. I agreed that it would. I don't have like concrete proof. I could show you guys and talk about a million different ways, but I understand now that your stand. I thought you were arguing with the fact that first of all, I thought Jedi you were disagreeing that it was flat when we first originally started talking.
Oh no.
Okay. And I didn't understand that your standpoint was that there's no concrete proof. I was explaining a very reasonable way of how it is possible to see southern rotations, right?
Jedi's a
Yeah.
mod in this channel, so he's definitely a flat earther.
No, it's fine. I again, I haven't really talked to him. I didn't know, but when we were talking back and forth about the southern rotations, I was under the assumption that you were saying that the only way that they could work is on a globe. So that's what I was giving you an idea of how it could work on a flat Earth. That's all that was happening there. And no, yeah, I agree because I even told you. Remember when I was talking about how parts of it is speculation, and you were like, "Oh, okay, that's good." I don't know if you remember that part.
My main conjecture is just getting to the base understanding between me and you of what we actually observe. And then we can argue about explaining the phenomena away, but it seemed to be we had a disagreement of what we even observed in the first place, mate.
Okay. Well, listen. Apologize for that. I definitely misunderstood where you were. I thought you were arguing that this would be an impossible phenomena unless we lived on a globe. And all I was trying to do was explain to you a way, right? Because there could be more than one way that this happens. I was explaining to you the best way possible that I could, that in theory, obviously, because yes, I can't hard prove it, but I could bring examples of this. I could show you in theory how it works, and I think it's a very good argument to counteract, not to prove anything, but to counteract that it is possible on a flat Earth. That's where I was coming from. So I think I was confused on where your stance was, where you just didn't even want to go there because it is speculation at the end of the day, which I can also agree to.
It's not that it's speculation, it's about the clarification of what we're actually trying to explain, which is two celestial poles. There are two celestial poles. As I asked you in our conversation with regards to the Southern Cross, I asked you, which pole does the Southern Cross rotate around? And you said the North Pole, and that's just not true.
Well, in my
You
understanding,
understand
it
my
does.
conjecture, right?
Yes, but to my understanding, it does. Everything rotates around Polaris.
Okay, so to your understanding, to our measurements, the Southern Cross rotates around the southern axis of rotation. You
Again,
understand
this
this is why I
is
asked you about
speculation
celestial
for
navigation. Okay.
sure.
This is why I asked you about celestial navigation. We understand how celestial navigation works, and we can also use it to prove the Earth is flat by taking elevation angles to things in the sky, including Polaris, right? Lines of latitude or circles of equal altitude around Polaris being latitude lines.
Yeah, but this
These
would
things are
still
being measured in angles.
and they would still work if we're seeing it doesn't matter if we're seeing an apparent position or not, because we would
Dude, apparent position doesn't matter. I can stand under, for example and ease of argument, the North Star, and I'm at geographic north. I can conversely do the same thing in the south. I can point of rotation, and I'm at geographic south. Do you understand?
Yeah, but I'm not disagreeing with that. I just don't understand what you have the big other than what I have is not hard proof. I don't understand what you have an issue because you could still
Because the
have that
Southern Cross
same thing that
rotates around the celestial south, not north. That's what we measure.
based on personal
What we
observation.
based upon what we measure with celestial navigation, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, like for example, you can't go up to the southern crux, right? Like it's just an apparent position that we
Yeah,
observe
it's
from the
just up there
ground.
in the sky, and I will measure its location, elevation. Thus, I will navigate the Earth. Yes, this is a flat Earth proof, but consequently, we must understand what we measure in the sky, and what we measure in the sky is 2 points of rotation, not one, two.
Yeah, I just don't understand. Like I understand what you're saying. I just don't understand why you think what I'm saying is combating with that because it's not.
Because the Southern Cross doesn't rotate around the
All right.
pole.
Well, we
It
keep going in circles
measures.
now.
It measures to rotate around the southern. right? That's my point. You said it didn't. I say it does. That's why we measure it. You're wrong. I'm right.
Okay. I
Well,
disagree, but
do
it's fine.
you remember why I jumped into the conversation when you were explaining to a globe earther why stars in the south appear to move in a different direction, clockwise and counterclockwise? Do you remember that?
Yeah, yes, because you think you're right, or yeah, you're right and I'm wrong. That's why.
Yeah, because that answer isn't sufficient. You just turned
To you?
around. Yeah.
That's not what I said
Because
either.
the answer's insufficient.
That's
You just
simplifying
turned
what I said.
around, negating two celestial spheres.
It's not what I said.
Sorry,
though, but-
poles. All right, dude. If you're just going to be arrogant and not want to listen, that's fine.
I'm not. I'm just saying. That's not what I said. That's not my explanation. You just turn around. I would never claim that.
So it's literally when I came into the conversation. But please tell us why things appear to move in different directions.
Yeah, because we see someone in this doesn't like when I say this. Our azimuth through grid of vision appears to make two different converging points. So when we walk to one side of the warehouse to another, it appears that they start moving in different directions when really they don't, based on atmospheric magnification, distortion, and our eyes see. And things like that could kind of allude to this, is like how we see train tracks, right? Train tracks actually don't diverge, or I'm sorry, converge. They are parallel, even though when you stand and look down a railroad track, at the very ends of it, they seem like they could intersect, which they don't. And I'm suggesting that if we are seeing in this curved line of vision, then there could be a artificial converging point. That's kind of like the picture I sent far above. I can just send it again. Let me find it. And again, I'm not dying. I'm just saying this is a possibility.
I just want to clarify. When you say artificial convergence point, what do you mean?
Apparent position,
the reason why I asked that, the reason why I ask is because the one in the north, is that an apparent convergence point, or are the stars actually rotating around that point?
They both are, in my opinion.
So the stars are actually rotating around, yeah?
I think everything's rotating around one thing, and I guess I could assume that it's all Polaris based on how we perceive it. I can't really prove that, but I mean it's irrelevant where they actually are rotating, because we see how they are observed, and based on those observations, what I'm explaining could be technically be true when it comes to different convergence points, right?
Okay, but you must understand then, and I'm being less combative now, right?
Sure, I think we both are.
Why I'm saying that when we explain things in the north, that's kind of fine. The things are actually rotating around that point, and when I stand in the Arctic Circle in the sun, right? But when we go to the south, all of a sudden it's apparent convergence points, and the sun's not actually doing that. It's, I don't know, the dome's reflecting it or some shit. Do you get me? We see the same thing in the south, but all of a sudden the explanation's now got to be different. Why?
Okay, so your stance here is that, well, and again, I'm not really. It depends on the reference point. Like, for all I know, the true path of stars are like directly somewhere near the equator or something, right? Like, I'm not saying that it is 100% around. Maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying completely.
Right. Okay. Let's point this out. Me in the north, right, in the UK, actually same latitude as Canada, so quite fucking. I can observe the Big Dipper rotate around Polaris, right, or the northern celestial point during the night, right, over time. That's what it does. Now, our friends in the south, they can observe, if they're south enough, can observe the Southern Cross do the same thing in the south around a southern point in the sky that the southern stars rotate around. Now, if I'm observing this in the north, just rotating around, is it just the stars rotating around a point in the south now, or is it some kind of convergence because where I'm standing something?
Okay, I see where you're coming from a little bit better now. I guess because I don't know what the true, like, in my understanding of it, right? Because I'm talking in all this like apparent position, blah blah blah, and I don't know the actual. I would assume it's to the right. And now, okay, so then what you're saying is, why would it be different? I don't know. I'd
Yeah.
have to think about that.
So
I kind of, it's not clicking totally, but I think if I sit on that, I'll kind
okay,
of understand what you're
let's
saying.
bring the sun into it. Right?
Uh-huh.
We know the land of the midnight sun in the Arctic in the north. Right? We stand there, sun for 24 hours above the horizon for months and months and months. Cool, no problem. Now we're in the south, in the summer, and the sun's rotating around the observer. Now, how do we explain that? Because I can just say that the sun's rotating around me and it's just moved position. When I look at your PFP, right, your picture, and it's got Antarctica as the circumference of the Earth, and if I was to go to Antarctica in this conception of the Earth, I would always be on the outside of the circle of the sun as the sun circles between the two tropics, Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. I'm always on the outside of that circle, not within it, so I could not logically observe the sun rotate around me. But I do observe the sun rotate around me in the south. So you understand why when I see that map on PFPs, I start getting upset.
Okay, well, let me, and I see what you're saying. Let me just quickly tell you why I have this in my profile picture. This is, and I understand because the Earth as we know it could be super distorted in the sense like Antarctica that could have like a giant lump in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not saying that I use this when I'm not in this chat, right? When I'm talking to like just someone random, they have a question on flat Earth. I can just go like I can explain like how you can circumnavigate on a plane, right? Like that's the only reason why I have this picture. So I don't hold this as like, oh, this is my flat Earth model. This is definitely how the world is laid out. It's just like for someone's first time hearing about flat Earth and they can't like comprehend very simple things like again circumnavigation. I can just look at my profile picture, do a circle, east to west. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Okay.
and I understand that. But further in our conversation, we're trying to explain why stars appear to move clockwise and anti-clockwise when we turn around or move our position on the Earth, north or south. Now, for us to just turn around and say, it's just because you turn around, because the stars above are acting like a carousel, right? All coming out from that central point. So when you face inwards and north, like they're coming from this way, and when you turn around, going from that way, right? Counterclockwise opposed to clockwise, left to right as opposed to right to left, right? But that's not actually what the sky's doing. The sky's got two points of rotation on it, one north, one south. So when you try to explain, you must understand people in the south do actually see the converse of what we see in the north with regards to their path of their stars in the south, clockwise compared to our counterclockwise, or clockwise or counterclockwise compared to our clockwise, whichever way round, right? Because
Sure.
there are literally 2 points in the sky that separate stars rotate around.
Okay. All right. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Because again, I'm trying to understand what you're saying, and I'm trying to understand where
It's 2
it
poles,
fucks
not
with
one.
me.
So
Huh?
you're going to
There's
change
2
your
poles.
profile picture, and then you're going to stop talking about domes. Remember, I'm the one who doesn't like when you do that shit, and because that's what you were afraid to say before. I'm listening. Don't worry.
Well, okay, and again, I don't mean the literal firmament, right? I think you understand that. That's all I'm
And
saying.
stop using the word.
Well, I'm not going to because I think it's a good way to explain our vision, right? Like dome of vision.
So it's a good way to
A celestial
confuse
sphere.
people who don't understand anything, and they think a flat earther is talking about a fucking dome in the sky because you're pointing to a dome in the sky.
I mean that's their problem. I mean,
No,
you
that
know.
becomes my problem.
All right. Well, I won't do it in this chat. Is that okay? That's why I already didn't do that. Because I've heard your argument. I've agreed with. I understand your perspective. Just while I'm out on my own, I'm obviously going to talk the way I'm going to talk, but I'm going to respect your guy because you guys are veterans here. So I'm going to respect what you guys would want said more in this environment. That's why I'm not using the word to describe vision. So I'm with you. Like, I think that's reasonable.
Flatlander, can I ask you a question, dude?
Sure.
In all honesty, do you think the world is surrounded by Antarctica as the perimeter ice wall? Obviously, maybe stuff beyond this, but like your PFP describes.
Yeah, I mean, speculation. Obviously, whatever's past it. I do think that mostly we are surrounded by Antarctica, though. Yeah.
Okay, you understand my conjecture of this. Point it out. In the north, there's a pole. You can stick a pole in the floor in the north in the middle of your map. If I was to do this on your map with the south, I would be continually putting poles around the outside of the circumference of this circle. Right?
Sure.
Cool. But we define north by standing underneath a point in the sky, like we define south, standing point in the sky. So just putting two sticks in the floor, one north, one south, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's my conjecture. As long as you understand that, dude, that's fine.
No, I pretty much do. And I just need the, like, I mean, I've learned about this a long time ago. So, like, maybe I'm missing a part that if I said it would help out a little bit. So, like, what I was going to say before we got sidetracked a little bit was I'm going to kind of just, like, relearn and reanalyze my argument, right? Like, I think I've said all that I could say.
Yeah.
And I heard what you said, so for my own self, and obviously I'm not even gonna bring it up if I don't find anything. But if I
Yeah.
can understand what you said and still make what I said make sense, then I'll
Yeah.
come back with it. Yeah.
So you understand before you go, why?
No, I understand your point. Yeah.
Cool.
There's
Thank you.
yeah, absolutely.
Right, unless there's any more from Flatlander or anybody else who wants to talk to Flatlander, I guess we can move on to someone else. Yes, no?
Yes, the stars rotating around the North Pole, and those rotating around Sigma Octantis are counter-rotating, aren't they?
Well, not only are they moving, but first of all, can you hear me? You guys into that?
No, please use your best microphone, I beg you.
Okay. So Sigma Octantis is in a counter rotation around another pole, what you guys call pole, yeah.
Yeah. So what do you mean by turning around?
Well, it's not in the same rotation as the one in the north. Like we can see both of them simultaneously from some parts of the earth.
Well, that's apparently caused by turning round.
No, it's not caused by turning around. You can see them both simultaneously. You don't have to turn around.
And where do you see them simultaneously?
Near the equator.
You've actually observed that?
I haven't observed that, but I'm pretty sure it's a thing.
So when you approach the equator, you turn round? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm pretty sure I just told you it has nothing to do with turning around. You don't need to turn around.
The Jedi said earlier that that's caused by turning around. Your perception of those star rotations is caused by turning around.
He might have been
Please don't strawman me.
What did you say then?
I said with regards to one point of rotation.
So
you
if
just
you
turning around would explain that, but it doesn't explain the whole story.
If you're at the geographic position of the North Pole and you moved away from it and you traveled south until you could no longer see Polaris, then the star rotation would change.
Yeah, but you're not looking at the same star rotation at that point.
But nobody's turned round. You're continuing to walk south or travel
Yeah.
south. And now the star's changing direction, okay?
Yeah, because you're looking at a different star field because they're rotating in a different direction than the stars in the north. Yes.
Okay, so no turning around then.
No turning around.
So equally with the sun in the north, at the summer solstice when it's you've got a 24-hour sun, or even now in the north, you face south to look at the sun. Follow the path of the sun. You're facing south all during the day.
Yeah, and the sun arcs north. Yes, I know.
Okay, you're facing south. So when the guys were in Antarctica, they were also facing south and watching the sun, but it was going in the other direction, from right to left. They didn't turn round. They were both facing south,
Was
and in
this in
both
the
cases,
is this in the
in
winter or
in the winter, it was the north winter, but the south summer. When they
was it
went to
north?
Antarctica and they watched the sun, they were facing south too.
Okay.
Okay, so nobody turned round. Both are facing south. One
Okay.
watches the sun go from left to right, and one watches the sun go from right to left.
All right.
How do you account for that?
What do you mean? How do I account for that? It's an observation.
But the sun changing directions, counter-rotating sun circles.
Well, it's not changing directions. You're just if you're looking south and the sun is you can still see the sun south, and whether you're in the north or south, you're still looking southerly. So
Yeah, but one is going from right to left, and the other case, the sun is going from left to right.
that is interesting.
Sorry, where the two observations?
Well, in the north and the south.
Like
And
that's
you're looking
interesting.
in which direction?
South.
Sorry?
He's
Which
saying you're looking at
direction?
Facing south. I mean, if you're at the 24-hour sun of either of those, you're within the circle of the sun. You're within it. It's going around you, above your head, in front of you and behind you. You see the whole thing. One
Right.
rotation in the north goes from left to right, and in the south it goes from right to left in a complete circle.
Yeah.
So how would that be explained on flat Earth?
Do we have to say it for like the 5,000? I guess not.
I don't know. I don't think I've heard it 5,000 times. It's just a question.
The sun moved.
The sun moved to change rotation.
Didn't change rotate. What do you mean change?
You said that the
Sorry, we've
star
already
rotation.
pointed out. Sorry, dude, you've already pointed out the difference between the north and the south, and observing thing in the north. You said that when you see it in clockwise around the observer in the summer, and then in the summer in the south, it rotates counterclockwise around the observer in the south. It's quite obvious that the sun. You're
no
asking
wait.
how it's what
He was wrong.
changed from one. Sorry, Elijah. I thought I was talking.
Because I realized mid talk that he was wrong about something. And which is why I said it was interesting, because if it was what he said, it confused me. But now I understand. I'm sorry to interrupt.
You told the guy earlier it was a proof of flat Earth, the counter-rotating star circles.
Listen, focus in on the thing that I'm trying to get clarity about instead of continuing to talk about other things that happened before.
This is the same thing. It is the same topic.
Focus in on what I'm saying.
Go on, what you
We
saying?
should,
It's only just occurred to you, so I didn't hear what occurred to you.
all right, so in the summertime in the north, the sun sets, right? In the north. In Australia, it doesn't set to your south. It also sets to the north. So you don't just go south and then see it set to the south. That's not true.
The sun is
Thank
going
you.
from left to right in the north, whilst
All
in
right. What
Australia, the sun's going from right to left at the same
detail about
time. At
the
the same
detail?
time.
Well, you did in that case.
Is that what occurred to you?
Well, in that case, all you did do is turn around because you went
No,
south
no,
and then you turned out and you looked north.
no.
Okay, so if you don't turn around, you won't be looking at the sunset then.
No. In the 24-hour sun in the north,
Yeah.
the sun goes above your head all the way around from left to right, and it's
All right.
the opposite to that in the south.
Okay, at a different time of year though.
Yeah, but they're still facing south. When they were facing south,
We're
the
facing two
sun.
different rotation points. Like I
Well, how
told
do you?
you,
Where does the sun switch over rotations?
what do you mean? In the north, during the summer, it arcs from northeast to northwest. But in the north, in the winter, it arcs southeast to southwest. It doesn't still go the same northwest direction. It's not same rotation around the same thing.
In the northern summer, when there's a 24-hour sun, the sun rotates from left to right, according
He
to
is
the.
now.
And in the southern 24-hour sun, it rotates from right to left around the observer. The same sun.
Same sun circling a different point in the sky. Yes.
So it's going in opposite directions somehow.
In a different point in the sky, not around the same northern point or the same northern pole.
Well, if it's going around a point in the north in a rotation and then going in a counter rotation around another point in the south, that's opposite.
Same time, not at the same time.
At the same time.
No, not at
As
the
the
same
people
time.
in the north,
Not at the same
people in the
time. You guys keep dude, you keep saying it's at the same time. It's not. Different time.
It's
6
because
months
when the
apart.
people in the north, they face south and watch the path of the sun during the day.
Yeah, towards the Tropic of Cancer. So when you say north, where specifically in the north? Not inside the Arctic Circle, outside the Arctic Circle.
Wait, you are.
The tropic where?
You face south to watch the sun during the day.
Yes.
Okay. In Australia, when they're watching the sun, it's going in the opposite direction.
Yes, that's because the sun is between the two observers, me in the north and those in the. It's like me standing on the other,
so
and me getting confused why the cars are like going in opposite directions. They're fucking not.
So at that point, they are outside of that circle.
What do you mean by outside? Sorry, dude. Is it in the summer in the north?
You're saying that in the north,
is it in the summer in the north? I'm asking you a clarifying question. Don't tell me that what I'm saying.
Is what in the summer in the north?
When we're making this fucking observation.
Yes.
Okay, good. So I will be standing inside the circle of the sun because it will be circling around the Tropic of Cancer, right?
Going from left to right, yeah.
Yeah, as I face south.
And so when you're in the south.
Yeah, not standing inside the circle of the sun.
When it's going around the Tropic of Capricorn and you're inside the circle of the sun on the solstice.
No, not inside the circle of the sun.
Yes, you are. It was observed.
No, I'm outside the circle of the sun.
No, they were observed. It was observed to go around.
No.
24
I'm
hours
outside the circle of the sun. It is circling around the north, around the tropics. I am not inside that line. I am outside that line.
In the summer. In the English summer.
Yes.
In the northern summer, yes. But in the southern summer, it's the opposite.
Yes, well done.
Okay, inside the circle.
That conversely, when it's winter for me, I'm not standing inside the circle.
Yeah, but nobody changed direction. Nobody turned around.
What's he fucking going on about? I tried to engage with him. He's a prick.
Well, I don't know. If it's going around for 24 hours in the north from left to right.
Do you understand the fucking idea of not standing inside the circle of the sun?
Yeah, but there is an observation of both observers standing inside the circle of the sun.
When's that?
At the summer solstice at either points.
Oh, okay. So we see the sun circling around us in both poles, do we?
In the north, it goes from left to
You
right.
said in both.
And in the
So
south,
we observed this. So to be clear, before you start running away, you greasy little chicken, we observe this in the north and do we? At this time of year,
observe what?
the sun circling around both observers.
If you go far enough north, yes.
No, in both locations. You keep saying north. If I keep going, so not in both locations, just in. You said both locations, but you keep pointing at the north. Greasy little chicken.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely a greasy little chicken. I've decided not to continue chasing you around the farm.
Talking about.
Greasy little chicken.
Yes, because you're running away from the circles that they're within. We're not
Sorry,
talking
you
about
haven't pointed out to me or demonstrated to me that both observers in the north or in the south are actually inside a circle at the same time. You just keep saying, and I quote, well, if you go far north enough, you will. But what about south, sir? You need to point that out, that at both times of year, the sun is observed from both locations, observed to circle around them.
Because the sun has moved.
No, dude, you need to point and show your fucking claim.
Are you inside or
true.
Are you inside or outside of the circle of the sun when the sun is going around the Tropic of Capricorn when you're in the north?
Outside.
Okay. And now you're inside. You think right now you're inside it.
What's he going on about right now? What, because it's summer? Or almost summer?
You said it was you're inside when you're in the north. When it's on the Tropic of Cancer.
In the summer?
Yes, it is a summer nearly. The sun is over the Tropic of Cancer.
I don't understand half of what you're fucking saying.
In about a month, the sun will be over the Tropic of Cancer.
Yeah, okay, that's lovely. I will be inside that circle. That's great. Those south of this will be outside of the circle.
Okay.
Because it gets cold for them.
But when it's the summer solstice in the south, they're inside the circle and the sun is going from right to left, opposite.
Why do you keep pointing out what we observe? Yes.
Yep. Well, that's all we have, observations, isn't it?
No, but carry on.
Well, that's it. It's going from right to left in one position and left to right in the other position, counter-rotating.
Earth's not a ball then.
Didn't talk about a ball. That's the first time anybody's mentioned a ball, and that's you.
Well, that's what this room is about. So is Earth a ball or not?
No, well, Jedi said it was a proof of flat Earth, the counter-rotating star circles.
It is. Earth is flat. It's not a proof for it. It's already flat.
So when you cross the midpoint, the Jedi's not sure how the equator is established, either from Sigma Octantis or Polaris.
No,
but he does measure.
The equator is when you stand underneath the equator. What do you mean?
Well, the equator is the minimum angle to Polaris, isn't it?
No, well, you can derive it from that way or stand.
Okay, so it is established from Polaris then.
Yes, you can establish it that way or stand underneath.
You said you weren't sure earlier. You didn't know whether it was Sigma
again,
or Polaris.
Dude, when you keep jumping and saying, and I know that you were listening, but I think you got cloth in your ears because every time you to say and again, what I said, it's really convoluted. I know I didn't say it because of what you're saying.
Okay.
I know how we derive. I know how we derive
established
these things. What the fuck are you listening to?
So it is established by Polaris then?
It can be.
Okay. So when you cross that midpoint, then the stars and the sun change direction.
But when or what time of year? What's going on? What stars? What's changing direction?
Presumably at the equinox when the sun crosses the equator, heading towards the Tropic of Cancer.
So what stars?
Or the Tropic of Cancer.
What stars?
Where is it going? What stars?
Dickhead,
what?
What stars?
What stars? What?
Oh my god! What stars?
What do you mean? What
You're
stars?
talking about rotation in the sky, dude.
Yeah.
We're talking about Polaris.
Yep.
And we're talking about rotation of stars clockwise and counterclockwise. And you're fucking asking me what stars. Are you not following your own fucking conversation?
I'm following yours, Jedi.
Yeah, okay, good. So we're talking about the rotation of stars in the sky. I'm talking about what stars? The ones in... Which ones? Where am I?
Well, the ones in the north are going in one direction. When you cross the equator, they change direction.
No, no. The stars actually
Well,
just continue going in the direction. Just because you've gone somewhere doesn't mean they're going. I wonder if the next question is going to be, well, when I look at them,
so all
when
the
I look at
stars
them,
are
they look
rotating.
like they're doing this. But when I look at them from over here, they look like they're doing that.
Yeah.
But have the stars actually changed fucking direction? No.
Well, they are because they're rotating around a different point.
No, the ones in the north are rotating around the north.
Yeah, that's one point.
Duh.
And the ones in the south are rotating around another point.
But the one in the south, yes.
Yeah. So when you cross the midpoint, they change direction.
I don't have to cross the midpoint to see the southern stars.
You do because this.
No, I don't. I can see some of them from here.
Come here. Not from where you are.
Yeah, I can.
Lie down.
You think that you can only see the southern stars when you're off of the equator?
You can see it. It's clear.
But do you think you can only? Are you going to whistle for your dog? Or are you going to talk to me?
Just wait.
No,
you
just
you
fucking
can see
wait.
the southern. You can see the southern stars from where you are.
Stop whistling at your fucking dog. You can just wait.
No, I have to whistle at my dog because that was important. So you can see the southern stars from where
you are
you
you going to whistle at the fucking nature? Which
I
is
am
it?
talking. I am talking.
Okay, good. So continue doing that. Don't be a rude asshole.
You can see the southern stars from where you are now.
I can see some of them, not all of them.
All right. Which direction are they going in?
From east to west.
No. In terms of rotation.
Sorry, the rotation. Well, where are we putting the 12 on this clock, and where's the point of rotation? If the point of rotation,
you already stated the points of rotation.
Right? No, dude. If you're going to ask a question, please don't talk through the answer.
Don't pretend you haven't already said it. You said the points of rotation are sigma octant and Polaris. So on the flat Earth, there must be a point, a place where you go, where the stars change direction.
No, the stars don't change direction.
Well, they're going in opposite rotations.
Oh, okay. So we've got two celestial poles. The northern celestial stars rotate around the northern celestial pole. The southern celestial stars, which aren't the northern ones, these are the southern celestial stars rotate around the celestial poles, don't they?
In opposite directions, yes.
Yes, in opposite directions if you were to say clockwise and counterclockwise.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So there is a point. If you're on a flat Earth, there must be a point where that changes, where you cross over and the stars. You could be in a place where you're watching the stars go from right to left.
Right at the equator. Yeah, right at the equator. Yep, that's one.
Where's the equator?
In the sky.
Okay, in the sky. How does the sun and the stars return on themselves in a straight line?
You just made up straight line for some reason. You threw that in there.
No, it's on the equinox where the sun.
No, you made that up. You made it up that it's a straight line.
So which rotation is it connected to then? The sun or the stars? The north or the south?
Switching directions.
At which point does it switch in directions, and where can that be observed?
At the equator.
Where is the equator?
In the sky.
Well, then where can you stand as a geographical position that is that?
You'd have to be underneath the sun, and on a flat Earth, you'd be 90 degrees, so it'd be directly overhead.
On the equator.
On a globe, you can't have angles, so I don't know where
On the
you
flat
stand on
Earth.
a globe.
On the flat Earth.
Yeah, I told
The
you where.
equator is a circle or a straight line?
The what?
Equator, it's a circle or a straight line?
It's a point where the sun crosses.
In a straight line from east to west?
Oh, I don't know about that. That's something you made up.
No, I've heard it said here, so.
It's something you made up. I don't know about that. I answered you.
So when it's going from left to right in the north and right to left in the south, whereabouts will I see that change?
At the
On
equator.
The equator. Which point?
What do you mean? Oh, I don't know.
It crosses over. So today, if I stood on the
It takes
equator,
24 hours at least to cross over.
Let's say 182 days, I'm standing on the equator, and I look to the right of me, to the north, to the right, to the north, and the sun is going from left to right. And then the next day, on the 183rd day, I turn to my left, and the sun is going from right to left. Will I be able to observe that somewhere?
Yeah, go outside today. Just turn around and the sun will go from your left to right, and then if you turn the other direction, it'll go from right to left. Isn't that amazing what physics does?
But nobody. Yeah. So we have two rotations of the sun on flat Earth, opposing rotations. Okay.
Obviously.
Okay, well,
I told you in the chat before you weren't listening, and you're not going to talk over me. In the summertime, the sun rises in the northeast and sets in the northwest. In the wintertime, in where I live, in Ohio, in the winter, the sun rises in the southeast and sets in the southwest. How can it change direction, Mr. Glober?
I'm not a glober. It does change direction. It does change direction. In one place, it's going from right to left, and the other, it's going from left to right.
There you go. So there is two places on flat Earth. Thank you.
Yeah, within the circle of the sun.
I think he gets it.
Yeah. Well, I'm just clarifying what you're saying. You seem to think I'm fighting you. I'm just asking you, for
At the
clarification.
moment, we're just clarifying what we observe.
Yeah. So at some place, logically, there is a place where you cross the equator, which you say is in the sky and can never be on the ground.
Where I can observe. That's where we derive it from. It's not where we say. It's when you say stuff like that. Comparative.
Polaris.
It's not what we say.
Polaris is in the sky too, right?
Yes, and so is the equator, celestial equator. You stand underneath it.
You stand at the GP of Polaris.
Well, not that I have or anybody has, but okay.
All right. Well, you haven't been on the equator at the GP either, probably. You claim that.
I think more people have been on the bloody equator. People there.
Okay.
I'll give you that one. The North Sea, who cares?
Where the sun is at your zenith and it's traveling seemingly in a straight line.
Not in a rotation. Apparently.
Okay, yeah. So,
I don't know exactly where I'd have to observe this from, being as, small part in Ecuador, South America, across the Atlantic, trying to figure out what the protracted circle or straight line of this equator actually is. I don't know, and I haven't been on all these positions, especially out in the Pacific, to explain and describe what the sun actually does. But I understand I'm still fucking talking. I understand why you're raising this point, because I've got the same question too. When does the sun cross over? Oh, do you know what? If you're going to fucking talk through me, fuck off.
Yeah. Never mind, Jedi.
Oh, does he think it's all on the equator on that one day? It's just a perfectly straight line or something weird like that?
No, what he doesn't get to do is listen to me. And then for him to patronise their Jeff. No, he doesn't get to speak anymore. I will remove him as soon as I can. What an absolute arsehole. I hope you're listening, Elder Bear. You're a cunt.
How much you guys want to bet that Elderbear still thinks that pi equals 2?
I tell you what, you can ask him. I'll stick myself and jump in and berate him again until I find the fucking get rid of button. But how dare you patronise me, mate, when I'm literally coming to an agreement with you? Fuck you.
Elderbear.
You have to unmute him if you want to talk to him. That's it.
Yeah.
There we go. Do you still think pi equals 2?
I've got an argument that presents that. Yeah. I don't say pi equals 2. It addresses the people who have said things, and that's the implication of what they've said.
Do you stand by that?
My argument, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Jedi. It was addressing one of the things Jedi used to say that he doesn't say anymore.
Do you want to share it with the room so we can all laugh at your stupid conclusion that pi equals 2?
It's called the measured flat destructive dichotomy. You can look for yourself. Now, if you measure an angle, the Earth is measured flat by measuring an angle to Polaris. For each 1 degree increment, you travel 69 miles on a flat horizontal distance. All right. So from the GP of Polaris to the equator, there's 91 degree increments of 69 miles. Okay. So that equals 6,210 miles. So if it's horizontal and it's a flat measurement, that's also a radius. It's the radius to the equator of 24,901 miles. Therefore, pi must equal 2. Now, that's just to address the people who said that. I know you're not saying it now. Jedi said it plenty of times. All right, instructed people how to measure the Earth flat with latitudes, with Polaris, with celestial navigation. And my argument addresses that. I know nobody's saying it now because it's a bit destructive.
Oh yeah, just being able to measure angles, means the Earth is flat. The end.
Well, I know you're not saying that now, but it was being said at the time I made the argument.
Say it every single day.
Okay.
Elderbear,
You can't measure an angle from the surface of a ball. You can only measure an angle from the surface of a flat Earth. Go ahead and debunk me.
Well,
you can definitely
what tool
measure
are you using to measure the angle? What tool are you using to measure the angle?
We'll use a sextant, a bubble sextant.
A sextant does not have a horizontal baseline, does not measure the Earth flat. It's not an elevation angle.
Yeah, I said we're going to use a bubble sextant.
No, we're using a sextant.
Yep, I got horizontal because I'm using a bubble sextant, so I defeated you by throwing that in first. You can't win.
What do you think the bubble does?
Get you a level tool that's now horizontal.
Is that to calibrate the sextant to be vertical?
Vertical?
Yeah.
It's going to be horizontal. You're taking a horizontal reading from a horizontal baseline up to something in the sky. And then if you magically point your arm one thing straight out, like we'll just say straight out, because you don't know what horizontal is. So we'll point straight out in front of you and then point up to the thing. That angle that you just created can only happen on a flat Earth.
Is that bubble measure the Earth flat?
Yep. Yeah. It's used to measure the Earth flat. Yes. They're called water levels in construction.
No, the bubble in the bubble sextant. Is that used to measure the Earth flat?
Yeah.
How would you do that?
It can only work on a flat Earth.
What do you mean it can only work? It's just a tool.
Yeah, it doesn't work on a ball.
It works anywhere you use it.
No, it doesn't. If I set it on the side of a basketball, it does not work.
Well, that's because it's you haven't got a horizontal there on the side. You've got it on the side.
Right, you need a flat Earth.
Have
Thank
a
you.
vertical. Have a vertical in the vertical
You need to
part
have
of
a
the level.
horizontal.
No. If you take that tool and you put that tool on a ball, does it lose its properties?
You can't use it on a ball.
What do you mean you can't use it on a ball? How ridiculous! You just did.
Okay, I got a basketball and a sextant. I'm going to stick
Yeah.
it on the side of the basketball. Now, how do I use it on the
You were talking about a
basketball?
level. You were talking about a level a minute ago.
No, how can I level it on the side of a basketball?
Usually it's a tool. You put a tool on the ball.
What? How does the bubble level itself to the basketball?
It levels itself to itself.
What?
Yeah, it's the tool that's going to give you that the reference, not the
wherever
ball.
you, if I put a sextant on the wall of my house, it would level itself.
No, we're not talking about that. You didn't want the sextant.
So if I put the sextant
We're
on
talking
the
about the
bottom of my
bubble.
basketball, or 45 degrees on the bottom of a basketball, it would now level itself because it's on a ball.
You said the bubble in the bubble section measures the Earth flat.
Yep, that's the tool for it.
Okay, it's a tool.
Yep, water.
Well, if you took a builder's level, you're going to tell me that whatever if you don't put it on a horizontal surface, it doesn't work.
Well, how would you? Yeah, I mean, what the fuck else would you use it for? Unless
So
you've
if
got
you
a
put
level
it
that's
on it,
at 45-degree levels inside of it, so you can turn it 45 degrees or 30 degrees. Some are made like that. I have them that are made on angles.
Yeah, so the tool never loses its property to provide you with a horizontal reference, no matter what the surface it's on.
That's correct. You got it. It's just flat Earth.
Right. So if it was on
it would never work on a ball because there's nothing to make level on a ball. So yeah, it has to be flat.
Why would it not work on a ball?
How do you stick a sextant on the side of a basketball and it magically becomes level?
We're talking about the bubble level now.
Yeah, it wouldn't be level then.
Why?
How would it become level to the basketball?
Well, because it become level in itself. You can establish the horizontal with the
doesn't level
tool.
itself. You can't just
Of
throw a
course it does.
sextant in any direction and it's automatically leveled.
We're talking about the bubble, not a sextant now. We're talking about the bubble. Stay on the point. When you move the tool,
I said sextant. You keep trying to switch it around.
No, I asked you about whether the bubble measures the Earth flat. You said yes.
Yeah, water levels. That's what we use.
Then
Yes.
hang on, you put a level on the side of a ball, and now you want to go to a sextant.
Same thing, because we were talking about a bubble level in the a bubble level sextant.
Okay. So
remember, that's what we started with.
I remember. But if you move,
keep tracking with me.
Oh yeah, but wherever you move, however you orient the tool, is how you'll establish the horizontal reference, not the surface or the bit underneath.
You got to move the tool till that bubble level is centered.
Exactly. Because what? Because the surface isn't horizontal.
Which surface? You're holding it.
Well, you just said it's on a ball.
There is no ball.
Well, same as on the Earth. Anyway, in reality, if you put
the Earth is flat. Yep.
No, the tool is a reference. It measures the Earth not flat.
No. Yeah. Except, like the ground can be uneven, over distance, but the water's not.
But the tool doesn't stop working, does it?
We can use a salt flat,
Yeah, I think if you found a piece of the Earth that conformed to 8 inches per mile squared, you could say the Earth was a ball as well, couldn't you?
Except there's nowhere that does conform to that.
How do you know?
Because we've checked.
No, you haven't.
I know because
you haven't.
I know because I know because I know because I've checked here near Coney Island.
Go on, what did you do?
In Ohio.
What did you do?
checked.
What's that? What do you mean you checked? You looked at something?
Yeah, I used my camera. I could see farther than you should be able to see on a ball, so that means the Earth is flat.
All right. So an observation is proof, huh?
Yes.
Is that how you measured the Earth flat with a camera?
Yep. Many ways. Optics. Yeah, you use optics. Yeah, that's
So you have a
easier.
belief.
Don't you think it's
So you have a
easier to
belief.
use optics than like a stick in a tube?
So you have a belief that the Earth is flat, then?
No, it's just measured that way. Planar
But you haven't
survey.
measured it. You haven't measured it. You just looked with a camera. That
I'm
was
not.
your checking.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
what
do
Eli
planar
did.
surveying, dude. I got more important things to
Oh,
do than
so
holding
you don't
sticks.
know. Exactly. So you don't know. You don't know. You
I
just
do
believe
know.
it's
Yeah,
flat because
planar
you've never
surveys
measured it.
measure the
You've
Earth
never measured
flat.
it. No, they don't. They don't. I mean, observably, measurably, they can't measure it flat. I don't know what Eli did to check.
Sucks to be wrong, doesn't it, dude?
Well, it is. I mean, that's just logical. It's not about being wrong. It's about being better.
You keep talking, dude. You're not going. You
Yeah, I
don't have
do.
any points left. Planar
No, I have got
surveying.
lots of.
Planar is in the word. I don't give a shit what you say.
Yeah, the reference might be planar, but the measurement isn't.
Oh, so
Why
it's
do we need?
circular surveying, but it's called planar surveying. Okay,
You don't
dude.
know anything. You don't know anything about it. You've never done it. You have no
Oh,
knowledge.
spherical surveying
You have no
on a
knowledge.
plane. On a plane, is that what it is, or is it
You
planar
have no knowledge.
surveying on a sphere?
You have no knowledge. You have the belief system. You have no knowing
No,
about
you
it.
just measure it over water. Use water.
You haven't measured it. You used a camera.
Yeah, I live basically on Lake Erie.
Yeah, you used a camera.
So what? Yeah, I got a
Yeah.
nice one.
It's not, camera's not a measuring tool.
I can use it to measure things.
Oh, that's your claim. You know, that's stupid. That won't help any flat earther. That's not moving
Why?
on. That's not
I can
advancement.
set it up to see a measurement, right?
No, that's not advancements. That's just plain stupidity.
What's
If you want
stupid
people to follow
about
your ideas, and
recording measurements with my camera?
yeah, there's no measurement made with a camera.
So if I put a camera on a theodolite, would I be able to measure things then?
You didn't put a camera on a theodolite.
If I did, would it measure things?
Then you're just still in a belief
What
system.
is the difference between a theodolite looking through that and a camera?
Well, if you did it, you'd have some knowledge, but you don't have any.
Answer me?
I have just answered you. You don't have any knowledge of that.
Well, I see. Like my tripod actually has degrees, and I can
Theodolite.
dial them in micro. So I actually could use my tripod with my
Yeah.
camera and some crosshairs, and I could take measurements with mine because I can dial in degrees by minutes and
Measurements to what?
seconds.
Measurements to what?
Anything I want, because you have to. If you
With the
do it,
camera.
if you do it and your camera's level, then you're standing on a flat Earth because you can't level anything on a ball.
With the camera. So you think that two optical devices are going to give you something accurate?
Uh-huh. Yeah, we use cameras all day long. That's a new thing. We're adding them into our AI and into our PLCs, and they're detecting shit that people can't even see anymore on bad parts. Yeah, cameras are pretty accurate. Isn't it amazing how they can measure things?
If one were to say that they had a belief that the Earth was measured flat, what would be necessary for them to be able to say, I know the Earth is measured flat, if they
Put a
haven't done
glass
any
of water
measurement?
on their table and then go in their
If they
swimming
haven't done
pool
any
and then
measurement.
go in the pond and a lake and the ocean, you'll notice all the water's flat in every one of those. And then you go, oh shit, it is flat.
And the water's not flat on the ocean or the sea.
Wow. So it just curves. Oh, saltwater curves.
It's not horizontal, it's not flat.
Saltwater curves.
Yeah, in some places it curves, yeah.
So it's because it's because of the salt that it turns into a ball.
No idea, but I know it's not horizontal or flat.
So it's because of the salt that it turns into a ball.
No idea. That's your
So
thing. I don't know anything
you don't
about
have an
salt
idea.
turning
You
into a
couldn't
ball.
say no. That's silly. You're just not
I don't know
sure.
anything about it. I don't know anything about it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
Salt
You
making
don't
things into
know
a ball.
anything.
No, I do know things, but I don't know anything about salt turning water into a ball.
Well,
Don't
then
know where you
don't
got
say
that.
just the ocean's curve.
You said it. You said it. I didn't say it.
Oceans
You
are
said it.
flat and level
Your
too.
claim. It's your claim. Where does salt turn a water into a ball? Can you explain?
It doesn't.
So where did that
You're the
come
one
from
who
then? Why are you
claims. You're
saying
the
it?
one who claims the ocean's curve, not me.
No, I said the ocean's not flat or horizontal.
Yeah, it is. There's no wind blowing on it. It's flat as a piece of glass.
No, never. You've never seen it. Nobody has ever seen it like that. It's impossible. It's
Plenty
constant
of pictures
motion.
of people taking
It's
pictures
in,
of the
it's in,
ocean when it's flat like glass.
it's in constant motion. It's like a river. You wouldn't use a river as a reference, would you?
Aldemir, what does the surface average out at?
I can't hear you.
What does the
You might.
surface out to be?
Sorry?
Horizontal or curving?
What does the what?
The surface of water, large body of water. What does the average of the surface measure out to be? Because I
The average.
understand
That
you're
would be
moaning
a
about
vertical measurement.
the top. I understand you're bitching and moaning about the surface. There's waves.
Not pitching and moaning. I'm trying to move forward. I'm trying to advance myself as a flat earther. Now these situations don't hang on. These situations don't help
Why
flat
hang
Earth
up? I
because
wasn't done.
if you can't
Hey,
advance beyond them, then you're
wrap
stuck,
up.
aren't you?
I wasn't done. Okay.
How's what
You're
done? It's a
complaining
measurement.
about the surface not being flat and horizontal because you're insinuating that there's waves and all sorts of stuff like that, right? Or is there something else that you're insinuating that we haven't heard about? Because if it is the waves, making it not flat, the concern is not whether or not there are waves; it's about what it averages out to be.
That's
right?
called mean sea level. That's just an average on the vertical datum. It's got nothing to do with horizontal.
Very good.
It's
Okay,
not
so this
horizontal.
mean sea level, is it curving or is it flat?
Mean sea level is just a point on a vertical datum.
It's not a point; it's a line.
Yeah.
Whether that
No,
line
a
is
point.
curved,
A point.
whether
No, he said a
whether
line. I said a point.
it's a series of points as you go out from the shoreline over the body of water, right?
No,
For example.
no. What do you mean out from the shoreline? It's measured in one place on a vertical datum.
Yeah, and then if you extend that out, right, take a series of points along this datum and you connect them, what do you get?
Well, the sea isn't there anymore.
Sorry?
The sea isn't there. I mean, it's constant motion.
What the hell are you saying? I asked you.
When you have a
Right,
point.
with respect to this datum, right? You're saying this is sea level is a point, right? Now, if you move around, right, and you gather a bunch of points, you trace your path, right, along at the height of mean sea level. Are you going to get a curved line if you connect all those dots, or is it going to be a straight line?
On the water.
Is this guy retarded or something?
You said on the water. Went out to sea.
Anywhere.
You said we went out to sea, though.
If you can do it over sea, you can do it along the shoreline.
Can you do it on the sea, though? How would you do that?
Island to island.
Is this guy dumb or something?
Yeah, he's
How
pretty
far away
stupid.
is the island? How far away is the island?
He doesn't. As far as you want, as far as you can see.
I think
All
he's
right.
better
How
off.
you going to establish?
We derailed a little
Listen,
bit, right? I was asking you about the pi equals 2 thing. Let's resume
that's your
because we
thing.
weren't really done, right? You kind of jumped ship, right? It's
Hang on, I'll tell you. Hang on a sec.
right?
Hang on a sec.
So expound
Hang on
upon
a
it
sec.
for us.
Hang on a sec. Hang on. I'm walking, and I know where I'm walking now. I'm going to move into some dead spots. All right, because I know what happens wherever I am, where I'm walking. All right, I'll hit some dead spots, so I might jump in and out. So I'll try and stay with you. I'll hold my phone above my head. Carry on.
We hear you, sir. So expound upon this pipe and tube thing, because it kind of derailed a bit earlier.
I did already expound on it. I told you.
Not really. You kind of jumped to the conclusion. You didn't fill in the gaps. You didn't provide your reasoning, right? Not that much.
Yes, I did.
I think if I can remember correctly, you
But
skipped
if
maybe
you
4 or
take
5 mathematical operations. The
all
actual steps that arrive,
right,
that allow you to arrive, right, at the
yeah,
conclusion. I'm not done, right? The actual steps to take to get to your final result, you skipped at least 4 or 5. Okay, do you mind like listing out the steps for people who are not familiar with your argument?
For those who measure the Earth flat by measuring an angle to Polaris and deriving a 69-mile flat Earth distance between the latitudes.
Who came up with that number?
Yeah, we don't do that, Elder Bear. We don't do that. That's not us. You're not representing
Nobody ever
flat
said
Earth.
69 miles about anything. That's something you got to prove. That's your claim.
Yeah. You were asked to talk about pi R2, yeah? Can you do that one, please? How you got to it.
He's trying to, but we're not going to allow him 69 miles because I don't know where that came from.
Increments.
He's cutting in and out.
Between the North Pole and
the Earth is a circle.
You're cutting
it's a
out.
globe.
The
Yo.
people who said it.
Yo.
No,
How many
Jedi
people
did say
here?
that. Okay, as I said earlier, this argument was formed. This argument, people saying it.
Yo, how many people here actually think the Earth is flat?
Oh,
yeah, I'm sorry. I told you. I told you I'd have a few minutes. I'll probably get back.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, and we didn't claim 69 miles. You did. So prove it.
Yeah, I might be jumping in and out, so I don't have to prove it. I'm just addressing the people who said it.
Who said it?
I don't know anyone who said that.
Oh, that's McToon. You got to call McToon.
No,
You're in the wrong place, dude.
No. Jin just said he said it. Jin just said he said it.
Hello.
Did you say it, Jin?
Like, for fuck's sake, me about 2 years ago. Then I realised that I couldn't actually prove it, so I stopped saying it.
Yeah.
All right,
I've never said it. I've never ever said that. Never said
that.
So
right, hang on a second. So Jedi, it was not over 2 years ago, but you said it, okay? And Nathan Oakley said it, and 10th Man says it. All right, and so I addressed. I made.
Yes,
hang
well
on.
done. They may still say it today, but I don't.
All right, hang on. The other guy, was it Radwen or Triangles? He said I have to prove it. I'm just saying it's an argument that addressed the people who do
you
say
have to
that.
prove that it's 69 miles.
You came
No, I don't.
It's up to you to address it.
Oh, well, then don't use 69
You've got a problem
miles.
with Nathan Oakley saying it. I want to FED, talk to Oakley about it. Don't come in here crying about channels.
Oh dear, we've upset the Australians. Oh shit. Jedi just agreed.
Nathan Oakley thing into our room.
Jedi just agreed. Jedi just agreed that he used to say it. Okay.
Oh well, dude, get with the times. Get with the times.
All right.
Where have you been?
All right.
So now we've clarified he doesn't use it because it can't be proven. So I guess he doesn't do that anymore. So there you go. Can't be proven.
Yeah, so 20 Cups asked me a question about my argument.
Get to pi equals 2.
Oh, yeah, just keep talking. My argument states that. That's the implication of saying that the distance is 69 miles per 1 degree. I'm addressing the people who said it. I don't have to prove it. I'm just addressing the people who said it. And an argument.
So what does addressing it mean? What does addressing it mean? You just say stuff about it and then you stand there?
It's an argument. It's an argument.
Stuff? You just what's the argument? What's the argument?
rebut the argument, and then not me. All right.
What's the argument?
Jedi. 20 Cups asked me about it, so don't
not
say
Jedi.
why am I?
Don't start with. If you
Not you.
start with Jedi, you're going to have to get muted. So go ahead. What's the argument?
Look, 20 Cups asked me about it.
Okay, if
I
you
didn't
start
bring
with
it
20
here.
cups, then
He
you're
asked
going to
me to
have to
bring
get
it.
muted. Just answer the
All right.
question.
Play your
What's
game.
the argument?
Play your game, but ask 20 Cups what he asked me to talk about. I didn't bring it here.
You
Let's
proving
go straight
pi
to
equals 2. You have to prove
Okay,
pi
that's
equals
the
2.
argument. Yeah, that's in the
Elder
argument.
Bear, hang on a second. Elder Bear, yes. Break down the math for us that
They're going
show
crazy.
pi equals 2 at the end of your steps.
Okay. So if you measure you measure a 1 degree angle to Polaris and you get 69 miles per 1 degree of flat horizontal flat Earth, a 69-mile distance, and between Polaris and the equator there are 90 such 1 degree increments, all equaling 69 miles, which gives you a total of 6,210 miles ish. Right? That's flat horizontal. That's a radius to the circle of equal elevation. That's the equator, which is said to be 24,901 miles. Therefore, with a radius of 6,210 and a circumference of 24,901,
Where are you from this flat ground again?
pi equals 2. It's not my claim. It's just addressing the people who made that claim.
So we can pause you right there for a second, right? So if you take the radius of 6,000 whatever it was there, and you calculate circumference with that, what do you get?
39,000 miles.
Okay, so there's a discrepancy, right, between the 24,000 whatever and that number. How do we know which is actually true?
Because the people who I addressed the argument to said so. That's why I didn't say it. I'm not saying that the circumference is 24,901 or the radius is 6,210. I'm just addressing the people who said it was. They said that it is 24,901. They said that the angle is 69 miles per 1 degree. They said it.
Okay.
I made an argument to address it. I'm not claiming anything. I just made an argument. That's all.
Okay. Are any of those people in this room right now?
Jedi admitted he'd said it. So there is one.
Does he uphold it now? No, right?
Well, that doesn't change my argument, does it?
You have to go to when Nathan Oakley is talking and go talk to him about it, not Jedi. How's that?
That's the whole point, right?
Hang on.
Why I brought it up, though? Hold on. Why I brought it up is because you've come in here in the past, bringing this argument, addressing us as if like it needs to be addressed to us. You know what I mean?
Well, as I said, Jedi used to say it. He got it from Nathan Oakley and 10th Man. It's in your resources in 24/7 Home Discord about the 69 miles. Brian's logic says it. Lots of people say it. It doesn't matter about that. I know you don't like people saying
it doesn't apply to us in here.
Not,
though, none of us are saying that here. That's the point.
I've been asking for somebody to prove 69 miles since the very first time I heard about it.
There you go.
All right. I
Which is
doubt
why I
it. I
stopped
doubt it.
saying
About it. But there you go. My argument isn't a claim. It is an argument. Dresses those statements.
So I appreciate your argument, and I guess from my point of view, at least I'm not saying this anymore, right? Are there any other people out there that are still saying this?
Yes.
Okay. Have you brought it up to them?
They don't like me to speak to them, same as you don't like me to speak to you, mostly.
You just spoke
when
this whole time.
Sometimes you're kind of abhorrent, but at least we do get somewhere. And with this, of course, I've got to... Dude, please, again, it's like the second time. I'm trying to reach out of an branch, but you don't want me to do it, so I won't.
Jedi, listen. I came here looking for flat Earth. All right? I found some kind of plausible ideas. And then I started to question those, as you would question the globe.
Yeah,
and I thought, in order to be the best flat earther, you need to be able to answer these. You need to be able to answer these questions. These are my questions.
Yeah, and I've got questions
I call it advancement. You call it abhorrent.
Me too.
All right.
We're just doing it differently.
Don't call me abhorrent.
Well,
Okay?
stop acting apparently then, dude, when I'm trying to reach a consensus with you.
No, you're
This
not.
is
You're
2 times
generally
I've tried to do it.
All right.
And he
Like you
continues
said,
to
you
talk
never
through me.
said 9 miles a while ago.
Yeah,
The last
again,
time I spoke to you,
dude,
you said you
I
never
used to
said
use a
it.
fucking pacifier a long time ago. What the fuck?
Jedi. The last
No,
time I
don't
spoke to
Jedi me,
you,
dude. Like, serious.
yeah. The
I'm
last
trying
time
to
I spoke to you,
appease.
you said
What the
you
fuck?
never said it, ever.
This is
You
why I
never.
said you're abhorrent.
Yes, because the last time I spoke to you, you said you never said it. Now you're admitting in front of your friends you did say it.
What do you mean I never said what specifically?
69 miles per 1 degree.
No, I've said that many times.
You last time I spoke to you, you said you've never said it.
Well, I don't remember that conversation,
And
and
then
if I
you got
did say that, that's bullshit.
I meant he didn't say it during that conversation, you idiot.
No, he never said it. No, you don't talk for him. That's the trouble with this place. You talk
No,
for each
you
other
go
to
find
cover
the
each other's
clip.
arse.
You go find the clip so we can get the context of it then.
Well, even if I did, and even if I didn't, I will guarantee you I may have misheard the question, because obviously I have said this before, and right now, probably for the 5th time, I'm saying I don't say this anymore, because just the one logical thing, I can't prove that to be true. I understand the process and I understand the calculation, but I can't prove the calculation to be the exact measurement.
Okay, so you would agree that you no need to laugh at my argument.
Advancing as a flat earther like you, yeah.
You wouldn't.
No, you don't
You
have
would
an
not.
argument because you're using it in the wrong room.
I have an argument.
Let me try this. Elderberry, hang on a sec there. You got a problem with the 69 miles per degree. Those are numbers that have been given to us by academia. If you have a problem with that and say that it's not true, it's not right, it's not correct because of this or that, you have a problem with academia. We are all here questioning academia, okay? So you're arguing for something that we're also arguing that these things may not be correct. Does that make any sense?
Is or was what Jedi said academia?
Yeah, and you were told this last year. Last
All
year,
right.
what
Well,
was
what about
stated by my colleague was told to you
Jin?
last year. Yeah, go ahead.
I also
What
used to say the
about
Earth is a
Jin?
fucking sphere. At this point, dude, what the fuck?
It's not a sphere. It's not a sphere.
Okay,
Jin,
but I used to say that. Are we going to go that far back in my history to pick about the things that I used to say?
listen, Jedi, it makes no difference. It doesn't change my argument. So don't keep taking the piss
We
out of
get
my
your
argument.
argument, dude, and we've reached a concession of your. Well, literally, I'm placating you. I'm saying, yes, you are correct in this instance. But now, how the fuck do we move on? Because going round in the circle just seems to be what? Placating your fucking ego.
No, it's your ego.
We're supposed to go over to Nation Oakley now. Now you have to go somewhere else, dude. Because soon you're not going to be allowed in here if you keep it up.
So can I ask Jin? Jin, do you agree with 10th Man, Jin?
I don't agree with 10th Man because if he's saying he can prove that, then I'd like to see how he can prove that. Okay. Now the point, I agree with some of the other things he's said.
So you
of course.
do you disagree with 10th Man's celestial navigation?
I haven't actually looked into it to say either way, so no comment on
You
that one now.
Again,
you have
hang on, I'm still talking. Hang on, but I'm still
I've heard
talking.
you talk about it, Jin.
Yeah,
I've
but
heard
I'm
you
still
talk about
talking.
it.
But I'm
So
still
don't
talking.
say
Yeah, hang on.
you
Can
know.
I not finish what I'm? Can I not finish what I'm saying? Last year there was a PhD, Tony Taylor, myself, and yourself. Okay, and we're discussing this 69 miles per degree, and we told you categorically that
I love
no planet
vaccines.
Earth.
I love vaccines. 9/11, 9/11, 9/11.
Okay, yeah. We told you, Elder Bear, that no flat earther that we know adheres to that. Okay, Elder Bear.
Jin, let me respond. Jin, I'm not claiming there's 69 miles per 1 degree.
Okay, good.
In the argument addresses those who say that. Although
None of us
it
here are
can be
saying.
measured.
None of us here are saying that.
Although, Jin, it can be measured.
Well, then you have to tell us how you do that. Go ahead.
But you use a map.
How do you do it over water, Elder Bear? How do you do it over water?
Yeah, I want to hear how
I'm
this
not
is
doing
done.
it. I'm not doing it over
As I
water. So I
told you
asked
before, you had to prove 69 miles. Go ahead.
I asked Wendy Cups about water, and he didn't want to go to water anymore. So if you can measure over water, then show me.
Shorelines.
Well, again, these numbers come from
That's not water.
academia. This is
Shoreline's
what
not
we're told.
water.
These are numbers that we're told, Elder Bear. We don't necessarily agree with them. It's what we've been told. So you're arguing about what we're arguing about. How does
Who
any of
told
this
you?
make any sense?
Who told you?
McToon.
That's what you learn in school. It's what you learn in school.
Do you know? No, I never learned it at school. I never learned
Well, I
anything
did.
about these 69 miles or 1 degree.
I don't
Well, I didn't. I'm
necessarily
telling you,
agree
I
with
didn't.
it. It's what I was told. It's what I was told. It's not what I necessarily agree with because there's no way to prove it. So you're arguing about something that can't be proven. This is
Well,
sort of a nonsensical argument that you
I'm not.
brought on.
I'm not arguing about it. I just made an argument to address it.
To what for this room? For what? When were we talking about it?
For anybody that says it, and now Jedi has agreed that it's a valid argument, which is good.
He hasn't said that. I don't even know. I haven't heard him say that, and I don't even know if I'd remember him saying it. So that's only I don't know because I don't because you can't prove it. So I don't even. That doesn't even stay in my head.
Do you know who taught me that? The 69 miles and 1 degree.
The internet taught you that?
No, 24/7. Nathan Oakley, 10th Man, Brian's Logic,
Nathan
Quantum
Oakley. Yeah, that's
Eraser.
Nathan Oakley. I don't know about him. Notice that Nathan's not around anymore.
Earth Awakenings.
Elder Bear.
All
Elder
of these
Bear, go
platforms
to
told. Just hang on a second.
channel.
Hang on a second.
Go with it there.
Hang on
Don't
a
bring it
second,
here.
Bob.
Don't bring your garbage here. We don't need it here. We're not interested in it. If you have a problem with Nathan Oakley, go to Nathan Oakley and talk to him about it.
If you were listening, and you would have heard Jedi say that he did say it. So he said it here, and that's where I heard it.
He no longer says it. That's the point.
It doesn't matter. He asked me where I'm telling you where I heard it.
But he says he no longer says it. Yeah, you're just no, that's it. Well done. Get rid of him.
Yeah, and Jedi also used to say that he believed in a globe, but that was before he realized that it's not a globe. So this is just a nonsensical argument that you brought on, Elder Bear.
Yeah, yeah. And by the way, 10th Man has said some good, logical, rational things that I agree with, and there are certain things he has said that I myself haven't looked into to make a decision either way. Okay, so let's clear that bit up as well, because I don't want to offend 10. 10 because of his astute knowledge on the topic matter. Okay, 10th Man. That would be. Yeah.
And again, 10th Man was only bringing up what is being taught in academia. He brought stuff that was out of books, etc. So it's not his opinion. He's only bringing up stuff that is an opinion, not necessarily his opinion.
Right on. Now, here's the thing. To be fair to Elder Bear, for those who jumped in maybe midway or whatever, I asked him to voice the argument as he had brought up in the past when he was trying to bring it up to us to basically argue with us about it. Okay. I wanted him to reiterate it just for shits and gigs because the pi equals 2 kind of conclusion is pretty preposterous. I thought it would be kind of funny to have him go through it again and all that stuff. Now, I'm not saying, I don't think it is the case that he thinks any of us actually argue that now. He brought up the whole thing with Jeddah, that's fine. The air is pretty much clear on that. Now it's what's also clear for Elder Bear is that he need not come into these rooms and argue that point. In the past, I think he came about 6 times. And I talked to him about it, the whole 69 miles per degree thing. And it went nowhere, right? So, I don't think he was trying to pick a fight with anybody about it. I just wanted to hear it again because it's actually kind of comical.
So, okay, so how many times is he going to say over and over and over and over? Jedi used to say that.
Oh, yeah. No, the rest of it, I mean, he's still kind of mentally ill.
Okay, so he's mentally ill. That's why he got muted.
Thank you. Yeah, because he is in a roundabout way, putting forward that we are unable to measure a flat Earth. Because that's the overall nuance I get from his position, is that we're not measuring flat Earth properly, not with these numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
His
Let's
overall,
get that out.
his overall, yeah. His overall position, is along those lines, and I think you can, it can be duked out with him. I was just saying this 69 miles per degree, the whole pi equals 2 thing is pretty much water under the bridge at this point, at least in these rooms.
Yeah, water over that level bridge that's in America that's taken into account curvature, but yet the water is level under that bridge. Yeah, that one.
Way to tie it all back together, eh?
I just can't get enough of this topic matter. It's just lovely, this, honestly.
You see, now that he's muted, it's actually no fun. So, just for shits and gigs, I'm gonna unmute him. I want to cause a ruckus.
Meth isn't real.
Oh, ruckus!
Oh, there we go. I got muted again.
So, Jin, have you measured the Earth flat, Jin?
I'm a flat earther, aren't I?
Have you measured the Earth flat, Jin?
I'm a flat earther, aren't I? That's all
Are
you
you
need
just
to know.
you're a flat Earth believer?
No.
How do you know it's?
Hang on.
How do you know it's measured flat?
I'll let you finish. Right. We've
How
had
do you
this
know
out
it's measured
before.
flat?
We've had this out before on several servers, and you got totally smashed. So you want to get smashed on this one? Keep trying.
Disagree.
Keep trying, Elderberry. Keep trying,
So, have you
Elderberry.
measured the Earth flat, Jin?
Have you measured it? Have you measured the globe to be a globe, Elderberry?
Have you measured the Earth flat, Jin?
Have you
Yes or
measured
no?
the Elderberry curvature?
Yes or no question, Jin.
Have
Easy.
You know my position. I've told you that before. I don't know why you're asking. You
So
already know
haven't
my
measured.
position.
You
Is
haven't
that my
measured the Earth
position?
flat.
Is that my position, Elderberry? Is that my
So
position?
you haven't. You
Is
haven't
that my-
measured the Earth flat.
Yeah, I'll leave you to wonder that one. Everybody else
I
knows.
think that you. Well, I know that you said you haven't measured the Earth flat.
I never said that in my life, mate.
Yeah, you
Sorry.
said that on Nathan Oakley's when you were on his panel.
Never said that on Nathan Oakley. So go and get the clip.
Yeah.
Get the clip that I said that. Get the clip.
What method did you use?
Go and get the clip. That's it. And I'm not engaging you anymore on that.
What method did you use, Jin?
Go and get the clip. Go and get the clip. That's all you got to do.
Well,
please prove
my
me,
position
prove
on
me
you.
wrong.
My position on you and most of the people in here is that you just believe the Earth is measured flat.
Again, you're assuming for other people in this room. That's correct. That's ridiculous to make that statement, especially as I've been into this 11 years with the Discord, about maybe 7 years now. So no, you're out of your mind.
Well,
So can you tell me?
Don't you assume that people just believe that the world's round?
Yeah. Which is what he's
just
doing.
to be fair. Yeah, well, just to be fair to him. So like, he's asking for proof, I guess.
Yeah, but I don't believe the Earth is flat. I know it is flat. I live and experience living on a flat Earth. That's all I've ever experienced, ladies and gentlemen. I've never lived on a globe and have that registered in my brain as memory in my living memory of 64 years. Okay?
Is the Earth measured flat, Jin?
Hang on a second. I've measured flat Earth accidentally and then intentionally. And I've done it accidentally more so than intentionally going up to measure. That's what's in my memory. And most of us on this earth that we live on have that you've been measuring, unbeknown to yourselves, you've been calculating and measuring flat Earth without realizing it. And when you actually go out to confirm that, that's when all your memories come flooding back. If you have a good memory.
How did you do that
You don't need to know that
unintentionally?
at this point. You don't need to know that at this
How did
point.
you?
I've already said it several times, and I'm not here
How
to
did you
dance.
do that
I'm not here to
unintentionally
dance.
and
I am
intentionally?
not here to dance on your drum beats. Thank you.
Okay,
Elder
so
Bear.
you're just a believer.
You're the believer, not me. You believe
You
yourself.
have
Go ahead.
you have no measurements. That's the thing.
Oh, we have lots of measurements.
So you
200 miles, 6,000 miles,
you
8,000 miles. And I've got loads of
you
measurements.
the
Yeah,
Eugene, your measurements,
I've got loads of measurements, mate. Loads.
your personal
Loads of.
measurements. Jin.
I have a lot of measurements, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, but
A
not
lot.
personal measurements, Jin, do you?
Oh,
So
these
that
are my
means you
personal
only have a
measurements.
belief.
The numbers I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, are my personal measurements. Mine, not anybody else's.
All right, but
Mine.
can you show us? Can you show us
I don't
how
need to
you
show
did
you
those?
anything at this point. I don't need to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't need to do that. I'm not going to do that. I don't want to do that today. Thanks.
I do have another argument,
Go ahead.
which revolves around this: is that if one were to say that the Earth is measured flat,
which it is.
Now, if one were to say they believe the Earth is measured flat, what would be necessary for them to say they know the Earth is measured flat if they haven't measured anything?
That would be for them to actually measure and experience that measurement as they're doing it at the real time. That's when they can say they know. That's when they've measured it. Yes, correct.
So can you demonstrate your
I
knowing?
don't need to do that today. I've done that many times already. People know me. I've explained my methodology many times over the 11 years. We're not doing that today. Okay. So if
what
you
was the?
want, if
All
you
right,
know, come on, you've been in it long enough to know the methodology that would be needed to do that. That's a drop over distance, okay, 8 inches per mile, Pythagorean theorem, okay, and that's all you need to know. Go out and now do your surveying. That's all you've got to do. Anyone can do that, okay, anyone.
Again, yeah.
And there
Thank
are
you.
people
Again,
who are doing this without realizing.
as I said earlier, that I've learned all of these things, like you just said, from people like you, not from school, not from education, not from Globers.
Be of service.
I've learned all of these numbers from flat earthers.
Glad to be of service.
Yeah. But they're talking a lot about something that isn't. You talk
I
a
don't know
lot
who they
about
are.
what isn't. Now, if you can talk about something that isn't, then it is.
Yeah. Who are they that's talking about what that isn't?
You.
What are we talking? What am I talking about that isn't?
Well, you talked about the 8 inches per mile squared. Not that there was no curvature. So you're talking about something that isn't.
Truth, though, isn't it? That is a truth, though, isn't it? That is a point of fact.
That
There is
but
no
it must
curvature.
be.
There is no curvature to be found when we use and apply that formula onto the surface of the Earth, which is the formula you would need to use in order to measure curvature of Earth. And when we apply that to the surface of the Earth, curvature, it's the horizontal constant that we're met with. No curvature at all. Okay?
That's an
Then there are
Oakley term,
people.
isn't it?
I'm nearly there. I'm
Horizontal.
almost there. I'm almost there. And people say
Horizontal
that
constant.
that formula isn't accurate enough. Okay, so if we use the curvature calculator, which is the proper formula, let's say, we work out that the discrepancy between the two is less than 1% over 1,500 miles. So we're squabbling at this point.
Thank you, Jin. Confirmed what I said. You're talking about what isn't, but you're not talking about what is.
Oh,
And if you're talking about what
I'm talking
isn't,
about what isn't, because it's not there, ladies and gentlemen. And what is
well
the
then,
flat Earth. Is the flat
yeah,
Earth because the curve isn't
Jin,
there. Thank you.
but you make it there, Jin.
No,
You make something that isn't
no, it's
is.
the Earth. It's the Earth. It's the Earth that makes it there. You know what else the Earth does? It's made it possible for us to make leveling tools, ladies and gentlemen. For without the flat Earth, we wouldn't have our leveling tools. Wouldn't have any need for it. So the necessity for our leveling tools came because of flat Earth. Okay, that's how we can exist on it and build. Thank you.
As I pointed out earlier, the tool does not lose its properties depending on its surface that it's placed on.
Unfortunately, it was the surface of the Earth being flat that necessitated humanity to make the leveling tools. And I thank Nathan Oakley for that, actually. So there you go. Okay? I didn't realize that myself.
If the Earth is horizontal, why would you need to have a tool?
You would still need it. You would still need it to be
It's
sure.
already horizontal.
You would
You
need it
said
to be
it's a
sure. But if you've
horizontal.
got to plumb, you've got to build plumb as well. Yeah, vertical. So you're going to need it, without a doubt.
We're talking about
You could
the
still use a
level.
level on a globe too. A globe
Yeah.
would still need a level.
Yeah, definitely, because a globe is not level.
Well, the tool will be though. The tool
A
will
globe is not
establish
a
a
level
horizontal.
surface, ladies and gentlemen. Hence, water
Yeah, but
always rolls off.
the tool doesn't lose its properties, Jim.
I never made the claim that it is, ladies and gentlemen.
So you could have a horizontal on a ball.
No, you cannot, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot have a
And what's
horizontal on a
why?
ball.
Because the tool loses its properties.
Because at the very beginning, it's this: the surface you're working on isn't level.
That's why you use a level to try and find what is level.
And then that's where we find that there's no curvature because we're using a level tool to measure.
There you go.
And that would be the measurements that we have, which are linear, straight units of measurements, miles, kilometers, if you will, statute miles, nautical miles. Okay. And then when we apply the formula using our mileage, we're not finding curvature over vast distance. Hence, we're living on a flat Earth. Plus, the characteristics of water itself. Now, 20 Cups tried to tell you about water lying on the ocean. Yeah, that ocean isn't curving at the rate it should be to form the radius. It's not. That's the problem. All right.
There you go again, talking about what isn't again.
I'm talking about what isn't. That's the curvature, because what is flat. That's why.
But do you realize, Jin, that when you talk about the what isn't, you're making it is? Do you realize that?
No, when I'm talking about what isn't, ladies and gentlemen, it reveals what is left. As in the Sherlock Holmes method, when you remove all the impossibilities, whatever's left, no matter how improbable it may seem to be, has to be the truth. So when you look for the globe, you find the flat Earth. That's the beauty of this. That's why we always say to you, go out and try and measure the curvature of the Earth. So you're going to be carrying that in your head. You're motivated to measure curvature, but then the flat Earth reveals itself to you. That's the moment you're connecting with the Creator right there, right at that moment. Yeah.
You're not revealing. You're not revealing what is, though, Jim.
Of course we are. Flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen. That's what is.
So would you agree that the tool does not lose its properties?
There's nothing you're going to say that I'm going to agree with, even if you say the sky is blue. Bear that in mind.
Okay. Well, that's the problem, isn't it, Jim? That is the problem with you.
No, the problem is you don't have any meaning in our lives at this point. You're not really promoting. You're not promoting reality properly. You're not uplifting humanity. So you're the person that I discard like a used tampon or like a woman does into the waste basket. All right, that'll be you.
Let it be known that Jin is prepared to discount reality.
Not at all. I'm firmly in reality.
Even if I said the sky was blue, you would
even
not
if
agree
you
with
said
me.
I wouldn't agree with you. Anybody else? Yeah.
So you're prepared to
I'm singling you
discount
out.
reality.
Yeah, I'm singling
Well
you out
done,
as
Jim.
somebody with no credibility. That's why your credibility is lost. Everybody else in the server, if they said the sky is blue, I would agree with them. But you, no.
So can you tell me about this tool and how does it lose its
I don't
properties?
need to tell you about any tools. You want to look at tools, look them up on Google. There's enough of them there for you to look at.
Okay, well you exhausted that, haven't you, Jin? Because
No, you've exhausted it, really, because it exhausts itself. That's it.
You're just gatekeeping now, Jin.
I'm not gatekeeping. Well, I say it's okay to gatekeep the truth, ladies and gentlemen, so lies don't get thrown onto it. So if someone's going to try a lie on the flat Earth, I'm going to batch that lie away. So I will gatekeep the truth of the flat Earth, of course.
So what are the examples?
Just like I will, hang on a minute, I'm nearly there. Just like I will most certainly cherry pick the best information to take to court to prove the flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, that's the way I roll. Okay, thank you. My standards. Thanks.
So what are the logical points you agree with the 10th man? What would they be?
Well, we don't need to go there at this point. It's not really going to uplift the conversation in any direction at the moment. The point is, why are you here? Welcome to the server, Elder Bear. What is your reason for the visit today? Is it to antagonize, misrepresent, be a general nuisance, or is it genuine inquiry to prove flat Earth or to prove the globe either way. I mean, come on. What are you here for?
I told you I came looking for flat Earth. You're one of the
Welcome
main
to the Flat
proponents
Earth
of flat
server.
Earth.
You've landed.
You're
Well
one of the
done.
main. You're one of the main
What are your
proponents.
queries? What are your queries?
Right? You are one of the main proponents of flat Earth, so it's reasonable I should ask you some questions about it.
Right. And then when I give you the answers of 8 inches per mile squared, have you applied that methodology? That's the problem here. Until you do that, you've got nothing to talk about really.
Yeah,
Don't
and
apply that method.
Elder Bear, I would recommend going back to the globe. It's more reasonable. It has better explanations. So, welcome back.
Yeah, it's very believable. There you are. Thank you for that. Yes. There we are. See, ladies and gentlemen, of course I'm going to gatekeep the truth. Why would I allow people to lie against the truth? Why would I do that? There you go. No, I'm not ashamed to say I'm gatekeeping for the truth here. Thanks.
Did you notice, ladies and gentlemen, that he ducked and dived and avoided answering any questions there?
Well, I answered every question that needed to be answered in the way it had to be answered from a man who's telling you the truth, ladies and gentlemen. So you don't get any confusion. We don't want you in weeds. We don't want you in mud. We don't want you in quicksand, ladies and gentlemen. We want you firmly on the ground or in a boat on the ocean. So you're safe when you're in GCBR ones at control. Thank you.
Do you have a citation that tells me that a tool that establishes a horizontal reference doesn't work on a bull?
Why would I answer such a ridiculous question, ladies and gentlemen?
It wasn't possible. You said there are no horizontals on the bull.
You go to an engineer and tell them, and ask them, or tell them there's a horizontal line, you'd be kicked out straight away.
Well, the tool says so. The tool would say so. Not the man. The tool would.
You've exhausted this one, so you're on your
I
own,
haven't.
then. You're on your own.
No.
You're on your own.
The tool will always give you a horizontal. Got nothing to do with the surface.
Depending on the tool, of course.
No, the tool. If the tool can establish a horizontal reference, it can establish it anywhere. There's no reason it would lose.
Not on a stereotype.
It would not lose its properties depending on what surface it was on. That'd be pointless. Be no use of reference.
Ladies and gentlemen, a sphere is a continuous curving line. No break in there at all. That would be a circle or a spherical ball. That is why we use them as ball bearings in our machinery, to make the machine run smoothly and thus getting to your destination nice and on time. For example, if you're riding a bicycle or a scooter or a motorbike or driving a car. Okay, right. So no. You know, there's not a flat spot on a sphere.
What impact?
No flat spots on spheres. Any ball bearing found to have a flat spot is rejected into the smelting bucket. It will go up and be re-smelted and reformed into a perfect sphere later on. That's what happens.
Topography, then. What about topography?
We've never disclaimed that, ladies and gentlemen. We've never ever disclaimed that topography. You've got to have that. You have your mountains, your valleys, your lakes, your ponds, your rivers, your streams, and the ocean. And all of that in unison isn't curving at the rate it needs to be to form the radius, which will go on to form the circumference of the globe. It's not doing that. Okay? And we're seeing way further than the Earth's curvature would allow if the curvature is there. That's the other key point here. All right? Not that we see too far as such. We're seeing further than the Earth's curvature would allow if it were there. Okay? And that would be instruments that can see 2,000 miles. Australian radar, for example. Where's the curvature there, ladies and gents? We ask. All right.
So are you saying that a globe could not have any flat areas on it?
Ladies and gentlemen, a globe and an oblate spheroid has oblateness, curvature all over the place. No flat spots.
What about the tool?
Flat.
What about the tool, Jim? What about the tool? Does the tool change if you took it there to that place?
Well, you go and work that out for yourself. That's what you got to do. Go and do that. Try and apply it. You need to apply that to Lodak. Go ahead.
I have, Jim. I already have applied it. That's my contention.
Then you know the answer to your conundrum. You're not
Yeah,
living
the
on a
tool
globe.
does not.
You're not living on a
The
globe.
tool.
There you are.
The tool does not prove that one way or the other.
Yeah. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. If it looks like this is like a sumo wrestling, or I keep chucking him out of the ring, I do apologise because we do want to go
Ladies,
forward, but this is
yeah,
what it's
yeah,
like with elder bear. He comes into the circle, I pick him up, I spin him around a bit and throw him out. He comes back in, I pick him up and spin him up and give him a push out. That's all he's getting done here. He's making
It's
no
just
points, scoring no points here. He's
one
just
of
being
your
silly.
that you're trying to
Please
tell the
use
audience.
the sumo analogy. It's because I'm in Japan. All right.
So you're telling me that a tool that establishes a horizontal reference does not work if the surface below it is not horizontal.
Ladies and gentlemen, a spear doesn't have a
Get out the ring.
horizontal surface. Okay, ladies
We're
and
talking
gentlemen,
about.
if you're listening, a spherical ball doesn't have a horizontal surface.
Yeah, neither does a hill on a flat Earth, but you can still use a level on a hill.
Same as you can use a sextant.
Maybe it's more important how the surface, you know, matches the tool, not the tool itself. Like if I'm gonna hear you talk about a tool that doesn't change its properties, you're the damn tool that doesn't change its properties. Like
All we
it's
have is
how
a
the
tool.
surface relates to the tool, not whether the tool functions.
How does the surface relate to the tool then?
The surface of water matches the bubble level. You know,
No, it doesn't.
it's how it works with water, with fluid.
Try that on the. Have you tried that on the sea?
Have I tried it on the sea? No, but I
Yeah,
would bet you'd be tossing back and forth and probably have trouble to get a good reading.
exactly. So it's not horizontal. The sea and the oceans are not horizontal or flat.
Okay, no, they're moving. They're not at rest. You're correct. No, they're still overall. Their properties are
Somebody
horizontal.
they were mirror.
Yeah, but the thing to remember, ladies and gentlemen, is that the oceans are not curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared to form that radius of 3,959 miles, which would then go on to make the 24,901 mile circumference. The ocean isn't curving at that rate. You see, there isn't any curving going on. Yes, the wind is licking the surface of the ocean. Yeah, and you got the wave and temperature variations cause storms from time to time. Yeah, and the ocean's not at rest. But the whole of the ocean isn't forming a radius of 3,959 miles. And that's where we say flat Earth. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you notice, ladies and gentlemen, that he was talking about what isn't again.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm always talking about what isn't, and then you're left with what is. And that would be the flat Earth. And what is our position? So every time I speak, I clarify any misconceptions or misunderstandings so that you actually understand that what is left is what is flat Earth. Always. We don't leave you with any. We do not leave you in any doubt, and we always invite and challenge you to try and prove us wrong or prove your globe yourself. Go out there and do that. You see, we're going to
So
be here.
when you use a tool to measure the surface, what does it tell you about the surface?
Well, I'm very pleased. Welcome to Flat Earth, it tells me. Welcome to Flat Earth, Jin. Lovely.
But what you measure is flat.
You're not on a spinning ball, Jin.
What you measure is not flat.
What I'm measuring is level, ladies and gentlemen, horizontality with no curvature to be found. That's what we're measuring. Thanks.
You can do that on a ball, Jin. You can do that on a ball with
Ladies
the
and
same
gentlemen,
tool.
a ball can never be considered horizontal or level. Remember that. A ball is not level, it is not horizontal, it is not flat. Okay? Please remember that.
Neither is the.
Not that I needed to
Neither
tell
is
you
your
that.
flat Earth.
Some of you may have children, they already know that. So Yeah.
Depends
Sorry.
on your
Jin,
reference point.
neither is your flat Earth, though, Jin, is it? Your flat Earth isn't flat either.
Ladies and gentlemen, you see now how he's just being silly here, yeah? You know, ladies and gentlemen, you know our position. We're not measuring curvature, so we use the word flat Earth. I will use that to the day I die. And you know what I mean when I say flat Earth. I don't mean flat as a sheet of paper, okay? You know that. Thank you. No elevation, height, any other.
Except that the tool you're using doesn't care about what the surface it's on to deliver a horizontal reference.
Well, I don't know what tool you're talking about, but good luck to you.
All the tools you use in your methods to measure the flat Earth, presumably, Jim. What did you use?
I know, you know
Why
what
is this
tools I use.
fucktard allowed
They're
in here?
leveling tools. Yeah. Leveling tools.
How did he manage to get in here?
I don't know. He was there when I got here.
Are you
DJ.
listening to this dumb shit? Shut the fuck up, Elder Bear.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said to the guy. He's not uplifting the conversation to move it forward. Why are you here? If you've got any genuine queries, let's have them. But it's been like a sumo wrestler versus a little boy, basically. And I've just been pushing him out the circle.
If I can add to that, DJ, I'm guilty for that. So Elderberg came in here. We entertained his bullshit on the whole pi equals 2 stuff, right? I'm pretty sure you heard that one before. And then, then we muted him, and it got boring. So I said, "Fuck it, let's cause a ruckus," and I unmuted him, and I did.
Right.
Yeah. So basically, it's
Now
been a
he's
bit
gone
silly,
again.
and I've been pushing him out like a sumo wrestler pushing out a little boy out of the circle. That's all. That's all
It's
we've
just
been
a
doing.
tool that doesn't change its properties.
Yeah.
It's just the same bullshit every single time.
Yes, he's an
just a troll.
agitator.
It's like a little
Yeah.
leprechaun troll or something like that.
That's it.
It's like,
That's it. He's
a
an
greasy
agitator.
little leprechaun that comes in and says the same shit just to try to stir people up, or
Yeah.
some
That's right,
next
DJ.
level trolling, leprechaun trolling.
Yeah, he's an agitator, antagonistic individual, and okay, he wants to play that game. Sandpaper that just sands him down.
The guy literally played a fake character. He called himself Hayoka and put on a fake accent for like months on end.
I remember that. Yes, we called him out on it. Yes, we called him out on it.
He left his microphone. He was hot micing one day under his Hayoka account, and you could hear Elder Bear was talking. It was insane, man. Some of these people, they have to have computer time in an insane asylum or something like that. They get some free time on the computer now and then, and they come in here.
I asked him, what kind of life do you have where you have to go around changing your names just to get on disc? What is wrong with you?
Not changing name, but just completely changing your accent and pretending to be a different character.
Yeah, in this case, he changes his accent and his name.
Yeah.
He didn't come under Elderberry.
Like,
This is when he was on
Jin.
dinner. Yeah.
Imagine if you went into a different changed your name from something else and put on a different accent all of a sudden.
Yes.
That would be batshit crazy.
Yeah, it is. It is. I recognized him. You know, I called him out because even though he changed his accent, the language he used didn't change, and instantly that was Elderbear, like that.
Yeah,
that's Elderbear.
Yeah, it was
And
the
I
same
kept
style
listening,
of argumentation.
yeah, same style. Yeah, no difference. What a wally! And there are a few people who do that, and I've pulled them out every single time, even right down to what's his name, something Blad. What was his name? Russell Brand. That's it. He came on the server. Yeah, I picked him out. Do you remember last year?
Russell
Brand came on to 24/7 last year. Yes. And I think we were on this either the politics or the English hub, but he was here and he blew a top. He blew his top because I discovered who he was. Then he was confronted on his business, and then he just started being rather insulting at others. And says who was actually talking to him, and that's when I pulled him up. I said, "That's Russell Brand." So they've come in here. They come in here pretending all the time. Even Russell Brand. There you are. No, that's real truth. That is no BS. And then I delivered. I posted the podcast that he was a member of, where he was poo-pooing flat Earth when Mark Sargent was on, and I posted that into the server, and that's when he gave himself away. Yeah, we got him good and proper. Russell Brand, what a wally, and he's now a Jesus proponent. I think he is promoting Jesus. Jesus is the way. Jesus is the light. Not that I'm against that. Don't get me wrong here, but that's what he's doing now. That's his position. I don't mean that in a negative way in any way, shape, or form, because that's people's religion. But that's what he's doing at the moment. He's promoting Christianity.
He seems like a bit of a larper.
Yeah, there you are. Apparently, there's some legal wrangles going on. This is a bit of gutter stuff now, where I think he's been harassing some women over the years, and now they're taking him to court. That's what I hear. Whether that's happened or not, I'm not sure. I don't really look into that. But I remember the first time that I did hear about Russell Brand, okay, and I was doing my laundry. So I'm out doing the laundry. It's early in the morning. I'm going for a jog, and I thought, okay, let me listen to. Oh, Mark Sargent's having an interview with Russell Brand. I didn't know who he was at the time, yeah. So I thought, yeah, let's listen to this podcast, right? And I'm jogging now, and as I'm jogging, I'm listening, and I'm getting upset as I'm jogging, because it's like they're ignoring Mark Sargent, but at the same time poo-pooing flat Earth as I'm jogging. And I'm thinking, well, when's he going to ask Mark Sargent a question? Everything's negative about flat Earth. You know what I mean? So you can imagine I was getting angrier and angrier as I'm jogging. And then in the end, I said, oh, this geezer's just a two-bob C-U-N-T, and went, right, I'm going to have to change this podcast. I'm not satisfied. So I changed it to some music. Then I got home and followed it up to the end. And he only gave Mark Sargent like 5 minutes to speak at the end. That's how silly this idiot was. But all the while, poo-pooing flat Earth. That'd be Russell Brand. Yeah. If you can, that's why I never forgot the guy. I never knew who he was ever until I heard of him having what's it? Harassment. Yeah, female harassment. He was being accused of harassing women, and that's when I recognised the voice. I said, "Oh, that's the same guy, isn't it? Oh, it is. Yeah. Oh, that's Russell Brand. Oh, he's one of them."
Yeah, I heard that interview as well. He was just kind of trolling Mark Sargent, basically.
Yeah, and that really pissed me off. You see,
trying to be funny.
Yeah, it just pisses me off.
A lot of people do that. They should kind of short circuit. It's like a cogniz thing. Rather than taking in the information, they just turn into a clown. It's one of the
that's exactly what
one of the many coping mechanisms of when they hear about flat Earth.
Yeah. It really does expose people to flat Earth. You know, it really does. You know, you can gauge a person by the way they articulate their position regarding the heliocentric model and the flat Earth, and you can tell this guy was just absolutely coping, as you put it, trying to anyway, with his colleagues, his cronies in there as well, them all laughing like little kids. I thought, man, you know, what a horrible person you are. I mean, there was one time he was just groping. He was trying to embrace this woman, but he ended up groping her, and she complained. I think it was over a Christmas party or something. Terrible guy. Yeah, so he was a very famous media personality that I never knew who he was until I heard the negative stuff about him. I already knew he was an idiot from poo-pooing flat Earth, and then I heard he's been accused of harassing women. I thought, oh, that's that Russell Brand. Oh, and then he was pushed off main media, and he went into social media. You see, that's when he went into social media because he was being pushed out of the main media because of his views on the pandemic and other things. He was very outspoken on that, saying that, you know, and then they pushed him out. And now he's become a born-again Christian, from what I understand. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, a circle is a continuous curving line. Horizontality does not apply. Flat doesn't apply. Level does not apply. Okay, so that you have to be careful of that, because the globers always try to make out that a curved line is straight. Hence, when a plane is flying horizontally across the earth, right, they say you can fly horizontal and straight and level on a ball earth. Well, if that's the case, how can you tell the difference between a straight line and a curved line then? See that? And you ask a child to draw those two things. Draw a straight line for me, thank you. Can you draw a curved line? And you can see they're distinctively different. So it cannot be that you're flying around the globe horizontally and level. It's impossible. That's the end of that. Stop this kind of silly thinking that they try and get you to think. Ridiculous, okay? That means we can't tell whether or not the plane is flying horizontally for 6,000 miles. We wouldn't be able to tell then. Well, we must be able to tell. That's silly. Yeah. It's ridiculous that you can fly on a plane 6,000 miles, right, and experience leveled flight, but no curved trajectory. No, man. That's not going to happen here. That's Narnia. That's in the fantasy world. Yeah. That's why the Globers always accuse me of not understanding the globe, because I've always said to them that I'm not prepared to leave my reality to enter your world where anything can happen. Why would I do that? Okay. So, and I understand your model. I just don't accept it. That's what it is. I'm not going to accept what you put down. Bloody hell, because you have to divorce yourself from reality. You really do have to forget what you're accustomed to, your whole life experience, and then take on board the ball earth. And once you've done that, you've kind of sold yourself out. Because if you then begin to say you're living on a ball, then you've divorced yourself from reality, which is what I did by mistake for 48 years from my childhood days of elementary school education. That's when I didn't know any better at that time, and I believed it for 48 years. Yeah. So I was in error in my senior, old age, my teenage years, and becoming an adult. I should have checked it, but I didn't. So that's why it lasted 48 years. But I vowed never to make that kind of mistake again. And even though I believed I was on a globe, I still knew what level and horizontal was. I still kept it real, even though I was living on a ball earth. And my brain and my life experience had only recorded living on a horizontal flat earth. There is no curved experience that I have in the whole of my life. Nothing is in living memory. I've got nothing there. No reference to living on a globe. Nothing. Nothing there. Yeah. Nothing. And most of us are like this. When you start to look back into your lives, you will see and notice that there's no curvature there. And if you're lucky to have your grandparents and your great grandparents' photographs, if you have them, have a look. Look at all the photographs that they took when they're out to the ocean and that. Or if they went on holiday, have a good look at the photographs. You're going to see a lot of horizontality. What I've been doing is looking back at the old programs that I used to watch as a kid. Some of them Americans, like Hawaii Five-0. What was another one? Like Rawhide. There's a lot of flat earth stuff in there that I missed, of course. Mission Impossible. Yeah. The Men from Uncle. Right. Yeah. I used to watch these programs through the 60s, 70s. So I went back and reviewed. I'm enjoying the nostalgic of it all, and then I'm looking for flat earth references, and they're there. And look at all this stuff that I missed. Look at it. Right. I'm enjoying all that. Yeah. But anyway, that's enough of me for now. Go ahead.
I seen a good flat Earth reference in the show I was watching last night. I recorded the clip of it. See if I can upload it.
Yeah, that'd be good. It's amazing, isn't it, that when you actually do look back at the programming, there are a whole lot of flat Earth references right in front of your eyeballs. in plain sight. Mm. I did like Hawaii 5-0 because there was a lot of ocean shots out there as well as on the streets of Honolulu, Waikiki. But yeah. And Jack Lord, who played Steve McGarrett, he was always out on the boats and that. And it's just beautiful. All that horizontality that you missed. Yeah, watch. Go and capture some of those old series of Hawaii 5-0. The original series, that is.
Hello, guys. Can I just ask a quick question? I was thinking about some of the things that were said today, and just to see if I understand this correctly. So, in a globe situation, you can say that if you stand at the North Pole, you will have south in any direction that you go. But you cannot say this about the flat Earth. Is that correct?
I would say that would be incorrect, wouldn't it? Because if you're at the North Pole, right, and your compass would be pointing in south, so that when you rotate yourself, the south is always going to be there, 360 degrees.
Yeah, but we were just talking about with Jedi how there's two celestial poles.
Yeah. The one in Australia, I feel though, is not exactly the same as the North Pole, 90 degrees. It's off at an angle towards the horizon. That other celestial pole, is that the Southern Cross? I think they call it. That's not the same as the
No,
North
not
Star.
Southern Cross.
Which one is
It's
it?
Sigma Octavius,
Oh yes, Sigma Octavius.
and it is not a pole star. It's not directly a pole star anyway, and
Thank
it's
you.
also very difficult to see with the naked eye.
Thank you
Like
very
all
much.
stars, that's circumpolar.
Right.
That means all stars rotate around of 2 points of rotation. The points of rotation are unseen. The darkness of the sky, there's no actual star that the other stars rotate around like Polaris. Polaris is also a circumpolar star. It rotates very closely to the point of rotation in the south. The majority of stars are unseen. The closest reference we've really got to it that we like to talk about is the Southern Cross. The Southern Cross is a southern polar star rotating around the southern point.
Yeah, that's true.
And
Yeah.
but are these 2 points connected? Can only be connected by a straight line, right?
If you translate those 2 points in the sky to physical locations on the floor and say these are 2 poles, then logically you can only have one straight line between 2 points.
Then that would mean that if you stand at the North Pole, there's only one direction to go, which is south.
Interesting. I will give you, and you're right, there is only one direction that will lead you directly to the South Pole. So there's only one straight line from north to south, correct? But what if I went the other way? What direction would that be?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, that would be something.
Sorry, that would be south.
Thank you.
Because we express, not me, not you, we just express this. 180 degrees away from north is south. That means that any radial point away from that center of radius is going to end you up in south. But that's not true if south is an actual physical location where you can only have one line to. So the two souths, right?
Right.
Now, just to be sure, there is no curvature implication here, as we're not measuring any curvature here. Okay, so whatever direction you're going to be going horizontally. You will not be following a curved trajectory at all. So if you wanted to go from the North Pole and you wanted to make your way over to the Southern Cross over to Australia, you will not be experiencing a curved trajectory to that destination. Okay, so let's make sure that that is there. The foundation of the Earth is that it's flat, right? So whatever discrepancy or anomalies that may seem to be relating to the compass north and south, it's not implying that we're on a globe. Okay, there's no globe implication there at all. Still on a flat Earth, because that's the fundamental thing. Earth is measured and utilized flat. So what we're trying to do is understand how the compass and the maps work on that surface. Okay, and I would love to be able to go to the North Pole today with my compass and prove this thing once and for all. Follow that direction that Jedi just put forward. Let's go in the opposite direction. That would be south. Let's follow that and that heading and don't deviate and see where we get to. I'd love to do that. Yeah, why not? Provided I've got all the supplies and the equipment. Yeah.
I mean, the celestial points of rotation are in the sky, and then these apparent GPs. Has any that? I mean, who's even confirmed that when you're standing directly under Polaris, it's where they're telling us? I don't think anyone's confirmed the GP of Polaris to be correct, or the south, right? The south point underneath the celestial point of rotation, and then compasses. Right, we got these crazy magnetic field lines that even doesn't align with the globe, and you can be going in a particular direction on the compass that's like you know what I mean, like the magnetic field lines are all over the place. Sometimes you can be pointing north but really you're going east on your compass and things like that. It's kind of crazy. I mean, who's confirmed the south magnetic pole? It's like it's in the water on the other side of Antarctica when you look on the map. That's where this so-called south magnetic pole is. Right on that side of Antarctica that people never seem to go over to. In these so-called north-south circumnavigations. And then we got, and it's moving. And then we got the one in the north is moving as well. It's not like compasses point to the to the point where it's meant to be the GP of Polaris. It's a completely different thing. Compasses are going to point to the magnetic pole. So I mean, if you were to get a bar magnet or something like that and put it on a table, and get a compass out, that compass is going to point to north, and then where's south? Every direct, it's the same sort of situation, isn't it? You're going to turn around 180 degrees, and that's meant to be south, and then you start going south. Where are you going to end up? Where's the south pole of that magnet? The south pole of that magnet's attached to that magnet under the north pole, in the center, wherever you put it. So who's confirmed the south one anyway? I'm not saying people haven't, but I mean, have they? Who did it? I think there's a lot more going on than what we can, what we currently understand, what we can comprehend. And, even the globe scientists say that we have no idea what's going on with the magnetic fields. We can't predict what they're going to be doing 6 months from now. It's an anomaly. maybe there's multiple. I mean, I'm just purely speculating, obviously now. Maybe there's multiple magnetic points. Maybe there's more than one magnetic. I don't know. But if you put a, like I said, if you put a bar magnet down on a table, where's south?
Oh, you don't
You
know
can
that,
go off.
yeah.
Yeah, you can go off south. I mean, you can point your magnet to it. I mean, you can point your compass to it, and then turn around and be like, I'm going south. You could be walking off in any direction. Where are you going to get to? You're not going to find a South Pole. South Pole's underneath the North Pole. In that situation.
Yeah. Yeah, these little conundrums we have don't dissuade us from being on a flat earth. That's the thing, because these questions sometimes are asked, and some people might think, oh, well, then it's not flat then. Do you get me? They're looking for doubt. That's why I said what I said. There is no doubt that we're living on a flat earth. That is 100% fact. Right? We're not living on a ball that is rotating and spinning through the universe. And we admit there are some anomalies on the flat earth, right? And that's purely because we're not able to investigate them, right? And that is one of the biggest crimes that we're having to suffer, I think, as humans on this earth, that the creators create such a beautiful designed earth, and we're not able to see all of it, because that should be part of our existence. We should be able to go to the depths if we have the equipment to go down into the depths of the ocean and examine what God has created, if we have the equipment to do that, and to go to all the extremes of this earth if they're there. That should be a given human right. There should be no restrictions on that. It should be something that we should want to know. Yeah. For those who want to know, that is, of course. But that is unfortunate at the moment. Because the things that DJ and Dead Jedi put forward, and Mr. M Moon 92, I think it is, he also asked a good question, yeah, and it would be answered if we were free to investigate. If we were able to do that, we could have it all answered.
So I'm just speculating because I haven't looked into it, but I will look into it today. Who discovered and confirmed the South Pole, the magnetic South Pole that's in the ocean off the coast of Antarctica, allegedly. And then look, just the first little search I did says the Earth's south magnetic pole was first calculated in 1838 by French hydrographer. Clement. I'm not reading his whole French name out for some reason. It's got like 4 different names in French, but the first team to reach and formally claim the estimated location of this wandering magnetic point was led by explorers Douglas Mawson and Edgeworth David and Alistair McKay during Ernest Shackleton's expedition
there you
in
go.
1909.
See what I mean now? Now you're talking about Ernest Shackleton and that. And can you trust these? Because they use the word calculate. Now, calculating is one thing, but actually, physically, is it there? You see, is it actually there?
Because Earth's magnetic field continuously shifts, modern tracking and confirmation of the magnetic South Pole's exact coordinates are now handled globally by the World Magnetic Model, managed by the NOAA National Centers for Environmental Information.
There you are. There you go.
So the initial theoretical calculation in 1838 by this French guy was part of Dumont Antarctic expedition, and they made the first mathematical calculations of magnetic inclination to pinpoint the location.
And yet, when you go to if you were ever to go to the South Pole, they have the ceremonial South Pole, and then a few hundred yards or whatever it is, a mile or so down, the actual South Pole is there. That they keep saying is shifting. It's crazy. This is the problem with this. All this. Too many lies have been told. So because the Earth is measured and utilized flat, it throws away the idea of a north-south pole on a spherical ball. That's not what we are. We're not that. We're not living on such an object. So we have the Polaris in the center, and then the actual south-south pole. Who knows where that is at this point? Really. All I can say, it's opposite to north on my compass. That's it. Then I'd follow that direction and see where I get. That's what I'd love to do.
So they allegedly went exploring, and they, by their calculations, they thought that they were there. Right. By our calculations, we should be at the magnetic South Pole right now. Therefore, we've discovered it.
That's exactly what I was saying earlier on. You know, it's all been calculated for you, but are they actually proving it? Yeah, clearly not. Okay, because I've often said that all this triumph over adversity to endeavor to get to the South Pole with all these expeditions and explorers, right? When the Earth's flat now, it throws those stories into doubt now. Okay.
Here's a map, an alleged map of the drift of the South Magnetic Pole. Apparently, so now it's here in the ocean. It shows the different years of where it was.
Ah, nice.
So yeah, that's what they say it's doing.
Right.
So how do they really know this?
Yeah. How would you
It's
measure
just based
all this?
off, probably just based off presupposing a globe in the first place.
Yep.
And then just doing some calculations based off pre-assumptions.
Yeah.
Just like everything with the globe.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. I'm looking nice. They say it's constantly shifting, but is it really?
Yeah, right. It's all just models, probably.
Yeah, that's it.
Where's the
then? Go ahead.
Yeah, where's the actual empirical evidence of these things?
Thank you. And remember, the Earth is meant to have a wobble as well. Okay, isn't it? The Earth supposedly on that tilt, there's a wobble on it. That's going to affect the magnetic position, would it not? At the poles, they say there's a wobble going on.
They say there's all these different wobbles because, you know, when they find holes in their mathematics, they're like, oh, there must be some different type of wobble. So they're saying there's all these different types of wobbles that take place to try to like backfit their mathematics.
Yeah. So these are the anomalies, you see, and all this could be settled if humanity was free to explore. Okay, that's what my point was earlier on. All these questions could be answered if we were allowed to go and see what God has created. Because I would love to go to Antarctica, and if the ice wall is there, I'd like to see that. I'd like to cast my eyes on that magnificent splendor, because what you see of it on Google Earth and that, it does look beautiful. I'd love to scale it, get to the top, yeah, and then have a good look around. Yeah, I still have the desire to do that, you know, and then to wonder what created it, because I obviously understand it to be all that ice is a temperature regulator, because you've got your sun and the moon orbiting above the top, and then the ice is another form of temperature control. And that's clever design in its simplicity. I love that, man. I want to go and see that, you see. But at this point, it's priced out of people's affordability, and they placed restrictions, so you can't go just like that. Like you can go to any other country, but you can't just go to Antarctica or the North Pole. That is frustrating. And then the other way that would be good to go if we can't go ourselves is to get the military, which we all pay our taxes for, to bring us that information. Let them be the lucky ones. Let's see it. Let's follow a heading and see what happens. Even though that would still be on trust, of course.
Hello, my flat Earth brethren.
How you doing?
Good. Terra Infinita?
Terra Infinita.
Ah, okay. Good. Yeah, if you know that, then you know truth. That's all I have to know.
Yeah, we're not living on a spinning ball hurtling through that universe. That is for sure.
So you know what Terra Infinita is?
Do you have any news?
Yeah. We're in the lands of custodians on Terra Infinita.
Could you repeat that?
We are in the lands of custodians in Terra Infinita.
Yeah, we are being controlled.
Yeah,
so
okay.
What's the word infinada mean? I don't. What's infinada mean? I want to say it's infinite, but that might be ignorant of me.
Hold on, I'll post it. Let me go.
You say it.
Guys sent it. Where is it? Right here. Let me
just say it.
Copy image. Save it? No, copy image. All right, now I think I could send it to you guys. Where are we? 24/7. All right, here we go. All right, I'm gonna post it. Wait, it won't paste. How do you? Okay, I might have to save the image. Yeah, let me go all the way back here.
Save image. And then re-upload to 24/7. We're on the politics at the moment, okay? 24/7 politics, not English Hub.
Where is it? All right. Anyways, Terra Infinita. When I find the map, I'll send it. That's what we live on. We're in the lands of the custodians. Oh, there it is. All right. And save image.
Gorgeous image. Lovely image of the ice wall there. Look, that someone's posted. Very nice.
How many miles is it? 3,000
Oh,
or more? 5,000?
I have
We
no
don't
idea.
know.
No,
That's
we don't
Terra
know that.
Infinita right there. What you're looking at. You guys know if I. Oh, I can't post an image. Why can't I post an image? Am I like new or something? Is that why? That's lame.
I wonder if you could have
I'll
just
just
told
do
me
an
it was infinite.
IMGR, the IMGUR thing website. IMGUR. And I'll upload it.
Yeah, you have to like spend more time in the server and get past that politics journeyman role, and then you automatically get the perms.
Yeah.
Copy image link. All right, now we're cooking. Here we go. Boom.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
it's a
DJ,
link. It's not actually embedded.
Okay, DJ, thanks for the image of the ice wall there, because it does look majestic, doesn't it? That section. Yeah. And the ship parked up. I've got this image myself where the ship is parked up close. It's really nice.
That
I'd
image
love to
didn't
be
work.
there.
Don't click that link. Let me get a new link. Fucking. Here we
go. Yeah.
Oh, they just sent. Yeah. See, anytime I do anything with the Terra Infinita map, something weird happens to my computer. It's almost like they. All right, here we go. It's almost like they know what I'm doing. All right, here we go, boys. There we go. That is the link of Terra
I'll click
Infinita.
on that link now. Thank you, Terra Infinita. Here we go.
So Terra Infinita, you can zoom in there to the black spot. You can't really zoom in on here, but yeah, we're in that black circle. It's called the Lands of the Custodians. The ice wall you just showed right there, DJ, is actually the border of that Terra Infinita, Land of Custodian right there that you're seeing here in the map of Terra Infinita. Yeah.
I'm looking.
Who the hell made this map?
Yeah.
This is ancient knowledge. It's been in
Is this
Orthodox.
like some patchwork quilt made
This
by
has been
some
out. This is old. This is ancient. Like, this is super
ancient?
old. Yeah.
Yeah.
This has been around for
What does
a
it date back
long
to?
time. I think it's
Was
like
it
hundreds and hundreds of years ago in the Orthodox
really? Oh yeah.
church.
Who
Yeah.
made it? How'd they
Well, they
make
don't
this
know.
one?
This was in books all over. This is just the map. This is the map. So, yeah, the Lands of the Custodians is where we're at. We're actually in there, controlled by the Custodians. Which, if you look up the Custodians, Chat GPT, you could ask Chat GPT, I guess. It might hide it, maybe. Who are the Custodians of Terra Infinita? Yeah, I'm just gonna read it off. All right, it says, I can't find any well-known organization, lore, movement, game book, or public source called Terra Infinita. Huh. All right, hold on. Yeah, they're not going to tell me. I have to go to something else to find it. Okay, anyways, the Custodians are very parasitic. They leech your energy. They can make you sad, they can kill you, they can scare you, make you afraid, and they get power from that. They like feed off of it. And they are
Dude, this is not like some fantasy Lord of the Rings type.
No. This is like
bullshit.
reality.
Channel's not about some
have you been to
fantasy map.
space? Have you been to space before?
You can't
Like, have
go
you
to
been?
space, bro.
So you've never been on a rocket?
No, neither
Okay.
of you.
So, exactly. So you've never been to Antarctica and walked 3,000 miles, right?
No, I
Okay,
haven't
and
done
neither
that.
have I. They only tell you, or you know what they tell you. That is it.
Who's they? Who's they?
Who is they?
The custodians. I think
The custodians.
Yeah, that's who he's talking about. But you know that we
Yeah,
cannot go
I may as well be
to Europe.
talking about the Lord of the Rings at this point.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
I'm just letting you know you don't know what you know. You only know what they know.
So you could just make up any bullshit and say, "Oh, beyond the
I don't make it
south
up.
is
No, it's not me. I'm
unicorn.
not
There's a
making it up.
culture of unicorns called the Unicornians."
Well, I'm not making this up. I'm pulling this from ancient historical text. I'm not like
No,
sitting
it's
here
not
like
from
making this
ancient
up.
historical text.
Yeah, it's
Post
in
the ancient
very old
historical
books.
text.
I'm not making this up.
Okay,
This is old
which book?
stuff.
What? Some fantasy book?
I don't like to share that knowledge. I'm gonna keep that to myself.
Yo, that unicorn place
You can
is real.
stick your lap up your ass, bro.
No, seriously, I can't
you'll
share
probably
that
like
that knowledge, like what book I have. Like, that's not something I can tell you, actually.
They feast upon your energy.
Yeah,
Right.
I just want to share the knowledge
Yeah.
with you guys. Now you have a little bit of knowledge to look into. Interesting to, food for thought.
Thanks, troll. Thanks, troll.
Quite an interesting idea for a duvet. That's about it.
Yeah.
I'm not trolling.
Or a picnic sheet. You know what I mean?
I'm not trolling. I'm being genuine.
DJ, he did it. He did it. Yeah, everybody could see now. You can zoom in. That's crazy. You actually got to post that, but I couldn't. That's crazy. It's the custodians. They let him do it, but not me.
You see, I think that humanity are the custodians of the earth. Seems we have the power of speech and we can actually create
It's
things and
actually the Jews.
construction.
The
So
custodians
we
are
are, yeah, I do feel that humanity is actually the custodians of the earth, keeping everything in pristine condition for the generations yet to come. It's what our role is supposed to be, you see.
I agree. Overall, Terra Infinita, the whole like world, yes. Like the whole map, all that, yes. But not the lands of the custodians. That's controlled. and that's what we live in. So we can't
Okay,
like
so
actually get that.
forgive me for asking. It's probably going to be detrimental to your health. What?
Yeah, he's cut off. He'll be back in a minute.
I do wonder what's beyond that ice wall.
Mm,
Definitely the lands of
mm.
Jupiter, the Anunnaki lands, the lands of Nibiru.
Yeah, I personally don't carry that idea that there's other
Landing
lands
on
as such.
those lands.
Yeah.
And you know what's even crazier about like Orthodox? Like
Orthodox. When you say Orthodox, what do you mean by that? Orthodox what?
I'm talking about the Russian Orthodox.
Oh, so Christianity in the East, Russian Orthodox.
I'm talking about ancient or like super old, like texts.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not speaking
understood.
about what you
As soon
may.
as you said the Russian, I was like right there with think. So what according to the Russian Orthodox? What?
What are you asking?
What? Well, you said ancient documents and stuff. What do they say?
No, they're not documents.
What is it then?
I can't tell you that, but I can say this is a map you should look at and just not study. Obviously, don't worship it, but just look at it and just think. Just think a little bit. Have you been to space? Have you been on a rocket? Have you been to
You can't go there.
Antarctica?
Yeah, we
And
can't do those things.
I know. And for both of those things, do you need to sign an NDA to do both of those things? And if you do, with governments, why? Just try to think, okay?
Yeah,
And
but
then put in.
first and foremost, rocketry to space isn't possible. That's the first thing we're trying to say to you. You know
I
what I mean?
know.
So,
I'm saying if you were on a rocket, you could clearly see we don't live.
well,
You know,
no,
where
we
you know what I
can't.
mean? You know what I'm trying to say? We don't.
Yeah, but
You
that's an imagination, isn't it? Though, isn't it? You're using your imagination there, aren't you? Really?
well, do you know anybody who's been to space?
No, I've not. No one's as far as
I do.
as far as
I
I
know.
know,
I know
no one has
people.
gone to space.
Well, I
No
know
one.
people. You know what they say?
Go ahead.
They can't tell you.
Yeah, because they've never been. That's why they've never
they
been.
can't tell you because they've signed NDAs. They'll never tell
No,
you.
they've never
They
been. They've never
actually.
been.
They'll never.
It's not
Yeah, it's not real. You're
technologically
right.
impossible. Technologically and biologically impossible to do that. We cannot be there. It's not possible. We don't
I
have
agree.
any. Yeah, right. It's just not
We're
possible.
on. Yeah.
We're on Earth.
Yeah.
Under a container.
We're in a realm. I don't say on anything. We're in. We are in a realm.
No, we're on a surface, so that's why I say on. We live on the surface of the Earth.
Well, that's the lands of custodians. What you think is the Earth. That's what I'm trying to say.
What I know as the Earth is the surface that
It's
I
the
live
land.
on. That's the Earth, which that's all I really do know. I don't
Yeah.
know the
We
land
don't
of
know
the
because we've never
custodian.
been out. We've never been.
It's not possible to get out of this Earth to see it in its entirety. And for me, the idea of extra lands, if there were extra lands, I think the Creator would have given us access to that. I think He would. I
The
don't think.
lands of the
I don't
custodians.
think the Creator. Let me just finish it off. I don't feel that the Creator would put us in a dome and then let us see other lands. Maybe He
we don't
would,
get
but
to see them. No. We don't get to see. That's so we're here. I don't want to tell you guys too much, but I'll tell you what I know. So the lands of the custodians are.
You don't know shit, bro.
The lands of the Jews, and the lands of the Jews control where we live.
You
That is a
sound.
fact. The central.
All I know is that you sound like you've overdosed on soy products.
He's playing Rust
Soy
right now.
products. This is like
I'm actually
this is some
not playing
byproduct of soy abuse, by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Are you done? Okay.
Overloaded.
Are we good?
Soy to the brim.
We got it out. Cool. So the lands of the custodians is the lands of the Jews. Okay, the Creator put us here because they are in control. They are, in fact, the guardians of these lands. They are His people. For these, this is where He came. Okay, Christ did come. The lands of the custodians is that land, and we are sadly just kind of imprisoned. We are bad. We have been sinful, and that is what this land is. You can call it hell or whatever, but this is the lands of the custodians. And
I
anybody
wonder.
who's gone past has seen the Nephilim. Anybody who's gone past have seen the fallen angels, whatever you want to call them.
Okay. I wonder if he saw Bilbo Baggins from the Hobbits. That's what this map reminds me of.
That
Something
that
from
was
the Hobbit.
inspired. It really was. It was inspired by Terra Infinita. Middle Earth. Do you know what Terra not Infinita. It's Terra. Let me see here. Terra Incognita. Have you ever heard of that? It's the unknown land. Yeah, they
Yes.
believe
It's
Middle Earth.
Terra Incognito.
This is
I
Middle
see.
Earth. Look up land. Here, I'll put it in the. I'll put it in the chat. Here you go. But that's Wikipedia. You don't want to just use Wikipedia, but you can use Wikipedia, I guess. It's fine.
Is that why you can put the Middle Earth map up to the part of the moon or whatever that one guy does?
Yep.
Do you actually know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, the video. Yeah, I
Okay.
know the one.
Have you
The
guys ever
history of
seen
the
the map
flat Earth.
of the UN and compared it to Terra?
Okay, but I do want to say, like, obviously, I don't really believe any of this, but that video
you
is
don't have
kind of
to.
interesting. Like, it is weird.
Well,
Like,
there's
I
a
don't
lot
know.
of weird
It
shit.
is.
It's the lands of the custodians. They don't want you to know what's going on. They just want
Let
it
me
to
pop
look
that
weird.
video in there for you because it is an interesting one. I agree.
Yeah, that makes
It's
me,
5
you
hours
know.
long. It's 5 hours long, but it was interesting. I did find it funny.
Yeah.
It's very interesting to look at what I just sent you, though. That map from 1566 is crazy. Just look at that, dude. Like, zoom in. Like, that's just like wow. It's just crazy to just. They were so free back then, but not really. It's kind of like the same going on now.
I kind of just jumped in. Are you fucking around? By the way, like,
Yeah.
do we know if this guy's okay? Okay.
Well, he has to be. Clearly, this is not logical to our
Yeah.
experience, is it? Come on now.
Well, no, I didn't know
As,
if he actually like
What do you
believed this for like and like was trying to tell people about it, or
Yeah, he
he's kind of
does.
like,
look at Canada.
does he
Like,
actually? Okay.
look at Canada. It looks gorgeous, dude.
You guys are funny.
Man, where's the United States? So where is Ohio? It would have been like right here. Man, that's crazy.
I would have to say I think you're trolling from what I heard, but dude, if you actually believe
Yeah,
this, I guess.
he's just a good for nothing troll.
Terra
Okay.
Australis Incognita.
I mean, he's telling us there is historical information about this ridiculous flat Earth.
Well, some guy
multi-world
earlier
map,
wanted me to
but he
tell
can't
him.
tell us about it. He can't
some
tell us it's
information,
secret
so-
information that he can't release.
Okay, I thought I
never
heard
said that.
something
I
about
never
that
said
too.
that.
Okay.
I said I cannot tell you the name of the chronicle that I have. That is all I'm saying. Okay.
Oh, why not, bro?
It's just not something I have to say out loud. I just don't want to.
Yeah.
You got Terra Infinita, right? That's
You're
all
just
I'm
lucky
giving.
that
all
you
I'm
haven't
giving.
been banned yet.
Why
A
am
few
I?
clicks
Why?
and you're gone, bro.
I'm speaking
You're just
about
a fucking
flat Earth.
troll.
I'm not. Why am I trolling? I'm opening the mines.
Well, you're
What
either
am I
retarded or a troll. There's only two options. Neither are good for you.
Opening the mind is not being retarded.
No,
That's
you're not really
actually
opening the
not
mind.
trolling either.
If you came
That's
to this and
leading
like
guiding.
had sure, if you had like questions and were like, I seen this is kind of interesting, you know, that's one thing. But if you're like
We're
just
questioning.
claiming all this,
now, if you look at the image that DJ posted of the ice wall right there, that opens the mind. Okay, that image alone is opening minds when you look at it.
When
A
you
place
show
that-
that, to an average person, they
Yeah.
actually see giant glacial wall like that. That's it. They don't see anything.
Yeah.
When you show what I just showed
hang
you,
on a
they
minute.
look at that picture in a little bit more depth.
No,
Okay, if
they
you
look
put
at
both
they
of those
look at.
pictures together, it.
Oh,
Go on.
good.
Go on. What
Right.
were you saying?
When people see that image, it's a place they've never been to and never knew it existed in the way it looked, the way it's been configured. And then you ask them, what created that? Your mind begins to open up. The desire to want to go there, investigate, just increases. Okay, there. You just want to go there now and start investigating and having a look around. And all the while, you're going to be breathing in the cleanest air you could ever breathe.
I know. Cleanest water, the
Okay,
cleanest
right.
air.
I mean,
I know.
come on, yeah. So there's a lot there that's desirable.
The border wall you're speaking of, the
Yeah.
reason it's so clean is because you're exiting the lands of the custodians when you go on it. The lands of the custodians is a evil, negative, dark place. The
The
air
reason it is
itself
so
is
clean is
just
because humanity isn't polluting that area
that's
to the
lands of
levels that we
custodian.
are,
Yes, that's what
where
I'm
we are,
saying.
and there's
You're
no
right.
land.
We're exiting it.
Land is
You're
not
right.
there, you see. Yeah,
Yeah, we're
and
exiting it.
and
Yeah.
temperatures are frigid, of course. So obviously, if you're going to go to this region, we do have that technology to stay warm, and that's not going to be the problem going there. It's just enjoying it, I think, and calming down and all that nothingness, which really does project your own mind, and that it opens your mind up. No doubt about it. It's therapy in itself. Just gazing at it is therapy in itself. I picture myself there walking around and on a little mission to have a look and see what's around. Yeah, I'd love to be there.
Yeah, so like the theory of gravity is a perfect example too.
I'm glad you said the theory because it's not been proven to be anything that
Yeah.
exists on the earth that
Yeah.
we live on. Yeah.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you'd have to be specific as to which gravity you are referring to, because there are two schools of thought, which I'm sure you know the two we're talking about.
Kinetic.
We're talking about gravity, so you're talking about the proponents in particular. The two schools
The
of thought.
physical force, gravity.
According to the
The
scientific
kinetic force.
community, right? According to the scientific community today, gravity is not a force. That would be the mass attracting mass by Sir Isaac Newton, who himself stated that he had disagreed with that theory. He never proved it.
Gravitational force.
Never been proven, and Sir Isaac Newton disagreed with the theory. Please digest these words. Then you've got the second proponent, which supersedes Sir Isaac Newton. Now, the current standard is the bending and warping of the space-time fabric with special relativity. This is the Einsteinian.
Yes, yes. But these are
Gravity.
all
That's the
theories.
standard
These
now.
are all
So pay
theories.
attention. Let me just capstone it. Remember, gravity, according to the scientific community today, it's not a force. Okay, gravity is not a force, so you can't start mentioning gravitational forces. Okay, because that's not what it is.
The theory of gravity is
Right.
what I'm. Yeah.
So
So the
and
theory
that
of
theory
gravity
would be the
is
bending,
taught as fact by the custodians. That is
but
what
it's
I'm
not
trying
fact.
to say. No,
Yeah,
no, I
yeah,
know,
but
I
it's
know.
not.
I'm just trying to say that it is taught
Yeah.
as fact. We don't know
Okay.
if it exists. Same thing with the Arctic walls.
Yeah,
Same
yeah.
thing
That's why
with
we're here.
going to space. Like these are all things that I am trying to tie into this to explain to you.
Yeah,
That
but you're bringing in unproven theories. This is what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen.
this is
The young
ancient
man is.
text. I would love
Yeah,
to
you're bringing in
show
ancient
you.
text. That's
I
nice.
would
But
love to show you, but I actually cannot show you guys. I
okay,
just
fine.
want to tell you that it exists. That is all.
Yeah,
Why
yeah,
can't you show us, bro?
You can
yeah.
look it
Save
up and
yourself
figure it
getting
out.
banned by
I'm giving
telling
you a
us why.
journey. That is a journey.
All right.
I haven't started the
Yeah,
journey
I
yet.
think you're about done, bro.
Yeah, I'm still at home. I haven't even packed my bags. I'm not on that journey at all.
No, the journey of knowledge.
Well, that's ongoing, of course.
The
Yeah, but
journey of faith. The journey
your
of
knowledge.
knowledge and the journey of faith.
Yeah, but
Yo,
your
the Earth
knowledge
is a
isn't taking
globe.
me on a journey at the moment. I'm
There we
still
go.
in
We
the
got
lineage.
someone else. Harry Beanstalk, put yourself on mute or I'll ban you.
Okay.
Well, then just ban me. I'll just leave.
All right. As requested.
Bye.
Yo, how
Bye,
many
guys.
people here?
It was good meeting you.
How many people here actually believe the Earth is flat?
All the flat earthers in here know the earth is flat, including
Yeah, we
myself.
actually do believe that.
No, we know
Wait,
that. Actually know
wait.
that. Sorry.
Everybody, wait. I'm just. Everybody here believes that.
Yeah.
No, we don't believe that. We know that. Now, please get it
You,
right here. We know the earth is flat. It's not a
you
belief.
guys think that.
We know
Can you guys?
that. What? Can't you understand the English language? We know the earth is flat. What's wrong with that? What don't you
Can you?
understand?
How is it flat?
Because there's no measurable curvature of the earth. The oblate spheroid and its curvature cannot be measured at all anywhere. Have you measured the curvature of the earth? If you have done so, could you tell us the methodology you implied sorry, you applied to
Okay.
measure the surface of the Earth. Yeah. What method did you use to prove the Earth's a globe on the surface?
So the Earth is flat, right?
It's measured flat. Yeah, measured flat. Yes.
How come nobody has ever walked off the edge?
Okay, okay, fair enough. It comes up all the time. The reason why no one's walking off the edge of the Earth, first and
Let's
foremost,
hear this.
is,
Let's hear this.
I'm going to answer it. So if I'm going to answer, it doesn't mean you talk. So please allow me to answer why people are not walking off the edge. Okay, if the edge is
I
there.
listen, brother. I
Right
listen.
now, we currently have 14.7 psi air pressure. Do you agree to that?
Okay.
Okay, so in order to have pressure now, we would need a container, yeah? Pressure requires containment. Oil pressure, gas pressure, water pressure, air pressure, blood pressure, all require containment, yeah? So we're under a
That's our
container.
atmosphere holding it in.
Right, so we're in containment. So therefore, if we're in a container, there is no falling off any edge, okay? Okay, good.
What?
Well,
No,
if
no,
we're
this is not okay. Good. What? I'm just
Yeah, if
what?
you're in a container that's pressurized to 14.7 psi in at sea
So
level, it means.
so the
Hang
Earth
on,
is
let me
flat.
complete it.
Wait.
You
No, no.
no, you interrupt. No,
I
I'm going
want
to
to ask
finish.
you a question. I want to ask you
Let
a question so
what
you
I'm
could
saying first.
confirm this.
Sorry,
I,
let me just
I
finish this
truly
off.
have a question.
The
All right, go,
molecules
go,
are
go.
colliding with the container. That's how the pressure increases, okay? Because the
Okay.
molecules that make up the air and the gases are colliding with themselves, with the container. You've got the pressure. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, just get 1 second.
No. Hang on. Wait,
Zen. Just look in the side chat first. Is this what you were thinking that flat Earth is? One of these things?
Just I don't know what you think. I have no idea what you think it is. I don't know
Right,
what I
but
think
did
it
you
is.
think
I don't. I
something?
because
Did
I
you
don't
have
think. I
something
don't think it.
imagined in your
I,
head along those lines or not?
I don't imagine it to be flat, so I don't imagine it in any of these scenarios.
Were you
Okay?
So basically, I'm asking you what you think the Earth is flat, and this guy basically. So my question is, you said it's a container. So
Correct.
what the hell does that mean?
Means that in order to have air pressure, you must have a container because
No.
without it, you're
I'm not asking what
interrupting
it
the
means.
answer again.
I'm asking like this guy sent me a diagram. Show me a
Okay.
diagram. Right. So we have pictures
Well,
of
these are
Earth
the
from
straw.
space.
Hang on. These are the straw man diagrams. These are just straw
Right.
man diagrams from
No.
those who think.
I'm not saying these are real diagrams. I'm asking you to send me the diagram that you were describing right now. This imaginary diagram that you're this container that
Hang
you're
on.
talking about.
Hang on. Yeah.
No,
You've
no, no,
asked.
no. Hang, bro. You keep
Can you mute this
interrupting me.
guy because he's
You
not
keep
allowing me to
interrupting
actually
me,
speak
bro.
here?
No. You keep interrupting me. I allow you to finish every one of your points.
No, you
There's
didn't.
pictures. There's pictures. There's pictures of the Earth from space, of it being
You're
round.
interrupting me. You're still
And
interrupting.
I'm asking you, no, and I'm asking you, can you please send me a picture of this
Right.
container, this
Right.
diagram?
Okay.
At
Okay.
least show
Right.
me a diagram, because the
Okay.
way you're explaining it,
Can
I
you now
can't
stop
imagine this shit.
saying that? Can you now stop saying that? I have no diagrams, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, but
Okay, so
clearly,
thank you. It's made up. It's made
you've
up.
got to allow me to finish. How can I not finish what I'm saying? Every other word
Go,
you're interrupting. Can I not
go.
finish what I'm
I'm
saying?
listening, bro.
Right,
Go.
then shut up then, please. Right.
Oh, how about you tone it down a little bit, bro?
No,
I'm
would
showing you
you stop
respect.
interrupting me?
There's no reason to be disrespectful at this point.
You are being
I'm
disrespectful
I'm
every time I
asking
try to
for you
speak.
to back up what you're saying with evidence, and you are not backing it up with evidence.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am not able to give you a diagram of the container that must be there, that is there, containing the air that we breathe. Reason being, I haven't been to that zone to take a photograph of it.
Okay,
You see what I mean?
ready?
I am
This
not finished what I'm
obviously
saying.
you can't
I
take
am
a
not
picture of
finished what I'm
air.
saying.
Hey,
I
send
am
me
not
a picture
finished
of the
what
base
I'm
of the
saying.
Earth.
I have
Send me
not
a picture
finished
of
what
the
I'm saying.
physical Earth of this
Excuse
diagram.
me, I have not finished what I'm saying. Can you allow
Bro,
me to
what you're
finish
saying is
the
from
conclusion?
it's called talking from your ass, basically, because
Oh, so
you
now
don't
you're
have
going
a
to throw
picture of this
insults in
diagram.
there. So now you're going to throw insults in there now. Ladies and
Yeah, bro,
gentlemen,
because
let's
you've
start
been
again.
disrespectful this whole time, bro.
I haven't been at all.
Ladies and
You've been
gentlemen,
interrupting
I'm
me, sir.
announcing this, bro.
You've been
Give me a
interrupting
picture
me
of
all
this
the way at the
diagram.
moment.
I'm
You are
asking you for a
interrupting.
picture of this diagram
And I've been
to
forthcoming with
back
the
up
truth.
your point with
I've
evidence.
been Right, I'm trying to do something so that you can actually
Send me a
listen to.
picture of it. I'm asking for physical
Okay,
evidence. I don't
I'll
want
wait
your
till you
words.
finish.
I don't believe your words because
Okay, when you
your words
finish,
are made
right?
up. There's no
Right.
evidence to
Well,
back
Alright,
it
there
up.
are
alright.
people
Hold on
listening.
a second,
It's not
Jin.
just you.
Hold on,
It's
he's
not
not
just you.
listening to you.
Yeah, I know. So, ladies and gentlemen, okay, let me just finish
Hold
up
on,
where I'm
Jin.
going.
Hold on a
Yeah, go ahead.
second, Jin.
I'd
Yeah,
rather
go ahead.
listen to DJ.
Zen,
Okay, go
Zen.
ahead.
All right. Look, let me just explain really quickly. We're not claiming to know the entirety of the Earth. We're not claiming that we've been up high enough to get a picture of the entire Earth. But when we test for the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe, it's not there. Okay? Like if you have a 20-mile
What is
distance
your
over the
basis
surface
on
of
not seeing the curvature?
things should be obstructed behind the curvature, right? Like if we go to a 20-mile lake, right? Let me give you a quick analogy. It'll make sense. Okay, if we have a 20-mile lake in the Earth's globe, and I stand on one side of the lake, and on the other side of the lake, there's a 25-story skyscraper building, right? If the Earth's a globe, I shouldn't be able to see that skyscraper. It should be
Do you
completely
think
hidden
20
behind.
miles is enough to see the curvature to
Yeah,
hide it?
to hide a skyscraper. It's enough to hide a
That is not enough.
25-story
That is
skyscraper.
not enough.
No, it's enough to hide a 25-story skyscraper. There's 266 foot of curvature over 20 miles.
Yeah.
You said
So that's enough to hide
266 feet.
Yeah, that's like a 26-story skyscraper worth of curvature. So if you had a 25-story skyscraper, you wouldn't be able to see it, right? It would be hidden,
And that's just 20 miles.
right? But we can go and test. We can go and zoom or shoot a laser over a 20-mile distance, and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the 20-mile lake or 20-mile section of the ocean. We can see boats that are 20 miles out that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. And then we go and test again and again and again in all these different places, even over longer distances, and we can't find the curvature ever. And then when we go looking for evidence that it is curving, we get nothing but like pictures from space. That's the only things that you can't verify. Like we're testing that in reality, and it doesn't check out.
DJ, can you talk to him about the edge? Because it was the edge that we were talking about. And I tried to say to him that it wouldn't be possible to go to the edge if you're in a container. That's all. Go ahead.
So you
Look,
guys
we
sent
don't
a picture of these fake diagrams. Do you have a picture of how you guys imagine the diagram?
No, but I can because we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat is just the description of the surface of the Earth not having curvature. We can only get so high up into the sky where we
So
can't
it's
see the
just a
entirety
theory.
of the Earth.
It's just a theory. It's not.
Well,
You
it's what we all. It's not a
you
theory.
can't
It's
say
what we
you
all
know it. You can't
experience.
say you know it if you guys aren't. It's what you experience.
So, okay, so it's what you experience every day of your life. When you go out, you experience the Earth as flat. But they've convinced us or convinced people that it's a globe and that your experience is not true, and that water is sticking to the outside of this spinning space ball and curving. When we go and test that, there's zero curvature. Right, we're testing it over and over again. We've had teams of engineers go out with $30,000 laser beams, shooting them across the surface of the water at targets that shouldn't be possible to be hit on a globe and hitting the targets. So we're just testing, right, for the globe, and all we're getting is zero curvature everywhere. So if you have a surface that's not curving, it's by default flat, and that's what we mean by
Do you have
the
Do you have
flat Earth.
like a link to the study or something? Because
For sure, of course.
this guy is just sending links from like some PowerPoint online.
No.
Like what
I'll
the
grab
hell?
you. I'll grab you a link
This is
to.
not a
I'll grab
legitimate
you a link.
site.
Yeah, I made that. That's why.
Right. So
I'll
just
give
give
you
me
the
a second.
sources.
Yeah, I mean that's like a very biased perspective. That's not
It's
like
not biased because I got this from like actual stuff that people did. I didn't like make this up.
okay. Only the upper part of the mountain should be visible.
Yeah.
This guy will give you sources directly. This is just to give you ideas of what we mean. I'm just kind of giving little reference points. He'll give you the
All right.
sources.
Wait.
That's all.
So if the Earth is even flat, what does what does it matter?
Well, it means that we are now realizing that the government's lying to us about where we live, and we need to inform all the children, for example, so they get to know the truth whilst they're learning the lie at school, for example.
But
Is
if you
that
guys
okay?
don't even
Am
know the
I allowed?
actual,
Am I allowed to do that? Thank you.
hang on.
Yeah.
All right, let's
pretty
not
big
jump
lie,
ahead. You wanted me to grab some of this evidence. Right, so I'm going to post the evidence in the side chat. Right, so look, here's a paper. It's a 120-page PDF. There's an hour-long documentary to go over it. This is a whole team of field engineers that went and did a whole series of laser tests in Europe, and they basically they had a $30,000 laser. Right, they took a whole bunch of high-tech equipment out, and they were trying to find the curvature. Okay, and they were able to set their laser up 1.5 meters above the surface of the water and hit a target 1.5 meters above the surface of the water 40 kilometers away. Over that distance, there's about 600 foot of Earth curvature that should be blocking the laser from hitting the target. Right? They did a whole series of different tests. It's all documented. They got a technical PDF. They go over all of the atmospheric conditions, the laser specifications, everything. There's
All
tons
right,
of
I
these
have
tests
another
that have been
question.
done.
I have another question. Ready? So, why is every planet that we see and every moon that we see circular?
Okay.
And the
Are
Earth.
you satisfied? Hang on. Are you satisfied with
Wait,
the
I'm not
information
finished
he
asking
gave
my
you?
question. Out of everything in the universe, everything is circular.
Okay.
And so our Earth, out of it's just like this, miraculous outlier. This is the only flat one out of everything circular in the universe.
Okay, with that question will be answered shortly. Just to ask you, are you satisfied with what DJ has painstakingly got for you? The information there where people are painstakingly using laser beam tests to measure for the curvature or not. Are you satisfied with that material? Because you don't seem to be, you're just asking question after question. Can you acknowledge, please, at
Because
least?
there's nothing to acknowledge because I haven't watched it. I could just
Well,
send you I could
are you
send
going
you
to
a
watch
link to any video and
Are you
tell
going to watch
you what it's.
Are you going to watch that material?
I'll look into it, but I mean I'm
Well, there
still
you are. I mean, we're
skeptical
giving
as
you
fuck.
material, but you're not going to look into it. What's the point of you even being here? Then? My word.
So anyways, whatever you're talking about. So I acknowledge my question. My next question. Everything in the universe is circular, and you could see it obviously from this Earth, from a telescope. The moon is clearly circular. You could see it in the sky. The sun has a circular shape. It's even though it's fucking so far away, and we could see other planets. Everything is circular. And why are you guys just claiming that this is the only flat
Well,
floating
okay,
object in space
okay.
that's in our
As I
solar
tried to
system?
explain to you before, first and
You
foremost, we
didn't.
the
You
flat
haven't tried to
earthers.
explain it yet.
Yeah, I'm going to now try to explain without any interruptions. We the flat earthers are not claiming to know what those objects are in the sky. We don't know that. They look spherical doesn't mean that they are, first and foremost. And then me looking up at the stars to say that doesn't mean I'm measuring the surface of the earth. So in order to know whether or not the earth is actually curving, we take the numbers that they gave us, which is 3,959 mile radius, right? And that will go on to make a 24,901 mile circumference ball earth. And we take those numbers and apply them to the surface of the earth. We are finding that the earth isn't curving at all. That's what we're finding. Okay? That's why. And we don't look up and say because they're balls, we're a ball, for example. And remember, we haven't been up there. No human being has been up there to confirm anything. Okay? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe in the moon landing. So
okay, well that's good.
In general,
Neither do we. Neither do we.
But I also don't believe the Earth is flat, or even if it wasn't, like, what does it even fucking matter?
Well, I explained why it mattered to you. You didn't acknowledge that.
Yeah,
And the point is, it's
because the
provable.
elites
Hang on.
are trying to lie
Hang
to
on.
us or something.
It's provable. The point is, it's provable. If the Earth is an oblate spheroid of said numbers, we should be able to confirm the numbers. We've tried to do that. It hasn't been confirmed. It's all flat at the moment. That's what we're finding everywhere we look. Now, that being the case, it means that the government has and the education system has misinformed us. Now, I have the right to inform the public at large, okay, of this discrepancy and for them to go and have a look. That's my position. That's the so what bit. That's why it matters. So all my children know that the earth is flat and that my children's friends know and my students know, okay? So they know that now that the earth isn't a ball earth and they can go up and tell everybody else. Is that a bad thing, is it?
Yeah, bro. Anyways,
Okay.
I'm
I
probably
don't really think he's
gonna
listening to
watch
you,
the
Jim.
video, but
Let me
Thank
ask you a question before you leave, Zen. Just like a real like, okay,
yo,
you say you don't think it mattered. Do you think that like anyone would think that? Like, do you think anyone would want to know if we're being lied to? Because that'd be a pretty big lie. You'd agree with that, right?
yeah.
Do you think like anyone has the right to know that they're being lied to at that level, like that scale?
Yeah, but
Okay.
what you're going off, right. I'll believe it. I'll believe that we're being lied to when there's sufficient evidence, you know?
There's more than enough. Go and measure the curvature of the earth, and there would be your evidence. Go and measure it, please. That's all we're asking you to do. Go and measure it.
Yeah, check out that video, and I think that will do you some great good.
Thank you. And the
Yeah,
video
look, man,
provided. Yeah.
there's so much evidence that it's undeniable that there's no Earth curvature. You haven't seen it yet, so I get your skepticism, but
Yeah.
you know, if you want it to be presented, if you want links, if you want information, you're more
I
than
mean,
welcome to
I'm
DM
open minded. That's
me,
why I'm
or you
even
can go to
listening
our
to you
home
guys.
server, or you can ask now. We're happy to present evidence to you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you gotta remember a lot of this stuff's censored too. So when you type in things on Google and YouTube, it's gonna bring up all this authoritative
Well, yeah,
content that's
I'm
demoting
fully
flat Earth.
aware of that. Yeah.
Yeah, making it look dumb. Yeah, okay.
I mean,
And
I
I'm not
study
gonna
marine
I'm not
biology,
gonna
brother,
deny that
and I can zoom
obviously the
into the
government
horizon.
lies. Obviously the government lies about so many things, so that's why I'm even open minded about it. Because
Well, I mean, yeah,
you
I mean,
know,
if you don't believe in the moon landing, that's a good thing. Like you're already skeptical about government, so like you're in the right direction, bro. It's a little bit more of a push, and you'll see. You
Yeah,
know.
that's
yeah,
the
I
first
mean,
step, though.
I'm not really a believer or anything, but it's I don't know.
Belief is
There's
the
just a
enemy of
lot of
knowing,
like
man.
scientific evidence that
Yes, Sen,
goes
but the problem
that
with this is
everything is.
there's limitation in science. That's the point, you know?
Say that again.
I say that's the point as well. They give limitation into science as well. I study marine biology, you know, and I zoom into the horizon with cameras worth than 15,000 of euros. And I can zoom in more than 100 kilometers and I see no curvature, brother. You know, and I don't know, me personally, bro, I'm a Christian person, you know. I believe there's a creator, everything. And at the end of the day, the shape of the earth, it doesn't change what is after life for us, all right? But I think it's pretty important, bro, to know where we live at. And I really believe there's some manipulation behind it. Thank you, bro.
You should
There's a
just
lot of
scrutinize what
symbolism
you
as
think
well,
is
man.
evidence for the globe.
I would say there's less evidence that there's a globe than being flat. When I say I believe in flat Earth, I want them to give me proof that it's a sphere, bro.
Yeah.
First
Not
of
one
all.
single shred of proof exists
Uh-huh.
to prove the globe. Yeah. No proof
Mm-hmm.
at all.
Tell
Not
them,
one.
tell them. People
Yeah.
doesn't know, like,
I mean, I'm not
empirical
a
fact, like,
scientist, so I don't know.
It's not a
I know,
scientific
like, there's
endeavor.
a lot of people behind it, right? Working
All
for
right.
it. How can this be fake? I
How does
agree
that
with you, bro. This
explain
is
the
crazy.
How does that explain the different time zones then?
The
Okay, that's a
sun
good
moves.
question.
Great question.
The sun moves in different time zones, but that's dependent on your location on the Earth as you measure the over.
You're cutting out, Jedi.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, look, the sun moves like Jedi was just saying. On right, so if the sun is not 93 million miles away, like they tell us in the
Mm-hmm.
globe model, and many times larger than the Earth, like they tell us in the globe model, if the sun's much closer and much smaller, for example, great, as the sun moves east to west over the surface of the Earth, it lights up different sections of the Earth. Right, the light from that sun can't light up the entire Earth because
I think if you
light.
see something, visual thing is way
Hold
easier,
on,
though.
bro.
You explained it very well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try to just give him a super basic explanation, right? So if the sun's smaller and more local, and it's moving over the surface of the Earth east to west, right? When it's daytime in Australia, for example, the light from that sun can't light up the entire Earth, right? So you're going to have a large section of the Earth lit up by the sun, but in Europe, right, it's going to be dark because
in your
as
in your theory, the Earth is going around the sun, or no?
no, the Earth doesn't move. The Earth is stationary, and the sun, everything in the sky is moving like a big clock, right? And that's why we have years and months and that kind of thing, right? The sun cycle resets every 365 days, and that's how we come up with a year. So basically, the sun is responsible for the time zones, right? The daytime, the nighttime, and the seasons, because throughout the year, the path of the sun changes from the north to the south. Okay, so when it's winter in the north, it's going to be summer in the south because the path of the sun is taking a path that's closer to the southern uh, continents, basically. Right. So if you're in Australia and it's the middle of summer and it's the middle of the day, you can look right up above you. The sun's going to be right up above your head. Okay. But at the same time, right, let's say now you're in, so it's summer in Australia, but someone else is standing in Europe. Okay. And it's the middle of the day for that person standing in Europe. When they look up at the middle of the day for them, that sun's not going to be right up above their head. Okay. Because the path of that sun is taking a path over the southern continents. Right. So 6
It's
months
just
later,
logic.
it's
Yeah,
going
yeah.
to, yeah, 6 months later, it's going to be the opposite of that. Right. So 6 months later, it's going to be summer in Europe. And that person at midday will look up, they'll see the sun taking a path, pretty much over the top of their head. Okay. But then it'll be winter in Australia at that point. So that same person in Australia could look up in the middle of the day at 12 p.m. And look up in the sky at the sun. That sun's not going to be up above, directly above their head, right? They point straight up, sun's not going to be there. It's going to be much lower in the sky because it's taking a path much closer to the north at that time of year. And that's why we have seasons. That's why we have daytime, nighttime. And that's also responsible for the pressure systems that we have on the Earth as well,
That's
right?
pressure
Because
as
they're all
well. Great
driven by
point.
temperature. What's that?
I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
all
Sorry to
that
cut you.
proves
I'm
that
saying
the
great
Earth is
point.
round and spinning. The days, the seasons, the years.
Well, not really. I mean, on the globe model,
A year,
right?
a year is
You
just
can explain it. Well, you can
huh?
explain things on a globe, right? There's a lot of explanations for how it could work on a globe, right? And
Yeah.
it can also be explained to work on a flat Earth as well. You're going to find a bunch of things you can explain if the Earth was flat or if the Earth's a globe. So it's not like seasons could only work one way or the other. You can
Yeah, but
explain it
you're
just fine.
completely
This
saying
is the
that
difference, though.
the Earth is standing still and the sun is just
There's no
moving.
evidence.
Yes.
Yeah, there's no evidence that the Earth moves, and we see the sun moving in the sky every day. But on the globe, they tell you that really you're the one that's moving, and when you see a sunset, you're spinning backwards away from the sun, and it just makes an illusion that the sun's setting. We just say that the sun
Right.
is moving in the sky. It's much more logical. It's exactly what we experience.
It's not more
But we
logical
don't.
though.
Well, yeah, it is. You don't feel any motion. You don't have any evidence that the Earth is moving, and we see the sun
How could
moving.
you?
You
Well,
can't. You don't have
if
any
I can
evidence
say
of
something,
that.
We
DJ.
have gravity, and it's
Yeah,
so
yeah,
large
but
and
gravity. If I can say, I have broken English. I like to speak about this in my main language, but when you speak about gravity, they don't use to measure gravity about they don't use electromagnetism, for example. So there's limitations into what we know. That's the point as well. And he mentioned something really important, DJ. And I don't know DJ at all, honestly, bro. I think he's playing it really,
bro,
really good.
you
He say that,
feel acceleration, not constant speed.
yeah, but what you feel, they have to explain it to you something that you don't feel. They have to show you something that you don't see, which is the curvature. And it's like deep things, bro, that like even the space project and all of it. And as well, the geometry of the sunlight, brother. If you don't think the sun is that close, right? Then I don't know what can I tell you, bro, because you can easily see by yourself. When you see the sunlight going through a cloud, it comes out as a pyramid shape. No, more far is the sun, more vertical.
You said a pyramid
The
shape? What? Why
Yes, like
pyramid?
these are basics of geometry, brother. Even you can do it by yourself in your house.
And
It is.
the Earth
You understand
does
what I mean, right, boys?
accelerate. Yeah, the Earth
Yeah.
it accelerates around the sun. Very little, but also a change of velocity or a change of direction is a change of velocity, which is acceleration. So it does accelerate, and technically we should feel it.
Now I
Well,
have one question. Like that you see, Senpak. Just one question to everybody that would like to speak. That is a flat earther, whatever is his belief, all right? If you are a flat earther, do you believe before in the spherical model? Yes or no?
Of course, we all did.
Of course we
Yes.
did, right, boys? Right?
Yes.
Now, one question, bro. How many of us have returned to the spherical model after all of the knowledge that we got? How many of us?
Only ones that got paid off or threatened.
You
Just a
see?
joke.
Yeah, who? I
Just
mentioned
a
who,
joke.
brother. You see? It's a joke, man. I'm saying, brother. I don't know what I can tell you, Senpak. You know, as an honest man who loves nature, I study marine biology. I think it is flat, man. You know, I think there's a creator. And even flat earthers, brother, you guys know there's a creator because flat earthers speaks is by yourself. But this is another topic as well into flat earthers. So I will not go to that side, you know, but I'm just saying flat earth makes a lot of sense, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Now you see rats, you see flies, you see Katy Perry in the space, bro.
I mean, that's fake as fuck.
We agree on that, brother. That's the point. But now, do you agree, like the filmings of Mars? Do you agree with that, for example? All of the recording from all the supposedly other planets, bro. I'm not telling you the space. All right, we agree on that. The moon, whatever. But what about other planets that they tell you? How much money they gaining from, bro? Do you know what I believe? I believe they wanna break the containment, my guy. I honestly believe that. Does anybody else who believe that
This is
here?
honestly hurting my head. This is hurting my head.
Maybe I'm not the right person to wake you up about this, bro, because I throw a lot of shit. But JD, DJ, to the guy, also my guy. Really good. Have you
Look,
seen
it's
the
always going to come
interview?
back to
It doesn't.
the. Yeah, go
It
ahead.
doesn't matter
What's
the
that?
character of the people that are in this chat. They could be
Yeah.
good or bad people, but I'm just saying it doesn't matter if they're good or bad people. It's just this topic is just it's a
Well,
different
have you seen the
conversation.
interview? You can
Well,
check the empirical proofs, you know, like scientific, of course, you know. At one moment, you're going to have limitations, but by yourself, if you are honest, you're going to realize the truth. But then you can as well check the political way. You can check
You're basing
the treatments.
you're connecting religion and flat Earth.
Nope.
there is a
Nope. I
connection.
didn't.
Hang on. There is a connection for those who are religious, and they make the claim that they emotionally that there is a connection to the Creator, but from the realization of the flat Earth because it's described and mentioned in the Bibles. Okay, so there's a connection there, and that's freedom for everyone to have that connection. That
Can
doesn't
you tell me
devalue
what
the
verse
truth.
that is?
Yeah, hang on.
Yeah,
It
but
doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't devalue the truth. That's the point I'm making here. So that's fine.
yeah,
So
The
what?
version
Senpak,
you'll
just
find
one
it
thing.
in
I
is the
said
Septuagint and the King
me
James
myself, I'm
version
Christian,
from
you know, but
1611.
There you are. Thank you, Jedi.
What is the
Yeah,
verse
there's
in
a
the
lot of
Bible?
verses. Like there's verses in
it,
the Bible that clearly state that the earth doesn't move, right? That the earth
yeah, and
cannot
it's
be
flat as
moved,
well.
that it's
Yeah,
fixed. It's
what
fixed
psalm or
on
whatever it's
pillars and
called?
it
What
cannot be
is it
moved.
called?
The
Yeah, no, I
verse,
understand, but yeah,
I can get it for you really quickly.
Isaiah 4:22, I think, bro, as well speaks about it. And there's another verse that speaks that Jesus he saw a tree from very far away. And there's more speaking about the flood as well. For example, if you're a Christian, you agree the flood happened. Now, does it make sense in a sphere? Senpai,
bro.
what do you
I
think?
We need to be
honestly
speaking
don't
about
believe in. I
floods
don't
and
believe in
I
religion.
know,
It's all
I know you
fucking
don't believe.
man-made construct.
let's keep it on track then. What we can point out is there are other religions or cosmologies or ancient ways of thinking, not just Christian, that also had a flat earth
Yes,
cosmology.
that's true.
So the Hindus, for example,
The Hindus
their
as well.
cosmology is flat.
Egyptians as well, you know that.
Hmm.
And even more, I can show you Greeks as well, but there's other part
Yep,
of Greeks
yep,
that they didn't.
yep,
But
yep.
Greeks
So
as well,
everyone.
brother.
Yep. Everyone.
Yeah, every
It
ancient
was
culture had a
and they also
Hindu
live in a
depiction that
containment
cosmology
as well.
encompasses multiple models of the Earth across its vast body of sacred text, ranging from flat Earth descriptions to ancient mathematical astronomy that correctly identified as spherical Earth.
Guess what? The book that you're making fun of it is 95 accurate to scientific methods, and it's a book from 2000 years ago.
I just looked it
Can you
up.
tell
It
me
just
how?
said I just looked up Hindu's flat Earth.
What
No,
does
no,
it
no.
say?
The ancient Hindus, had
Christian
a flat Earth
Hindus, bro.
cosmology,
It's
and
different.
it wasn't until the Jesuits went around the world and actually started spreading the heliocentrism. Okay, and it's
Yep.
only then that you'll read about heliocentrism from the Hindu religion. Okay, it's not the ancient Hindus. You can look up their depiction. They had the same depiction as everyone else: a flat, stationary Earth within a contained system.
It's like
I can
what we
show
get
you
I
today.
mean,
their
I will
ancient
most
Sorry,
depiction.
definitely
Sorry, Di,
not
go
look
ahead.
up
hold on.
the
Sorry, my Spanish
Quran.
friend.
I definitely wouldn't
It,
look up the Quran's flat Earth because that's a fake religion. So
well, it doesn't really matter, right? What DJ's pointing out is
yeah,
like
I mean,
Christian
everything in that
apologetic.
religion is fake. So that just completely
I
disproves
know.
it.
I know. Religion is a control structure. The theological argument for God, though, is devoid of religion.
Okay, but what does that have anything to do with the Earth being flat, though?
Well,
Oh
because
no,
it's measured flat.
that's sometimes the question you ask after you understand that the Earth is measured and flat, and not a sphere that comes from a Big Bang cosmology where evolution is the reason why you're here.
Right? And I mean, what does that have to do with the Earth being flat, though?
Oh, like I said, it's the next question you ask after you understand that the Earth is measured flat. To put it simply, well, how the fuck did that get here then?
The flat Earth
Because you were
creation
told how the
story.
sphere got here, weren't you? And how you got here, an evolutionary process. But the Earth isn't that came from a Big Bang, right? The motion of the Earth isn't derived from that first explosion because the Earth isn't moving. The
So
Earth
you're
isn't a
saying
sphere.
we can't trace back the Big Bang. You're
Of
saying
course
we
not.
can't go we can't see back
No,
13.7 billion light years.
no. What I'm saying is the creation of the ball is not true because the
So
ball
so so
is.
by claiming the Earth is flat, no. So by claiming the Earth is flat, you're disproving that we could see the. You guys are disproving that you guys could see the Big Bang 13.7 billion light years away.
We can't see that, and it's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the shape of the Earth. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm
Yeah.
asking.
Yeah, no,
Basically,
it's
you
total
claiming the Earth
bullshit,
is
dude.
flat
It's all
disproves the Big Bang.
pseudoscience. Yeah, there's no proof of the Big Bang, right? It's
Yeah.
ridiculous, and it's just pseudoscience. Textbook definition pseudoscience, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't. There's no empirical evidence for that at all. It's all
Oh,
based
and
off
Bro, if
speculation
anything, the
and
flat
just.
Earth theory is pseudoscience.
It's not.
do
It's
you want to
not
know
No,
where
we
theory.
can test
do you
it.
want to
We
know
can
where the
go and
Big
test
Bang
it in the
started?
real world.
Sorry, DJ, I do apologise. Do you want to know where the Big Bang started? If we're going to use the cosmic microwave background, do you know where it began? Here.
What?
The Big Bang started here. Everything's moving away from us. But that's
So
the
you think we're the
consequence of
center
the
of the
cosmic.
universe?
Sorry, my friend, I'm still fucking talking. That's the consequence of the cosmic microwave background, also known as the axis of evil. The explosion took place here. Now that's a fucking problem, isn't it? But we don't talk about
Where's your
that, dude.
evidence, though? Where's your
What we're
evidence?
just going to point out, just
That's
to
a
get this
crazy.
back to
That's a
flat Earth,
big
because I'm
claim.
still
Nah, dog.
talking.
That's a big
I
claim.
don't fucking understand why you're talking, and I am.
I'm asking for evidence. You just made a bold ass claim. I'm
Yeah,
asking
okay,
for
no problem, dude.
no,
I'll
no.
go and get
I
it
don't
for
want
you.
you to
No
back it
worries.
up with your words. I want you to send me like some formal like.
Yeah, you should
If
probably
I
listen
show,
to the words I'll say because I convey to you that I will go and get the information for you. You just have to
Yeah,
be patient.
I asked, and then you complained that I cut you off, and you went on this little
what do you
fit.
want
Just send me the
specifically?
fucking evidence.
Yeah. Let us know specifically what you want evidence
That
of.
everything is the Big Bang happened here, and that everything is we're the center of the universe.
Yeah, no
That's,
problem.
if
I'll get you
anything,
that.
that's such a human egotistical way to look at it. That we're the center.
I know it
That's
was a
such a
massive
human way
problem.
of
It
looking
was a
at it.
massive problem for them. I'll go and get you it. It's hilarious.
The Big Bang was.
It's also along with the axis of evil, not the one with the latitude lines on the Earth where, you know, you've got Saddam Hussein and all of the evil people around this area. The one that's up in the sky, consequence of the cosmic microwave background. Right? It shows that everything is exploding away from us, which is a problem. But I'll go and get it, mate. It's not something I'm pulling up my ass. It's because I've seen it before, spoken about it often.
Yeah, I mean,
who
I'm
invented
already a
the
skeptic.
Big
I'm not
Bang?
just gonna
Zen?
believe some words coming out of your mouth, you know.
Zen, do you know who invented the Big Bang theory?
No.
It was a Jesuit priest.
And remember, the heliocentric model is only 483 years old. That with the solar system, 483 years old. That is all. Versus
So it
thousands
was
of
a
years of
we're
Belgian
advancing as
Catholic priest.
we're scientifically
in-
advancing throughout society. We're coming out with new discoveries every week nowadays.
Welcome to Flat
So
Earth
it's
Truth,
obvious.
then. Welcome
Yeah,
to the
listen.
Flat Earth Truth. Thank you.
Listen to what DJ's about to tell you. By the way, I bet you didn't know that. This is very interesting. With the who
All
came
right.
up with the Big Bang.
Yeah.
Right. The Big Bang theory was originally proposed by Georges Lemaitre, a Belgian astronomer and Catholic priest in 1927. He theorized that the universe began as a single primordial atom that expanded and evolved. The term Big Bang was later coined in 1949 by Fred Hoyle. But basically, it was made up by a Jesuit priest, right?
Belgian.
I don't know what discoveries you think people are making, but when they
Where are
tell
you
you
seeing
it's raining,
Jesuit? It says Belgian.
he's a Jesuit. He's a Jesuit priest. You can look it up. Just look him up.
Do you know what Jesuit means? I'm not making fun of you. Like, do you know?
No, I'm not religious at all.
It just means that you follow Jesus, basically. Put it in broad terms. It's not like
Okay.
Jewish.
But right.
I'm just saying that, like, when I first heard Jesuit, I actually assumed Jewish or something. That's kind of why I asked you.
But it says he's a astronomical physicist and a priest. So you're disproving that he's knowledgeable in astronomy just because he's a priest?
It's
And believes in
pseudoscience
God?
knowledge. Nothing's provable. It's all pseudoscience. That's the problem.
And what kind of technology do you think he used to discover that in the 1920s? Because he didn't. It's just a theory. He just came up with it. He just decided it one day. That sounded good.
And just as a matter of fact, what do you say to the military testimonies from the military, the Air Force, the Navy, pilot instructors telling us there that we live on a flat Earth, we fly over a flat, horizontal, non-rotating plane? What do you say to those people, those pilots? They fly every day of the week.
Say that again?
I said, what would you say to those pilots who are military, Navy, Air Force, flight instructors who state that they're flying over a non-rotating flat Earth? The Earth is flat. We don't fly over a ball. We don't go antipodal when we go to Antarctica, for example. Yeah, those testimonies exist. I can give them to you if you want them. But everything we've given you so far, I don't think you're going to look at. That's the problem here. We're getting you all this information,
you could
but you're not.
assume all you want, brother, man. You could assume all you want.
It's not an assumption.
It is an
You've displayed it.
assumption.
No, you displayed it already because
Yeah.
you said earlier on. Well, when DJ gave you some material regarding the laser beam test, you didn't seem positive to be looking at it. Yeah, you just didn't
I'll
seem.
look at it. I'll look at it, bro. But I just don't trust the words that are coming out of your mouth because you're just not like.
I'm
You're
not
not an
lying to
actual
you.
scientist. You just
I don't have to be a
yapping some
scientist.
bullshit.
What we're talking about isn't science. We're talking about the shape of the Earth. That's not a
Nice.
scientific endeavor. It's not.
This is the problem, though. Look, Zen, if I give you, if I can show you a scientist, right, like Dr. John D, who has a PhD in spectrophotometry, and he's actually gone out for years testing for the curvature, right, and documenting everything and showing you in high definition and explaining everything about his observations, showing you that there's no curvature, right? That's not going to help you either, is it? Or is
Who is
it?
this guy?
Right? Dr. John D, right? He goes over his qualifications. He shows you his observations. He goes out, tests the Earth. He takes his laboratory equipment, and he goes and demonstrates that there's no Earth curvature in high definition, right? Showing you the entire process from start to finish.
Dr. John
Showing
D.
you that he can look, yeah, Dr. John D. I can send you his channel, right? And you can watch his content, but you know, you wanted to appeal to credentials, right? So here's a guy with credentials, right? I also sent you the video with the engineers, right? It's a whole team of engineers doing it, okay? Testing for the curvature in the real world, right? This isn't some mathematical, you know, speculation. This is actually testing for the curvature, right? Like if I'm standing in one point and you're standing at another point, and there's a big ass hill in between us, obviously I can't see you standing on the other side of the hill, right? I can't zoom in and all of a sudden the hill's gone and then I can see you. It's the same thing with the globe curvature, right? If you're standing 20 miles away from me, I shouldn't be able to zoom in and see you. That would be impossible because there's a giant hill of Earth curvature in front of us, right between us. But we can do that. We can zoom in across those distances and see something that should be completely hidden by a hill, essentially, right? A giant amount of Earth curvature. And this is consistent, and we can show you. It's not possible to see through hills if there's a hill there.
Yeah. And I haven't lied to you once. You said there's a lot of lies coming out of my mouth, but I haven't lied to you once. Nothing I've said to you has been a lie. It's all been facts, no lies.
Assume that we are telling the truth to you. Like, okay, like maybe you're a little skeptical. That's fine. You know, you should look into this yourself and confirm everything we say. But just assume for a second that we're not. Like, would that be very interesting?
Yeah.
Look, we checked. We've checked, right? There's hundreds of tests that have been done. You've probably never checked, and you've probably never thought about it that much, right? We're just trying to show you some information, show you some actual real world evidence, and so you can make up your own mind. Because at this point, you haven't heard both sides of the story, and maybe, you know, most people don't even know that much about the globe anyway, right? Like if I asked you who actually measured Earth curvature, name one person throughout all of history who measured the curvature of the Earth, right? You probably aren't able to give me a name because you haven't looked into it, which is normal, right? I'm not shitting on you for that. Most people just believe it's a globe.
Yeah, I'm
because
just
that's
looking
what
up
they
this.
got told.
I'm just looking up this equation that you guys are talking about. The 8-inch per mile squared.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks.
and the beautiful thing of you don't even need. I mean, go ahead and do that, of course, and you're gonna find that it's accurate within like 1% or something, up to 1,000 miles.
And people say use the real equation of H equals R times one in parentheses
It's
1
going to give
minus
you the
cosine
same
0.
It's going to give you the exact same answer, right? So if we say use whatever formula you want based off the radius, hold on, right?
Right.
So how much curvature
Look,
is there over
in
20
this
miles?
example, right? People often like to
Yes.
photograph the Chicago skyline from the dunes in Indiana. The distance is roughly 32 miles across Lake Michigan. But using the equation for a parabola, the Earth curvature should be 29 miles, far too much to even see the tallest skyscrapers, with which you do in reality see. Thus, they do get to proclaim flat Earth is true. Use the real formula of H equals R times 1 minus cosine, however, and the drop at that distance is more like 550 feet, which nicely matches nearly any and all photos or videos taken of Chicago from the Indiana dunes,
Where are you
roughly the
reading that
bottom half
from?
of the
Yeah,
world
that's
sphere.
actually misinformation. Where are you reading that?
Yeah, that's
Hold on. It might
that's
not be
misinformation,
misinformation.
bro. Where are you
Post it
reading
in the
that
side
from?
chat, brother.
Yeah, because that's wrong. That math is wrong.
Yeah. That number you've given is wrong, because when you look at it
if
on
that's
the
from
actual
AI,
calculator,
if
they're
that's from
almost.
AI screws this math up all the time, and if you correct it, it will apologize to you and say, "Oh my God, yeah, you caught me there. Actually, you're correct. The correct math is, you know, X amount, right?" So you can just go on any Earth curvature calculator, right? You can do the math yourself. It's not difficult math, right? But if you question the AI, if the AI is giving you wrong math, which it does all the time, you just need to correct it, and it will apologize, and then it will recalculate it
and try to find the correct formula. It's pulling information from morons on Reddit and things like that, on Facebook, right? It searches Facebook, it searches Reddit, and it regurgitates information off these sites. That's why AI will tell you, don't trust what I'm telling you, right? Got to do your own research because it can be wrong, right? So 8 inches per mile squared over these short distances works perfectly, right? You're going to get the same amount no matter which formula you use, as long as the formula is correct.
Yeah, it's more than adequate. More than. Okay.
It's
and
not
then
even
when
getting the distances right. The
Yeah.
distance across the Lake Michigan, the observations, it's over 50 miles.
Yes,
right? Where
60
the
miles
Lake
almost.
Michigan, yeah, it's not even getting that right. It's butchering everything.
Yeah,
And
but
it will
again,
apologize
yeah.
when you question it.
You can do the math from scratch too. You don't even need to use a formula, right? Like the ones that are given to you on Google. But yeah, you can, 8 inch per mile squared, perfectly fine. But also with the Chicago skyline, it is a mainstream. Like everyone accepts it as like, oh yeah, this is clearly impossible on a globe. But like then they have other reasons that they talk around it. We can get to that later. DJ's really good at that. But yeah, because I've ran into people who had the same argument that, oh no, you should be able to see it. And like I've I've been in a room of people, even like globe earthers and stuff, and they're all trying to explain to one guy that no, the math is correct. Like you wouldn't be able to see it. There would be too much curve. I think the building would have to be. I had this one guy do it from scratch. He was like a super into fucking math. Like I'm not a math guy like that, but this dude, he spent like 4 or 5 years in college getting his master's. He came out with something like 1,944 feet, I think, over observation of 57 miles, and then observer height was 29 feet for like the distance reference point of both where the base of the Chicago skyline is and the observer. So
Yeah.
the math works out. Trust me.
Yeah. Yeah. At 60 miles and that, it's less than 0.1% discrepancy. Right? Less than 0.1%. So, so the main chunk of it is the same. Then point blah 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 at the end. So et cetera at the end. So at the end of the day, we're squabbling. I don't like squabbling over the 0.00001. And what's the point of doing that?
Oh, even when I do it, when I do the math, I'm generous towards the ball too, because you can be.
Thank
You
you.
can be super generous towards it, and it works out that you couldn't see it.
Yeah.
Give them
Yeah.
an extra
You're
100
right.
feet in most cases, like, and it still doesn't
There we
work
are.
out, depending on the distance. But yeah,
Well, empathy. We're generous. There you are. Look at that. So, like I said, we're not lying to you. That's the one thing. Nothing we've said can be considered a lie. Everything we've said can be replicated, and you can do it for yourself. And look at the material. I'm posting the 3-hour video of all the pilots, military men and women who are flying and that, and they tell you that the Earth is flat and that. Maybe not the women, but these are all men generally. But yeah, okay. But there are women out there who do fly and say they're on a flat Earth as well. Where's everybody going? Has Zen gone? It's gone quiet.
I think he's looking into some stuff that we're talking about.
Ah, good. Yeah. There's a lot there that we've given him.
Mm-hmm.
He's very healthy in the skepticism scale there, which is good. It's good that he's skeptical. Absolutely marvelous. Just don't call us liars and don't say shit's coming out of our mouths. That's rather insulting, and that's not necessary. I didn't
So I'm
insult
looking at an Earth curvature calculator right now, and it says at a distance of 50 kilometers, that'll be 200 meters curvature, which equals 650 feet.
Okay, well, there you go. But yet
So
we're
that
making
means at 50
observations.
kilometres, something would have to be 600 and was it 50 feet tall before you can even see any of it.
There you are.
What? You have to be 600? No, that's not what that means.
Yes, that's exactly what that means. At ground level, if you are looking out at 50 kilometres, that's your distance that you put in. How many feet tall did you say you had to be?
200 meters, I think you said, or something like that, wasn't it?
No, the distance at a distance of 50 kilometers, the curvature will be 200 meters.
Excellent. So that means that at that distance, someone would have to be 200 meters tall minimum in order for you to see them.
Yeah.
That's what that means, because the ground is allegedly bending down or dropping down that distance. So that's how tall something would have to be in order to be spotted by yourself.
Yeah.
That's why we do long-range observations. So we'll go out and go have a look at something and go, oh, look, let's jump on Google Maps. I've just taken a photo of that lighthouse, for example. Jump onto Google Maps. From where you've taken the picture to where the lighthouse is, might be 20 miles. You look on Google Maps and it says you should not be able, you should, so what is it, about 266 feet? Okay, that's a fair drop. You look up how tall the lighthouse is, 140 feet. Hang on a minute. Why can I see the whole lighthouse? What's going on here?
Because it should be hidden behind 266 feet of Earth's curvature, blocking line of sight. But yet we're seeing the whole lighthouse, top to bottom, all of it. No obstruction of Earth's curvature there. Okay, and there are hundreds, thousands of these observations that have been made.
So what about satellites around our?
Well, the thing about
I've got no issue with mechanical devices flying above my head, mate. Right. Nothing says you have to have a ball in order to have mechanical devices flying around you or above you.
Yeah, and the thing about it is,
but we have a map of the satellites.
You've got an idea of the map of your satellites.
We have a map of Narnia.
No, but we literally have.
See, they project it as a sphere because it's easier. That's all. It's easier for people to understand. What is very interesting, though, you go and jump onto.
But we literally have. Look.
Yeah, we literally have a lot of things. That's great. You can put forward your map, but I want you to do yourself a favor. Go and jump onto the NASA website where they've got quote unquote live footage. If there's as many satellites as they claim up there, you should see the things sparkling like stars as they go whipping past every 37 seconds.
Yeah, but they don't. You don't see a single one.
You don't see any. Yeah. There's supposed to be something like 16,000 of them zipping around, having a great old time, spying on us, taking photographs, filming, taking temperatures, doing all sorts of random shit, but yet we don't ever see any. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, it's amazing. We don't even see the CSS, the Chinese space station. Well, that's there as well. We don't see that. That's closer than any of those satellites.
They're just too small and too far away. That's just such a bad argument.
Oh,
like, bro,
cool. So you can't verify
from the ground. But what about from the ISS?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's up at the height of the satellites, right?
Your argument wasn't about the ISS, though. Your argument was that you can't see it from the ground.
Mine was from the ISS. That's where mine was from. My argument is from the ISS. Okay, we're not seeing it. And he did say digital imagery, so I thought ISS instantly, and we don't get to see them. We don't get to see any. Not even the Chinese space station that's there, about 100 miles away from that one, if that.
And how many satellites do you need up there to change the empirical measurement of the surface we just discussed?
Exactly. It's a good question.
Yeah, the satellites aren't going to make the water start to curve that we can go out and test not to be curving. But this is the thing, bro. They show you a cartoon and you believe them. Okay, but you can't pick any satellite in that cartoon and confirm it. You just have to have faith and trust in the same people that lied to you about the Apollo missions and that kind of thing.
But it's not necessarily the same people. There's like a general consensus between many scientists.
Yeah, well, you know what an appeal to consensus fallacy is, I'm sure. Find one scientist. Yeah, appealing to consensus is when you just put faith and trust in consensus, right? And you think just because some people agree on a certain worldview, therefore it must be true. That's fallacious, faulty logic.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Find us
I'm not.
any one of these
I'm not. I'm
people.
not. No. But I'm not believing in this because everybody else believes in it. I believe in
Well,
it
that's
because of science and because other
well, that's
What
scientists
part
believe
of
science.
it.
science is it? Can you show us and tell us, please?
So
So
the
that
next
would be
question we should ask you is which field of science deals with shapes?
the field of authority.
Bro, I don't
No
think.
fallacious logic.
Maybe mathematics. You could calculate everything with mathematics.
Yeah, but we're
Can you
testing
prove
the
it though?
mathematics, bro. We're
Yeah.
going out and testing the mathematics to see if it matches reality, and it doesn't match reality. Right? You can do mathematics that's internally consistent and calculate how fast Superman can fly around the globe, right? And that mathematics will be correct and it will be internally consistent, but it doesn't exist in reality, right? There's no Superman in reality that can do that, right? It's like saying that I've got a unicorn in my garage, and on my unicorn, I can go and do this and do that, right? And we can do calculations together on the unicorn, right? But there's no such thing as the unicorn. The globe Earth is like the unicorn, right? You can do math based on an assumption, based on an imaginary reality, but it doesn't mean that it matches the real
All
world that
right,
we live in.
ready? So satellites and photos taken from the ISS.
Okay, go.
Satellites are never visible in photos taken from the ISS. This means satellites and even ISS doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's exactly what we're saying.
okay,
It's
so
not
the
like
fact is,
oh,
satellites are
No,
not
no.
visible for the same reason why cars on the surface are not visible. The average
Yeah,
distance
so
from
you
the
can't confirm
ISS,
it,
the
bro. This is
average
the
distance
thing.
from the ISS to the closest satellite is 300 kilometers.
Dude, don't sell yourself out to AI.
yeah,
It's
that's
not
It's
strong
it's
not.
not
number.
going to
I'm
do you
not reading
justice.
AI, bro. I'm literally on a flatearth.ws site right now.
Oh, that's even
Oh, don't
worse,
go to
dude.
them fucking idiots.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
That's
can
what
debunk
flatearth.w.
every
Okay, just
single
Yeah, but
hold
argument
up.
on that
they're
entire
using
site.
actual
Hey,
numbers and
Zenpachi,
evidence, though.
Zenpachi,
They're
yeah, they
using
Actual
use
actual
numbers.
numbers
numbers.
and
Hey,
evidence, and
guys,
you guys are just making claims.
Zenpachi, hold up.
No. But
Flatearth.ws, I just want you to understand something. Flatearth.ws was generated by flat earthers originally, and it was there just to take the piss. If you're using that as a knowledge base, you are just getting hammered, bro.
and you have proof of this that it was just a meme site.
You only have to be in the game for a year before you realize that. We get every second clown getting their information from flatearth.ws.
Yeah, I mean, you
A
could
lot of
refer
the
to me as
stuff,
a clown, but I think the same way about
is
you guys too, though.
blatant lies, and it's quite easily proven.
I don't know if it's that quite easily proven.
Yep.
Though.
Okay,
Well, what
look,
you want to do, go and
look.
find yourself a picture of Lake Pontchartrain. And then
A
go and
what?
find actual video footage of anyone that's filmed it. And then in flatearth.ws, they claim that the bendy picture that you see is perfectly crystal clear. They claim the dead flat one, the dead straight one, that every second person films is heavily refracted. That's how fucked up and broken they are.
Then Patrick, didn't we start this conversation with you like understanding that all this shit's like censored and they promote a lot of the bullshit up front?
Yeah, but that
And that
doesn't mean everything in life is a conspiracy and everything needs to be looked into that
no.
deep.
We're talking
Oh,
about
let's just
flat
do it
Earth
the easy way.
information sites.
One answer. Screenshots from his ISS. Let's have some fun here. See which one's going to come out the best.
That one's definitely.
Let's
real.
have a look at all the problems inside chat.
That one just made me a Glober. Why'd you do that? Oh wait, no, it didn't. 'Cause it's fake.
So let's
Oh, wait,
click
no,
on the
it's real.
first one. These are directly from your live now 24/7 NASA live stream of Earth from space ISS. Have a look at the very first image there, brother. Tell me what's wrong with it. There's a bloody great big stitch line up it, isn't there?
Probably just
What?
the weather.
The weather causes stitch lines in live footage.
I'm
Hello?
sorry. That was me. I was
You guys
joking.
are
I'll
citing
shut
your
up.
own fucking sources. Like, what the hell is this?
That's your source. That is your ISS.
What? My source? I didn't even bring up the ISS. You guys are bringing up
You
the
were
ISS.
telling us about all the bullshit that it does. Let's look at the second image. Oh my goodness, there's a big chunk missing out of it. I wonder what
This
happened
is a
there.
fucking slideshow from your fucking
Let's go to the
24/7
third
live
one.
stream, bro.
Oh look, no,
Bro.
this is not a. This is from the ISS. Read the top of the fucking picture. This is a screenshot from.
Where do you see the top of the picture where it says ISS?
Click on the first one. Have you got it as full screen so you can read it at least? Yes or
Bro,
no?
I don't see it even in the first one. There's no ISS.
The very first one, there's a red dot. Next to the red dot, it says live now. 24/7 NASA live stream of Earth from space. And then in brackets, ISS. That is a screenshot from YouTube NASA feed. That's where that's from.
Uh-huh.
Would you like me to go and get another one for you from today?
Okay, so this line that you're talking about is a what?
It's a stitch line from where it's joined together. You're not seeing live actual footage. You're seeing shit that's glued together. It is not live. It is just a backdrop that scrolls through.
Well,
You're telling us about being skeptical and shit. Why don't you have a look at your own side's bullshit first, and then sit back and go, okay, we've got some problems.
Yeah, but that's not the only source that says this information.
so
You're looking at live.
more importantly, doctor, did you take these screenshots yourself?
Yes, I did take the screenshots myself from YouTube NASA Live.
Live
Yeah, bro. That
All I
seems like
used
some bullshit,
was snip
bro.
and sketch, and I dragged it across my screen. It gave me the shot, and I saved it. That was it. Nothing more to it.
It seems like some janky ass photos.
Do you think there might be a problem with your screen grabbing functionality where?
No.
I
There's not
don't
a
think
problem
so.
with that. So
if
just
you're
go to
going to try
Google.
that, why have I got so many different ones? If there's a problem with my screen grabbing functionality, why have I still got another 4 more? Let's go. There's number 1. There's number 2. There's number 3. There's number 4. Why am I able to get so many of them, all different? If it's a screen grabbing functionality, you'll find it'll always happen at very similar positions. It'll always be horizontal at the bottom corner. It'll always be repeatable.
These screenshots
These are all over the
basically
place.
exactly at the point of the video that you took these screenshots in the actual video, right?
No,
Or
it's all
no?
through it.
All you got to
dude.
do is press pause. It's all the way through it. Scroll through.
Just go to YouTube right now. Type in NASA ISS live stream.
Shit, I'll get some.
Right.
I'll go live and we'll do it now. Let's grab another one. YouTube.
Click the first link.
Hold on. YouTube. What are you after? NASA Live?
This is what's being presented to the public as the 24/7 NASA live stream on YouTube.
Live. There we go. That one there. Clickety clickety. Oh, they're going to give me an ad. What good is a hamburger in space, you clowns?
As we speak, the live is down right now. Loss of signal. Routine.
Scroll
signal,
back.
by the way.
Scroll through it. You can scroll backwards. They save like 12 hours on there.
I got a short video. You see those stitches all the time. I got a short video I recorded about a minute long of, it live on YouTube. It's a joke. Shows those stitches all the time.
Why'd you guys?
That is why we call it the lie SS, because it's a bloody lie, isn't it?
All right, there we go. Right now, just scroll back to the time will be written, and
Okay,
here we
right.
go. Same
So
thing.
if the Earth is flat, right?
I just did it right now, Space Booties.
No.
Right. So
I have a question.
Hold on a second, bro. Just 1 second.
Well,
1 second.
So DJ, I mean, I would love to see the stream. If
yeah. So Space Booties, listen. Right. So
do it yourself.
Go to YouTube. Right. This is what I did. Right then, I'll guide you through what I did. Right. I went to YouTube. I typed in 24 ISS NASA ISS live stream. Right. Then I clicked the top link, and then I scrolled back. And I scroll back to the point where you can see my screenshot there, and then I just hit paste.
Well, I'm on the stream, but it's hard for me to find the exact position where you're taking the screenshot from.
Okay, well, the time that you can scroll to
Scroll
is
through it.
1365.
I went
sorry.
negative 93913. And all I do is
Yeah,
just
just
scroll
look through
through
it, dude.
until I find fuck ups. That's all I do. And then I post them for you guys to cry about.
Yeah, but is there evidence of you not tampering with it? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, how about we
Just
do
do
hey
it yourself right now.
DJ. No, we're gonna do this the old fashioned way.
No,
Check.
before you guys
Yes.
freak out, let me just
Silence.
ask a question. No, let me
Silence,
just
no question. This is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna do it fucking live. You can all sit and watch it and cry about it. How does that sound?
do it.
We would both love to see it live.
All right, let's do it live.
So, hold on. Share screen. Share screen. Alright, so what I'm going to do is make this bastard big. I need full screen. So you can see that at the moment.
NASA link. Use the actual NASA link, not the AFAR TV one.
Not the what?
Not that janky ass AFAR one, AFAR TV link. Because there's a NASA one and that's a different link.
Oh, I didn't
This
know
literally
that
just
AFAR.
happened on Joe Rogan's show too.
So,
bro,
as you can see,
TV. You see how you're on AFAR TV, right? You're not on the actual NASA link, is what I'm trying to tell you, brother. Ready? I'll send you a screenshot right now.
Here we go. Look at this. What the fuck does that say? NASA live high definition views from International Space Time.
Okay,
Click.
that's fine. Use that one.
Full screen. All right, so we're full screen at the moment. All I do is scroll back and I go looking for stuff ups. That's all I'll do. So obviously it's down there because you can see writing. Cross. Oh, we've been down for a while. What are they doing? They've been temporarily turned off.
That's not suspicious at all that they're always down, by the way.
Yeah, how convenient. So all I'll do is go back until it shows pictures of Globetard. Sometimes there's heaps of them, sometimes it's just writing. Every now and then you get to see bits of that thing.
Okay, so let's go to one of the gaps with the stitches.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, but there seems to be a lot of downtime conveniently for you.
Well, it's not convenient for us.
It is convenient. How about you shut the fuck up? Stop talking shit. That's what I'm doing, is scrubbing across. But it's just black screens. At the moment, it is just black screens. As I'm scrubbing across, black. There's nothing. Then when I go to an area, listen, then when I go to an area where there should be picture, I get this. That what you can see now. So there's heaps of that.
You just proved that you didn't get those screenshots from this live stream. That these are just
It
indoctrinated
always changes.
photos.
It's never the same. It always changes. Do you understand that?
Well, just find us one example. Just find us one example.
That's what I'm trying to do, bro.
Matrix.
But you're sitting there talking shit.
Can you go to YouTube search?
That you sent is from Dr. Kopatine from your own guy's live stream of a different live stream that is like
no, it's a live stream of what we're looking at now. This is where I went to, and that's where I cut it from.
Okay. Well,
what Space Booty and I are asking is,
Matrix, you didn't click on the right stream.
Would you be able to
go to YouTube now? Just type in
picture of it live.
Type in ISS NASA ISS live stream. Right, that one, the AFAR TV that says live now 24/7 NASA live stream of the Earth from space.
So far, you fellas are on the hot seat right now.
No, not in the search.
You guys are on the hot seat right now, baby.
Can this other guy shut the fuck up before I ban you?
Jeez, man.
Yeah, so not in your. Hold on.
That's right. Shut up.
So
That's
the
one.
The third one. The third
one down. That one.
It says, yep, look, live now, 24/7 NASA live stream
Well,
of the Earth from space.
The reason that we were already looking at AFAR TV.
Right, shut up. Now I can hear DJ talking. Was that the right one, DJ? Yes, live. Click on it. Oh, bloody ads. Fair income. Tell you one thing, Jesus Christ, it makes it hard to listen to you when there's other morons talking over you. Just get rid of these stupid shit ads. 3 lots of
Look out.
ads. Holy.
Look out.
Hopefully that's coming through reasonably clear for you. Skip, get off.
Some powerful, empowered women right there.
Right. Let's find some Baltard brokenness. Dark. Oop, is there any just there? Oh, there'd have to be some there. We can go from there. Is there any in that tiny little bit? Does it look like a set? Oh.
Also, what even
how
is
does
a
the Earth
part
magically
TV?
disappear? It was just in front of me. Oh, let's go look for another one. Oh, there's a good big one. Have we got any busted bits in that? Because this is all we do. We just click like that, scroll along, and they pop up for us, which is really nice. We don't do anything fancy. Just scroll through. Sometimes you find heaps of them. Sometimes you find 1 or 2. That's it. Nothing really fancy to it. Oh, there's more Baltard. A lot of time you can see them when they're scrubbing. Oh, look, stop. Fucking freeze. Right in front of us. There you go. Didn't have to go too far, did I? So now we can unclick that clown. Clickety clickety. And where's the other one? Someone's already unhooked it. Yep. He's happy now? Got what you just wanted?
I didn't see what.
What do you mean you can't see it? He's live on it right now.
Oh, okay.
And you
So
can see it.
I do see the glitch in side chat, but again, you are streaming.
Look at the live.
But yes, but what I'm saying is that you are streaming from a source that is not the source that you are trying to repudiate, right? You are streaming from a source that could be corrupted in order to influence you.
So what are you suggesting, that I'm corrupting it?
But because we are talking about
you're making excuses. That's all it is.
Because
you're making bullshit excuses that you can't validate.
Streaming from NASA, and you say that all the times that NASA streams where the glitches are, then automatically they're just hiding the glitches. But you do not have any evidence from the NASA live stream itself of these glitches.
It never fucking works. How can we get evidence from it when it's never showing? Now, that's something for you to think about. I want you to stop a second and think. Stop talking. Stop talking. You can do this. We're going to help you. You've fucking broken up Mike anyways. I want you to think. Your alleged source, down. Sorry for temporary inconvenience. We're down. Not showing. Every single, there was about 9 of them I went across during the daytime that it was down. So how is it that these other places that are not alleged sources can show what's down at the same time? So what is it? Is it down and they're not showing any data that you can or cannot verify? Or is it from other sources? So if you're going to have a shot at us, telling us that we're using the wrong source, how about you get off your ass and provide the right one that's actually working?
So my question to you is, if Afar TV...
This is not where you provide a question. This is where you provide the data to back up your bullshit.
Where did Afar TV get the data from?
Copied it straight from NASA.
Question, huh? Okay, if it is copied straight from NASA, how does NASA not have the information?
Well, their cameras are down. You tell me. You're their poster child.
If the cameras are down, how did Afar TV get the data from NASA?
You tell me. Your fucking claim, not mine.
No, I am not making a claim for a FAR TV.
No, you're making a claim. Hold it, hold it. I'll zip it. Yeah, don't fucking tell me to hold it. I'm not in a good mood. You are the one with your little princess pillow biter boyfriend that came in here telling us all about NASA. Personally, most flat earthers don't really give a fuck. So, if you want to have your satellites, tell us all about it. Most of us don't even care. You know why we don't care? Because we've measured the ground. There's no curvature. This is how we know your satellites are full of shit.
Answer the question. Where did a FAR TV get the data from?
Live stream from NASA.
Okay, and
Okay, a FAR TV is just a signature. It's a stamp. They put their little thing on there. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Unless you can go out and verify something else, please go right ahead and do so.
Then why couldn't you find it on the NASA stream?
Why couldn't I find what on the NASA stream?
The data that a FAR TV has, why couldn't you find it on the NASA stream? Where did a FAR TV get the data from if you could not find it on the NASA stream? Where did they get the data from?
Go and ask them.
It's a simple fucking question.
Go and ask them. Okay, here we're going to go again. You want to know where a FAR TV got their data from? Write a fucking email to a FAR TV and say, listen here, cunt, where'd you get your data from? These flat earthers won't fucking tell me. I want to know where you got your data from. That's how you're going to get your data. Fuck off and ask them. When they respond, then you can bring the email in here, print it in the side chat and show everyone. That'd be swell.
Alright, so clearly you don't have any fucking clue where they get their data from, you fucking idiot.
He's trying to match.
He's got no chance. I don't think he knows yet. Anyways.
His emotions are getting high. You're doing a great job, Copa Team. Keep it up, brother.
Oh, mate, I've just been fueled up for another week. This is awesome.
Well, they try to match you pissed off. That's going to be a hard run. Because you pissed off is like a man on fire.
I think it's funny. What annoys me the most is not so much him being a clown and having a big cope session over fucking NASA and all that shit. What pisses me off the most is that other guy was semi alright until this doorknob came in. That's what pisses me off.
Well, not to appeal to any man about anything, but Space Booties has been doing this for a long time. There's nothing you're going to tell him that's going to change his view of anything underneath the sun.
That's right. You took the words out of my mouth. There you go. That's why all the stuff we're giving him, it doesn't matter. Yeah. How you doing?
Good, thanks, brother. Hope all is well.
All is well. Thank you very much. I'm just finishing off the last end of my ramen soup before I spill it on the floor with laughter, you know?
Don't listen, I gotta tell you, don't waste any local resources for any of these guys. They're just data on the internet. Look,
I know.
I can match you bitches all day. Space, you have nothing. We can take any of the topics, debate you to kingdom come. You can't even describe, I've been pointing at it for the longest time. Space trails. Right? Look at space trails. Oh my gosh, I screwed it up. Star trails. Right?
Yeah.
That literally proves that the Earth is stationary and that the sky rotates above the stationary topographical plane. Oh my.
Yeah. And they don't really look at the stuff we give them. Really?
No, usually what happens is they have a question, they think that we can't answer, then we answer it, and they go to the next question, and then we answer that, and they go to the next one, and they're like, oh fuck, I'm out of questions. You guys are stupid, and then they get muted.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it when they jump to the next question before the first one's even finished being answered. It just shows that they understood the first part of it, and it's like, oh fuck, I need something else. What about gravity? Yeah, that'll save me.
Like, look at the emotional meltdown in the side chat. Space Booties is literally demonstrating the emotional globe cope that occurs. Look at him. He is freaking out. It is absolutely hilarious. You put a sock in their mouth and they melt. Look, he's
Yeah,
still going.
yeah, yeah. Because
Space Booties is
he's
typing.
displaying
Let me at
his
him. Let me at him.
inability.
He's like a dog behind a cage. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's displaying his inability to prove the globe. That's what that's all about. Just prove your globe and we'll shut up. Fuck's sake! But don't give me
Exactly.
live composite images, man. Fucking hell.
Look at the language. Yeah, mute me with your. I'm not even gonna say it. It's not even worth it. Oh my god! Bro, are you here to get your rocks off? This is looking weird, bro. You're a little suspects there, Space Booties. Even your name is a little suspect. See, the trolls are the trolls, but we're
Yo,
genuinely interested in those seeking the truth. Hey, welcome,
my
welcome,
phone
brother.
died. Yeah.
Wait,
So
what?
were you guys able to find the live of the janky ass cut up photos you guys were sharing?
Dr.
Yeah,
Copertino, I
DJ
dare you.
posted it in side chat. 18 past the hour.
No, not inside chat. I'm asking, like, were you able to find it on the live
It was
stream and
live.
stream it?
Listen carefully so you understand what's
No,
going on.
no.
When your phone broke down, listen, I don't want you to have a meltdown. We've already got one inside chat having a major fucking cry at the moment. I just want you to listen for a second. I went
Yes,
live.
Space Booties
I
is the
jumped
only
on.
base
Yeah,
one
hold
here.
on. Yeah, so stop talking. I went live onto YouTube. Whilst I was on there, they told me which shitty site to go to. I went to it. I scrubbed across. I found where there was a big broken stitch in it. DJ took a screenshot of me live doing what was requested. So what DJ posted at 18 minutes past the hour was my screen doing what you guys wanted me to do. So now you know what's going on. You're up to speed.
Okay. All right. So basically, I ironically leave, and then you guys just find it online, and then have a screenshot of it now. But wait, ready? So if you have a screenshot of it, can you not and you just found it maybe like less than 5 minutes ago? Are you not able to bring that exact frame
It was
up?
10 minutes ago. Obviously, you don't have much good luck.
No.
telling
Okay. Anyways, 5, 10
I
minutes.
don't have it on my
Tomato,
screen. All I did was went
tomato.
to
It's
the.
just
Listen,
semantics.
guy. Hey, bro.
No.
There's no.
I'm asking you a
Don't just sit
question.
there. No. That's people fucking spazzing out. Don't do that. All right. You're not Ice JJ Fish. He's a fucking idiot. He does that. No. It's like he's got a stutter and he's got Tourette's and he's fucking got some other thing all bold into one. It sounds horrible. Please don't do that. I explained to you already what has been done. If you're the one that has faulty phones or whatever, that's why DJ took a screenshot of it. You're more than welcome to scroll up and have a look. It's that easy, bro. So anyways.
He's got questions, though. Oh, there he is.
Ask away.
He's been unmuted, and he's having some trouble, it would appear.
Yes, ask your question. You can talk now. Unless you've done something else. Probably his mum's walked into his room and it's like, but Mom, I'm not talking to flat earthers.
Yo, Ozzy can.
You can probably course correct and call him by his name versus which you think he is.
Nah, Ozzy can't. I'm saying that as like.
Yeah.
I'm saying that as I got muted.
Peanut. Yeah.
Snow.
Go away, child. You just got a 40-minute break. Zen Archie
He got
is
timed
asking
out.
a question.
Socks and thumbs in your mouth and into the corner you go.
All right. You guys done yapping? I was in the text chat.
We noticed.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Okay. But so you're can you okay.
Do you need help? Do you need a white knight? Who's your white knight? Space Booties? Is he your white knight? Who do you need?
You guys are silly, man. You guys are silly.
What's up? No, what's up? Come on. Stop it.
I'm
What's your
just
question?
laughing at it's just hilarious.
Come on, stop laughing.
It's so hilarious,
Come on.
bro. I
Control
can't even
yourself.
get it
Stop
out.
being emotional. Control yourself. Let's ask your
You,
question, brother. Come on,
you guys
out
like
with
hit
it.
my funny
Come on,
bone. I can't. It
come
just
on,
I just
out
feel
with
so
it.
silly right now,
Stop.
man.
Come on. Do you have a question, or do we need to mute
Yeah.
you again? What's your question? Come on.
Why do you want to mute me so bad? I'm
Because
if
you're being
anything,
emotional. It's
I'm just
unattractive
being
when somebody
curious.
is emotional. When they're
Okay.
faced with the
Can you ask
No,
truth
no,
and
no.
they get emotional, it's
All right.
really unattractive. So, do you have a genuine question, yes or no?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's go.
So,
So,
according to your words, right, 10 minutes ago. Well, probably now 15, right? Because we were bantering back and forth. You guys were live streaming, right? My phone died at that point. You guys were live streaming the ISS live from space. And you guys couldn't so the images that you sent online of the broken the fracture line or whatever, you weren't able to find that on the NASA
We
link.
did find it.
What which site was it from? Was it from the Afar TV one or from something else?
What's this problem with the Afar TV one?
I'm asking what source it was. I'm
Yeah,
just
no, no.
asking what source it was.
Okay.
Okay.
What is the issue with the Afar TV logo in the top right-hand corner?
All right. So I'm basically I didn't even actually ask my question. My question was
You've got an
so you
okay,
guys,
let's just go one step at a time. You obviously have an issue with a Far TV logo
no.
in the
You're
top
just
right-hand
assuming. You're just
corner.
assuming this.
So, well,
Listen,
why
bro.
do you
You're
keep
assuming
having a
this.
meltdown? Why do you and your other fuckwit space boot tard are having an absolute meltdown over that particular logo?
No,
What is the problem?
I didn't. I'm trying to explain
You
to you.
are.
I was just asking what source it was. Okay, so now that you've confirmed it's a Far TV, right? Is this the source? And okay, regardless
Okay,
what the
stop for a
source is.
second. Stop. Hold.
No, dude, can you stop
Yes,
yelling, man?
Shut up.
I've been talking to you cordially.
I'm not interested in if you've been talking cordially. It's the fact that you keep talking shit. Afar TV is not the YouTube channel. I don't go ISS Live and then click on Afar TV. No, that's not it. Afar TV is what comes up whence you're in the NASA Live. So you guys are still having a mad cope session
So my
over
question
Afar
is,
TV.
can you go back to that? So since you found that break, right, in the whatever stream you went on, can you go back to that same exact stream that you use as a source, regardless what it was? I don't care what the name of
Yes.
it was. Can you go back to that stream right now and to that exact
Yes.
point and show on stream?
Yes, I can go back to the exact same stream. That's not an
All right,
issue.
that's what I've been trying to ask this whole time, and you've been just
No,
fucking
it's not.
freaking the fuck out. Such a
Where
disrespectful
is
little rat.
that?
You are, you know that, right? Dr. Kit Cope. You're a
No, you're just
disrespectful rat.
coping. That's another cope.
Straight up, him and Space Booties, they need a timeout, like a couple of days or something.
One just copped.
Yeah.
No, I'm just gonna hush them in the side chat if they're gonna type shit.
This Matrix is clearly trying to catch you out, isn't he? He's trying to catch you out. Really.
So what I'm gonna do? This kid's having a fucking cry. Delete.
Regardless of what they're holding, right?
Hey, hold on, Zenpachi. This is how it's going to work. If you keep typing dumb shit in the side chat, you are going to get hushed. That means you won't be able to type in the side chat. So choose what you ban you. Like, I'll do it the easy way. Hush. / hush. Pick the idiot. That one. And now you don't type dumb shit in the side chat. So that's easy.
Oh my. I didn't realize Dr. Copatine was also collecting a janitor's paycheck. Dude is cleaning up.
So, as we can see, the first clown dropped out because he liked, and he's just sent me a DM.
Yeah.
Okay. So Zenpachi. Poor man.
So, Killian, you can have a chat with Zenpachi since he's melting down, and he obviously loves me.
Zenpachi, look, you know me and evidence. Zenpachi couldn't even provide me. Look, hey, Zenpachi, I'm going to keep talking until I see you stop lighting up. There we go. So, Zenpachi, I'm going to challenge you directly. I'm going to ask you for one thing. one piece of evidence that supplies you with your belief in the globe. Go ahead.
I'm not here to prove the Earth is round. I'm just here to disprove the Earth is flat.
Oh, so you're literally, you just admitted you're here to genuinely troll.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
No, because you guys are fucking stupid.
You're a waste of time. You literally are a waste of time. I have nothing to say to you, boy.
Throw the insults. Why can't you just prove the globe, or do your hardest to disprove the flat Earth if you can? Go ahead. What's the problem?
He can't, Jin. Right? He's so stuck on globe that he's
I want to hear
refusing
him
to
say it.
actually have a genuine conversation, just like Space Booties. Conveniently they both left. Oh my.
I'll tell you, yeah. That's right, because all they want to do is troll. Now, the one I would like to hear talking, since it's ad hominems, I can't handle opposition, is all I can hear, blah blah blah, and a whole heap of other stuff. Oh, it ran away. Yowie cat. Knew it was just about to get called out.
Zenpachi's back anyway.
Pop the
he's
pimple.
gone again.
Oh, Zenpachi?
No,
Yeah, he's gone again. He's gone again. He was back. He's gone again.
Jin's watching the door like a guard dog. Well done.
I'm right there watching it right now. I'm outside. I'm watching it. So yeah, I'm just enjoying the last few minutes of the day. It's getting dark now.
Snow said he had a question. I don't know why we muted him. Maybe it was for good. I actually have no idea. But I mean, we could give him a shot if you guys want.
Yeah, go ahead.
Which one?
Snow at the top there.
Oh, Snow. Let's unmute it, and you can listen why. It's on you. Hello, Snow. Flatlander wants you to provide some ball-tart evidence. Please do your best.
Welcome to the Flat Earth channel.
I
Where
was just
people
asking
don't
the
actually
general.
believe in the Flat Earth.
I was just asking.
Believe in?
I wanted to ask just a question because, with the Flat Earth map, how it's got, I assume is that supposed to be
But they don't believe in the
Antarctica
Flat
on
Earth,
the
man.
outside?
That's the wrong channel. Yeah, they don't
They
even
don't
believe it.
believe in a flat Earth map. Oh no. It's just the wrong way
No,
to
no,
begin a
no, no.
conversation.
I'm asking, is that like you guys claim? So that's supposed to be Antarctica on the outside, like the ice circle there on the perimeter.
No,
That's why I was asking.
no one really claims a map. No, it's like I have it as my picture just as a quick reference to like explain like how
Oh,
circumnavigation could work, or just like very like basic entry flat. It's not really for this channel, right? If I go somewhere else and someone asks me a question, I can just refer to that and be like, yeah, this is east and western circle, you know, blah blah blah. Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't commit to any statements when they're afraid to defend
Not
them.
100% accurate because we can't prove that, but it's more accurate than the globe. I'll give you that much.
Sure.
okay.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that's fine. I was just saying. I was just asking because I assume it would be incomplete because of not many people are allowed to go, like in terms of like travel past Antarctica. Like, is that
Not
the reason
only
why?
just that, we don't know what kind of distortion like the map might have. You know what I mean? Like for all I know, Antarctica could be like lumped in the middle, like not lumped in the middle, but like pushed out more, pushed back more. Like the continents could be distorted, and there's a lot of different variables when it comes to like what an actual one-to-one map might actually look like.
Yeah, and the map for all intentional purposes is just as an illustration. Even Alexander Gleason, he had it designed, he created it. So he tried 1892. We use it. It proves all the flight paths. See what I'm saying? Proves all the flight paths.
Okay.
We don't go around saying it's 100% accurate. This is it. We don't have that map at this point. Okay.
Yeah.
What we do know that is accurate is that the Earth isn't curving; it's flat, and we measure it flat. Nice level horizontal. Okay. That's the key here.
Yeah, exactly.
It's also to say that that point of north is one point. Polaris rotates ever so slightly around that one common point. In all other directions, east, west, and south are all pendant on that one point, and we prove this through the process of circumnavigation.
Correct. Yeah, that's right. And they've been doing that for the longest of time. And then the sextant, which is the flat Earth instrument, helped them along as well.
Well, the sextant is a very interesting
Yeah.
tool to
Yes.
to talk about, to observe, because again, you have the angles that are required that you derive from using the sextant. The sextant requires a flat baseline in order for it to work. This is why it's used across the ocean, because water seeks its level continuously. And when you're looking at that celestial body up in the sky, you're able to derive an angle. And all of a sudden, you're able to figure out through a process again of triangulation exactly where you are.
There you go. Can you
It
say
can
that
only
bit again
work.
about flat?
Well, it's through the process of triangulation, you're then able to figure out exactly where you are. But all these things are akin to require, not akin, sorry, all these things require a flat baseline in order for them to work. Because again, you can't have arcs and curves interacting with triangular observations and then say, aha, we're on a globe, folks. Yeah, no, wrong. That's category error, unfortunately.
I do
No
have
globe there
like
mentioned at all. No curvature, no rotating, no roundness. Wow. Isn't that amazing? The sextant all along, a flat Earth instrument.
And then we
Tool
go
for
to a
navigation.
tool called the level, and all of a sudden we realize, oh my gosh, this tool called the level is also a quote, as you
Oh
said,
my God.
Jin, a flat earth instrument.
is anybody here? Oh, in terms of the like the flat Earth community here, um, whether you're in a relationship or not, or you're like dating, have you ever not struggled, but have you ever how can I say this? Kind of fumbled the bag in terms of like you confess that, oh yeah, I believe the world is flat, and then they're kind of
Wow.
scared.
Are
You
you
know, I'm
studying
just
us right now? Have you
no
come to
no no.
this place to ask
I'm
questions
I'm
and
only
study us?
I'm only asking because like most women don't really do research about the stuff, so they'll just believe whatever they see on the 6 o'clock news.
Right,
So
and my appeal to
that's
a woman has anything to do with the truth. Is this what you're saying?
yeah. I was just asking, like I was just saying, like I've I've said that as a joke, like oh yeah, I believe the world's flat, and this girl like this woman was like yeah, she was kind of scared away,
Dude, and I'm gonna honestly
fumbled the
flip
bag.
this on you and say that that's up to you. This is where the ball fell apart completely for you because it's all about how you hold the truth, present the truth, and talk about the truth, right? Your inability to deliver the truth with direct observations within the confines of a conversation is your problem. You can't turn this into a joke because at the end of the day, you trying to debate with the truth is about as futile as banging your head against the wall continuously, right? You
Nah,
can't do it.
Yeah.
I wasn't mad or anything. I just said it like I was out in sound clubbing, having a few drinks, girls across on a different table, just having drunken conversations. I was like, oh yeah, they're
It
just
took my
having
wife.
random discussions. Yeah, and they're talking about the globe, flat earthers, and I told them, yeah, I'm a flat earther. I
They
just
were
threw it out there
listen to
just to
how
see
you
their
made your
reaction.
idol of the ball. You started talking about talking about the globe, right? And then flat earthers. Why are we separate to the model itself?
Now, I was just saying that they were scared. Like these drunk girls were like, they were like, looked at me like, ugh.
Oh, so they were drunk. So they thought that the world was spinning. Okay, thanks for the clarifier.
Uh, they seem kind of
Yeah. Probably
no, I
not
mean
the
like
best. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I mean they weren't the type of woman that I would want to say. Like I wouldn't say they're
Can you not
wifey
hear me though?
material. So
Can you not hear me?
yeah,
Can you not hear me speaking to you there? Can you hear me? Jin
yeah, I
CBR
can
one.
hear you.
Right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was going to say to you, probably not the best time to introduce flat earth in a bar where women are drunk. Probably not the best timing, yeah? You know? Do you know what I mean? Really?
They were already talking about it. I just added to it. I was just like, oh yeah, I'm just letting you know I'm a flat earther, and they were like, ooh,
Well,
like
I'll
they
give
were,
you, this
they're like,
is a little bit of a joke topic. I can tell. Well, I'll add to it honestly. I mean, girls usually respond to like humor, intelligence, stuff like that. So yeah, if you turn around and go like, "Hey, I'm a flat earther," woohoo. I mean, maybe they'll kind of give you a weird look. But if you actually came to them and were talking to them about it because you knew a lot about the topic, some girls actually might respond to that if you're teaching them something and you're saying compelling things that are holding their attention. You know what I mean? That's a whole different story, right? So it's all about how
Yeah.
you approach it, and there's a time and a place for it as well, right?
Yeah.
Well said, Flatlander. That was a
I
lot more
mean,
poised than what I said. But
I
that's
mean, they weren't the
exactly it.
type of woman that I'd say as like wifey material. Like, they seem kind of fast, like for the streets. So I assume that they're quite dumb. So they don't really do
Well,
research.
you
They
shouldn't do
follow.
that either, because that's not very good as well. That's setting you up to fail as well. Don't do that.
Nah, sometimes you need that one night, just wild out, and then the next day back to reality. But
Yeah. Yeah. You got to time these things. These things have to be approached with proper timing, frame of mind. What are their
yeah,
kind of education as well. It's all about timing, and don't just blurt it out. Like, I mean, come on. Now and again you can, but it's not. I wouldn't advise you doing that all the time.
yeah.
And again, it's timing. Timing is crucial.
Now, if you would approach them as a contractor or a construction worker and be like, "Hey, baby, I swing a hammer during the day, and guess what?" They may actually have listened to you, right? Because not only are you constructing upon this place, a man playing with Tonka trucks, etc., but you
Mm,
also have experience with working upon this place. So, with all those things being said, you have literally firsthand experience as to what you're dealing with, right? The fact that you're able to observe a stationary topographical plane as compared
mm,
to a globe.
yeah. So yeah, that's facts. Yeah, I'll be building houses, So
Oh, wait a minute. You're
yeah.
building houses?
Nah, I'm an actual carpenter. I'm a builder.
Oh, oh,
Yeah.
okay, brother. Well, then. So you know what the principle of plumb is, do you not?
Yeah, yeah. I know. Yeah, like that's all
Right.
we
So,
use
so,
is
you, so
levels.
just to clarify, I can pull you in as a hostile witness, regardless of what you believe. I can pull you in as a hostile witness, and I can ask you, are all walls built to a principle of plumb?
Yeah, if they're not cowboys, cowboys just means that they're not real builders. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's
Amen.
a
Well
Yeah.
said.
Good
Well,
answer.
and
Good answer. Good answer.
yeah,
If
yeah.
they're not
I
cowboys, good
mean,
answer.
here's the three things I always work off is straight plumb level. That's like
That's
in
it.
anything
That's the
I do
carpenter's way.
because
That's
building's
the
like yeah,
carpenter's way. Yeah.
yeah,
then just
because
just
building's
give me
all
a sec,
about
because
like
this, Jen, please, this is important to me, right? Because I
Okay.
have 30 years of construction. I always talk about this, and this is important because I said, regardless of what you believe, this is my opportunity to pull in a hostile witness, right? For him through questioning to admit what the truth is. So as you just said, the principles that you appeal to are, you said plumb, level, and what's the other one you said? Straight, correct?
yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So, with all that being said, right, this is where I ask you, how can we have these principles that you work to with when you're building upon this place? How can you then have a claim of a globe at the same time?
Mm. I never said I was a globie. I'm just saying I'm like 50-50. But the
No,
more
no.
the more older I get, I'm going more towards the level side of life. Like all this globy stuff is quite dodgy, like NASA. I don't trust them. I don't trust them. But
Right.
whenever I hear the flat Earth community talk and they bring up their sources, their facts, and that, I'm like, wow, why can't some of these other people that believe the world's round, like they don't have those types of sources and to back their case, like yeah.
Right. But at the end of the day, right, independent of what other people think, the bottom line
Mm,
is you are constructing upon this place, and you are
Yeah.
constructing to a principle of level and plumb, right? All functional
Mm.
walls are built to a principle of plumb. All functional ceilings and floors are built to a principle of level. These are two things that we cannot escape, period, no matter how high we go, no matter how low we get. And then we can look at different things that are constructed upon this place, like the Pontchartrain bridge, as an example, right? And we don't even have to ask the authorities how they built the bridge, because the bridge itself was built with piers. And we know that these piers that are installed, and actually, let me ask you, Snow, when I install a pier, let's say for a fence post or for a foundation or something like that, what does that principle of that pier have to be installed to?
Yeah, pretty much like out of those three principles, yeah, there's definitely got to be level, straight, plumb. Yeah.
Well, no, a pier,
Yeah.
hold on, let's be clear about it, right? A pier, right, needs to go up and down. It has to orient itself just like a seed grows up for a tree. That pier has to be oriented up and down in order for it to function as a pier, right? This is a principle, a working principle. And these are the principles we have to employ to ensure that we are not ethically corrupt. Because if we're ethically corrupt, we're not going to get employed for a job. If I have no ethics, I'm not able to do my job, right? So it's to say that when I install a pier, that pier is installed to the principle of plumb, and then I'm able to orient and build off of that plumb principle to then have level continuously, right? So
Good.
when we look at all these different methods of construction, we can say, aha, that's the principle of plumb working, therefore we have a plumb observation for this construction point. Thanks for allowing me to be long on these points.
No, yo, good. Yeah. Yeah. Nah, I just joined randomly, just to hear what people are debating about. Like, but it's good to, yeah, because it's just for myself in terms of I just need to do more research about this stuff. Yeah. But like, it's like
Further, oh,
sometimes.
sorry.
Mm,
Go good.
no, you good. I like sometimes I like think about it, it's like it's common sense for myself. Like, yeah, I'm just like, how is that gonna be like in terms of the curvature? Like, yeah, I'm starting to stray away from that theory. Like, yeah,
Well, as you should,
but yeah,
right?
it's just
Because at the end of the day, oopsies, as at the end of the day, as I was explaining, began this interaction, this conversation is you literally have firsthand working experience. Forget knowledge. I'm not even appealing to any white papers, any books, any man. I'm appealing to your work, what you do continuously, which is again, you construct upon this place. So with the construction that is taking place upon this place, we then have first experience, firsthand knowledge of what's required in order for these buildings to survive, so to speak, upon this realm, right? Because if these buildings are built to different principles, like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, we know for a fact that these buildings won't be inhabited, right? These buildings will not be habitated because they're not able. The human body cannot effectively navigate through a building that has crooked floors, right? Your brain can't even conceptualize working in a building, right? Maintaining balance in a building that has crooked walls, that has crooked floors.
It all boils down. Disagree. But
You want to try that again, or are you hot miking?
no, I'm saying I think it all boils down to disagreeing. I
Why?
respectfully disagree. You
Okay,
guys,
you can disagree all you want, but at the end of the day, the truth is the truth, regardless of how you feel about it. Whether you agree with it or not, the truth is the truth. Period.
but
Full
that's the
stop.
fundamental.
Can you fix up your mic? You're rather muffled.
He's
Sorry.
dropping in and out. His internet.
Can you hear me? No, my connection.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in Italy, and
Oh,
our
there you are.
internet cables are made of pasta. But I'm
There he
saying
is.
like we disagree on fundamentals, including what is truth.
Whoa, fundamentals and what is truth? Hold on a minute here. We just spoke about principles. Do you know what principles are?
Principles as properties of some event or some phenomena.
Okay, so a principle of, let's say, constructing something. If I want to have an effective floor, what is the principle I need to build that floor to?
Yeah, talking about rules, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, you can say a rule. Yeah, that would work for sure. Go ahead.
I mean, you would want the floor to be for by whatever parameters, right? Like it has a utilitarian use, so you'd want that floor to fulfill its utilitarian use, right?
We need to be specific about this. I would really appreciate you speaking with your voice versus mumbling. We have a tool called a level.
I mean,
And this
maybe
is
it's
the
my
thing that
accent. I like.
no, you're mumbling.
Yeah, I'm gonna interject here, bro. If
I'm
you're gonna
listening
debate someone, you're gonna
succinctly.
debate them fairly, bro. You're not gonna sit here and attack their voice, all right, bro? We're not gonna do
Brother, if you can, number one, you're addressing a moderator, that's one. Secondly, if I can't understand the words that are coming out of his mouth, I'm going to ask him to course correct. Or I can just disengage with the conversation. It's totally fine. You can engage if you'd like to. So from a
Well,
standpoint,
I mean,
again,
this is
of...
the way I speak. I don't know what to correct. Like, I guess.
So you're
You're nice
coming
and
through
clear
loud
now.
and clear now. Exactly. Thank you,
Well,
Major.
I
Or,
mean,
sorry, thank you, Dr. Copatine.
Well, I would say a floor has comfortable for people to step on. There will be like a horizontal, right?
Horizontal. There you go. It's a great, great word. So, do you know about a tool called level?
Hmm?
Do you know about a tool called a level?
I do. I said I did.
I didn't hear
100%
you.
I
I'm
did.
sorry. Great. So with that tool called a level, we then know what the principle that floor would be built to, which is a principle of level, right? When that floor is being constructed, they're installing the beams, they're making sure that the beams are in the correct orientation, and when they go to start installing the floor joists, right, they put the level on top of those floor joists to make sure that they are laid level
Sure.
effectively. You agree with this?
Okay. Yeah, I do.
Perfect. So when we go from different building to building, we know that these functional floors and ceilings are all built to these principles, right? Again, we have the tool called level to confirm all this. Now, my
Yeah, they serve
question,
a
right?
utilitarian purpose.
Right. So my question to you then becomes, how do you have a ball, a claim of a spheroid object, existing with all of these direct pieces of evidence stating we all observe level everywhere we go?
No, this is probably where we'll disagree. I believe that the Earth is incredibly big.
Right, and I'm saying to you that if we go from building to building to building, whether I go to Australia, I go to Canada, I go to the United States of America, I go to even Alaska where they build the igloos, I'm continuously observing level. So my question becomes, how do you then prove that there's a curve involved? How do you then prove that the spheroid object is what we're dealing with on a grand scale?
I
Prove
mean,
it.
both things can be simultaneously true. We could live on
No,
a
they can't.
sphere and also.
No, they can't.
I mean, I'm describing what I believe.
And I'm saying to you that they can't. From the sheer observation of level and plumb everywhere we go, you can't simultaneously claim that it's also a ball and we're too small.
Well, this is, yeah, I think we hit the bedrock here. I think we hit the wall. We disagree
Yeah,
on this. It's an
you can
impasse.
definitely have plumb and level on a sphere. I don't think this differentiates if it's like flat Earth or globe Earth.
I
It
agree. Yeah.
totally does. Again, you can wait. That's fine. You got a white knight to say he agrees with you. But again, if we have these continual observations of level and plumb on the surface, right? How do you then prove that there's a drop over distance that would sustain a globe claim?
A drop over distance.
Mm-hmm.
I
Because
mean,
if I'm
like
on a
you.
basketball, I'm on the very tippy top of a basketball, right? And I've got level occurring at the very tippy top of the basketball, and then I update my location to say the 3 o'clock position on the basketball. How am I then also observing level and plumb at that 3 o'clock position? If in fact I should be seeing drop over distance that would put me basically looking perpendicular to where I was originally.
Well, I would say that the Earth is so huge that will be impossible with like a naked eye to observe such a thing.
No,
I think
that
that's what
wouldn't
he's
be true.
asking.
We have instruments that will be able to measure if you're
Hold
on a
up, Jen.
ball.
Jen,
Yeah,
let
go ahead.
let Killian do
I
his
was just
thing,
going to
bro.
make a point on the distances between buildings. That would give us
No,
at least. Yeah, go ahead.
that's all
All
right.
right.
It's all good. Killian was doing a beautiful job. Just let him keep rolling.
Yeah, I would say that the Earth is so big and the distances are so great that it would be very difficult to spot this with a naked eye. I would say between maybe if you get like a 20-kilometer straight line, you can notice that um, through some like clever measurement, you can notice that the line is not straight in the sense you guys think about it, but it's like
So
a
20
curved line
kilometers.
on the
What's that in
sphere.
miles?
It's around like 10, around like 12 miles, I think, or 8 miles.
12
Okay.
miles, 20 kilometers, 12 miles.
12 miles. Okay.
So if we were to go to 20 miles, that would be bigger than the 20 kilometers. So a
Yeah.
laser test over 20 miles. See what I've just posted in the side chart? Distance, drop, curvature.
Sure.
There's guys that go out and shoot lasers over large expanses of water, 10, 20, 30 mile across. Now, what's really cool about this is they don't measure any drop. Now, we had a whole gaggle of clowns in here earlier telling us about space and the ISS and whatnot. And according to them, from the ISS, it looks like a ball. Well, it doesn't really. You can only see about 3% from the ISS. So, yeah, their claims it looks like a ball is incorrect. But, anyways, allegedly from up there, it shows images of it looking like a ball. Now, if that's the case, we should quite comfortably be able to measure this curvature, this sphericity. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent. So these guys go out with lasers and shoot them over long range, 20, 30 miles. And what happens is that image that I've posted, that's what they expect to see. Exactly what I've posted there in my little cartoon style drawing. Now, what's really interesting is when they go out to do these tests, or long range laser shots, or laser transitions, whatever people call them, this is what they get. No deviation. There's no drop, which is very interesting. And what there should be, and I'll post the chart, based on a balltard with a radius of 3959 miles, there should be a very specific drop over these given distances. For example, at 10 miles, it should be a 66 feet drop. 20 miles, 266 feet. And so on and so forth. It's all marked out there. You can even put it in a spreadsheet or jump onto Google and confirm whether I'm not lying, whatever. But yeah, so we got these guys going out doing these excellent laser tests. That's what they expect to see. That's what they get. And here is some of the tests.
That's
when
great.
they load.
I mean, I'll tell you what I did since we're talking about measurements of water. Since I live in Italy,
Yep.
I live specifically in northern Italy. So I went to Venezia, which is in the province of Veneto, and then I drove to Bibione, which is a beach resort town. And close to Bibione is Trieste, one of the biggest ports on the Adriatic. Huge container ships, massive, like entire cities big container ships, right? Huge. Maersk or whatever they're called like that. So I set up my P900 on the beach, on the pier, on the beach in Bibione, at 6 feet 1 inch, because that's my height, right? And I started observing the massive container ships going south in the Adriatic, going towards Lecce or Bari, right, from Trieste, that direction. And every time I see them, and again, I'm using a P900, every time I see them, after some time, they start disappearing bottom up. So I'm wondering, what could that be? The only conclusion I came to is that there's something there that is preventing me from seeing them. And no matter how much I zoom, I can never capture the full
You've
ship.
pre-assumed a conclusion, so you're affirming the consequent.
No, I'm saying what I'm
What you
thinking.
do is you do the test, and then you go and find out the cause and effect relationship. You've already pre-assumed the cause, curvature. So how about we show you some other stuff?
I never mentioned curvature.
You've assumed it. Ship's going
No, I
over
said
the what?
that something is blocking my view, and no matter how I chose my words very carefully, not to.
Why would you need to choose your words carefully?
Because I don't want to load the statement, right? I don't want to be accused.
No. If you're no, I'm not accusing you of anything. Anytime someone quote unquote chooses their words carefully, that means that they're hiding from something. That's all that means. It's not that you're making sure you don't load the statement. That means you're deliberately being a weasel in order to get out of something. That's what that tells us. You don't have to choose your words carefully. Just spit it out. Most of the time, if you speak the truth, you're all right anyways.
Well, I mean, I am speaking the truth, and I would like to avoid personal insults. I never insulted you in this conversation. I would like to.
I haven't
I'd like for you
insulted
to
you.
refrain, not call me a weasel. Sure.
No. I said that's usually.
Copatine. Yeah, Dr. Copatine only said that you are assuming, and literally it was built into your rebuttal or into your setup, stating that there's something in the way. Right? If you consult with the gift that I just posted in the side chat, you'll see that the boat is not clearly visible. However, when you reduce your focal length to the boat, you can then bring the boat back into view, therefore removing the idea that something was in the way, blocking the boat from your vision. Right? Again, continuously, when we use things to reduce our focal length, like binoculars, digital cameras, P900s, all these different things, we're able to bring these objects that once disappeared back into view again. Rayleigh's criterion, angular resolution is discussed in the side chat right now.
Okay.
So when
fine.
you were using your P900, P1000, whichever one,
I don't have a P9000. It's too expensive.
When you were using your optical aid to view these ships disappearing, when you removed the aid, how far was the ship when it was disappearing? See, this is an important question.
So this is the other thing. I had my laptop right next to me, which I opened the page, a free app on the internet which tracks all international ships.
Ship tracking.
So I could track the ship, and it was about 66, 67 kilometers away from me.
So it disappeared totally
when it
at
started
67
when it started to disappearing at 66, 67. At 70 to 80 kilometers, it was partially obscured, and at more than that, it was completely gone.
Okay, so at 6, you said you were 6 foot tall. So what I'm going to do now, I'm
6'1". I'm 6'1". I'm 185 centimeters.
Oh, 6'1", that's good enough. Let's just type in Earth Curve Calculator. And there it is. So your height, 6'1"?
Yeah, 185 centimeters.
Oh, you're 185. Okay, we can just
85.
That's in there. 1.85 meters. Excellent. And how many kilometers away was that ship?
It was about 66 or 67 kilometers. I couldn't tell exactly because
66 is good enough, mate. And press calculate. So target hidden height, your ship would have to be, if it's actually at 66 kilometers, the ship would have to be 293 meters tall in order for you to see it.
Yeah.
Welcome to
it was
Flat
a big
Earth, mate.
it was a big ship. I told you it was a container hauler. Giant
So how
ship.
tall was it? If you're on Ship Tracker,
I
click on it, it'll actually brings up all the information on the ships.
I did not click that particular thing, to be fair.
Well, next time you go there and do these observations,
Which would be the winter, with the least amount of refraction. Has to be winter.
well, yeah, if you want to try to minimize refraction, I'm all good for that. I do infrared photography. I'm getting good at minimizing it.
Sure.
If you're happy to go back at winter time and do these observations again or film it without
Well,
aid,
now I have to, I suppose. Right?
no, you don't have to. No one's forcing you to. But yeah. So if you type in, what I'll do is I'll copy that, click that, copy, and I'll paste it in the side chat so you can use the Earth Curve calculator and you can see where I've done what I've done. That's the link there.
I think the average height.
No, it's not about average height. You put in your actual height above sea level. So if you were standing on the edge of the water and you're 6'1", you can type it in. I like this page because it's got metric and imperial. You can just click a little button and it switches over for you. So pretty handy. But anyways, yeah, next time you go and do that observation, click on the ship on Marine Tracker and it'll bring up information about it, and then you can Google how tall it is, how old it is, when it was christened, everything. They bring up the whole lot. So
okay, sure.
If you find out that your ship is only 150 meters tall, and you need to be 293 meters in order for you to see it, you should be asking questions. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. So that's a nice, easy one.
There was.
But from what you've told us already, I'd like to welcome you to Flat Earth.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. If I can just engage with Killian, because he was right on the money when he was talking about plumb level, okay, and his livelihood is all about plumb level, horizontal and plumb. Yeah. So with the Earth being a globe, supposedly, the point I was trying to raise, which I'm sure he will be able to address, if we're going to be looking at these buildings from greater distances, tops and bottoms, the tops of the buildings and the bottom of the buildings, would we be able to measure some discrepancy? Yeah, the distance from the top and the distance from the bottom. Okay, that's over to Killian. Thank you, guys.
Exactly. Plumb, there would be a variation from the first floor comparison up to the top of the towers. And actually, thank you for asking that question because that was actually one of. Pardon me. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Jen, because that was actually one of the things I was going to bring in. Dr. Kopatine, you're at the keyboard. You can help me out with an observation.
Copy.
So I'd like to know the distance from Seattle, Washington, out to Toronto, Ontario. If you can just Google that distance.
Google Maps.
In miles would be great.
Well, I'll do it on Google Maps. I'll just
It's
zoom
like
out.
2,000 miles or something.
Go to the
Around
other
that.
side of the pond. So Seattle, Washington. So there's city center. Right click, measure distance. And the other one I was going to was
Toronto, Ontario, Canada.
Hey, is someone talking in here? There's like 50 people in here.
Oh, we're talking. You just need to start listening.
And right in the middle of town. Distance to
We're actually
here.
doing a real-time observation. If you want to listen to it, it may help you break through your cognitive dissonance regarding the globe.
Okay, to the center of each of those places that you asked me to go to, 2,064.15 miles.
Hey, I was right.
So we have something called the CN Tower, which is a tower again. This tower would be built to a principle of plumb. And then we can go to the Seattle Space Needle, which is actually a tower as well. Now, with these 2 points, these 2 plumb towers sticking out of the earth, right? Literally nodes sticking out of the earth, we can then take the drop over distance that would be required for the globe to actually be a thing. So that model that we have with the 3959 plane radius, I'll post in the side chat. Taking a look down the chart, on the left-hand side of the chart, you've got the mile markers, and we'll just go to the 2,000 mile marker for simplicity's sake. Again, Brother Copatine, Dr. Copatine, we're dealing with a distance of over 2,000 miles, correct?
That is correct. The exact number again, 2064.15.
Right, so we'll round it off at 2,000 miles, and just to be clear, we're looking at, again, that chart, 2,000 mile marker down the left-hand side of that written column. We go to the drop in miles, again, the drop over distance in order for the globe claim to be true. And wouldn't you know it, you need to have a drop over distance of 542 miles in order for the globe claim to be true. But yet we see these 2 structures sticking out of the earth, proud, that are built to a principle of level and plumb, which falls back to my original point that I was discussing with the other brother earlier. And Jin, again, thank you for asking me the question, allowed me to set up this observation. The earth isn't a ball, y'all. The earth is not a ball.
We can't see Seattle and Toronto at the same time. So it's
Due
not like
to
we can
angular
compare it.
resolution, Rayleigh's criterion. No matter the aperture that we use, we can't see that far, brother.
Exactly. We can't see that far.
Right,
Because of the
So this doesn't
aperture.
prove anything because we can't see it.
So, what long-range observations, Naya, would you be advising us to go for?
Well, I like the water laser test. I think that one's pretty definitive.
Yeah, it doesn't really leave you with much, does it?
Yeah, I think that one's pretty good.
The other one that I like is the Hawaiian Island one, where they shot from one island across to the other. I think it was 147 kilometers using a tri-band laser, and how it shows that refraction's not an issue. That's the one I like.
Is that the one from Kauai to Oahu, or is that a different island you're talking about?
Oh, I can't remember the island names, and I'm not going to try
Okay.
to pronounce them. I'll make a
Okay.
clown of myself doing it. But
Yes,
they used a 2 infrared and 1 coloured. So you're up in the, was it 1500, somewhere around 1000, and below 1000 nanometer wavelengths, and yeah, 0 refraction. Oh.
Yeah, I think that's the same one, 109 in miles. That is, yeah, nice. So you see, there's lots of evidence out there of long distance observations being made where the Earth's curvature, if it were there, wouldn't allow it due to the curvature itself, but not there. Observations are being made. And with the advent now of this infrared IR, well, it's just opening doors all over the place. It's kicking refraction in the nuts.
Like, I don't disagree with refraction. It's there, it happens.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are just using it as an excuse now. So my goal is just to remove the excuses so I can just sit and listen to them cry. So then I can collect their tears and we can prove level with them again.
Yeah, make another leveling tool with that. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, the bottom, disappearing bottom upwards. I mean, that's just a natural phenomena that happens when you look across a level surface as an object moves away from you, being the ship in this case. It's not proof of curvature. It's not even an implication of curvature at all. You know. The thing that people have to remember is that the ship is actually on the surface of the water. The ship is moving away from you, and there is more sky above than there is of the ocean that the ship's sitting on. So as it moves away from you, moving into the conversion point, what we call the vanishing point, everything disappears from the size, from the top. And the top's going to be the last because it's the it's the largest area of expanse. Okay? So the ship's going to be the last thing. The top of the ship's going to be the last to disappear. Just laws of perspective, man. Natural. I love that one. They always run to the bottom upwards, always.
Well, it's a combination of things. Perspective's just one part of it.
Yeah.
A bit of a sidebar, but if you guys are feeling gratuitous with me, I can walk out the point. What would you call a disruption in a local, let's say, well, I'll go straight to the observation. I set my time on the oven, or sorry, set my time. I set my temperature on the oven for, let's say, 500 Fahrenheit to preheat the oven to, let's say, cook something. The oven goes ding. I open up the oven door, and then I notice the numbers on the back of the stove display. They start to move. They start to wiggle. How would you guys describe that? What would that phenomenon be?
I call that heat haze. And when you're taking photographs, if you're taking a photograph over, say, a roadway or something like that in summertime, the roadway has a lot of heat coming off it, and it'll cause distortion. And yeah, I call it heat haze. There's probably some really cool technical name for it, but yeah, if you find it for me, I'll give you a big thumbs up.
No, it's called
Well,
heat
this is the
haze. That's what
thing,
they call it.
right?
Heat haze.
Based,
Bang on, mate.
based, exactly. Thank you, Jen and Kovatin. And based on what's happening, right? From my understanding, this would be refraction, right? This would be the demonstration of local disruption of your visual viewing with an introduction of a heat signature, which causes things to move, to wiggle, if you will. I think about the disruption that occurs on a humid day. We can't see as far as we can on when humidity is low. We can see to very far distances. Colors are bright. Sound travels a lot quicker when there's less humidity in the present. So with all that being considered, is to say that refraction seems to be a continual disruption of an introduction of humidity into whatever it is you're looking at. And we can locally demonstrate that by introducing a high heat signature in between our eyeballs and the image that we're looking at. Again, by something as simple as setting an oven and introducing that high heat pattern or that high heat signature into our visual field. In my opinion,
good
of
point.
course, I would
That's very
hate to
good.
say
Yeah, no, that's
something.
good.
I would hate to say something. Hate to say something stupid that makes us look stupid in this room. Again, that's just my thought. Amen.
Yeah. It's on a minuscule scale, but it's it's on par, you could say, because that's what happens out in the on the ocean in this case with the temperature, or even on the street, because the same thing can be observed. Heat haze is what we call it. Yeah. Hence the other word they use, heat soaked. When something's got so hot from the sun, they call it heat soaked. Yeah. And then the heat coming off of that, which is then distorting your images, heat haze. Exactly what it is.
Thank you, Jen. Dr.
Oh,
Kopitin,
thank
I
you.
hope I get that thumbs up.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Inside chat for you, mate.
Yes, I've arrived. I've arrived. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, pun intended, but I think the plumb and level is such a leveler. When you go down that route, yeah, it explains how important we need a flat Earth. Yeah. And if
Well, I
you
posted
construct, go ahead.
I put right quick. Thanks, Jen. I posted a GIF in the side chat that when you look at it over a time, I think this is it's called the Skunk Bay. Yeah, Skunk Bay.
Yo,
You can
speak
see.
up. We can't hear you.
You can hear me? Am I not coming through? There we
You
are.
are now.
Bet. That's the Skunk Bay observation, and that's refraction working locally. All right, the shoreline may appear to move, but due to the effects of refraction, that's what we're seeing working, causing the distortion.
Yes, I have that Skunk Bay. I remember when I saw that years ago, and I thought, look at what refraction is doing right there to all that landmass. Amazing. Ah.
Right, and I can start to rationalize and think that if heat rises, well, it's causing the image to appear to rise, and then it cools and causes the image to fall because again, hot air rises, cold air falls due to the convection and movement of or convection, yeah, due to the movement of hot air.
It moves because it changes density.
Very good.
And
Temperature.
that
So
is your
the
driving
what
factor.
has
so the result is called convection. It's not moving up because of convection. Convection is the result.
right? Okay, appreciate that correction. Thank you.
No worries.
So hot air rises. So if you have something moving away from you, like a boat sailing away from you on the ocean on a hot day, what do you think is going to happen to that image of that boat?
Yeah, it's going to be affected with some level of distortion, refraction a little bit. Yeah. And it could be so bad as to cause an inferior mirage, for example, or
Bingo
a
bango.
superior mirage even. Yeah. So, yeah. So as you can see, we the flat earthers do not say, or we do not disregard refraction. No, it's there because it's actually a phenomena that we have to work with. Oh yeah. So we acknowledge that. But we don't say a laser beam follows the curvature of the Earth because it doesn't. A laser beam hits its target straight on. If it refracts, usually it's refracting upwards to the denser air temperature air. Then it goes up, right? But I've never seen laser beams bending downwards, supposedly following the curvature of the Earth. And that latest 28-mile one, well, that's just straight laser beam. You see, beam of light, straight beam, not bending beams of light. Laser beams do not bend in general, especially when you're hitting targets horizontally. They just straight precision instruments.
Well, I mean, it would bend a bit. It's just how much
Well,
it bends. I don't think it bends enough.
it's hitting the target. You see, it's not bending at all. If we have a target 28 miles and it's hitting target, means it's bending at all. It hits that target. Unless it bends upwards, that's a different thing. But we're hitting targets at 28 miles, 24 miles.
I like the like using different wavelengths, and then you can calculate how much refraction there is.
Yeah, they didn't really get much when they were using the 1000 and 1500. At 100, what is it, 147 kilometers, they hit their target, which was only 4 meters wide.
Why didn't you use a red laser in your
Why?
1500? Yeah, and
It wasn't me. It was a university test that done it.
Oh, I see.
Would you like the papers? Hold on.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah. So, and have you managed to measure any curvature yourself? Have you measured curvature and then photographed your findings so you know you're on a globe Earth? You haven't, have you?
Are you talking about me? I don't think we're on a globe.
Oh, you don't? Okay, that's cool then. Sorry, I misunderstood your position there.
So what do we live on, Naya?
So what?
What do we live on?
Well, a polyhedral flat Earth.
A polyhedral flat
what?
Earth. This is why you don't do drugs, boys and girls.
Here, I'll show you. I'll show you. I feel like y'all have all of you have seen this picture already, but maybe not.
A polyhedral flat Earth.
Yeah. Okay. See, look.
Apparently,
It's a
we live on
side chat.
the flat spot of one of his poly. Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. And it's
They're
floating in
claiming
space in
there's-
this gravity.
Yeah.
And
Oh, you're saying it's a whole bunch of flat spots. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't claim to know like how many flat spots there are or how big each flat spot is, but it's just an idea.
So, did you listen to the observation that we walked out earlier regarding the Seattle Space Needle and the CN Tower?
Yeah. I
Notice that the entire world is in one of these flat spots, though, so that wouldn't contradict anything I say.
Yeah, I think it's like your guys' flat Earth. I'm gonna call it model.
See, Naya,
It's very bare bones.
Naya, hold up. Look, I'm going to save you some heartache. Years ago, I had a look into some of the other weird shit and so-called models that Earth like a golf ball, and we live in one of the dimples, which is very similar to what you've got there. Now, the only problem with that
No, it's
is the
kind of
entire.
different.
Yeah, hold up. Yeah, no, not different. This is the issue. You're still assuming that it's some kind of ball-like structure. Now, the issue with it is every single part.
It's some radius. So like NASA would like lie about the shape of the Earth, right? So, but I think all these lies about like gravity
Yeah,
and
I'm not
and like
interested in the
space
lies.
and all this.
This is
It's
the problem
too
is
hold up.
the
It's too difficult to
keystone.
do.
Yeah,
So
Naya,
they
the
would lie about
keystone,
the
Naya.
radius of the Earth instead.
Naya, we're not interested in what Yandy, what you wanted to cope out. I knew
What
it.
the? I didn't
Yeah,
think
let's get that
I didn't
shit off
think
our
he was the runaway type. I thought he seemed genuine.
He is, because I've tied his stupidity to something that they claim, which is supposed to be true. And all of a sudden now, it just destroys his stupid ball-tard idea because he can't provide a number.
Yeah, he's been in before, Naya. He's not a newcomer, by the way.
No, he's a pest.
Yeah, there you go. So we know his MO. It's just another little stupid little thing he's doing now. And of course, Matrix saw right through it and asked him for the radius. Couldn't give it to us, could he? Whoa, how silly does it get? I remember the golf ball one as well, by the way. Back in the day, that one was. Yeah.
Dude, the multiple flat spots claim is so ridiculous, especially when we just took it to a 2,000-mile observation, bro.
Exactly.
So you're telling me that this ball has flat spots that
Well,
have
the
a
issue,
distance of
Killian, check it
2,000
out
miles? Sorry,
though.
go ahead.
His flat spots are beyond that because on one of the flat spots, they've managed to put in a AE map.
Yeah. Right then.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
his flat spots, what are they? 10,000 miles across a flat. So
Ginormous.
Yeah,
It's going to be.
multiple regions, lands that
Exactly.
we
Yeah.
literally extraterrestrial.
Yeah. So the radius of that thing is going to be ginormous. That's what was a good question. That's why he ran.
And there seems to be a claimed edge as well in the model he posted. Oh my.
Yeah.
lots of edges.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you might remember the other character. I think his name was Zed something or other. He was going on about edges, and I tried to explain to him that if there is an edge, we will never be able to get to it because we're in a container of 17.9 psi. 14.6 psi. Yeah. So there's no way we will be able to go to the edge.
14.7 psi.
7. I was just going to
1
say
bar.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
14.7. Yeah.
Metric
just gonna-
equivalent being the metric equivalent being 1 bar.
Well, yeah, one atmosphere. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. So we wouldn't be able to get to the edge if there were to be one. Silly. We're contained.
Well, our observations that we have directly on the surface are that, again, plumbing level, right? We can use those or state that
Absolutely. Yep.
for construction principles of all the different built forms we have all upon this place, right? And the higher up we go, the further out we see. So it's to say that the observations that we have locally readily available demonstrate an infinite plane. However, we can't claim an infinite plane because, just as you said, Jin, we have a measurement of pressure at sea level, 14.7 pounds per square inch. So with those two things, we have to be honest and say we do have evidence for containment, again, in the pressure that we measure, and we have evidence of a plane. Period.
Yeah. As for infinity, no, that wouldn't be a thing. And how would we have to prove that? Would never come back. Come on, people. I'm just going to go and check if the infinity thing is true. At what point would you be returning?
Well, the claim of the actual definition of infinity would be as just as you said, we wouldn't come back because we would never reach the end.
Yeah. That's why I shut that down immediately. When I first heard it, 2016, I said, no, that's not true. It's not infinite. No flat earther thinks that.
If we're being completely honest with our description of this place, we would actually say that it's an STP. That acronym being S for stationary, P, topographical, P for plane.
Yeah.
We have direct evidence of it being a stationary thing because, again, star trails, we can point at star trail photography. We see that the stars orbit the plane. So that's stationary, check. Topographical, we have topography. We have mountains, we have valleys, we have undersea water features, all kinds of different things. So we have topography, direct evidence, check. And we have a plane observation because, again, the higher up we go, the further out we see. The horizon line, as we gain altitude or elevation, extends further out away from us. And then as we come back down closer to the, let's say, the water's edge, that horizon line comes back closer to us. So stationary topographical plane, direct evidence locked in.
Yeah. And that's what we've always said. All the language we use describes exactly what you put forward. Yeah. Marvelous. It's just that, because of the flat Earth, we actually have leveling tools. It's just it just capstones the whole thing. It's just amazing, isn't it? And it's the flat earthers that are actually adhering to the highest level of scrutinization. It's us. What a turn up for the books. What a turn up for the books. Everyone's bringing in the scientists, but it's the flat earthers that are actually doing the real work. Wow. Isn't it amazing? Just
Amen.
bloody, yeah. It's astonishing.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Good morning, Jim.
Morning to you, sir. Hi. Right. Any news?
Wars experiment. I was curious about what you or anyone else thought about them using Snell's law to calculate the refraction and coming up with, I think, 0.329 millimeters. Let me double check on that.
The reason they did that is because they only had stations at each end, and it's easier to do it that way.
Right.
If you don't do it that way, you need multiple stations, as in an infinite amount of them. And all of a sudden, then the computational power you'd need to work out what it is, we don't have enough combined.
Yeah.
Okay. And just to clarify, the number I'm saying actually was 0.235 millimeters. But I was reading a little bit about Snell's
If you read
law.
through all of the tests, you'll find that some of the tests actually go the wrong way in favor of the globe, and they still don't have enough.
Well, I was reading a little bit about Snell's law, and I still have to do a little more reading on it. But my understanding is that we should only be using Snell's law if it's a homogeneous body with the two boundaries of the medium that you're passing the light through. And this is not a homogeneous body. That we should be using some type of continuous refraction equation because the light keeps on changing because it's not passing.
Look, I'll do it the easy way for you, bro. It doesn't matter because you don't have enough refraction to make the claim anyways.
No, but the angle would.
It doesn't matter. Look, we get that. There's a specific reason why they chose to do it that way. They only had two stations, one at either end. So they went measure, measure. We're going to use Snell's law and assume that those gradients, those infinite gradients that you guys love getting off on, they're going to assume that those are definitive boundary lines between these gradient from ground level to 2 meters high.
But
that's what they did it that way for simplicity. Yeah. That's all.
So yeah, that's just a lack of measurement of determining if this was a homogeneous
body.
Because
I don't know about you, but I don't walk around with infinite fucking measuring tools, and you don't either.
I understand, but just because you can't infinitely
measure excellent. You need an infinite amount. Don't you comprehend that? You can't do it.
No. But have you ever heard of like a summation or like derivation?
No, they don't want derivations or summations or guesstimations. The reason for it is fuckwits like yourself will come in and go, that's just a calculation. You guys whinge about calculations all the time.
Can I just explain that? So to determine, for instance, the area under a curve, you don't just take 2 points of interest to determine that area under a curve on a basic graph, right? You have to take
No, they're not taking that. They're taking temperature readings. They're not measuring area or other shit. So stop trying to use a shit weak analogy.
Hold on. This is just you have to derive the equation. You cannot just simply take 2 points and determine that's how much it curves.
Thus the reason why they use Snell's law for simplicity. Okay, repeat back what I just said.
You were talking over me a lot of that. It was hard to get a word out.
But yet you had no fucking trouble. They did that for simplicity. So they weren't bogged down with equations and bullshit. So here's the idea. If you don't like the way they did it, go and repeat it. That's the whole purpose of doing these tests.
Come on. Like that. I want to have a conversation. I just think...
No, you don't. You want to come in here and have a meltdown about some random shit, and you're picking points that are fucking pointless. I explained to you right at the start. They did it for simplicity's sake because you have to have a metric shit ton of metering equipment right across the lake.
Not
And then, I'll tell you why. Let's say we've got a 10-mile distance and we put 2 weather stations out there. You've already complained that's not enough. Okay, let's go to 4 weather stations. Then the next idiot walks in here, that's not enough. Let's put 10 weather stations. Next clown walks in, that's not enough. Where the fuck does it stop, mate? That's the problem.
I'm not saying for them to set up multiple weather stations. I'm saying for them to consider multiple points of change and not just 2 points of change. That's my issue, and that's why I'm bringing calculus.
Yeah, multiple points of change involves multiple weather stations. And like I just said, the next clown will walk in here and say 4's not enough, then 8's not enough, then 10's not enough. Where does it stop?
You don't, though. You don't. And that's
Yous
like
do! That's the
No, no.
problem! You globers fucking well do this shit all the time!
So just I'm trying to use like a more basic example. That's why I was talking about determining the area under a curve, right? Is that you obviously don't know a million points under that curve. You're going to use a couple points, right?
I know what you're referring to. They did it to simplify it. Obviously, you don't like that.
But I'm saying it's wrong.
Well, here's an idea. Here's a great idea. If it's wrong, you fucking tell us how to do it right, or better still, go and do it yourself, record everything, do it correctly, under your perception of correctly, bring it back to us, and then we'll go through it. That's a swell idea. Off you go.
I'm not about to do the derivations, but there's a continuous refraction equation that you should be able to build from that, because it's over like what, 21,000 meters or something. So you have to consider the fact that there is change happening in that medium. It's not homogeneous, and that's why.
Why are you clowns so hung up on something you can't verify?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? You can't verify the refractive index that you need across that distance. So you're in here stroking your dick about, oh, they only use 2 weather stations. Oh, they use Snell's law. I made it easy for you, bro. They did it for simplicity. If you want to go and do derivations and go and do 10,000 fucking readings across a 7-mile distance, so be it. I'm not going to stop you.
But that's the point, is that you don't have to take millions of measurements to do this. That you have to.
Well, the point is you do, because like I stated quite clearly, the next fuckwit that comes in here is going to cry that we didn't do 10,001. You've already bitched that we've only done 2.
But like something like calculus.
But you're making excuses. If you don't like it, yes, you are. If you don't like it, this is how it works. Go and do it yourself and correct the error.
Have you read a calculus textbook before or learned what calculus is? Just honest. I'm not trying to be rude here. Just honest question.
Yes, I have. That's why they made it
so
simple.
What is calculus? Tell me what calculus is.
There's no necessity for me to explain it. They used Snell's law to make it simple. That's why. So they don't have to do calculus and fuck around. That test, that piece of equipment, just the laser alone, cost about 30k. So how about you get off your ass, go and contact FE Core if you don't like what they did, tell them they fucked up. They might then turn around and say, oh, not a problem, bro. Here's all our data. Show us how to do it right. You're coming from the angle, they're fucking wrong. Okay, I accept that. But in you saying they're wrong, that means you know the correct way. So now it's back upon you to provide the correct way, fix the problem, and present it to all the good people.
Listen, I'm not going to go out there and do the same experiment. I'm just pointing out in this instance, I don't think this is a good experiment to use because of this flaw that I think is in the paper.
Then go and fix it.
I'm just pointing out. I don't think there's an issue with just pointing out and discussing this. That's what I'm trying to do, and I'm trying to ask you guys what you think about it.
So, how much refraction should there be? You're obviously pulling your dick about, I need refraction, and it's going to squirt out eventually. How much do you want? So you can falsify their fucking test. Because that's what this comes down to. You're crying about refraction. You need refraction to falsify their test. I don't like the way they did their test. I don't like how many stations they used. I don't like the fact that they used Snell's law. You're bitching about the fact you need your refraction. And they burnt it. So how much fucking refraction do you need? Spit it out. We'll let you have it and you'll fuck off.
I mean, And this is tough to have a conversation, especially when you're talking to me like this.
The reason it's tough to have a conversation with people like me is because we constantly get slimy little weasels coming in here, carrying on and crying about shit that means absolutely 1 minus the 3 times fuck all.
I'm just
You
trying to
just
point
used calculations against him. That was funny.
I just think it's important to reconsider whether or not Snell's law should be used here. I think
They used it for simplicity's sake. You're coming in saying it should be complex.
It's a misunderstanding of it, I think.
No, it's
But
not
I've
a
been reading-
misunderstanding. They know how Snell's law works. They did it to simplify the equation. You don't like that. I don't know why. I don't know whether you don't like it or you don't understand it. What is it? You don't like it or you don't understand it?
Homogeneous boundaries. That's what I'm understanding from what I'm reading.
So excellent. So you know Snell's law. So you'll understand that they used it for simplicity's sake.
But do you understand what I mean when I say homogeneous?
Yes! I fucking do!
And this is not one. So that's why Snell...
He's a dumb cunt. I've got nothing else. And that's what it sounds like when I yell too.
Dude, my eardrum is still saying he just yelled at him.
Yeah, I'm just reassembling my speaker right now.
So now when I say to people I'm not fucking yelling, now you know what happens when I do fucking yell.
Yeah. Now, basically, if we were to follow his request of having these multiple stations, it's going to be worse for him, surely. Surely it's worse.
It works out a lot worse. That's why they did it, because they knew fucking well what would happen. It just destroys them when they went out looking for temperatures exceptionally close to ground and air temperatures. And what does that reduce when you get very close temperatures?
When you get very close temperatures, it reduces the amount of refraction, does it? Or
oh, wow, there you go. That wasn't hard, was it?
no. So they use the Snell's law for simplicity's sake, as you told him about 10 times.
Look, I've got no problem if he doesn't like it. Go out and redo the test and do it, quote unquote, correctly. If it's been done incorrectly now. It's not that hard. Don't bitch about it. Go and fucking fix it.
Yeah, that's why it's worse for them. It's just worse. They don't understand, do they? Or they don't. He doesn't understand. He just didn't get it. Like I said, he didn't get it. He was being sincere with his approach, but you explained it.
Here's the idea. All their data is there in the PDF and on the video. You can watch it. You can read it. Grab their data and go and jam it through some twisted ass formula and see what comes out.
So hold on. The claim is that if only they collected more data, then they would have proven that the laser curves around the globe.
Let's find out. J-Dog, that question's directed at you.
Yeah, come on, J-Dog. Come on now.
I'm typing because I thought I was muted in here. It's honestly really difficult to have a conversation with this happens. I'm trying to be respectful. I feel like all the listeners in here can tell that I'm trying to be...
Listen, J-Dog, we're not... They're not interested in the matter. You're asked a very straightforward question. Please answer that.
Dude, there has to be a foundation. I'm not going to be disrespected in here and have a conversation with someone.
Less meta, answer the direct question. It wasn't even from me, so you crying about me, pointless.
Dear, oh dear, very upset indeed, it would seem.
Why were my messages deleted there?
Can you speak up a little bit? You're a bit low there, unless it's me.
My messages were just deleted in the side chat. I was just asking someone to explain Snell's law to me, why it's correct to use it.
You were asked a question by Master Yoda. Why
Hold
are
on,
you
but
choosing
why
to
are we
dodge
wiping
it?
out information now? Why are we trying to hide information?
Why are you not answering the question that was put forward to you? Such a simple thing. You were asked a question, maybe you didn't hear it. So in that case, you just say, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Can you please repeat it?
I'm sorry, you guys are not looking for truth. You're wiping out information on the side chat. That's embarrassing. That is embarrassing.
Look,
Oh,
sometimes
man.
my
Squeeze him
material.
harder, more cope will come out. My
Is that
goodness.
information going to be the data that they didn't collect that shows that the laser bent around a globe?
Let's try another question. J-Dog, did you hear Master Yoda speak? Just in case you've got him muted or something.
I do not have him, though. Master Yoda
You can
hasn't
hear
moved,
him.
really. I can hear him,
So
yeah. I'm not going to have these
excellent.
conversations, though, Doctor, so I'm done with this. You guys can have your own conversation.
All right. Well, thanks for today then. Nice. You know, we did explain to you the reason why Snell's law was used for simplicity's sake, because when you start to increase the stations that are going to be measuring those temperatures, it's worse for you. It worsens it for the globers. Okay.
I'll have these conversations, but being muted, it's tough to have that conversation. And to be yelled at. Emotional
damage!
Alright, Master Yoda, Jesus Christ, dude. But, yeah, I think it's important that we have, like, mutual respect in here,
Yeah,
right? Like, if
let's
you're telling me
meta.
I'm
Look,
crying and
J-Dog. We don't give... All right, fuck off then. I don't care. I'm not going to lose any sleep over you.
Yeah, this isn't a non-profit.
Oh, I love it. Let's not forget that J-Dog's been around a long time anyway, so you know he's up and down and wishy-washy with his emotions, as well as you know.
Look at this poor. Listen to this poor cope. Aww. How do I hand out cookies? Wait, do I have cookies? Yes. Have a
And we genuinely do not want to be vindictive or antagonistic, you know. So we explained it, and Matrix explained it perfectly from the outset. It was done because of simplicity. And when you're being told that, you think, okay. Now the next reply would have been, if, and you did go through that, if you do multiples, it makes it difficult, and it's worse for the globers, worse result. So come on. And then the third one, why don't you do it yourself then if you're not satisfied? I mean, that should be the end of it there. So come on, man. You know, how far do we have to go with this?
I had no issues with him calling it wrong. That's great. Say it's wrong. But go and correct it. Fix it up. Go and twist it through your own whatever formula. Come back and present it. It's not that hard. Oh, he's come back. I think he'd like to converse with Master Yoda. So, J-Dog, this is how the game is going to work. I'm just going to make this very simple. As soon as you start bitching about the side chat, as soon as you start bitching about me, you're going to get red flagged. So if you choose to converse with Yoda, I am not going to interfere. It's all yours. But as soon as you mention things not to do with your argument or any questions asked from him, red flag. So if you're happy to play with those rules, you may stay and converse with him. So he did ask you a question. Maybe you could get him to ask you again. That'd be cool.
I just wanted the unmute. Thanks.
And those of you who want to make these observations, may I suggest, as a recommendation for Matrix, get some infrared, because it's looking like the thing to have, that accessory. Been around a while, but yeah.
Oh, speaking of, my, hold on, I've got to read it out. I can't remember the name of it. My Nano X MRC ND1000 turned up. I know that sounds all technical, but Yoda will know what that is. turned up today. So I'm quite keen to give that a little test drive on the weekend. So in English, Jin, very dark filter.
Yeah, I was going to say it was a filter. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was going to say. Yeah.
So
So
I
that
was
one,
using
is that you're going to be able
720s.
to clip it on? You're going to be able to clip it on,
It's a
or is it
screw
already
on.
built in?
No, it's a screw-on filter that goes on my
Right,
lenses.
right, yeah, okay. Because back in the day, you could just clip them on. They were spring-loaded, and you just clip on, and
Oh,
then
now they've got
unclip.
magnetic ones. There's other ones that
Right,
go inside your camera. They've got
right,
all different types now. Some are better than
yeah.
others. I seem
Yeah,
to be
I'm aware
liking
of the
these.
ones that are built in into the camera, like you mentioned, and the ones that are clip-on. You know, they're spring-loaded, where you press on the outer perimeter, squeeze, fit it on, and it fits in clip, and that's that. They're the ones that I'm used to. I'm not used to the screw-on ones yet. I've never seen those actually.
Oh, wow. The good thing about the screw-on ones, they actually protect your lenses. So if someone drops it or scratches it or something weird like that, all you do is bust a filter. So you can get straight clear filters, just basically as protector covers for your lenses. Pretty cool.
Right. Yeah.
Well, when you think about it, if you've got a $16,000 lens, and some of them get more expensive than that, a $100 filter in front of it to protect it is a pretty good call.
Yeah. So $100 for an infrared one. Mm.
Oh no! Depending on what brand you go, one of the IR ones I was looking at, it was only an 840, and it was nearly $300 and something for me to get it delivered.
Really?
Yeah, some of
what
them
a
are
rip-off.
expensive. You can get some cheap and nasty ones, but the quality is in the amount of coatings and how wear resistant they are and things like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. The coating is going to be the one. Like you said, wear resistant, because if you're using it a lot, you know, clipping it on, clipping it off, in and out the casing, and that, obviously it must come with a little wallet of some kind. Yeah, that's what they used to do back in the day, you know. And you take it out of the wallet, the actual filter itself, and then you clip it on. Yeah.
Yeah, these ones screw on. They've got these cute little cases they come with. They've got like
Right.
little rubber back things on them, so they stick in their cases quite well.
Yeah.
My other
Good.
one basically had a little plastic case with a piece of foam either side of it.
Yeah, I've seen those.
What did the
Yeah.
Kalari one come in? It had a little pouch that came in.
That's
is
the
really
one I call
cool.
the wallet, the little wallet pouch
little
thing I've
wallets, yeah.
seen. Yeah, and then I've seen the plastic ones where you got the foam on either side, and you open it up like a sandwich, close it, put it away. Those, I've seen those.
Yep.
Never bought one, of course, because I've never sort of like had the need to have one at that time. Now that I'm a flat earther now, yeah, I should have had one by now. Yeah, for
Now that
refraction.
you've seen some of the photos that we've spitting out.
Yeah, and especially from Jay Toller Media, you know, when he's in his aeroplane, right, and he's looking out the window, he's looking over to the Appalachian Mountains. Okay, that's the 1,000 plus mile shot that he made, and before he put the filter on, there was untold glare. Do you know what I mean? You just, oh, terrible. You couldn't see a thing. It was just so much light. He called it noise, right? And then he put the filter on, didn't he? He put the filter on, and there you could just see the mountain. It was beautiful. Noise is quiet, and now you could see all the way. So yeah,
it cuts through all the haze and stuff. It's absolutely brilliant for that.
Yeah, the glare. Mm. I remember when I saw Hudson Bay for the first time in all of its entirety from the aeroplane, and I went, bloody hell, it is flat. Look at that. It's 500 miles right there. I just couldn't believe what I was looking at. And then I began to like his work. Yeah, back in the early days, man, I was following him around, and lots of Globers trying to say he wasn't doing it properly, and you know, he's getting all the maths wrong and that and bullshitting, lying no good. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, his work's there. The integrity is there. He shows you how he lays it all out, and you can copy all the camera details and the lens. Everything's in the description. The integrity of his work is there. So, nah, stop lying.
Well, just to give you an idea, I've
Go on.
got. I can post up for you. Where is it? That one.
Yeah, the before and afters I like. Before and afters, if you got them.
Well, I like this when you go. There's number one, full color.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
load
Yeah.
it up. So there is the same place zoomed in. Loading number two. And now I'll grab the
Okay.
black and whites. So I'm aiming at that hill. That's what I'm looking at. So
Yeah.
the first one, you can see it in the background, and you can see how it's all washed out because of the haze.
It's just totally,
And
yeah. Heat haze.
so now I go
And
to
Atmos.
infrared and scroll down. So I've got to go and find it. I'm getting too many photos here now. It's crazy. That's before that. Scrolling. That was when I went to Kaluma Lookout, which is pretty awesome. That was my big panorama shot that I've stitched up for you.
Yeah, when you look at that one and then you look at the second shot, right, you think,
Well,
yeah, the black and white one looks nice as well. And then the color.
What is really cool is when I go have a look at. Is that the right one? Doesn't look right. Oh yeah, that's the right one. That's the one we're after. And now let's get a black and white. So using the same lens as I used with the second shot, this third shot, the second shot and the third shot are exactly the
Wow, look at the difference. But look at the difference.
same. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Just by switching to IR, gets rid of all the haze, all the bullshit.
Look at yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it just makes it worthwhile, doesn't it? And it's nice to take the original shot without the infrared, okay? Because that's what we're getting
That's
with
what
the
I've
naked
got
eye,
the two
basically.
cameras for. So
Yeah.
I've got two cameras, both the same camera, Canon R10s, and my
Right.
goal is to have them both mounted on the same tripod, both with the same lens, both pointing at the same thing, click,
Yeah.
both at the same time. So we can get super accurate shots and go, okay, this is what a full shot in color looks like. This is what an IR shot looks like. And now I've got an even darker lens, so it's going to get rid of even more crap. But it's going to cause other issues. So
I feel sorry for the Globers because you're just going to get louder because you know what you can do with the infrared and what's possible. When they mention refraction, it's no wonder you go ballistic. You know you're living with IR now. You see what I mean? Yeah. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant, mate. Well done.
What I think
It's
is really
nice
cool
to see
though
these images.
is you go out there and you see like plants and trees and things, all different colors. Like at work, we've got this little shrub and it is just bright red. It looks fantastic. You get the IR camera out thinking, oh wow, that's going to click, and everything just turns white. The tree next to it, the shrub, the tree on the other side, all the same color.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really interesting understanding how basically light energy reflects off of different things and what it shows. And that's what one of the girls at work was talking about that red shrub thing today, and that's what she couldn't believe how beautiful it is. And I said, the funny part is I've taken photos of it with my IR camera, and it just turns white like everything else does. So it's just to do with the amount of energy reflecting off of, and that's what the camera picks up. So when I'm out looking for stuff, high contrast is good, especially if you've got, say, a massive open field and maybe you've got a tree line or something at the back of it. You need something in that field to give depth perception because in black and white it just removes it.
Yeah.
So
Hence,
you need to show depth
the IR
perception.
does it well, doesn't it?
And the other thing I look at too is I don't look at colours of things. I look at how bright the light comes off of things. So say I've got 3 or 4 trees in a row and one of them just seems to look brighter than the others. That's the ones that will photograph good. So you can take a shot at it and it will be the one that'll stand out. So I'm getting good at picking those kind of things.
Yeah.
Some of them are just turned out as a flop, but others have come out really tidy. And I did practice on the weekend, cranking my ISO up to ridiculously high levels. Thank you, Yoda. My favourite shot
Were you surprised that it was able to handle it?
So
Yeah, but you know the Japanese, you know, when they make their cameras, man, they're very good at it. And he's got the Canon. Been
So
around a
that
while.
there, where's the ISO? The ISO on that shot there for that tree, and I should have taken lower settings also. That was 25,600.
Wow.
Like it's still come
That's
out
still
pretty good.
crisp.
Oh yeah, it's clean. But when you zoom in and blow it up to full screen size, that's when you notice how grainy it really. Like as just a normal size photograph, very very clean. But as soon as you get up in size, then yeah, it's a bit grainy. But we know what high ISOs do.
What was your shutter speed?
Does it say 1/4000?
Try 1/60.
Oh, it gives you like
50.
time lapse blurry stuff. It looks really cool when you lower your
Shutter speed.
Yeah, but like even like 1/60th of a second is better than 1/4000th, and I don't think you're going to get a lot of blur unless you're like filming water or birds.
Well, I'm glad you said that because actually
Okay.
I tried to do. There was a little fountain nearby. What's the shutter speed on that one? Right there. Properties. Shutter speed.
Yeah, man, I'd be curious for you to crank that sucker up to 25,000 ISO and a shutter speed of like 1/60 or something.
Well, this was done on a low ISO, so there was a 1/30, and I'll just post that waterfall there, or fountain there, sorry. And I changed it. I cranked them up, so the water looks like it's dragging. But when
Gorgeous.
it's really high ISO, was it that one? Properties. You get to see the individual droplets like they're frozen in time. Not that one.
What shutter speed was that?
On that one there, that was an ISO of 100 and 1/30.
Well, okay. So 1/30th. Is that right?
Yeah,
1/30th
of 1/30th of a second.
1/30th.
Man, so jealous. I've got the gear. I just don't have the time. I'm like chomping at the bit.
Oh, what's that one? That one's properties, details. Scroll down.
Imagine that.
So that's a 1/4000. ISO 6400. So that fellow there makes the water looks like it's basically frozen in time. Like someone just snapped their fingers and froze it. Looks really cool. Especially when you zoom in on that, that is clean. Actually, that is very clean. Holy
It
shit.
almost looks like pointillism art. Like
I am looking at it now. It is clean. Yeah. And this was taken at what was the shutter speed on this one?
Hold on.
Just to
Properties, details. Shutter speed on that was 1/4000. But
Okay.
ISO was only 6400 on that. So I backed the ISO off just to see what would happen. So
Nice
I'll
shot.
probably end
Nice
up
shot.
high end ISO is probably looking at about 6400. It's probably looking pretty good for me. I've always preferred being right there in rule. So I'm talking 100, 200, 400 maximum. So but yeah, it does come out really tidy. Those fountain shots come out good.
Really nice, yeah.
I like the first one how you get star trails with the water. You see it looks like it's dragging because it is. But the tree one, I love that. I thought that was beautiful. Looked like some kind of Christmas time event. We don't see snow here, so I can get to make my own now. It's great.
Yeah. I see what you mean, yeah.
What I do like though is grabbing two photos side by side of black and white versus color. So like that is one. that is the infrared version of it. So there was a full spectrum shot just across the park, and there's an IR shot, exactly the same position. All I did was put the filter on.
Wow, yeah, yeah.
Isn't that crazy how different they look? And then when you sort of have a good look at it, it's like, oh wow, it is the same thing.
Now, when I'm looking at portraits, black and white versus color, I think the black and white looks better. Do you know that?
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It just depends on lighting and stuff like that. That's all.
Yeah, yeah, the lighting, yeah.
Like some of them look absolutely spectacular. I'll tell you what does look good: portraits of UV. If you're outside and you're using ultraviolet, or you got ultraviolet cut on, they come
Okay.
up spectacular.
Never done that. Yeah.
Just do a Google search, ultraviolet portraits, photograph portraits, and yeah, you'll just go, oh wow. You know when you go to the doctors and they check you for skin cancers?
Yeah. Well, I have never done that, but go ahead.
Yeah,
Hello?
they use UV filters there. Oh, we got someone wants to say g'day. Hello.
How are you, man?
Oh,
I'm
well,
fantastic.
Do you think Earth is flat?
Oh, we know it's flat.
Do you think Earth is flat?
We know it's flat.
You know it's flat. What's your proof? There was a moon mission, and it means last month.
Oh, well, I'm not worried about moon missions, but how about we show you some laser tests? That might keep you entertained for 5. Put my photos
So your
away.
whole means existence of life. You want to say that science is wrong. You are right. The people who have studied studied their whole life, and you, Mr. Genius, think that everybody is wrong and you are
Oh
right.
man, I'm just swimming in cope here. Damn, that was good. Anyways, a quick question: which field of science deals with shapes?
No, whichever deals with it, but you think you are more genius than NASA scientists?
Okay.
Which field of science
Yeah.
No, you
deals
think you
with
are better than
shapes?
scientists.
Okay.
What's your education?
Okay.
Have you gone
One
to
minute.
college?
1 minute. Matrix. Let me just get with this guy just for a second.
Or did
I
you go
think I
to,
can reach him. Okay.
did
Insta.
he go to
Insta.
college?
Hold on. Insta.
Yeah.
Please don't shout. Number 2,
Yeah.
please don't insult us by saying we think we're better than the scientists. We don't think like that. Okay? We are taking the information from the so-called scientists and checking it. Is that okay? Can
So-called
we
no,
check?
they put their life for our sake. They put their life work.
Okay, you interrupted me, Insa, so you didn't hear what I was saying. So I'll say it again. Please don't shout, don't interrupt, don't throw the insults, and don't think we are better than the scientists. We don't think like that. We are taking the information from the scientists and checking the information. Does that make sense? Can we check the information? Can we check,
Yeah.
please?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So we're checking the information and we're finding out that the information is incorrect. Okay? That's what we're finding out. Is that okay now?
Mm.
Okay. So don't get too excited. Now, my question to you is, have you checked the information or are you just believing because they're the scientists, they know the best? Is that it?
Do you know about there is a video in
Can you answer
Jubilee
my question,
YouTube?
please? Can you answer
Yeah.
my question to you is, are you believing the scientists because you think they are the best so we don't have to check them? Is that correct?
I believe in science. I think the people whose
Okay.
job is that you didn't go to college and you think you are better than them.
Hello? How do you know I didn't go to college? Did you ask me, did I go to college? I went to college, thank you.
What you
Okay?
studied? What
I
was your
studied
subject?
engineering. Engineering.
And you are so stupid, man.
So now you're going to insult me now. So now you're going to insult me. Have you
No, no,
checked the information?
I'm
I'm going to
amazed
ask
what
you again.
you
Hold on.
studied.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Your
Hold
teacher
on.
didn't tell you that?
I can't hear you. I can't hear you because I'm trying to talk to you. Now, did you check the information from the scientists? Did you check?
Sir, did you check it?
I'm asking you the question. Did
I
you check?
I checked it. I checked it and I think science is right.
Oh, you checked it?
Okay, can you tell us how you checked it so you know the Earth is a globe ball? How did you
Yeah,
do that,
yeah.
please? Please
Now
tell me.
listen. Now my answer and wait 1 minute. Yeah. There is a YouTube video. There were
Okay.
six scientists in a YouTube channel called Jubilee. There is a conspiracy theorist like you who were flat earthers, and there were six scientists who debunked them, and at last all of them were thinking of themselves, oh, we just wrote some conspiracy theories and wanted to go toe to toe with
Okay.
them. And you will
Okay.
read the comments.
Insa.
There is 15
Okay.
million
Insa.
people. They
Insa.
commented and they were laughing at people like you who are morons.
Okay. Insa. You're attacking me at the moment, Insa. I'm asking you, did you check the information so you know that the Earth is a globe?
I saw the
Did you
YouTube
check it?
video where the scientists were talking and they were right.
Insa, you're not answering my question, Insa. Did you check the scientist information so you know it is correct, Insa? Did you do that?
I checked it. There was a detailed video where flat earthers were destroyed in arguments.
Oh, okay, no, Insa, you're not answering my question. Did you check so you know the Earth is a globe? What did you do to prove the Earth a globe to yourself? How did you prove it, Insa? Please.
Sir, I proved it because
Yeah,
I
how?
read
How
from
did you do it?
people, astroscientists, astrophysicists, who wrote books, who go to the
Oh, there you
moon.
go, ladies and
They said
gentlemen. So he
Earth
hasn't
is,
checked it. He hasn't checked it at all. He's reading the books, he's listening to the scientists and believing. So he hasn't actually gone out onto the
so,
Earth's surface
so
to
all
make some
scientists are
measurements.
fooling the
Insa,
world.
Insa, did you measure the curvature of the Earth? Did you measure?
No. Mr.
No.
Galileo, did you measure
Excuse
the
me.
man?
Excuse me. Was that a no? No, I haven't measured the curvature. Is that correct?
No.
Right. So until you go out and measure, don't shout at me and the flat earthers because we've gone to check. We tried to measure and we're finding the flat earth. So you must, of course, go and check the curvature of the earth first. Then you come back and say you flat earthers, this, that, and the other. Okay? You're shouting at us, but you haven't checked. You haven't done no checking. You're just believing. We used to believe. Then we went to check it and we found out that it's wrong. The scientists, as you call them, have misinformed us. It's incorrect. Okay? Can you go and check now, please?
So why when people go means in the sky up, and there was NASA image that they released in the last month's moon mission. Earth was means
Yeah.
round.
Look. The gold standard, the gold standard is to measure the surface of the Earth. We know that NASA's imagery are fake. NASA's imagery are fake. We know this already. They give us fake imagery. They give us composites. Robert
One image
Simmons,
is fake. Two images are fake. Every moon mission
NASA.
is fake.
Sorry.
There are thousands of pictures from all around the
Yeah,
scientists,
NASA's pictures
not
are fake.
American
I'm going to
scientists.
repeat it.
Americans
NASA's
are conspiracy
pictures are
theorists. The
fake.
world knows that.
Yeah, NASA's pictures are fake. We know that.
Yeah,
Okay? Hey,
okay. So Indian space stations pictures are fake. Russian space stations pictures are fake. You, Mr.
yes.
Genius, you are only right in the world.
No, I'm not saying that at all. Don't keep saying that. I'm not the only one that's right on the word. My fellow flat earthers are right as well. Not just me. At the
Means
moment,
all the pictures of
hang
Earth
on,
that we see.
hold on. You're interrupting. You're interrupting me. And you're attacking me. Don't attack me, don't interrupt. What I'm saying to you is that because you have not checked anything yet, you don't know the truth at the moment. Okay? You need to check. You need to check the information. Please go and check the information by measuring the surface of the earth. It's that simple.
Mr.
Okay?
Genius, I have one question for you. One question.
Okay, go ahead. Don't insult
So,
me by calling me don't
sir,
insult me by calling me genius. I haven't insulted you
no,
once. I haven't assumed anything. Don't do that,
yeah,
okay? Carry on.
yeah.
Keep it clean. Go ahead.
There. First, please answer. Just listen to whole question, please. Yeah.
I'm listening.
So, yeah, the last month there was moon mission. Whole world was covering. All the media, every single person. We are from third world country, and we were following that. And there are thousand means I think in the net there are thousands of Earth's picture that Earth is round. So do you think that all the videos are fake? All the pictures are fake? And you know there is a one video that NASA
I want to answer the question.
channel. There a person fall from space. There's the highest jump from space.
Okay,
So
can I
you
can
are
I can I
doing
answer the
everything.
question now? Can I answer the question now, please?
Yeah,
Yes?
yeah.
Okay. So you're coming from a third world country with the third world technology and your third world education. There's
No,
one
no, no,
problem
no,
already.
no. We are smarter than you. Our
Excuse
people
me.
work
You're
in your
interrupting
country.
me. I didn't interrupt you. Don't interrupt me, man. You're interrupting me every word I say. So,
Go,
ladies
go
and
He
on, go
gentlemen.
on.
also has third world manners. Third world
Yeah.
No, no,
manners.
no,
He
no.
doesn't
All
have
right.
any
No, no.
manners.
I have
Yeah.
manners, man.
You're still interrupting me. You're still You're attacking me. You're interrupting me, and you're insulting me. Can you slow
Yeah,
down
go
now?
on.
Now it's my
Go
turn.
on.
It's my
Go
turn
on, go
now.
on.
Right. So you're
Yeah,
coming with
yeah,
your
yeah.
third world country, with your third world technology and third world
No,
education, ladies and gentlemen.
no,
For
no,
I
no,
have
no, no,
already
no,
told.
no. We
You're
other people are
interrupting me
smart.
still. You're still interrupting me.
Yeah, go on,
Thank
go
you.
on.
I'm going to carry on. Shut up. Put yourself on mute, please. Otherwise, the mods
Hmm.
will mute you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, he's coming with all these assumptions and attack on the flat earthers. And his position is that he trusts the scientists,
Yeah,
but he
we've been
doesn't want to
here, man.
check.
We've heard it. We don't need you
Yeah, he doesn't
to
want to
say it
check
again.
anything. Right, exactly that. All right, so that's the point. And we know that the NASA images are fake. They actually tell us that they do composites, photoshops, because it has to be.
What are
So
you
we do not
saying, Jim?
trust
If I
NASA at
give you
all.
two pictures side by side, you're saying that's fake?
I probably won't be able to tell it straight off the bat. I'll have to use a digital. Yeah, well, anything that NASA puts up that's coming from space is definitely fake. Whatever you
Okay.
put 1 or 20, they will all be fake. Every single one of
Imagine,
them.
I just want to show you a picture of a very large bridge. For that, I have to take two pictures. I show you both pictures. I put them side by
Again,
side.
we're not talking about
Create one
bridges on
picture out
Earth,
of it.
but I
Yeah,
know bridges.
non
I know
sequitur.
bridges
Jay,
exist. Thank you.
silence. He was
Yeah.
talking to
Yeah.
Insta or
Yeah.
Insta.
Yeah, he's running away as always.
No, no,
Yeah.
no,
No,
no.
that's
I'm
not.
listening.
How about we just park you for a minute so you don't
Thank you.
interrupt again?
Thank you.
As you were, June. Talk to the other guy.
Yeah, thank you very
Um,
much. Yeah. So I'm not on about bridges and that. And as I was saying, NASA tells us that the images they make are composites, okay? And we have already studied the images to prove that they've been faked. So you need to do a little bit more research, Insta, if that's who's talking now, okay?
Buddy, what will they gain? Means innocent question from you is what will scientists gain from that? In
Oh,
NASA, not American origin scientists work. So there are people from Pakistan, India, Indian scientists, every origin countries. And why these brilliant people will gain to deceive the public
okay,
just from your own
let me
logic?
answer the question now. Can I answer the question? So, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
Insta is very emotionally attached to the scientists, and he believes everything that they tell him. So, when we tell him that they're faking, of course he's going to be upset. So, the question is, why are they lying? They're lying because of mind control, and Insta is a perfect example of this. His mind is well in control. He doesn't even want to check whether or not they're lying or not, and we're wrong. You see, that's why all of us who were fooled from when we were young, we learnt about the globe. We didn't think it was a lie or anything. We're not aware of that. We trust the education, and we carry that trust as it's being reinforced through our lives, and that would be through movies, news, magazines, corporate images, fashion. It's all there, and you follow it through to the day you die. But we decided to look back into it in 2015, and we found some discrepancies. Now we're highlighting that for the last 11 years, the globers have not been able to prove the globe exists. That's why this man here is emotionally upset. He hasn't even gone to check. He's arguing from a point of his emotional connection to the scientists, to NASA, without actually scrutinizing or checking. That's the answer there. Mind control, and there's a perfect example. Thank you.
Sir, what's your age? What's your age, sir?
What's my what, sir? My name is Jin CBR1. Sorry, go ahead.
Your age? What's your age?
My age?
Yeah.
I'm 64 years of age.
So 64. Sir,
Correct.
there is a
Yeah.
lot. There. So you must be a Trump supporter. I think you
I
support
don't.
Republican
No,
Party.
no, 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 no. I support no leader on earth. There isn't a leader on earth at the moment that's in the G20s that are governing the humanity. I have no leader there that I can say I like that leader. Zero leaders, none of the above. Thank you. Myself
Oh
is the
yeah.
only leader that I support.
Did you support doctors that what they were saying in COVID?
No, not at all. No, because
Hold
I
up.
look
You
after
don't
my own
talk
health.
about that shit in here, Jin.
Yeah,
Don't.
I'm not
I'm
going
just
to do that.
nervous.
No, we're not going to talk about that. I was just going to say that, and well done, but I was going to say that anyway. The answer is no, and that's the end.
So did you like Dr. Fauci?
No, and we're not talking about that now. That's not flat Earth related at the moment, although it happened on a flat
Sir,
Earth.
one point I want to make from that. Well, that's correlated to that. One thing I want to say. Sir, there is Dr. Fauci worked till
That's
85
not
years
the
old.
topic. This is not the topic. What are you doing, dude? Are you stupid or
It's
what?
related. It's related. I
This
will
is
come into
not the
that. Just
topic.
give me a minute.
Yeah.
Not
Just
the
give me a minute.
topic. Don't you
It is
get
Have a
it? It's not
patience
the
to listen to
topic.
other side as well. Have a patience to listen to
Not the
other people as
topic.
well.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it must be flat Earth, globe Earth, space stuff. Okay, nothing else.
Sir, but what is your life's mission? Means Earth is flat. Oh,
Okay,
okay,
thank you very much. Okay, good. I'll answer that
we
question.
accept your logic. Earth is flat. What have you gained from your life to prove scientists wrong?
Okay,
Just
thank you
my
very much,
question.
Insta. Thank you very much. I will answer that question. Ladies, the question was, what is the benefit of me being a flat earther? What is my life mission? What if the earth is flat? Basically, is what is asked. A common question from those who are now realizing that they've come unstuck because they've realized that they haven't been checking. Well, the main thing is this: you realize that asteroids are not going to come down and kill you, for example, like the
Oh
lies they've
my
said,
god.
right? You're not looking at curvature because it's not there. So you're free from the ball Earth. You're now confident that the Earth is not spinning through the universe. Okay? Then you get pleasure from informing other people to take a look and find out whether you're wrong to it, even though I'm not wrong. Okay? So they're going to go out and check for themselves. They come back and say, you know what, you're right. The Earth is indeed flat. That's pleasure in itself. They will then go on to tell other people. So there's pleasure in that. I enjoy the Earth even more now. Okay? So, and I don't see a negative there at all, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Right? And then now we can talk to the scientists and say to them, no, sir, you're wrong because we're not able to measure the curvature. Can you show us the method that you
Gene,
use?
why you following on his trap about the scientists? This is not a scientific question, bro.
I know it's not a
Just tell
scientific
him.
question. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
But you keep falling into the same trap, falling into the science. The
Well,
scientists, when they do science,
yeah,
not
yeah.
denying their science, but
No, we're
you're
not.
kind of like
We're not.
falling on his trap, bro.
No, not really, no, because what
Like,
I'm trying to say to the listeners and to
but bro,
yourself,
just say that this
we
is not a
question the
scientific
science.
question and move on from that.
Yeah, yeah, we
This is
question the
not
science.
about science.
All I'm saying, sorry, Jamesy, all I'm saying is that we question the scientists when they come up. That's it. It's not a scientific endeavor, no. But the scientists are telling people that the Earth is a globe, and when you
But
meet
that's
them,
their
you question
belief.
that
They
belief.
haven't checked. They didn't check.
I've
Scientists
said
are
that
not
already.
doing science. The
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've
scientists
said that
haven't
already.
checked the Earth with science.
Yeah, I've said that already. That's already been mentioned. I've already said that, Jamesy.
No, he
Okay.
hasn't realized that yet.
Yeah, all I'm saying, yeah. All I'm saying is that at the end of the day, yeah, he's not checking the scientists, right? Because he believes them. He thinks they're telling the truth. Earth is not a scientific endeavor anyway, all right? Learning about the Earth and that is not a scientific endeavor because we're talking about
About the
measuring.
shape, about the shape.
Yeah, shape, yeah. He wants to measure it and he hasn't measured it yet. I've already stated that he
I'm
would need to
surprised you
measure
haven't
it.
mentioned that yet.
I've done that already. I mentioned it before. I think you just come in. I mentioned it earlier. And
No,
I'm
I've
going to
been
mention it
listening the
again
whole
to him.
thing since he jumped in.
Yeah, that's right. I was going to close on that as well. That for him,
When he
what he must do.
said that you don't believe in the scientists, I mean the thing is, like, he's thinking the shape of the Earth is a scientific question, and he's
Yeah,
just
I,
wrong
I
about
already
that.
said that at the beginning. I already said at the beginning that it's not science in the sense of, it's not a scientific endeavor. What I tried to say to him was that we
Do you
question the
get that,
science
buddy?
and check.
Do you
We
get
check.
that?
Hang on a minute,
Does he
Dempsey.
get that? And does he get it yet or not?
Yeah,
Because
I'm
I don't
trying
think he
to get
gets
him
it.
to get there. Okay, I was going to close with him that the final thing that he must do is to go and check whether or not the information he was given by the so-called scientists, because that's what he thinks it's come from, to go and check it to make sure. And he said he hadn't done that yet. Okay,
Sir,
I've
sir,
got him to that. Oh
sir,
yeah.
I'm coming to that. Sir, do you have an astrophysics degree?
It's not a requirement. I do not have an astrophysics degree. And ladies and gentlemen, astrophysics isn't the proof of the shape of the earth, and it's not scientific. That's pseudoscience. So astrophysics is a pseudoscience. It's not actually science, actually.
Everything is pseudoscience. You Americans have invented
Mister,
I'm not
keep
conspiracy
an
talking
American.
about
theories.
science.
Yeah,
Keep
I'm
talking
not an
about
American.
science.
Yeah, and I'm not an American. Okay? And astrophysics is not science. Thank you. It's a pseudoscience.
Believe me, you sound like a very reasonable, good human being, an
Thank
intelligent
you.
guy. I'm
Thank you.
amazed and dumbfounded. How can you fall for that, man? I feel sorry for you.
No one is
You are a
falling
genius
because
guy,
we're
man.
measuring.
But please, use your intellect in right way.
Insta. I ask you one more time. I'm going to ask you one more time. If the teachers are telling us the earth is a globe, I can go and check, can't I? I can take the numbers and try to measure the curvature of the earth. You haven't done that yet. You haven't measured. So you don't know, do you?
How
You
you
haven't
measure
measured
it?
anything.
How did you measure it?
Yeah, it's flat. That's right. It's
No,
flat.
how did you measure it?
Oh, drop over. Yeah, okay, yeah, drop over distance. So if we have a lake that is 10 miles long, okay, 10-mile long lake, and I can see you at the other end of the lake, it means there's no curvature there, because if the curvature was there, it would be, what is it? 66.67 feet of curvature that would block the line of sight, but it's not there. So we're taking curvature over distance, okay? No curvature. 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 275 miles,
Fucking retards, by the way.
6,000 miles. No curvature. Okay? Do
Okay.
you understand now?
Yeah, but I still believe,
Yeah, okay.
and I always will believe scientists.
Yeah, you believe the science is good. But remember, when we're looking at the shape
Believe
of
the
the earth,
scientists about
it's
what?
not scientific.
Believe the scientists about what?
About the shape of the
They
earth.
are no better than us,
The
man. They
scientists don't.
work their whole life. They
The
study.
scientists, when they talk about the shape of the earth, they're not doing their job. It's not science.
Yeah, it's not science. But he believes them, you see, because we don't have an astrophysics degree.
Listen, it's like you're saying you believe the mechanic. You believe a mechanic because the mechanic believes the earth is a globe. The mechanic is fixing a car. He's not checking.
Yeah.
He's not checking the shape of the earth.
Yeah, exactly. All right. You see, I have to take my time with the guy and walk him through his emotional connection with the scientists, so-called, and NASA
I
and
don't
everything else.
know. There is a guy here who has a Jordan key to the
He
world.
believed that the scientists are
There is
checking the
a
shape of the earth,
Yeah, but
doing
he hasn't
science.
checked it. You see, Insta hasn't
Yeah, he
checked it.
hasn't checked it.
He hasn't checked himself. That's the point I'm trying to get him to understand. He's already explained that he hasn't checked, but he doesn't realize that that's a big mistake. You need to check it
Yeah.
for yourself. That's how you know Insta. Okay?
Sir,
You haven't checked
why
anything.
why the right wingers are nut jobs?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Why the right wing people are nut jobs?
I don't understand why you're coming with the right wing, left wing. I'm not in any of the wings, thank you very much. So, sorry, that's a non sequitur, red herring, and absolute
Do you
nonsense.
think healthcare should be free, universal?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Do you think healthcare should be universal?
Jen, don't fall for this.
That's
I'm not
not
going
proof.
to answer
That's
that
not
question,
proof of the ground. Non sequitur.
It's a simple question.
Insta. It has
Yeah, buddy.
nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
Now you will
Try
notice the
again.
name Insta is like instigator, so watch out. Got to watch out
No,
with these
no,
names.
my name has nothing to do with instigation.
Well, it does seem like it because the way you're carrying on, you're not even acknowledging that you've made an error by not. Hang on a second, Insta. You're not even acknowledging that you have made a mistake by not checking, because everybody has the right
I
to
don't
check.
think I have studied it.
You're
I
interrupting me
read the
again.
sentence.
You're
You
I
sound
interrupting me
want
pretty
to
again,
study
Insta.
stupid.
people who are smarter than you.
Insta, you're
Mind
interrupting me.
you,
I
people
can't
who
speak.
have worked their
I
whole
hate
life.
this audio chaos. Insta, you're attacking me. You're attacking me. I can't speak. Can I now speak, please? Thank you.
Your whole mood, this
Insta,
whole
I
mood,
want to respond, Insta, pay attention,
yeah,
please. My
yeah.
turn. Now listen, please listen. You need to acknowledge that you haven't checked anything yet, so you don't know the true story yet. Okay? You haven't checked
Because the
whether or
people
not.
who are smarter
You're
than me know.
interrupting me. Can I finish, please? Shut up. Fucking hell. Now, what I want you to do is check and confirm that your scientists are correct. Your so called scientists that you believe, the ones that are checking the earth. Go and check that their work is correct. Can you do that? Because you haven't done it yet.
Yeah,
Okay.
I will do that. But please, first, ask other people here, one by one. Did they check it?
Yes.
Did they read
All of
other
Yes,
my
we
people's?
colleagues have
checked.
checked it. My colleagues have checked it. Yeah, go ahead, people. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I go?
Please, I want to hear one by one. Did
Yeah,
they
go ahead.
study
Go ahead.
any single
I'll go
page of
first.
other side's argument?
Insta, let me help you out here. So I bought a second-hand P900 for about £400. I did the maths on how much curve there's supposed to be. I went both to Lake Windermere, which is the largest lake in England, 10.5 miles across. Feel free to look it up. No curvature. Seen it myself. I've been to the seaside, Hornsby, if you're interested. I looked up at oil platforms, where those oil platforms are supposed to be in measurements, exactly how many miles away they're supposed to be from the shoreline that I was stood on. Again, Hornsey, if you're interested, and calculated that for those oil platforms to still be visible, the Earth cannot possibly. This isn't opinion; it's maths. The Earth cannot possibly be the given dimensions. So if you're interested, and you must be because you're here arguing with us, if you're interested, immediately go and find £300-400, convert it into your currency, buy a second-hand P900, use the calculator that already exists on your phone. So I'm only asking you to buy one thing, not two, and go and test for yourself. Genuinely, go and test for yourself if the proportions and the dimensions they have provided us are accurate. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Another lady who was talking. I want to hear her argument. Yeah,
He didn't even acknowledge the other guy that just spoke to him.
yeah. I want to know the opinions one by one.
Yeah, you just had one by one. Can you acknowledge what he just said to you?
Can I please, sir, your whole question, your whole mode that is listening now.
Can you please?
Yeah, Jamesy, hold up. I think I'm going to get the stick out. Insta, raised by goats, yeah, it was raised by goats, was just talking to you. Can you acknowledge or at least respond to raised by goats and say thank you, that was a cool story or something, so we can understand that you weren't just talking that entire time? Seriously, bro, you can do this.
What was brother's name?
His name was Raised by Goats.
Raised by goats. Yeah. Raised by goats.
Aye.
Yeah, buddy. Sir, that guy has a reasonable argument, sir. That guy sounded like a educated guy, man. I will give him that.
Can you repeat what he since you acknowledging that he sounded good? Can you repeat what he said to you? Repeat it.
Yeah, he sounded good. He was a reasonable guy.
Now repeat what he said. Repeat what he said to you.
He said there were two lakes, and I will should convert my currency to buy some equipment to measure the curve, right?
I mean, that's close enough, right? So a second-hand P900 costs £300-400. I don't know what that will
But
be in
can
your
you
currency.
please in the
So
more
what you
in
can
the
do?
can you please DM me what you said about curvic that
Yeah, I'll put it in a DM. Absolutely, it's NASA's curve calculator. It's not mine. These are the measurements provided by NASA, not me. It's the rate of curvature provided by NASA, not flat earthers. These are their measurements. And then you can go to a body of water in your country with your own calculations, your own measurements, your own camera. Don't listen to me. I'm a random guy on the internet. You'd be stupid to listen to me. Buy a P900. They're quite affordable. I know we live in a post-hyperinflation economy, right? But they're quite affordable. Do your own measurements. Do your own tests. Because I promise you, nobody in this room arrived at this conclusion willingly. We all arrived here kicking and screaming. And before you ask, yes, I do actually have a college education in physics. So these were most definitely not conclusions I came to willingly. I will DM
you
you them.
sound like a
Great
great
audio
guy, man.
chaos.
You are like the Captain America version, but you
I'm
are on the
English.
wrong side, man. Chris
Um,
Evans, you know Chris Evans, he's like a hero. You sound like a hero, but you are on the wrong side, man.
I'll tell you what, why don't you buy the camera, perform the experiment, and then if you still think I'm on the wrong side, I will happily discuss that with you in a private call.
You are right, guy, but on this boat you are wrong, man. You are on the
Now,
wrong boat, man.
Insta, why don't you take the advice, Insta? He's advising you to buy the camera. I say rent the camera. So you can actually rent these cameras. You don't have to buy them. And then conduct the observation test. Can you do that, please?
Yeah, we have our in Pakistan. I can buy that. We have our own space tech that they sell. Yeah, I can buy that.
Please, well, go and do that first. Go and do that. Make the observation tests, and then come back to the Flat Earth Discord and say, you know what, you are correct. The Earth is flat. Go and check it. Or
Raised
I'm
by
wrong.
God.
The Earth is a globe.
Raised by God.
Go and check it,
Hello?
please.
Yeah. Raised by God. I want to have one question.
Okay.
Sir, I for 5 minutes I think I say let's assume you are right. You are 100% right. You are more educated than me. You have a degree in physics. Okay, you are a well-behaved guy and educated guy. But I have one question that there are
Okay.
telescopes that are in our houses where we
Yep.
see other planets and they are round. So your whole argument dies right there, man.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
So I also owned a telescope. I don't own it anymore. I sold it. And I spent much of my childhood. I was convinced I was going to be an astronaut. You need to understand. I had a very, very emotional connection to the globe, the heliocentric model, to astronauts, to all of it. I spent a good deal of my childhood watching the stars. And what you need to understand is you can stand in your garden, you can use your telescope to look out into the sky, and you will see lights, and they are captivating, and they are beautiful, and they are mysterious. They are all of those things. I am not taking away the majesty of the heavens, right? I'm not trying to ask you to discount all of that. What I am saying though is that if you stand in your garden and you see lights in the sky, that does not then dictate the shape of the floor you are stood on. When people came round to my house recently to put down laminate flooring, we went for LVT in the end. It's not quite as expensive as real wood, bit more durable than laminate, right? He comes in and he starts measuring the floor. Do you think he brought a stepladder? Do you think he brought binoculars? Do you think he started climbing up to the ceiling? No. He's laying down LVTs, right? He's reflooring my living room and my hallway. The only thing he was interested in was the surface of the house. But what you've just said there is that when I look into the sky, I can see X, Y, Z. Therefore, the ground must be. But that
that doesn't actually track. I'm open to the idea that because the sky displays XYZ, that must mean the ground ABC. But that's not something you've proven. That's just something you took as a given. The sky looks like this, therefore, but you don't know that. You just believe it to be true.
We see in telescope.
Yeah, so in the telescope you can see lights in the sky. How do we then, because you can see lights in the sky and those lights display certain properties, how do you then know that those same properties apply to the ground you are stood on?
He's telling you that your premise is wrong. You're assuming that the earth is like those things in the sky. You think that the Terra below your feet is a celestial up in the sky, which is a category error. The earth is nothing like the lights in the sky, and the lights in the sky are nothing like the earth. And you're thinking they're the same. That's what your mistake is. Your premise is a logical is a fallacy.
Raised by
Logic
God
doesn't follow.
or raised by God.
Hello?
Yeah, buddy. So you just explain me like I am 5 years old, please. That you said that what we see
No, sir.
in
No, sir.
telescope
No, sir.
is
I will not watch
wrong.
Race Up East.
Yeah.
Okay.
You said that what we see on the telescope, even 10-year-old and 5-year-old kids that they see in telescope the moon shape, the Venus
Instar.
and the other
Instar.
planets.
Instar.
Yeah.
What did he say? He said that just because we see something in the sky and it looks a certain way, that does not mean the Earth is that way as well.
If I look at a cloud in the sky, can I infer that I live on a cloud?
So planets are
Because
like same, man.
just hold on. Just work with me. Just work with me. You are so close. You are so close. I'm so close to being proud of you. We see many things in the sky, right? We see stars. We see clouds. We see planes. We see birds, right? We see all kinds of things in the sky. Planets, as that's the name they give us for those things. They represent 0.5% of what we can see in the sky. Not even that. We see so many different things in the sky, but you've locked onto this one specific thing because that's what our programming dictates. And it says, Earth must be like that. But you're not saying that about clouds. You're not pointing at clouds and saying, there it is, the shape of the Earth, pointing at the nearest available cloud. What's happening, and I was there, which is how I know, you're conflating the heliocentric model and a flat Earth, and you're seconds away from saying, wait a minute, so all these planets are round, but Earth is flat? And that's completely wrong. We are not a flat disk floating in space. What you've been told is space exists above us. So we're not taking away space. We're not saying those lights don't exist. We're just saying they are not what you've been told that they are. They exist, and they're above us, and you can observe them with a telescope, but flat Earth does not exist in heliocentric space. Nobody here is suggesting there's a flat pizza planet, and then there's all these round planets. That's not what we're arguing, and I know that's what you've got in your head.
Man,
That right there
you,
that you've been
man,
given, flat disk, the one flat planet in a space full of round planets, that is an intentional disinformation. That is an intentional image that's been put out there by the retards at the Flat Earth Society, who, by the way, are a government-funded disinformation organization whose job it is to put out the most ridiculous so-called information because it's a strategy called poison the well. So what happens is people come in here thinking, oh, all these retards who think Earth is the only flat planet, and you're like, no, that's not actually what we believe.
you believe other planets are also flat?
I believe that the other, what are called planets, And I completely admit there's things in the sky, there's lights in the sky we can observe. They look round. I'm not taking any of that away from you. But the ancients used to call them wandering stars. And the reason they called them wandering stars is because all the other stars we see in the sky, they rotate in a fixed motion relative to each other, whereas the planets, formerly known as wandering stars, they have their own independent paths. So we can see and we can track these lights moving above us in the sky, and they do appear round, right? I'm not taking that away from you. But what we're saying is that what we see above us is basically rotating above us. Our argument is that the Earth does not move. The Earth is stationary. The Earth is still. It does not move. The movement we
Sir,
see,
you're great.
is what's happening above us.
I'm not saying you are wrong in anything because your whole personality is very sweet, man. But I have
Oh,
one
I think
question:
so too.
why Neil deGrasse Tyson? Neil deGrasse Tyson. In Pakistan, we watch his what his show is called? Huh? What was his show name, sir? Star Talk, or I'm asking my brother. What is his show name, sir? Neil deGrasse.
Hey, Instar. While he replies to you, could you please mute your mic because you have a lot of feedback and it's very difficult to listen to.
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am,
Okay.
I was asking the sir
Let him
that.
reply and put yourself on mute. Okay.
Yeah. I'm asking the sir that I have watched since I was 15 years old. I'm 27. Neil deGrasse Tyson's videos, and he tell me that thing. And I have read the chapter on gravity, and Galileo said that the Earth is round, and you are saying today that Earth is flat. So all the things doesn't add up, man. It's just
Do you
I
want to talk
have.
about Neil deGrasse Tyson? Because I have my own version, right? I'm English. Brian Cox was my hero, absolutely my hero. And then I think what you were leading to there is this kind of idea of, you expect me to believe that this man I looked up to, this man I admired throughout my childhood, you expect me to believe he was lying. And I think different people will give you a different answer. In all honesty, I think a lot of people would look at the likes of Neil deGrasse Tyson and say they probably know and they are lying. But I'm not even. I personally am not of that opinion. I think it's more like you go to school, you get taught a certain thing, you don't question it, right? You believe in Santa Claus as a child, you don't question that shit, you just go with it. There's presents on the line. And then with certain things, as you get a little bit older, you get tucked to one side and it's like, right, I'm a bit worried you're going to get bullied at high school. There is no Father Christmas, just want to tell you, kind of thing. But then with other topics, and it's not just space, it applies to most topics, it applies to history, it applies to pretty much everything. If you're really, really good at memorizing the information you've been given, you can go and get a degree. You can go and apply for a teaching degree, and you'll be allowed to teach the next generation the list of facts, trademark pending, that you have memorized. So these people, in my mind at least, obviously some people are lying, but I believe it's a much smaller number. This idea of, oh, so they're all in on it. No, not at all. They just believe it to be true. So I think the likes of Neil deGrasse Tyson, they looked at him and they thought, oh, well, he used to be a comedian. He's got a little bit of charisma. Apparently, I don't see it. And what we'll do is we'll pay him loads of money, right? He gets paid very, very well for what he does. So if you're Neil deGrasse Tyson, you're thinking, oh, this is amazing. I get paid a fortune to talk about space, and I love space. I don't think Neil deGrasse Tyson is intentionally lying to you necessarily. I think he believes what he's saying. And just like 99.999% of the world, he was brought up with a world view, a foundation that was a lie, and he just never looked. I'm nearly 40. I didn't look into this until very, very recently. Most
It
people
was
don't
not
look.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. It was also Stephen Hawking.
So Stephen Hawking's a bit of a different one. I've read quite a few of his books. One of my favourite books on the topic was A Brief History of Time. And then there's A Deep Simplicity, which is another good book. But the issue is, that wasn't Stephen Hawking, by the way. I forget who wrote Deep Simplicity, but bit of an easier read. Brief History of Time is quite dry. The point I'm making, though, is now we're going into the realm of theoretical physics, theoretical astrophysics. You want to start talking about wormholes. You want to start talking about how time travel is theoretically possible in the blah, blah, blah. This isn't the realm of science anymore. This is the realm of, they say it themselves, it's theory. It's completely untestable, unprovable theory. And the reason they do this, I think it's twofold. There's the people who come up with this kind of stuff because they're deep in the source and they enjoy it. They enjoy coming up with theories. I don't think they in themselves have got any kind of particular malice. But then separate from that, the reason these people get propped up artificially, and it is artificial, can you name the Stephen Hawkins of biology? Can you name the Stephen Hawkins of geology? Can you name the Stephen Hawkins of chemistry? No, of course not. But every child knows the Stephen Hawkings of astrophysics. These people are artificially propped up. So they're in the consciousness of every person. And the idea is to make you feel so overwhelmed. I am just finishing on this. I am just finishing on this. The idea is to make the average person feel so hopelessly overwhelmed by these big words and these advanced theories that they short circuit and they say, do you know what? I'm going to leave this one to the experts.
Sir, you were talking about Stephen Hawking of biology. There, Richard Dawkins. He's a
He's a hack.
superb
He's a hack.
guy. Did you read his book, The Magic of Reality?
I read The God Delusion.
God, there
Yeah,
is a
I read The God
second book,
Delusion.
The Magic of Reality. Have you heard about it?
No, I've only read one of his books.
So you want to tell me that the people like these guys, man, these are means the rare people of the earth. Earth is filled up of shit, man, shitty people, who have never contributed anything, and these people are wrong, man, and our side is right, man. Doesn't I commend you? You are very explain me like a child, good way. But I think why science will be 100, 200 years science will be wrong, and you said 99% are tended to believe these things. But
Yeah,
what makes you 1%, 0.1% better than the rest? I think.
yeah. Insta.
Play
Sorry to
cool with
interrupt you, Insta.
ourselves, man.
Yeah,
Just
Insta.
treat
Sorry
the
to
sides,
interrupt you,
man.
Insta. One question.
You will be
One
better off
question for
in this
Insta.
side, man.
Insta. One question for you. For you. Question for you. When are you going to check whether or not the scientists are correct? For example, regarding the
So,
shape of the Earth. Hang on.
so,
Regarding the shape of the Earth, are
Jin,
you going
hey,
to go out to measure?
Jin, that's not a scientific question.
you are
Hey,
No, it's
saying
not a
Instar,
scientific question. It
hold
wasn't
up,
meant to be.
Instar, I've asked you to mute when other people are talking. I've been having to server mute you, and I really don't want to do that, but the feedback is intolerable.
I love this channel. I love this channel.
Okay, I'm asking you to mute yourself when other people are talking, like right now. Like unmute to respond. Do you
Yeah.
understand? Okay.
Okay.
Do you know how
Right
to
now,
operate your mute button?
take the conversation off speaker because the background noise it's having is from
Yeah.
having the conversation in speaker.
This is the second time I've asked you.
My speaker is a little bit
You can
broken.
mute yourself while someone else
Okay.
is talking, right?
Yeah.
Show me that you're capable of doing that.
Yeah, raised by God, he was saying something. Can we switch to that?
Instar, if you don't start muting yourself when other people are talking, I'm just going to leave you on mute.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Because I think you are an adult and you can figure out how to operate that button.
Or at least put it on
I
push
might
to talk.
but I have autism, so
right
I will do that.
now, the reason for my question to Insta was because I just wanted him to acknowledge that he would need to check his so-called scientists to see that they're correct. And regarding the shape of the Earth, which isn't scientific, of course, we know that. But can he go out and check? Because the scientists out there are pushing the globe. And that's what he believes in. He carries a very strong belief of the scientists. So why doesn't he
But
go and
Jen,
check?
Jamsey
Yeah,
explained to you that science that's a category error with this topic.
I know that.
Well,
know
then
that.
please stop repeating it, Jin, because you're just
Okay.
reinforcing the misunderstanding.
Well, all I'm trying to say to him is go and check the information that he's been given. That's the whole point of this. He's very emotionally wrapped up, thinking that the scientists are correct. And in this particular case, it's not a scientific endeavor. Yes, I have said that to him, but I want him to go and check it. Okay, remember, there is a little bit of a language barrier there, okay, between Insta and us. And all I'm trying to get him to do is recheck what he has learned. He must go and check that the numbers he's been given for the shape of the earth is correct. Because that's why we're saying it's flat, because we cannot measure the curvature of the earth. That's all, Insta. That's been my main point for you, that you must check the information. I'll stop there.
Hello.
Hello and welcome back. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Sir, my question to you, raised by God.
Hello.
Yeah, buddy. My question to you is so from centuries, why? Well, basic question. I will not beat around the bush. So, say your side is 100% correct. Who is the Richard Dawkins of your side, man? Everybody side has their leader. Means our biology. I worship Richard Dawkins. He's the loveliest guy I have ever heard of.
Okay. I can answer that question. We, the
Yeah,
flat earthers, don't really have any leader. Okay,
yeah.
because all of us followed the Stephen Hawkins and Richard Dawkins and the Neil deGrasse Tysons. We followed these individuals, but we found out that the information they gave us was incorrect. So we don't have any leaders. Richard Dawkins believes that Darwinism is 100% correct. Well, we don't accept that. So we don't have a leader. No leader. Okay.
You know, Richard Dawkins has worked his whole life for field of biology. You can't dismiss him.
I can,
He's
100%.
elder
100%.
means great guy.
Yeah.
So
I can
just
dismiss him 100%. He's an atheist. He doesn't believe in the
Neither
creator,
me nor
God. He
you
has
have credentials to say he's wrong.
I do have. Actually, I do have the
He deserves
credentials.
respect. No, he deserves respect. He have worked his ass
That's
off.
yeah, that's your opinion and you're entitled to that opinion. That's fine. Right? But can you mute your mic? Can you mute your mic, please?
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
basically, what I'm saying to you is that Richard Dawkins isn't my leader and isn't the leader of the flat earthers here amongst my colleagues, because what he says goes against natural law, nature, what we observe. Okay, so none of us have him as a leader. A nice guy, you say he is, but he's actually, as far as I'm concerned, misinforming the youth of today. Okay, I don't like the man at all. He says of God as God is some kind of maniac who's cruel and harsh and all very negative superlatives against God, and I can't accept that. Okay, and I'll stop there.
there is a bit of a difference as well, just so you're clear, Hinster, in that people on call it our side of the fence. And just quickly on that as well, without wanting to get too far away from your original question, even on this side of the fence, so to speak, there are many, many different, I want to call it factions, but there's different people with kind of different beliefs, different opinions. But the one thing that we all agree upon is that nobody really knows a lot of things. We're not out there offering constants. We're not out there offering guarantees. There are certain things people will stand on the hill and say with their chest out, right? They will stand on a hill and they will say, on the top of their tippy toes, the surface of water does not bend, does not curve, regardless of how large that body of water is. People are happy to say that with the chest out. But then if somebody says, well, where does the Earth terminate? Don't know. What
All
happens?
your things are
What
correct.
happens if you get?
All the things you said are correct. I 100% agree. But do you have
That's why
one
there's no
guy
leader.
like
No,
do
no,
you
no.
have one guy like
That's
Richard
why.
Dawkins,
No, no, no.
educated
You're not understanding.
guy, world loves him. That kind of a guy, that world respect. That yeah, this guy will not be wrong. I mean, so that kind of a trust, that kind of a love. Tell me one guy from your side, please.
So what you're asking me is somebody who thinks like we do, who has been afforded and allowed
Somebody like you do, but he's
large.
educated,
No,
who
but
has written a
there's a
books,
piece.
who is a
There's a
good
piece of the puzzle you're
articulate
missing.
guy
There's a
who.
piece of the puzzle you're missing, right? Plenty of people have written books, even dating back to the likes of Samuel Robotham hundreds of years ago. The difference is, I really need you to mute yourself while you listen to my response, just because it's just audio chaos. The difference is that when somebody who's a quote unquote flat earther writes a book, and some of the books written go back hundreds of years, literally hundreds of years, I will DM you examples if you're interested. Those books do not get pushed into the mainstream. You're asking, are there well-respected, well-liked people on our side of the fence? The answer is yes, absolutely. People in real life, no. I have doubts about the heliocentric model, to put it lightly. Outside of Discord, I work from home these days, which is why I'm able to jump on Discord because I started my own company. I'm not some kind of unemployed layabout, just so we're clear, so you don't start bringing my credentials or general character into question. The point I'm making is that outside of Discord, I'm a very well liked, very well respected member of my community. I coach kids football, like their parents love me, like I don't want to say I'm a popular guy because it comes across as a bit wanky, doesn't it? But I'm certainly like a well liked, respected character. Now, if I said I would like to go on to BBC News, I would like to go on to an interview with the BBC, and I would like to talk to the good people of England and the licence fee payers of England as to why I believe we have been lied to about the nature of our reality, the nature of our roles within said reality, because that's what this is really about. We haven't got there yet. Do you think the BBC, think of how I speak, think of how I come across, do you think the BBC or any other mainstream publication is giving me or my views any kind of airtime whatsoever?
Sir, they should, because you are a. I have
No, no,
no
but
problem with a guy like you, but there is I saw Jubilee video. There were 6 scientists, and they were brilliant. You should absolutely watch it. Means
no,
flat
no,
earthers versus scientists,
you're
and
misunderstanding the point we're
that
making,
guy,
though.
the guys you representing your side. One guy was a welder, and say he was saying that I will destroy scientist agreements. That moron was going toe to toe with that, and a whole comment section was laughing their ass off from him.
Right. Oh,
I mean,
please, you're so
the
close.
people who are
Insta,
representing you are absolutely shit, man.
Insta, Insta,
There
you're
he
so
goes.
close. Insta, no, please. He's so much closer than he realizes. Can you mute yourself a second because of
Yeah.
the feedback? Yeah, you are so much closer than you realize. Oh, this is amazing. So what you've just given example of there is people who think like me, who are retards, and they exist, because some of the people who get into this, admittedly, some of it it's because it's against the grain, they latch onto it, they've done no research, they haven't done the tests, they haven't spent time around what I would call high quality people within this movement, right? But they're the people you see on TV. They're the people you see on YouTube. And the reason you see those people is because when they are selected, and they are selected, you must understand this, when they're selected specifically because they're not believable. They are selected specifically because they sound like morons. And they pick those people and artificially prop those people up so that when people go, right, okay, flat earth, right? And I will DM you an example. No, in fact, no. I'm sorry for repeating it for people who've already heard this, but I do think it's important. I can talk you through an example really quickly because the people who speak authoritatively on the topic, and there are thousands of us, by the way, they don't get artificially popularized. They don't get artificially promoted on the front page of YouTube. So when you think, okay, let's have a laugh at flat earthers, there's no shortage of video clips it can send you where they've invited retards, and they exist, right? There's retards on all sides of any debate, where they've invited retards to debate with actual degree educated people, and even if their degrees in astrophysics, it doesn't then mean, oh well, their degrees all pointless and they're stupid, because that person can probably still run rings around a retard regardless, right? Somebody well respected in the community does not get that same platform to speak. There is a chap, for example, called Eric DeBay, who offered to debate on the Joe Rogan show with Neil deGrasse Tyson. There was a date, it was even on the website, and then they pulled it down. And the reason they pulled it down is because this chap was not a retard. Even if somebody hears him speak and thinks, I disagree with his premise, I think he's entirely wrong, what you couldn't do is come away from that debate thinking, oh, he's an idiot, he's a retard. So that's a long way of answering your original question. Yes, there are well-respected, well-researched, well-read people within this movement. You just do not get shown them by the algorithm. You get offered up the retards. You get offered up the people like Jeren, who thinks that flat Earth is all about hitting bongs and laughing at NASA bloopers. NASA bloopers. That's what the algorithm will serve you. The algorithm will serve you David Weiss getting absolutely torn apart by Professor Dave. The algorithm won't serve you DJ and his conversation he had with McToon, where McToon spectacularly fell apart and started spurging the fuck out because he could not handle and could not cope with the things that DJ was putting to him. You won't get to see that. That will not be popularized by the algorithm. The algorithm will instead popularize the time McToon intentionally invited somebody with a room temperature IQ onto his program so he could make him look stupid. Hi, DJ, by the way.
What's up, who's that? Raised by Goats. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you.
Yeah, been a
Thank you.
minute.
Yeah. So I think people like you should be the front and center of the every argument. I know there means how much of extreme your viewpoint should be, but best of you should means come across and represent themselves. I 100% believe it. Whatever the means, even Satanist and Trump supporters, whoever they might be, but means the most intelligent guy in the room from that group should represent them.
Yeah, the
And
problem, Insta, the problem is we don't get the opportunity. The media won't give us that opportunity, you see. They won't.
Do you think BBC is giving me an hour? Do you think the BBC is going to give me an hour to speak to the people of England and to try and articulate as confidently and calmly as I can why they've been lied to? Do you think the BBC is going to give me that opportunity? No, but what they will do is they'll invite people on who they think this guy will be easy to make sound like a clown. And it's not like I've applied for the BBC and they've rejected me, right? But even if I did, the only way they would invite me on is if they're pretty confident they can make me look and sound like a fool. And if I got invited on, they'd probably sidewind me with some kind of like, oh well, if you're so clever, why did your family members do this? And they would turn it into some kind of just some other way to discredit me. The people you get to see talking about this topic, the algorithm exclusively will hide from you any of the quote unquote good stuff, and I can prove it. Do you have access to a second monitor? And anybody else listening who hasn't done this yet, I encourage them to do it. For anyone who's already seen this before, I apologize, but it is quite incredible if you haven't already. So, Insta, can you go to YouTube for me? Can you click on that link? Let me know when you clicked on that in the sidebar.
Yeah, please share the link.
Yeah.
The
Trust
most
me,
ancient
you're gonna like this.
scriptures.
Please open the video. I'm not doxing you. It's no weirdness. I promise.
Yeah. Eric Dubé.
Right. So have you opened up the video?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not saying you need to watch it. I'm not expecting you to watch this video in real time with me. Just let me know once you've opened the video.
Sorry, it's buffering. That is.
No worries. It's yeah. So for anybody else who's already clicked on this video, just while it's buffering for Insta, what I want you to do is go to your history.
Yeah.
So go to your YouTube history.
Yes, sir.
And the most recent video in your YouTube history should be a video by Eric DeBay, The Most Ancient Flat Earth Scriptures. Can you see it in your watch history?
Yeah.
I
Give
do.
me a
Yeah.
second. Give me a second.
I'd stream right now. Here.
Yep. So now what I want you to do is go to the search watch history box. I want you to type flat in the search history box and press enter.
Yeah. The Eric Dubey. Yes, sir.
So you can see it in your
First
watch
video
history.
is Eric Dubey Flat Earth Movement album interview.
This is more
He has
difficult than it needs to be.
239,000 subscribers.
I'm just asking you to. Have you clicked on the video?
First video.
So the video that I listed in the side chat. Once you've clicked on it, I want you to go to your watch history on YouTube. So go to the history section of your YouTube account. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm a
Yes, sir.
patient man when I'm
Your
struggling
video is
here.
open. Yeah.
Right, yeah. So once you've gone to your history, now that you're in your history, the first result should be the most ancient flat earth scriptures, right? Now what I want you to do is type, so go to your watch history search, I want you to type the word flat and press enter.
Yeah.
This was supposed to be a 30-second thing. I do apologize to everyone else. Anyway, for anyone else who's been following along with this, the video, the example there that I've just given, you can go to your watch history, you can type the word flat, and the video that was in your watch history 10 seconds ago will be removed from your watch history. In real time, the biggest tech company on the planet will edit, alter, delete your search history. And the reason this is so relevant is because if in 3 months' time you want to send a friend, oh, what was that Eric DeBay video I watched? You will type flat into your search history, it will be gone. The video you've watched is not there when you type the word flat, even though the word flat is in the title. And the point I'm making here is that there are clowns talking about flat earth whose videos do not get removed in this same way. David Weiss's videos don't get removed. Flat Earth Dave. Oh, I used to do a podcast. He's basically the fucking Alex Jones of Flat Earth. His videos don't get removed.
Yeah, sir. It doesn't show it.
Just so like it still is in my watch history, but it does look like they do filter his video out. Not to draw, but like Eric Dubay is definitely more also known to be like a Nazi sympathizer than someone like Flat Dave. So that might be why YouTube might filter his specific channel from. I know I'm looking for excuses, but
yeah, it's not just him. He's just an example because he's more well known. But the algorithm will aggressively filter out, and it's select with how it does it. It won't do it with. So, for example, DJ's video, which is also on YouTube, in which McToon makes himself look like, and I'm not just saying this because I'm like pro DJ or anything, right? I've listened to interviews by people who are on the flat earth side of things, and I just think, please don't ever speak publicly again. You've made us look like fucking idiots. So I'm not just backing up DJ because he's, team flat earth. His video with McToon doesn't come up either. And I've watched that video. I have watched hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos. But when I go to my search history, type flat, every single one of them is gone. If we take Eric as one particular person, my understanding is not so much that he's a Nazi sympathizer, it's more he doubts the numerical claims of a certain historical event, which I understand is like illegal in most countries. So let's remove him. But that DJ's never made videos that are controversial on certain historical events, and he's subject to that same filtering. Whereas David Weiss, who's basically Alex Jones of Flat Earth, his videos don't get filtered. If you speak calmly, authoritatively, and it's clear you've done your research, YouTube will just completely nuke you into oblivion.
I think
Whereas
that's,
if
they
you
shouldn't be silencing people. I agree, and it does seem like they are filtering certain information, even if they themselves believe it's just wrong. Whatever, they shouldn't be doing that. I agree. As a Glover,
does it rustle your jimmies at least a little bit that they're so aggressively censoring this stuff? Bearing in
I
mind,
mean,
they don't censor
YouTube's
videos about Bigfoot. They
they've
don't
had
censor
like the
videos
little,
about Loch Ness. They don't
yeah.
censor
I mean,
videos about Dracula.
they probably have something for specific conspiracies, sure. Probably depending on like the amount of harm, which I don't think Flat Earth necessarily does a lot of harm, but people do associate it with other things. So maybe they just have specific filters for specific. It's like I'm sure they have stuff for vaccines too. Like people are saying vaccines
They
are safe
definitely have.
are not safe and effective, then they might
They
filter that.
definitely have specific filters. I would completely agree with you on that. But the question then becomes, why, if it's so silly and it's so cartoonish, why would they aggressively filter people like DJ, people like Eric DeBay? And they do aggressively filter those people. We've proven that. That's not an opinion. We've just demonstrated in real time that they do. That bit's not up for debate. What they don't do, though, is filter out the retards that Insta was talking about. For example, it came up on his feed, and there's these astrophysics talking to some room temperature IQ person who's probably talking about fucking ice walls like it's Game of Thrones. He doesn't get filtered. He's front and
Yeah.
center.
That one, the scientists versus Christians, that's one of the first ones that pops up on the propaganda playlist. So when they decided that they're going to censor the flat earth information from the algorithm, they made a playlist of propaganda to basically replace the true results. And that's one of the top ones, that Jubilee, Christians versus scientists, or flat earthers versus scientists. It's biblical flat earthers or something like that. But it's totally just a hit piece, right? It's kind of like Behind the Curve, in a sense, right? It's kind of like a mockumentary style debate aimed to discredit flat earth, and that's why they put that one at the top of the algorithm, because it's a hit piece. And it's there to trick you, and it tricked this guy from India that we were just talking to now. It's tricked him, right? He's been deceived, and that's their aim. It probably tricks millions of people.
Exactly,
So,
exactly, DJ. Now, I just wanted to say this little point. Back in the day, 2016, 2017, some flat earthers were interviewed on British breakfast TV, and they did a very good job in getting the point across that the earth is indeed flat and measured flat. But of course, the hosts obviously wanted.
Goats, sir. Raised by goats.
Sorry?
Sir. Raised by goats, sir.
Yeah, I've made a friend. You'll have to bear with him.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Yeah, hang on a second. There's a lot of us in here, and I was just making a point.
Raised by
There have
goats.
been, hold on a second, please. There have been occasions where prominent flat earthers, so-called, have been on breakfast TV and gave a great.
Raised by goats.
Don't interrupt me, please. Thank
One
you.
minute,
just
one
wait a
minute,
moment.
one minute.
Wait a moment. Wait.
My
Right,
one question, please. I will forget it, man.
Yeah, I am still speaking. Thank you. So
One
hold
minute,
your.
please. Boss. I will forget the question, man.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sir. Sir, raised by goats.
Yes.
Sir, I have one question. That why all the flat earthers, COVID deniers, all the JFK assassins, all are right wing. Means why not a liberal like
We're
a
not going to answer that question. That
Wait,
question
just
you asked is too
why
controversial, especially
so
we
in
don't
just
see a
quickly.
liberal?
Yeah, come
So
on, man.
Insta, please, Insta. So I will give you a 10-second answer to this, then throw you back to Jin. But it's important you understand, if people in this room have seen through the lie regarding the Earth, we have most certainly seen through the pantomime that is a left versus right paradigm. Do you understand what I'm saying here? Nobody here is team left, team right, team red, team blue. That's basically wrestling, but for children. Hulk Hogan and The Undertaker weren't really enemies. We understand
Left wing,
that.
right wing,
Yeah.
same bird.
It's all nonsense. It's all completely like, if you want to waste your time getting invested in the theatre that is left versus right politics, I would encourage you not to. But that's your thing. We here do not engage in such nonsense. And I realise how ridiculous that sounds because we're saying the Earth is flat, but you know, it's how it is.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I love Bernie Sanders.
The reason we don't vote is because if the information that they gave us in the first place has been proven to be wrong by ourselves, then we're obviously not going to be voting for a system that's not really telling us the truth.
A
First and
system,
foremost.
you have to choose the good people from the bad, man. Bernie Sanders says healthcare should be free, human right.
Yes, no,
It's
yeah.
not
So that's
privilege,
why.
it's right.
Hang on now. The point is, it's the bad ones that are in control at the moment. The good ones are behind the scenes. I don't know the good ones because all I see are the bad ones. And at the moment, obviously, I cannot be voting. I've never voted in my life. I'm 64. I won't be voting in the future because I
Will
don't
you vote
see.
for Bernie Sanders if he was for running for president?
There isn't any president at this point that I'm going to be voting for at the moment. We're living under a system that is devaluing all of us, and that's the end of that. What I want to say is this, though, to you, is that there have been occasions where flat earthers have appeared on British breakfast TVs, okay, and have given a good account for flat earth, and it left the hosts just coping, basically, because they didn't want to accept. They were debunked to the back of their chairs, and they couldn't respond. They had to respond with silliness and that was a good account. So we did do well occasionally. There was one where there was an astronaut actually on the panel as well, and he didn't say much because he knew the flat earthers were just on point all the way. I'll leave it there, but I'll say this, Insta, you need to go and check whether or not the earth is curving. You must try to measure the curvature of the earth. No good listening to the so-called scientists, astrophysicists, theoretical astronomers, all these people. Go and check for yourself, because that's what we did. That's why we say the earth is flat, because we went to check it for ourselves. We made and tried to validate the curvature. It's not there. That's why we say the earth is flat. You haven't done that yet because you're trusting the people who gave you the information. They're nice guys. They're wonderful people. They're the best, you know, but they've misinformed us. I'll stop there for now.
The reason we all love these guys, to be honest with you, because they are humble, they are more sweethearts, not like your side that we are accept you and raised by God, sir. He is a lovely guy. Except
Can I
you are
quickly add on?
one friend, but other side is lovely guys, man.
Can I quickly add to this? There is a reason, and I'm not saying what you've just said there isn't a factor, right? Because con men, by their nature, have to be charming. Imagine if I'm trying to swindle money out of somebody. If I look like I've just been sleeping under a bridge, I've got a long scruffy beard, I've got yellow fingernails, and I knock on your door saying, "Oh, can I use your phone?" You're going to say no. Con men, by their nature, do have to possess a level of charm, a level of charisma. So it stands to reason these people probably are quite charming, quite charismatic. There is another angle, though, which you're not really considering here. And I think for men in particular, I don't want to make this a men versus women thing, but it is more aimed at young boys in particular. When you were a child, the cartoons you watched, and not just the cartoons you watched, because you watched them for a reason. You watched these cartoons because they were targeted at you specifically. You as a child didn't sit through thousands and thousands of different options of media trying to find out which one you liked and which one you wanted to watch the most. You got what you got, and what you got always had references to space. It always had references to dinosaurs. It always had references to other planets and Star Wars and lightsabers. And so what that means is that during your formative years, during your childhood years, where you are the happiest in general anyway, because you haven't figured out what hyperinflation means yet, why wouldn't you be smiling? During those years where everything is just a play day. Everything is just happiness. You're being bombarded with space. You're being bombarded with planets. When you're at school, you're doing a little worksheet with all the planets, and if you're able to order the planets properly, the teacher claps and you feel really proud of yourself. So what that does is ingrain within us a very, very deep emotional connection to the topic matter, a very deep emotional connection that is put in place before we are even pre-verbal. And anybody who's done any kind of work on child psychology, which I won't go into detail as to why I have, things that are installed within us before we are pre-verbal. That shit gets buried deep. So part of why you have such an emotional connection to this topic, it's not just because, oh well, the people telling me this stuff are nice. It's because this is information, these are ideas and concepts, a foundational worldview upon which everything else is built upon, that was installed into your mind before you'd even learned how to use the toilet. You were still wearing nappies when they put this stuff into your mind. And when something gets implanted into your mind at such an age, like I said, the pre-verbal age in particular, it's a very important breakpoint. It is very, very difficult, very uncomfortable even. That's where the phrase cognitive dissonance comes from. It's almost physically painful for some people to entertain information that contradicts those ideas that they've held for so long and from such a young age, and they have such happy connections, such happy emotions. Because who's not happy as a child sat watching cartoons after school? It's the best time in the world, right? Such happy emotions attached to those symbols. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Sir, what's your age?
I'm nearly 40. That's good enough.
Yeah. What's
Yeah.
how old are you? Are you 27?
Yeah. 28.
Oh, you're 38. Okay, right. Well, I want to make
28.
three little.
28.
38. Okay, I want to make three little
28.
statements.
28.
28. Okay, three little statements from Neil deGrasse Tyson, and it's
40,
this.
48, 48.
No, he said 28. But let me just get this point out.
Or
3 points.
58.
3 points from 3 points from Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay, number one is when Neil deGrasse Tyson was asked what is gravity, he replied, "I have no idea. Next question." That was that one. Second one, he was speaking about the Felix Baumgartner Red Bull jump, which you mentioned in stuff. Okay, he said from that altitude, 120,000 feet, 24 miles off the Earth's surface, you would never be able to see the curvature of the Earth there. That stuff is flat, and the camera lens that Felix Baumgartner used was a GoPro fisheye lens. Okay, that's the second point, and there was a third one that I've now forgotten from Neil
I
deGrasse
love you
Tyson.
guys. I will have love to have a beer with you. I will means fight for you with anyone. Means I I like you as a human being, but I will not abandon my side because we are
Well,
cooler guys.
yeah, no, hang on a minute. You see, you're talking about a side thing, but you must go and check that what they're telling you is correct.
Whatever
Otherwise, you
they say, I will believe it. Because of them, if
okay,
not for
okay,
them, we
that's
would
it.
have lived in Stone Ages. If not for
I,
them, we would have still lived in Stone Ages.
right,
Yes,
ladies and
if
gentlemen,
it
this is
wasn't for Neil deGrasse Tyson, we wouldn't have airplanes or, everything, like
yeah,
Neil, if
Yeah,
it wasn't
because
for
of
him,
them.
right,
Neil
Because
ladies
of
and
deGrasse
them.
gentlemen.
Tyson,
I
the beliefs in
respect
the
guys.
globe,
I
thanks
respect
to
guys
him,
who
we
are
have dinner
listening
on our
till this time.
tables, and yeah, anything he says is true.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
No
this
matter
is what
how much
comes
I
from.
respect raised by
Hang
God,
on a minute.
sir.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening, this is what I was trying to highlight the emotional connection to the so called scientists, and then the third world where you're living in there, and then the education as well. Okay. This is what happens.
Third
This is a perfect example of what could happen to
our
you
people are more
if you
reasonable than
are
yours, sir.
living in the third world.
Third
Okay.
word,
Simple as that.
using it as a slur, as an educated person, you are
Yeah,
using it
and I'm not
as a
doing that.
slur, but other people
Right.
live by self-respect, man.
Okay,
Our,
okay, okay. But you're talking through what I'm trying to say. Let me speak. And it's, ladies and gentlemen, just to clarify, I'm not saying this in a vindictive manner. I'm just trying to put across to you that if I was born in the third world, okay, this is what I would be like. I'd be believing all what the scientists and the theoretical physicists say because I'm not checking anything. I'm holding on to their every word. Okay, so plus when I'm hearing something contradictory, I'm not even going to go and check. There's a problem, and that's what happens if you could.
Because the
That's
books
what
are
could
need,
happen.
we don't
Hold
have a
on a
job
second.
or
I'm
anything.
still talking. You're interrupting. Thank you.
You're
That's what
sounding like
happens.
Jordan Peterson,
Please
angry
let me
Jordan,
finish.
Jordan Peterson.
Please let me finish.
Gene, don't forget he has third world manners, bro. Come
I
on.
know.
I don't have, but you don't
Let
respect
me
anyone.
finish what I'm saying, please. You're
Yes, sir.
interrupting me. You're attacking me. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm trying to put forward is this is what could happen to you if you were to be born in a third world where you're not checking
Sir, I
anything.
respect you,
You are
sir, but you
believing,
are insulting
you
me,
are
man.
believing in the scientists and you're believing in what they tell you and you don't want to check. So you're emotionally attached. When you do
Only
that,
way to
you run the risk of being misinformed greatly. Now, all we're asking this young man to do
only
is,
way for us to raise
all
out
we're
of
asking is,
poverty,
you're interrupting
only
me.
way to
I'm
have
still
us to have
talking.
to have a
Still
job is
talking.
through
I'm
education.
still
Is
talking. Look at
through
this guy.
education.
Listen to this guy,
We
ladies
have
and
only
gentlemen.
education.
Look at this. I'm going to have to say it all over
This
again because he
this
won't
is
shut
this
up.
is this is what you call brain rot. Brain rotting. Brain rotting.
If it was for
It's related to
rotting,
brain worms. It's related to brain worms.
I would love to have a coffee with you, sir.
No thanks.
No, who's asking you? I'm talking about other two guys.
No thank you. No thank you.
No, nobody's saying to you.
Insta, stop talking for
No
a
thank you,
second,
Insta. No
please.
instant coffee for you. No instant coffee for you. No thank you.
Raised by gods, sir, you are like my elder brother, man.
That's
You are
great.
just like my elder brother. Please.
Insta, can you hear me?
Were
Yeah.
you raised by goats? Hey, Insta, were you raised by goats? Because he was raised by goats. So
No,
are
he's
you a
a great
goat?
guy, man.
Are you
He's
a
a
goat?
great guy. What?
Have you got
What?
that much lag that
Yeah.
you responded, ha, nearly 30 seconds after I asked if you can hear me? Oh dear.
What?
That might explain a few things.
No,
His
what?
lag is more in the brain than in the internet connection.
Sir, you're abusing me, man.
No, I'm not abusing you. I can assure you
No,
of
I'm not
that.
abusing. I'm stating facts, and you are the one abusing the mic and the speaker.
I respect elders. The people who are older than me, I respect them.
Gene told you that
Oh,
he's
that's
like
easy then.
60 something years old, and you've been interrupting him since the beginning. So you do not respect the elders. You don't respect.
No, sir was saying that I have a third world country manners. For my self-respect, I had to respond. And I said to sir that the only way to get us out of our
That's
poverty is
awesome.
through
We don't really
education to
do
get a
meta
job.
here. Insta, breathe in through the nose, out through the mouth. We don't need you to have a meltdown. We get more than enough of that on a daily basis. What we would need you to do is to be not talking through other people so we can hear what's going on. Because when you're speaking, your microphone causes feedback because you're using a speaker, not headphones. So we are hearing the sound going through you, back out, and we're getting double. So when you're talking and you're talking over Jin, who also has a habit of talking a lot, using 10,000 words when he could probably use about 9, it's not very helpful. So we're just getting absolute chaos with the pair of you two trying to compete with each other. So I'm going to ask you both very politely to stop it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm having to do that so you can understand me. That's it. That's all that is all about. Remember, there is a language barrier. Sorry about that, but that's how it is. But anyway, enough said. Just go and check it for yourself. That's all. I'll explain later.
Hey, Instar, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you repeat back to me what evidence was presented to you to confirm that the Earth is flat and not a sphere? There's been a lot of information said to you today, so I was just wondering if you could repeat back anything that you've learned in regards to the actual nature of the surface of the Earth.
Means the sir that was talking to me. I have to tell you like homework as a teacher.
Okay, so you don't remember any of the arguments presented to you to prove that the Earth is not a sphere?
I know it. I noted everything down.
Okay, can you just tell me back how do we flat earthers know that the Earth is not a sphere? How do we know that? How do we say we know that?
You just have to open a science book, man, and there's some YouTube videos, long YouTube videos by.
Is that what
This
we
guy's a
said?
comedian.
Is that what we said though? Did we say open a science book? How do we, as flat earthers, know the surface of the Earth is not curving at the rate we're told? How do we know this? How do we say we know this?
Who was the guy who was teaching science in the 90s? Means he was
He's
popular guy.
dismissing your
I'm
question.
gonna try
I'm the
Listen,
again.
science
Francis,
guy.
he's
Hold up,
dismissing your
Jemsy.
question
Jemsy,
and
hold
just
up.
trying to tell you what to do and how to do it.
Yeah,
That's
hold
what
on,
he's doing.
Jemsy. I got this.
Bill Nye.
Instar.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you for your opinion, and I'm not asking you for your feelings. You've been in here a long time. What
Yeah.
did we tell you was the evidence that the Earth is not a sphere?
Everything you talked is just like all Trump supporters talk. In
Okay,
the
see,
Reddit.
this is what I thought. So I'm just going to put you on mute, and you can just stay there.
No.
Instar?
No, I'll talk to him. No, I'll
No,
talk to
I'll
him.
talk to him in a minute, Jemsy. Just a moment. Instar, is supporting a certain politician going to change the surface of the Earth? People have already addressed this with you, and the fact that you're resetting is really weird. This isn't a politics room here. This may be the politics server, but I think you'll find that I don't know that anyone here is a Trump supporter. So that's a really bad argument for a spherical Earth. So can you tell me what evidence you have to support your contention that the Earth is a sphere? Because we've been presenting you with lots of information to the contrary, and you don't seem to have absorbed any of it. And I'm going to take you off mute so you can respond. Go ahead. Oh, someone else muted him. I guess we probably had a double. Okay, I'll take him off again. Okay, Instar, can you please present to me some evidence instead of feelings?
Yeah, the first argument, the flat earthers say that when Neil Armstrong went to the moon.
No, no one said anything about Neil Armstrong going to the moon. That isn't proof that the surface of the Earth is flat.
The flag he put, and you said that it's not, it's moving. Earth has no atmosphere. How is the flag is moving?
What does that have to do with the surface of the Earth we're standing on?
Ma'am, it's correlated.
No, it isn't. It's a measurement. We measure the Earth is flat. It's not a feeling, it's not an opinion, it's not a political belief, it's not found in a book, it's not the opinion of some celebrity on television. It's a measurement that anyone can take.
So what
How did you
have
miss that? How did you
gotten-
miss that completely in all of this?
Ma'am, I don't understand. What have you? Simple statement. Earth is flat. What has it gotten you in life? Means
Okay, so you don't want to talk about the topic. You just want to talk about other things that allow you intellectually to avoid addressing the topic. That's what's happening here.
your argument is
Okay,
intellectual.
Instar, here's what you're going to do, because I'm at the end of my patience for this train of dialogue. You are going to provide some evidence that the Earth is actually a sphere. And the evidence I would like to see, the only evidence we can rely upon, is an actual measurement of surface curvature. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Can you give me 1 minute? I will.
Yeah.
1 minute, please.
You can have 10 minutes, but I want you to find a measurement of the surface curving at the rate that we're told. I don't want
Measurement of
feeling.
the surface
Yeah, the
of
surface
curving.
of the Earth curving at approximately 8 inches per mile squared, so that we can then know that the Earth is a sphere. Okay?
Okay, give me exactly 30 seconds.
Okay. Take as long as you need.
If he comes
30
back with
seconds.
Aristophanes,
This guy is hilarious. Like,
He's going to go
Yeah.
to Aristophanes, yeah.
But I mean, see, this is
Swear
why
to
I
God.
interjected, because you can see after all the time that's been spent with him, nothing actually penetrated, right?
Ma'am,
He went back
obviously.
to we're Trump supporters or something, right? It's weird,
Oh,
right?
ma'am,
Yeah.
40,000 kilometers.
Okay, that's a calculation. I understand. I'm asking for a measurement of the surface of the Earth that shows that it's curving in accordance with that geometry, right? A calculation has to comport to reality in order to be true.
Give me 20 seconds.
Yep. Okay.
8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, I actually said all that to him at the very beginning, and I asked him had he measured it, and he said he hadn't. And then I said, okay, so don't you think you should go and check first instead of attacking us
Ma'am,
flat earthers?
can I say something?
Okay. Yep. Go ahead. Can you post the cited measurement in the text chat so we can take a look?
Yeah. If Earth were flat, everyone would see
Okay, Instar.
Oh no.
Instar, is
Yeah.
what you're telling me a measurement of surface curvature?
Yeah, that's what ChatGPT says.
Okay, but yeah, because ChatGPT cannot provide you with a citation for a measurement of surface curvature because none exists. So you're in heavy cope mode, and that's fine. We understand that. But I would like you to pretend to be intellectually honest for a few minutes and actually look and see if you can find a measurement of surface curvature somewhere. Not a claim. Do you understand what that is? Do you understand what a
Yeah.
measurement is? Okay. All right. You go to it. I have faith in you.
If he's using ChatGPT, he's going to come back with Aristophanes. I can physically feel it in my bones.
He's not going to come back.
Don't speak. Don't go. Don't speak because it's gonna ignore over fences and get above
Yeah.
her.
What's
So
up?
don't do it, go.
Ma'am,
I got you, I got you.
12.6 cm per kilometer, centimeter per kilometer.
Okay, that would be a slope.
Oh,
But
hold
anyway.
on. I win. I predicted that.
Curvature is typically measured in. Yeah.
Hey, Instar, do you know the difference between a calculation and a measurement?
Ma'am, ChatGPT says that. What
No,
can
I'm
I
asking
do?
you to think instead of asking you to outsource your thinking. Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
I don't understand it.
Okay, so let's say we're going to try to determine your height, okay? We can calculate what we think your height should be based on various factors, correct? We can put input of averages, we can there's a lot of things we can do that we could assume your height with calculations, correct? But until we actually go and measure you and find out how tall you really are, we don't know. So taking a measurement of the Earth is the only way to know whether it is curving or not. Does that
In
make sense
simple
to you?
terms, you want to say that
Wait. Does that make sense to you? Because I don't really feel like you're responding to the words I'm saying.
Ma'am, just say Earth is like a tennis ball. So let's
Okay,
make
so
that a reference point.
Okay.
No tennis ball. We're talking about your height.
I'm talking
ma'am,
about a measurement. You understand what I don't think you know what a measurement is, and I think that maybe that's one of the big problems we're having here.
Yeah, ma'am, I understand it, measurement.
Okay, so I want to see a measurement of surface curvature. So I want to see a laser shot over water at distance that shows that the Earth is dropping away at a rate of approximately 8 inches per mile squared.
We don't have any.
No, we don't. See, and that's why we're here. That's why we're flat earthers, not because we don't like your celebrity, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, not because we didn't open a book, not because we voted one way or another. We are here because the surface of the earth measures flat.
You forgot Richard Hawkins and Stephen Hawkins as his favourites.
Ma'am?
Yeah?
Yeah, you are 100% right. I respect you very much. I think you are right, but what is the use of that kind of information? Means where are we going with it?
Well, you haven't even really digested that information yet, right? Like this
No,
is the
it's
first
just
time you've ever
you
heard
are right.
this.
I'm with you on 70% at this moment. I agree
Okay.
with you 70% of at
Okay,
this
listen.
moment.
If
But
you
what
had
will impact it will have on my life?
Okay, why do you need that information? Like why aren't you even digesting this information before you're immediately looking for a reason to find it not very important?
I'll give you
Ma'am,
an example. I'll give you an example. You know, when people
no,
are gonna
ma'am
build
is
a
talking.
structure,
Ma'am is talking.
Insta, you know why is
Hold,
it? But you know why is it
Ma'am,
important? Because when people are gonna do something practically in reality, like building a structure, they have to take this into account. When you wake up and you stand up and you stand up straight, right? Your water
you are
level.
going another direction. Ma'am was right.
This is
Let her
you
talk.
asking why is it important, right? Why is it important, right? Because when people are doing
Ma'am,
things in
can you please
reality, they
set
take
him up?
into account this information. It's important.
Ma'am,
yeah.
can
Well,
you
it's
please
more
set him up? I'm not talking to him.
okay, well, Instar, what I'm asking you is you've been on here a long time. It's taken
Yeah.
this long to get you to a point where you acknowledge that there actually is no evidence that the sphere that you claim exists.
Yeah,
And
there
then
are some things we
instead of
can't
wanting
tell.
to
The
investigate
science
that
can't
and
tell,
and
maybe.
and you're not investigating that and fully comprehending the consequences of that information whatsoever, you're just immediately moving on to why does it matter, right? Which tells me that you're not really thinking very deeply about this. Because after you parse this information and you realize what it means for you, at that point you will already know how it matters. And I won't have to tell you.
So, what? I'm running out of questions. Means what? In which point in your life you said that Earth is flat?
Well, I looked into it about I guess over 6 years now, right? I looked for the evidence of all the things that I had heard, right? Instead of just simply believing them.
What's your age?
And when I looked for evidence of the heliocentric model, I found that there wasn't any evidence of it, and instead all the evidence pointed to the contrary.
Ma'am, what's your age?
I don't share that online, but pretty
Let's
close to you.
assume.
Well,
28,
I'm old. Oh,
29.
you're 27, but I'm not going to share that online. But yeah, it's irrelevant. I mean, most of us were fully adults when we first looked into this.
Ma'am, so just a simple question. Are you married?
Okay, these things have nothing to do with the surface of
No,
the
no,
earth.
because I'm
No,
married.
I don't answer
Hold
personal
on. Hey,
questions.
Instar, hold on, lady. Hold on. I'm single and available. DM me, bro.
No,
I'm
no, she
single
will help
too.
me. I'm
Insta,
better
I'm
than you.
single too, bro.
Man, I'm better looking than you guys, man.
I doubt that.
No, because I'm a brown color. Means I'm from
Okay,
Pakistan, man.
Instar, will that make the surface of the earth turn into a ball?
No, but I will send my kid to school and he will learn about spherical Earth.
Well, if you want your kid to be as ignorant as you, that's up to you, and you certainly have that right.
So you will homeschool your child.
No, I can just. You can teach your children to question what they're told and not just accept it. To look for
Why
actual
don't you
evidence to
become
support
their
the
mom
claims.
and teach
That
them?
that would be something that you would always I would always want children in school to do, is to
Man,
not
what
just
about
blindly
you
accept what
teach
they're
my
told
kids about that?
like you have, right?
Man, what about you teach my kids that? We can have a marriage and
How about
teach
you
my kids.
learn something and you teach your kids? That's what it's supposed to work.
No,
Hey,
you should teach
Insta.
my kids
If she
because
makes
you
it
should
there,
marry me.
she's gonna cook that chicken you got in the background. She's gonna cook it for you.
Yeah, man. I would love to eat poison from her hand.
I'll cook it for you.
I
So
will drink
Instar?
poison from her hand.
Okay. Hey Instar?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's been nice. It's been nice having you, but it's clear you're not like ready for this information.
Will you
So,
marry me?
I would ask
If
you.
I was rich. If
I
I
would
was
ask.
rich,
Yes,
will you
Insta.
marry
I'll
me?
marry you, Insta. I'll marry you.
Okay,
I'll give you
yeah.
papers.
No,
Anyway,
please, man. Just answer that.
anyway, Instar, what I would like to see from you is for you to go out and do some of your own investigation into these topics and see what actual evidence exists for any of the things you believe about the heliocentric paradigm. And then once you've actually done some investigation, to come back and have a discussion about those. But for now, I don't see this conversation moving in any kind of productive manner forward.
I mean, marriage is very productive, though. You know, that's how we get families. So
Is he looking for a green
you
card?
propose. Yeah, are you looking for papers? You want to be American citizen? Because I got you.
Gemsy, I don't know if you're single, but there you go.
Sure, Insta. Tell me, bro, what you got? I mean, I hear the chicken in the background. I like chicken.
Hey, he could be my seventh wife.
It's
Is that
amazing
7
how
at
he can.
once or 7 sequentially?
Why not both?
Yo, he has some female features. Cause I mean, he's completely going around to everything that is being said. Like, I mean, he could be a
You
good
know,
wife.
there's this scam where you marry like 7 different women in different states because they've got like these welfare systems where they'll pay or they'll give you a house or something. Especially in Britain, this happened. And so like one man is married to 7 women and then he moves out, and then the women all get a free house and they get all this money, and then the man basically like takes a cut of the woman's money. So he lives like a king, basically.
Yeah, you could have
Unless you want
7
me
wives
on the
in 7
soapbox.
states and one in Pakistan. Cause he's from Pakistan.
The horrors of how my hard-earned tax money goes to waste is definitely not a topic for this Discord. Unless you want me, absolutely on my on my soapbox about the state of my country. Nobody wants that.
Dude, you need to get off the soapbox and get on the box of rocks, if you know what I'm saying.
Feel you.
Wait a second. Insta is an image of April Fools. He's in the other servers. I mean, he's not new to this topic. It's now the picture is more clear. He's trolling, obviously.
I think it's what they refer to as it's just a reset, isn't it? I think some people they get told the same information over and over again, and they think no, it can't be. And then what happens is, like if a Catholic does something wrong, they give you like 10, Hail Marys. Whereas instead, what they do is they give you like 10 Professor Daves. They'll watch like 10 Professor Dave videos, feel stupid.
That'll be 10 Professor Daves and 2 McTo.
Yeah. Whipping themselves as you know what I mean? Like, what's it called? A flagellation. And yeah, they kind of feel a bit silly for ever entertaining the topic. Do a complete hard reset.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
There's also another
rinse and
view,
repeat.
which is they come into these types of forums and they act silly because then in their mind they think they gave it a fair shot. So Overfences was telling him to check the topic out. And he's like, in his mind, he is, and he's not getting any
Yeah.
sufficient evidence being presented to him because he's not taking it seriously. So when he walks away, he goes, I really, put all my intellectual effort. I showed up. I talked to the flat earthers. They, and they don't have anything of value. And so then he could pat himself on the back, hug his globe pillow, and have dreams about space.
How do you guys explain GPS then? If the Earth isn't round and things don't orbit the Earth?
Oh, easy. GPS is a Rhinex message that's done on ECIF and then it's converted to a coordinate system after the fact based on the celestial sphere. There you go.
He wasn't ready for that.
A coordinate system based on celestial sphere? How?
Yeah.
So you're saying that's static? And you're saying that's also
What?
precise enough to get precise positioning? Down to 10 meters accuracy.
How precise?
Or 1
Yeah,
meter if you're in the
it is
military.
precise.
Yeah, can you show me how that works?
Oh yeah,
I don't think
sub-meter
he's ready for
precision.
that.
You need ground stations, bro. You didn't know that?
No, that doesn't really work. Because if I block my GPS signal from the ground, but leave it open to the air, right, to like where satellites would be, then I still receive
Right.
like my data, right? So that
Yeah, you
seems
still
to me
get the
that.
Rhinex messages, no doubt.
What are Rhinex messages, bro?
That's what the GPS signal is, dude. It's a passive beacon. They're called Rhinex.
Where's the beacon?
Could be anywhere. It could be from a ground station. It could be from an aerial
No, it
platform.
cannot
Doesn't
be from a
matter.
ground station, right? How am I receiving
Okay,
a
hey,
signal from a ground station?
DACA. Listen, dude. Listen. I'm gonna help you out. In Massachusetts, there's over 20 ground stations that send out the same the messages, and you can't tell whether you're receiving them from the air based or the ground based stations. Okay, so yes, there are ground based stations that send out GPS signals. Okay, so you're ignorant, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, that's a fact. Now that doesn't mean that there aren't high altitude platforms that might also be sending out the messages, or ones that are setting them in a manner in which they propagate over areas where they're not coming from the local ground stations. That's true. But yes, the accuracy that you need, the high accuracy, you have to have ground stations. That's known, dude. Okay, the military maps and GPS coordinate systems are accurate, terrain accurate to within 3 meters, not 1 meter. And to get sub-meter accuracy, you have to use ground stations. It's that simple. Okay, those are the facts, brother. I don't know if you're going to cope with that, but let's find out. Go ahead.
Wow, that was a quick mute. Holy shit. That phrase. So my little example, right, was when you block reception from the ground stations, which you can do by placing
No
a
doubt, I already
barrier.
covered that. I already
Right.
covered that.
You
Yeah, I
did
already
okay,
covered
Max.
that.
Can you repeat your covering
Yeah, I
of that?
did. Well, see, when you were
Like
muted, you're supposed to be listening.
Well, I think like generally in a conversation, don't do that. But
I
like you
said,
said something about platforms in the sky, right? Having those
yes.
magical
I said if
platforms
you
stay up in
block
the sky.
access to the ground stations, then maybe you could argue that you're getting it from aerial platforms. That's fine.
Okay,
I didn't
which
say
we are
that the
doing.
ground stations existing. Listen, I didn't say the ground stations existing means that the aerial platforms don't exist. Did I say
No, I
that?
talk
No, I
about
didn't.
ground stations. I just like if I in my example clearly like.
Hey, let me help you out, dummy, since you didn't listen
don't
when
need
I
you to
muted
help out.
you
I need
because you're
you to
too dumb to listen.
That's the problem.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to mute you again and tell you again. See if you can listen. Okay. There's over 20 ground stations that transmit GPS in the state of Massachusetts. And in order to get sub-meter accuracy, you have to connect to the ground stations messages. If you're doing the alleged aerial platform messages, you won't get sub-meter accuracy, okay? That's just a fact. If you doubt me, you can just go look up on the Massachusetts websites, and it'll tell you point blank. And such ground stations exist all over the world. Okay? All right, go ahead.
I mean, nice try, but I was saying that in my example, I specifically precluded ground stations because there's a barrier.
I know,
right?
so did I. Okay, that's great. That's great. We agree. We agree that GPS messages can come from ground stations or aerial platforms. Great. Now what?
Agree with that. Well, now what? Like, now I'm just still wondering.
Oh,
Why
wait a
are
minute. You
giving us
don't
this
agree that they
info?
can come from ground stations? So wait a minute. You don't agree they
So
can come from ground stations? Is that your claim?
it's unsettled right now, right? Because I don't know what exactly you mean because you keep interrupting when I try and talk, right? I am more interested though in investigating your aerial platforms or whatever. How do these aerial platforms like orbit in a period of about like 100, like I guess with orbit we can like reduce it to why do they like seem to appear like every 120 minutes, give or take, which would be like in accordance to like a model of orbital periods with low Earth orbits, which you would need to like not fall to Earth because of gravity. Why do they seemingly like just correspond to that? And like if you have a good explanation for that,
What?
then I'm also like interested to
What are you doing?
know
Hey,
in
when
how
have you
these
ever tracked?
platforms
Hey, when have you
stay.
ever tracked one of these to validate your claim that you just made?
Well, it's actually a feature of like most GPS software, so I've done that quite a number of times actually. You can even see like you can even point your little phone and like try and get it to align to like multiple GPS satellites. It will give you
That's
information
bullshit.
about that.
Wow,
It's
dude.
actually
The GPS,
commercial.
the GPS,
Well,
aren't the
maybe you guys
GPS
just need to look
satellites
it up.
geostationary? Hey, aren't the GPS satellites supposed to be geostationary?
No.
Oh, really? Oh, they're not. Oh, interesting. Oh my goodness, dude.
Part of the messaging that you receive in your phone or any GPS receiver includes an ephemeris data packet regarding what these satellites are doing now and into the future. This way you
Well,
don't
what are you
actually have to
yapping about?
track their actual positions because your phone is told where they are in advance.
Yeah, can you cite me where that's in the GPS protocol?
Well, I mean, this also precludes your own independent validation of where these things
Can you
actually
just
are
cite me
because you
that in
just
the
assume the
GPS
receiver
protocol?
is actually tracking these in the sky
Oh.
and that the ephemeris is correct, but the ephemeris is just an interpretive frame of reference.
Ephemeral packet, you mean?
Yeah, it also
Nice.
also
Can
includes
you then
the
quote me where it's in the GPS protocol?
It
I'm
includes
waiting.
astronomical almanac
Please.
data along with the ephemeris. Do you know the difference between the
I
two?
don't know. I don't know why you're yapping about something else that's
Because you
not
keep
related to
over
the
talking me.
conversation.
You know
Well,
what's
you
funny?
actually
You know
started
what's
over
funny?
talking me. I also like GPS
Yoder.
satellites are not geostationary for everyone. You can just look it up, okay?
Oh yeah,
Then
yeah,
also
yeah.
like I am
Yeah,
still
that's fine.
curious
You know
how
what?
like
That's
everything
worse.
else
That's worse,
though.
bro.
You
Hey,
still
hey, guess
haven't.
what, Doka?
I don't know
Doka,
what made the argument then. Yeah,
check this out.
I'm
If the
checking.
satellites aren't geostationary, they're
Okay.
constantly moving in relationship to the Earth,
Yeah.
then that means that their position is only relevant to a moment in time when the Rhinex messages
Correct.
originated. That means
I don't know
that
what a Rhinex message
you can have
is.
any high. I know you don't know what it is. That's the problem. So I know that you think that the Earth has to be a globe for this to work, but what you basically just did is conceded that you could have a network of aerial platforms that are moving around, whether they be balloons, whether they be drones, whether they be anything. And they could
Yeah.
just send out the message at any given time. As long as that device knows its coordinate, it can relay a Rhinex position at any given time. So thanks, you played yourself.
How did I play myself?
You bake in
You
circular
don't.
reasoning.
I mean, you just like attest to that without giving a reason. You just gave like a wacky explanation and you said you played yourself. I mean, that's not logically consistent, right? Like I'll just for the benefit of the room, I'll just explain how it works, right? Like a
It
GPS
sounds like you're playing
satellite
yourself because the
sends its own.
sounds like you're learning about satellites from flat earthers, so you play yourself.
Right. So here's the point. Here's the point I'm trying to make. So you're saying that a satellite that's giving off a message, so it's transmitting, it's only available in a certain window. Well, guess what? I could spoof that by having 17 objects just intermittently transmit when they pass over certain areas of the Earth. And so since they're not transmitting prior, and then they are transmitting at a different time, you're going to assume that they were in the black zone for the entire time, when really they just weren't transmitting to that area. Right? So you basically just made it plausible that it's not necessary that there's any single object that's doing the transmission for that alleged floating point of the supposed 24 points. Right? So in other words, you could tag team it with multiple craft. Okay, so if you want to chant the religious dogma, by all means, we'll listen to you chant your religion. Go ahead. Tell us all about your religion. Go for it.
I think that's what you were doing, and you also had to mute me, which is very cultish behavior too. So,
I
like,
get muted again,
I
bro.
was in the.
How do you like that? I muted you because you wouldn't stop talking when someone else was talking. Okay? So now it's your turn to talk. Talk about the topic, not about mutes. Thanks. Go ahead.
Well, I don't want to talk about my religion because it's not a religion. So if you prefix it by it being a religion, then you just poison the conversation.
But you're preaching.
So I was in the middle of explaining how GPS satellites work, right? Before you all started yapping. So GPS satellites work by sending their position and their time in space, right? That is then calculated, right? Triangulated by having at least three, in practice more, of these signals. And then by doing that, the GPS, like receiver, would know its position, right? Now I'm very curious. If you don't have these like perfectly synchronized orbits, right? Then like how would you have an accurate GPS signal? I agree you could get a GPS signal, right? But in practice, then your GPS receiver wouldn't know where it's at. Like you wouldn't be able to do GPS navigation. I'm just wondering how can you construct such a precise system without having these precise orbital periods of satellites
Yeah,
who
that's
like really
great.
know
That's
their
great.
position in space?
Yeah, what is a GPS alleged satellite transmit?
Its coordinates and its time in space according to its own atomic clock.
What type of coordinates?
What do you mean, just positional data?
What type?
Like, do you need me like to give you the technical information? Like, I can look that up. It's gonna differ per GPS system. You know, you have GLONASS and all of that. But I don't think we have to get into
Holy
this. It's
crap,
not a
dude.
technical conversation. You didn't even know they were like
It is a
not
technical conversation.
geostationary. Right? It's really not. It's really
Yeah,
like
Oh, I
okay.
didn't
I
know
just
that.
need
I
you
didn't
to
know that
explain.
actually.
Yeah,
Or
you
I
didn't
asked
know
you,
that,
aren't they
right?
not, to get you to give me an answer.
No, you
Do you
didn't know
think
that.
GPS
My
satellites
characterization
get
was correct.
GPS coordinates from
Right,
GPS
Toka.
satellites?
So I just need to
Okay,
have
B,
you
do you
explain
think
to me
GPS
then how.
satellites get coordinates from GPS
Well,
satellites?
I'll
Where do
answer
you think
you
they get
after
their
he
coordinates
answers
from? I
me.
can tell you. Listen, there's a ground segment, okay? The ground segment includes about several thousand stations all over the world. They're designed to track these things via radio and via optical instruments.
These things.
Yeah, whatever they are, okay? Now what happens is these ground stations, all right, they themselves have their own latitude longitude coordinate system baked into their locations. And they present the time and azimuth and elevation angles of where they claim these satellites are. This gets crunched at a big data center and then beamed up through the
Yeah.
backbone from the ground segment to the space segment in an encrypted packet, which tells the satellites where they think they are. The satellites do not inherently know where they are. They're told where they are from a pre-existing coordinate system.
I would still like to know how my GPS can work when like we don't have
Yeah,
a
I'm
perfectly
explaining it to you,
synchronized
dude.
orbit. No, you're just explaining there's some like ground-based
Oh, I'll tell
stuff
you
we
how.
don't
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how. I'll tell you
Yeah.
how, brother. It's very simple. Because Marconi sent a signal 10,000 miles from Australia to Britain. That's how.
Okay, I don't know what this conspiracy
I
theory
know
is.
you
It's
don't know,
also not
Doka,
answering
but
my.
check this
I
out,
mean,
brother.
if I
Check
just
this
say
out.
gravity,
Let me help
you
you
know,
out.
you're also gonna go like, what the fuck are you talking?
Okay, I'm not fighting you for the mic, Doka. So wake the fuck up. Thanks. All right, listen, bro. You're saying how can we get GPS signal if we're not connected to a ground station? Okay. So if Homeboy sent a signal on the ground, Marconi, before satellites were ever up in the sky, allegedly, 10,000 miles, right, from a ground station across the ocean to another ground station. That means you could have, at least in theory, a whole bunch of ground stations saturating areas of a 10,000 mile radius, which would cover the majority of the Earth, except for way out deep in the oceans. And by the way, in case you didn't know, there's actually buoys in the oceans that do repeaters of signals, dude, in case you didn't know that. So you can actually accomplish something similar to GPS. In fact, they did have it. It was called LORAN, all based on ground systems. Oh, wow, that was hard.
Hey, he's learning, right?
All right, go ahead,
I
Doka.
mean, it's cute how you guys do this back and forth when I'm muted, but no, my question was not how do GPS operate independently.
Hey, Doka, let me help you out. When you're unmuted, it's your turn to speak about the topic, not about whether you were muted or not. Okay? So I'm going to unmute you. For the love of God, don't talk about being muted. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like you mischaracterized my question, you know, it's a straw man. So I didn't say, oh well, how, or I didn't ask how did the GPS operate independently of ground stations. I asked if there isn't a precise synchronization of orbits, like locations in space, right? Like where the satellites know that they are, such you can also like if you like, because you granted me this, that there are some
He
of
told
these in
you.
the air, right?
Yeah,
No,
but Yoda
you
already
didn't.
told you that. Yoda
Just
already
listen.
answered that question
You're
for
upset
you.
that I don't listen to you. You're not listening to my
No,
question.
I'm
You don't even
upset
know
that you didn't
what's
listen
my
to Yoda or
question.
give you the answer.
What's my question? What's my question?
Okay, here's the ultimate question. Okay,
Yeah,
this is
you
the
don't
only
know
question.
because you're not
How does
listening,
this?
because you're yapping over me.
How does the satellite know where it is? Go ahead, Doka. Tell us.
That's not my question. I'm just still waiting for you
I
to
don't
listen to my
care. I
question
don't
so you can
care.
answer me. Oh,
All your
okay.
questions
Right.
are irrelevant unless you could tell us how the satellite knows
All
where
I
it is.
do is answer questions from my worldview, and you never answer yours. That sounds about right, right? That's what Flat Earth is all about, correct?
No, listen. You're the one. You're the one here
That's what you're
preaching the
demonstrating
gospel
here,
of the
right?
holy angels that fly
I'm
around
not
the earth and
preaching
tell
any
us where they
gospel.
are.
When did I say you just have to have blind
Hey,
faith?
Doka,
That's your
Doka.
position.
How
That's
does
not
the
mine.
satellite? Doka. It's very simple. How does the satellite know where it is?
By having an atomic clock and having it calibrated periodically, by like different ways. Like one could be, like you said, a ground station. Other ways can be like by like
Atomic clock isn't
there's like a very
sufficient to be able to
fancy.
tell where it is.
I'm literally in the middle of explanation. Well, it is, right, because like there's a periodic calibration, but in the meantime, because these measurements are very precise, you do need to have atomic clock on board. So that's a necessary component. I never said it's the only component. I mean, you're just making up
All right,
strawmans
so
here, you know.
get to the part where you figure
I
out
just
how the
explained it to
satellite
you.
knows where it is.
I just explained it to you.
No, you didn't. You said it
Can you
has an
please
atomic
repeat
clock
back what I
because it
said?
needs to be precise. Yeah, you
Okay,
said
then
it has
please
an
repeat
atomic
back
clock
what I
because
said.
it needs to be precise. That's it, dude.
I know what I say about synchronizations.
Holy crap. Synchronizing the clock's irrelevant, dude.
No. Think synchronizing geospatial position, right?
How does it
He
accomplish it?
he mentioned the ground station that he was denying in the beginning of his
So like,
argument, remember?
I never denied anything about ground stations. Like, when did I say that?
So the ground station is actually the key component to this whole endeavor.